affect the animal. Kasapar under tzricha me'is place, because this particular kind of holds that ultimately, again, even if the animal is able to walk, the only way to know that it's not a tzricha is if it leaves for like 24 hours. Ultimately, again, and if it walked, ultimately, again, still you would require internal examination. So the Rabbi says,
what's up? I can't talk right now, big dog. Apologies.
Piece of their shreifa is where it's the offspring of a shreifa. The Rabbi had been told that the offspring of a shreifa is ultimately again unfit for sacrificial use. Now here's what's interesting. Now the offspring of a shreifa, fascinatingly enough, could be totally and wholly healthy on its own. Its disqualification is that of the offspring of a shreifa. So let's say, point of it here is these are all three different opinions as to what the case of the treifa is in the Mishnah. And no matter which opinion you hold, like halacha, you can't distinguish the treifa from the rest of the tevra. Hence, the Mishnah says you have to allow the whole sacrificial group to graze until they develop movement and then sell them off. Now the Gemara says, Rabbi Rothschild, the Amar, sorry, large treifa, you can be done again. We just said, Rabbi Rothschild, the opinion that the offspring of a treifa cannot be used for sacrificial purposes. Now the Gemara says, Kudu, Rabbi, I know Amri. Now the Gemara is going to discuss why each opinion does not agree with the other. So the other two opinions don't hold with Rabbi Yanai. Why? They say, the Gemara says, the Jews have said, maybe people can't have a difference between a wolf fight and a hole made or a puncture made by a thorn. Why? I must get by ugly. So apparently, again, a wolf's bite is elongated versus a thorn puncture is circular. Okay? It's like a salami. They don't hold like it's like it's like a sabri comes in the sheep of Vietnamese lace. If you hold this animal fell off an elevation, then if you look at it does not require any further examination. Holcroft, when the animal actually walks, he gets treated with does not require internal examination after its slaughter. And ultimately, again, they don't hold it to why? The Gemara says, because they don't hold it to because again, they hold that last shreifa ultimately, again, is going to be permitted. All right, so bottom line on both sides, the opinions, the opinions don't agree with each other. The bottom line for us is halacha l'meisa. That's three different opinions as to what the case of the treifa is in the Mishnah. Beautiful. That's good. Like that. The kachim min benino. So remember again, the last part of the Mishnah, the last part of the Mishnah was very interesting. The last part of the Mishnah is if you have different karbanos mixed in. Let me just read you from the Mishnah. The Mishnah said, kachim min benino. Right? Let's say you have different karbanos that are mixed in with each other. Right? Same type of carbon, all mixed in with each other. So what's the issue in that case? The issue in that case is we don't know who the owner is. Right? So let's say Reuben, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, this is a big parsha, right? All of the Chevra, right? Everybody's born in this parsha. Not everybody, you better get up to Yosef. Everybody's born in this parsha. So let's say they all had karbanos. Their karbanos, they all had shlamim, for argument's sake. Right? So therefore, all of their karbanos got mixed together. So the Gemara says, the Mishnah says, what's the halacha? No problem. Just offer it up. Just let the Kohen go ahead and offer them up. And even though we don't know explicitly which animal belongs to which person, it's okay. It's okay. The Kohen will just simply go ahead and have in mind this is Reuben's carbon, this is Shimon's carbon. Again, even though he doesn't know which animal is which. So he says, 1 second. One second, you need smicha. So let's remember again, smicha is the act and the meaning on the animal. So again, you can't do smicha if you don't know which is your animal. So how is this being offered up? So Rabbi Yosef, the carbon nashim. You're right. The Mishnah is talking about women's karbanos. So women don't do smicha. Women don't have a din of smicha. Smicha is a din by men. So the Mishnah was talking about women's karbanos that don't require smicha. So the Gemara says, okay, about the covenant of Nashim, so tell me then that the Mishnah's halacha would not apply to men. So as if I have a group of men's karbanos that gets mixed in, even though again it's all the same type of karbanos, you're telling me then you couldn't offer it. Right? You couldn't offer it since smicha ultimately again is not possible. To which the Gemara says, well, that's Chatapabayin, hey, good 75A, Eitzvi Abai is the Kasha, Carbon Yachid, Shinis Arei, the Carbon Yachid. the carbon seabird, Shnis Arif, the carbon seabird. So let's say the following case, you have an individual carbon that gets mixed with another individual carbon, or a carbon seabird that gets mixed with another carbon seabird. The carbon yachid, the carbon seabird, Shnis Arif, or for that matter again, a carbon yachid and a carbon seabird that get mixed together. No sin dalid matanos, we call echad ve'echad. So let's say, so what do? You do 4 blood applications, ultimately again, from each and every carbon. This way, again, you're covering all of the blood applications, all the possibilities. You're nasa matana echad, then nasa mikol echad yatsa. Sorry, you're nasa matana mikol echad yatsa. And if you did 1 matana from each, ultimately again, you yotze as well. You're nasa arba mikul yatsa. And if you did 4 from each, ultimately again, you yotze as well. So again, we actually saw this before. And when you have carbonates that get mixed together, we're going to see this again on Kevadalit. When you get carbonates that get mixed together, essentially what you do is you kind of appeal to the highest common denominator, and your yolks. When is this so? This is when the animals were mixed together. They got mixed together while they were still alive. But if they got mixed together post-slaughter, then no say arba matanos mikulan. You give 4 matanos from all of them. And ultimately, if you did 1 matana from all of them, ultimately you're yotze. Okay, we'll see that it's being brought down. Rabbi already says, Lo nesamatana. Now, we'll say, this so far unrelated, you see what is being brought up. This can be an interesting fact. But this is Lo nesamatana. You look at the actual amount of blood for the blood application. In each, what could they learn that, Shira, and Machsua. So we've actually never seen this before in all of our travels we've spoken about when you take care of blood applications. Is there a shear? Right? Is there an amount of blood that actually has to be applied? So Rabbi is the first person who comes along and says, by the way, when it comes to matanos, in this case over here, because you're doing a matana, but for potentially multiple kavanos, so that is, you have to make sure that in the blood application, there's enough blood for each of the kavanos. Now, we've never seen that before. Again, like I said, so Katani, Yochid Jumya Tixiba. Now, both are interestingly enough, according to this price that we just mentioned, we are comparing an individual carbon to a communal carbon. Not seaboard Gavri, Yochid Gavri, just like seaboard, ultimately again is brought on behalf of men. So to again, the Yochid, the carbon Yochid we must be talking about, is also talking about men. And let's take a step back over here. What was the Mishnah's case? The Mishnah's case was that a bunch of people get their carbonos mixed together. Right now, the good news is, what's the good news? Same type of carbon. Bad news, we don't know whose carbon belongs to. Mishnah says, no problem. Just offer them all up, and the Kohen will just have in mind that whoever's carbon belongs to whoever should ultimately again it should work out. And then everybody's carbon should go ahead and satisfy their obligation. I have a Gemara for 1 second. What about smicha? What was the answer to that? Women's carbonos. That this thing of mixed carbonos, mixed up carbonos is only within by women's carbonos, which don't require smicha. And by inference, if it would be men's carbonos, then this mechanism, this advice would not work. So let's say, you might then quote the Bryce stuff. The Bryce is talking about a case of mixed carbonos. And it's telling you that what? You could offer them up. Now it says, carbon seabird, carbon yachid. Now the Gemara says, just like a carbon seabird is a men's carbon, because also interestingly enough, the way the Gemara understands carbonos seabird, like for example, carbonos seabird is generally, whenever you have a communal carbon, that is generally the criteria is based on the male population. So just like a carbon seabird ultimately is a men's carbon, so too carbon yachid is talking about a men's carbon. And what do you see from here? That in the case of mixed up carbonos, you can offer it up, obviously with asmicha, that contradicts what we said before. To which the Gemara says, Amar Rabbi says, with Isbara, Rabbi says, hold on. You're presupposing that the version of the Brisa that you're reading right now is correct. How do you know it's correct? The Gemara says, Diktani Benadam, where when is this so? This Kishan is Abu Chayyim. Remember again, we spoke on this idea. The Brisa just said before, when is this so? When the Kabbalas were mixed up while they were alive. About this Arbu Shvutin, that if they were mixed up once they were slaughtered, low. And then this does happen. Now it comes along Rabbi, and I understand. Mali Chayil, Mali Shtukim. What are you talking about? What does it matter if the Kabbalahs were alive or they were slaughtered already? The same halacha should apply. Allah, these are the means to say. When is this so? Shis Arbu Shchutim Kein Chayim Bikosos. And ultimately, again, when is this so? When is this halacha so? That in other words, that you could do these blood applications that work for everything. That's ultimately, again, when they are mixed together, even if they're slaughtered, but like they're alive. What's the case? The kosos. Ultimately, again, where you have the blood of each of these kabbanos in individual receptacles about the bolel, but ultimately, again, if it's mixed together, no sing dalit matanos tekulim. You do 4 blood applications for all of the collective kabbanos. Nasa matana atos, the kulan yasa, and ultimately, again, if you did 1 blood application for all of them, then you are yotze. So we'll say, what's the point over here? The point over here is that the Gemara is saying that this is not talking about live animals. That's the point over here. It's not talking about live animals. Rather, it's talking about animals that have already been slaughtered, and the Gemara is talking about the blood got mixed up. In other words, so that's what's over here. In other words, so which means that what? There was smicha. In other words, when the animals were alive, we knew exactly who everything belonged to. They did smicha, they did shchita. Now we're up to this time of zrika, blood application. And now what ends up happening? Now everything gets mixed up. And there's 2 different cases of either you have individual receptacles of blood or all the blood that mixed together. Either way, the confusion sets in at the time of zrika. That's when this Brisa takes up. And the Brisa is saying, okay, here's what to do if it's mixed together, if it's individual, here's the blood applications. But I love when I say this is a case where at the time of Shechita, there was ownership clarity. So because there's ownership clarity, whoever needed to do smicha did smicha, and therefore again it's not comparable to our case. Incredible. Rabbi says, so now that we resolved that, so therefore again, halacha l'maisa, this brisa is not a contradiction ultimately against what Rabbi Yosef says. We are dealing with the case of karbanos and women's karbanos in our Mishnah that don't require smicha. Everyone just seizes upon that statement of Rabbi, and what can Rabbi say? אומר, לא נתן משפט כדי לזה, או כדי לזה כשרה, ואם רב פסולה. So Rabbi was the one who said that now when you're doing these collective zrikos, so Rabbi said we have to look at the amount of blood that you have. If there's enough of a blood application for this and for this, then ultimately again you're yotze. The Gemara says, now by the way, how much blood that is not Rabbi what does that mean? Enough for this and enough for this. How much blood exactly does that mean? So obviously Rabbi say that we have to go through. So what's the meaning of Rabbi Haisra is Rabbi really go this way. But that's what we learned. Rabbi says, Rabbi Ezra, what's the other days? Rabbi says, Hazah Koshevu Mitaharas. So what's the interesting? So Rabbi said as follows. Rabbi says, according to Rabbi Ezra, Hazah, and both say we're switching gears. What's Hazah? Hazah is paraduma. Hazah is like paraduma, right? Which means, again, this is talking about someone is coming. There's only one way to become ritually pure from corpse pumice, and that is to ultimately, again, take the waters of the paraduma and have them sprinkled upon you. So the Gemara says, Hazah Koshevu Mitaharas. How much water, how much paraduma water do you need to have sprinkled upon you? Ultimately, again, in order to go ahead and become tar, Koshevu, any amount. Look at us for just a moment. First Rashi on 75, the Hazah Koshevu Mitaharas. Tiger Milshiki, Hazah Koshevu Mitaharas will come on the forest on my front. Hazah Koshevu Mitaharas. Hazah is the so now, here's the thing to say. The Gemara is presupposing that whatever is true for Hazah is true for Zrika. That's what the Gemara is presupposing. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, with Hazah, the sprinkling of the waters of the Para Aduma doesn't have a share, any amount is going to work. So to halacha l'maisa for Zrika, any amount of blood application is going to work as well. So the Gemara says, no. Hazah in the Tzricha Shir. As the Gemara says, Hazah not the kasha, not the parcel. So it's a Hazah Kosher Mitaharas. Why? Because Hazah in the Tzricha Shir. Apparently, again, Hazah sprinkling of the water does not require any shear. The Gemara says, Hazah nefsa kasha, nefsa apostle. The Sigmar says, if you look at Rashi, Hazah, Hazah nefsa kasha, nefsa apostle. The Lomar, the Lothim Adazah kosher the Nikaras, the Buddha's Inke, and in his Arbus apostle, Ella, Ibu Inish, Akarobes apostle, Shira, Umefza, in Akarobes apostle, Shira Nefza, Lav Dafka, Eleleka, Shir, Tuwa Dilamatan Tani. Which the Gemara says, the words of Allah Kamar, Levi's Ima, Hazalu Kot Umasina. So I said that Hadamina ultimately was that Halacha Ramaisa, whenever it applies to Hazal, ultimately again should apply to Zrika as well. Hamash Malon, Hazal Luchot, and Zrika Luchot. Two different halachas. Zrika, mainly that's the question. I was saying now, again, like I said, this should be better in a couple of days, but now we're going to get to it on 8. Do we pass like Rabbi? Is there actual shear for Zrika or not? That remains ultimately again to be seen. But what comes out clearly is, at least according to Rabbi over here, as according to right now, there may be a difference between Hazah and Zrika. It's possible that again Hazah has no shear. The Haraya again, even if some of the water that gets mixed in may be invalid water, we'll have to see about that. But Allah Zrika may still require a shear. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. This Agul B'Lecharu Meiser. So let's say now we're coming to the end of the Mishnah. The Mishnah that spoke about the idea that if you have a sacrificial, regular animal that gets mixed in with the Char and Meiser. And again, I've also remember again, the Char and Meiser are unique. Why? Because they become the property of the Kohen. Remember again, a Char animal, Meiser animal there are sacrificial parts, but the Meiser ultimately again become the property of the Kohen. So what was the halacha? If you have a regular animal that's mixed in with these other animals, you will actually stavu. Ultimately, again, you let them graze until they develop a long tree in the Mishnah. And then again, all of the animals are consumed in accordance with the standards of Bechar and Meiser. He says, the Gemara, Rami Bar Chava, Bechar Lebeishana Ein Ma'achim Lemidus. I would say, I just mentioned just my previous Gemara. How beautiful this is. It's the same contemplate that when it comes ultimately again to Zrika, it's possible to make a fundamental difference between Zrika and Hazal. Zrika representing glorification on the there. Hazal, the sprinkling of the waters, ultimately again of the parting waters on the someone's coming. And the Gemara just made a tremendous interesting distinction. And it is possible that Zrika needs a shear, but Hazah, any amount ultimately again affects Kara, purifies. And let's say, what a tremendous lesson. It could be that, when it comes ultimately again to one's Avodas Hashem, when it comes to the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there are rules and regulations. It's a shear. Right? So let's say, person goes ahead and says, I'm only going to put on my Tefillin Shayad. I'm not going to put on my Tefillin Shalom. So again, it's not the best example because it needs to that also. But the nice doesn't look that way. There's a shear. There's a shear. Person says, I'm going to keep these halachas, not those halachas. By the way, we all do that. I'm going to keep these halachas, not those halachas. But again, at least if I do it, I know that it's wrong, and I'm trying to do something better. When it comes to Avodas Hashem, it's a shear. It's a shear. There are rules. There are things you have to do. So when it comes to Tara, any little bit has the ability to purify. You don't struggle with too much life. You don't struggle with different forms of impurity of thought, impurity of action, impurity of just of lifestyle. We all have that. It's important to know that sometimes it's even the smallest thing that could rectify impurity in life. It's even the smallest drop that has the ability. Sometimes all I need is a little bit of kedusha, a little bit of holiness to rectify the impurities of life. It may only be an episodic rectification, right? It may only be a little bit of a temporary fix. And sometimes all you need is that little bit of that little splash of paragima water, like that little splash of tara. And at least in that moment, everything is as it should be. Does not necessarily require ongoing comprehensive change. Sometimes all you need is a little bit of that splash of beautiful paradigm or ruchnius, that little splash of inspiration, that little splash of holiness, and at least in that moment, everything is as it should be. The mother's like it. The Lord says, I'm running back on when it comes to a bakar, I will say, and I'm again, what happens with bakar? What happens with bakar? The bakar animal is either first part of my spot. What do? I give it to the Kohen. I give it to the Kohen, right? Now that belongs to the Kohen. Sacrificial parts offered up on the Messiah, and that ultimately again goes to the Kohen. So what's the halacha? Ein ma'achilin l'nido. A nido can't eat bakar meat, right? Because now, again, when the Kohen goes ahead and slaughters it, it's his. But even though it's his, I will say, even though it's his, nevertheless, what? It has a heightened level of kedusha. Because of that heightened level of kedusha, a woman who is tmeya because she is in midah, ultimately can consume it tmura somehow. What is eating tmura? Now, remember again, what's tmura? What's tmura? You have a sacrificial animal and you exchange it for something else. What's halacha when you do that? By Yahoo, it's tmura safol Hashem. Both animals, the original animal and the exchange animal, are so now the Kohen gets the tmura also. Is a nida allowed to eat from the tmura? Similarly, again, bakar ain't on this guy. So ultimately, again, a bakar can't be redeemed. Can't be redeemed. Can't redeem a bakar. Tmura somehow. What if again? I will say I'm Yisrael. So now I give it tmura. Can the tmura be redeemed? Bakar ain't on mishka v'lishra tmura somehow. So remember again, how it's mishnah. Part of the sanctity of a bakar is that even though it belongs to the Kohen, you can't treat it like regular meat, which means you can't check it in a slaughterhouse, right? And you can't weigh it on a scale. Like that's the way like regular meat, that's like transactional meat. You can't do that with bakar meat. What about the tmura of a bakar? Can you go ahead and check it in the slaughterhouse, and can you weigh it with a scale? Rabbi said, bakar in my son, Yishumu also tmura. Tmura and kiyos lebayim. So this is the right said. Bakar animal and nice animal, when they develop a womb, ultimately again you can go ahead and make it tmura, and the tmura ultimately has the sanctity of the original animal. So Bayram Racham asked the following shaila: it is bakar. So what's this? So again, what that sounds like ultimately is that Allah the tmura of a bakar has the same status. Whatever applies to bakar applies to tmura. So therefore again, I just need that can't eat bakar, I need they can't eat tmura. Just like ultimately, again, you can't go ahead and check the bakar in the slaughterhouse or weight it on the scale. So to the tmura, if we checked it in the slaughterhouse or weight on the scale. Okay, incredible. So the next case. So this is very interesting. Let's say a Kohen has a bakar animal. All right, a bakar animal, right? So what happens? It develops a mum. Listen, obviously, at that point, when a bakar animal develops a mum, loses some elements of its bakar sanctity. At that point, and I says, what do? I pledge that animal to bedek habayis, right? Just that barkeep, which means financial sanctity. So now, what's the shaila? Can I measure it on a scale? Rabbi said, now what's the cap over here? Now, I'm going to end up selling off this meat. Now, it's in the interest of the Beis Hamikdash that I measured on a scale. Why? Because it's more exact. The more exact the measurements are, the more money I can make. Who's making the money? The Beis Hamikdash. So the shaila is normally, we would say, that you cannot go ahead and use a scale for the meat of a bakar animal, right? That's what we just established, because that's a lack of sanctity or lack of respect towards the meat. What about here, where the use of the scale is actually for the benefit of the Beis Hamikdash? Is that permitted? So the Moshe not from the hektish of it. Do we say that again? The profit to the Beis Hamikdash is more important? Or do we say the bakar of it? Or do we say
why don't you do so much teaching today? We're listening to this. This is interesting.
Well, so we have competing values of
Just some little questions.
which one do we choose? I'm on this. Let's analyze this argument the bakar. Nice. So you know what's
stranger shit is happening.
Is you have a regular animal
Stranger
that gets
things have happened.
with bakar,
Really?
nice animals. What's the what do you do with the chavra? You actually stabble. You let them graze until they develop a mum. And ultimately, again, then you consume all of the animals. You can consume them, but you have to do so in accordance with the strictures of Meiser and Bakar. To which the Gemara says, doesn't that mean Lav L'mein Rod? That obviously means that you can't weigh it. You can't weigh it in a normal way. So what do you see from here? But ultimately, again, even once the Bachar animal develops a mum, halacha l'maisa still retains elements of its Bachar sanctity. Most notably, you can't weigh it on a scale.
How long is this fucking thing gonna take?
Hassam, so in the case of the Mishnah, Shtei Kedushos, Shtei Gufim. Remember again, in the case of the Mishnah, that will say you have two Kedushos and two Gufim. Now, what does that mean? Remember again, in the case, you have different animals and different Kedushos. In our case, our case, which is the case of the Bakar that becomes blemished, that you went ahead and you gave to the Beis Hamikdash Kabayis. Ultimately, again, it is Hachash Shtei Kedushos and Gufim. In our case over here, it's two kedushos with one body, right? Because it's one animal. What are the two kedushos? On one hand, Bachar, on the other hand, Beda Kabayis. So the cases really are incomparable.
Dude, this creating image bullshit is like back in the day when you have to wait for the internet to be able to show a picture and show you like that.
Imagine if a person would say, so
Kids
let's
have no idea.
let's go with this case.
Good
I have a Bachar animal.
This shit in the future will just be like boom, generated images, generated videos, boom, boom, boom,
Imagine
boom.
I came forward and I said,
Really,
the
pay for
following. I
credits
said,
and bullshit like that.
I'd
Worst
like to
system
redeem the Bachar.
ever. Dog, come on.
The Gemara says, ultimately, again, what do you listen to him? So of course not, because you can't redeem Bakar. You can't redeem it. To which the Gemara says, Rahmana Omar Heftu, lo sipta. The Torah says you can't redeem it. So again, the Gemara says,
What is this? What in the fuck? Dude, that shit takes so long.
When you convey
I
something,
watched a Chabad video
you
on
convey that which you have. In other words, a conveyance, the person who receives a conveyance has no more rights than the conveyor himself. That's the way conveyances work. Say for Rabbi said, you must look at actually just a moment. It's the third of the intermediate wide lines. Sorry, Hakoin Zelabed Kabayis Elamash Kanala Bukufo, the Bukhorza, the Haven the Etzlo, Hotel the Shkavalitra, and Yakala Hatnos the Vedakabayis, all the Tamits and Sumish Kalintros. Once this remember again, what was our case? Our case was that the coin has a blemished Bakar, and he wants to give to the Beis Hamikdash for Vedakabayis and Ba'arkis. Now again, remember, when the coin has a Bakar, there are certain strictures in the consumption of that meat. Namely, you can't weigh it on a scale. The Shaila now is when it gives it over to Vedakabayis, can it have the meat weighed on a scale? Why would you want that? That's the benefits of the Beis Hamikdash. Definitely beneficial for the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again, to have the meat weighed. Have the meat weighed. So now the Gemara says, Halacha l'maisa over here, Halacha l'maisa. So now, bottom line, think of this. What's halacha? Halacha it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Because the coin's conveyance to the Beis Hamikdash can be no greater than his actual rights. And since when the Bachar was his, he wasn't allowed to weigh it. Therefore, again, even though now he's giving to the Beis Hamikdash, and it's for the benefit of the Beis Hamikdash to weigh it on a scale, ultimately, again, this works. Even Halacha l'maisa, since that Bachar has been given over to the Beis Hamikdash, they cannot weigh it on a scale because the received Bachar can be no stronger. Therefore, as I said, the conveyance ultimately only conveys the rights of the actual coin himself, no more, no less. Incredible. Moses, let's finish up. Finish up our call. You called him with his Aleph. Moses, remember again the Mishnah said, end of the Mishnah. End of the Mishnah. Anything can get mixed together. In other words, the Mishnah says all these cases of mixtures are possible. There's one exception. Puts minachatas va'ash. Chatas and an asham can't get mixed together in a mixture of sacrificial animals.
Picture, John?
Says the Gemara. Why not? So, mashna chatas va'asham. Why can't the chatas and an asham get mixed together? Well, the Gemara would say on a simple level, the high zachar, the high nikiva. Because ultimately, again, an asham is a male animal, and a nikiva is a chatas. So again, I will say, can't really have a mixture of male and female, no matter how they identify, right? Because the nice, again, anatomically, they're going to be distinct. So because they are distinct, therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, there's no mixture. To which the Gemara says, 1 second, chatas va'olanani. But then you make the same argument to the chatas and an ola. Why? Is that because the chatas ultimately is always a female animal, and an ola is a zachar. So again, I can make this argument over here. The Gemara says, no, there is an exception to this. Why? Ika seir nasi. Ultimately, the Gemara says there is the seir of the nasi, right, which ultimately, again, is a chatas offering, but halacha l'maisa is a zachar. So the Gemara says, "Hi seir v'hai tzana." Sorry, "Hi seir v'hai tzana." But I will say there is a different ultimately again between a goat and the sheep. So apparently, again, one has hair and one has wool. A goat has seir. Ultimately, again, a sheep has wool. I guess those who know. Right. So let's say so. Again, there'll be a distinction between those two as well. I Pesach ba'asham nami lomar. Right. So again, you make the same argument. A Pesach, cover Pesach, and then Asham also wouldn't be able to get mixed together. Why not? High ben shana b'high ben station. There's different ages. Cover Pesach has to be an animal within 1 year, versus ultimately again an Asham which is 2 years. Which the Gemara says, Ika Asham Nazir Asham Mitzora. First of all, again, about the other type of Asham, like Asham Nazir, Asham Mitzora, that ultimately again are animals that are within 1 year. The by saying the other possibility is Ika Ben Shana the Mechse Ben Shtei Shanin, the Ika Ben Stein the Mechse Ben Shana. Here's the difference also. When you have animals of the same type, ultimately, again, but different ages, that's not necessarily a distinguishable thing. Because they will say sometimes you can have an animal that is 1 year old that looks like 2, and sometimes you can have an animal that is 2 years old that looks like 1. They will say a profound Musar Haskell, right? That when it comes to living beings, sometimes you can have something that is young that acts incredibly mature. Sometimes you can have something that is mature that acts incredibly young. And I will say this is important for us because this is a good chizuk. Biological age need not be a determinant for our ability to succeed in life. A person could be young and ultimately, again, not have a lot of life experience, but could have the wisdom to attach, like Rabbi said, could have the wisdom ultimately, again, to attach himself to people who have more life experience and therefore live the life of someone a little bit more seasoned. On the other hand, sometimes a person could be older, but yet still repeat the same mistakes of youth over and over and over. So much of life, we'd love to say that life is about not making mistakes. That's impossible. Everyone makes mistakes. So what's life about? Life is about not making the same mistakes over and over and over. The goal in life is don't be a 2-year-old who looks like a 1-year-old. Right? Don't go or behaves like a 1-year-old. Don't be someone who is mature. Don't be someone who is biologically advanced, who is still making the same exact mistakes as he did when he was young. To make no mistakes is impossible, but at least to learn from our mistakes, to try to do better, to try to do different. Well, I'm not making different mistakes, but at least if we're not repeating the same ones, right? As long as I'm not a 2-year-old acting like a 1-year-old, then ultimately, again, that is a life well lived, a life well led. I want to say, great run today. Shkoyach, everyone. All right. We caught up with the rest of Klal Yisrael by Shabbos. Shkoyach. Good Shabbos, everyone. Come on Zoom. Have a great Shabbos.
We'll do this tonight. We'll go into a fucking
Yeah.
Are you done? This thing's still not done.
Good morning, everybody. Today's daf is Ayin Vav. We are going to pick up on the bottom of Ayin Ham and Bays. We've got until the Gemara. Just a quick review of the Mishnah. The Mishnah brought down a machlokas. If you have an ashram and a shlamim that get mixed together, Rabbi Shimon says that you bring both the kavanos and you bring it with the chumras of each. So you have to bring them both in the north, and they're limited in their eating time. And the Rabbanan argued on that and said we don't do that because we don't want to take the less stringent carbon and apply additional stringencies to it. because we're worried about the principle of Emivin Kachim Vesapsul by limiting the time or certain other aspects of the carbon, you're potentially bringing that carbon to be disqualified if again you miss the time of eating or it's not brought in the proper place. And so the Rabbanan say we don't, instead of taking the summers of both, we just have both the karbanos grazed until they get a mum, and then we redeem them that way. So the Gemara is going to discuss this concept of how do we apply this concept of, or how widely does Rabbi Shimon not apply his concept. He's not worried about bringing karbanos, limiting their time frame, and potentially bringing karbanos to a psur. So pick up in the Gemara. Tani Tana Kame de Rav. So they brought a brisa in front of Rav. It said, Shvius, if you have Peros Shvius, a lochem b'dameha shruma, neshmematim b'achilas. So if you have Peros Shvius, you redeem them onto coins, you can't go and take that money and buy shruma. Why? Because when you redeem the shvius onto the money now has kedusha shvius. You go ahead and you buy truma, you are going to be limiting the ability to eat that truma. Why? Because shvius, look in Rashi 2 lines from the bottom. Why should tzricha shetispire min ha'olam kolam kodem shetekla lachia shebesada? So because shvius, the time for eating shvius is limited, you can only eat the produce of shmita when that particular min is still available out in the field. And so when you now infuse this truma that you're buying with the kedusha of shvius, this truma has to be eaten by that certain time. While truma, Rashi continues, truma, when it's not truma it's not from the shemitah year, there's no truma in the shemitah year. So there's no limiting factor. Truma can technically, as long as it lasts, can be eaten forever. And so if we go ahead and we purchase truma with this shvius money, what we're doing is limiting the ability to eat that truma and potentially bringing that truma to the psul that if it goes past the time, that truma now needs to be destroyed. So that's the brisa. So Amruha, back in the Gemara. So Amruha Rabbana Kame to Rabba. He said this in front of Rabba. He said, the Loka Rabbi Shimon. This brisa must not be like Rabbi Shimon from our Mishnah. Why? Because Rabbi Shimon Amar may be in touch with the base of source. Rabbi Shimon did not have an issue with this. Rabbi Shimon in our Mishnah said that if the two karbanos can mix together, we can go ahead and offer them with chumras of each, and therefore limiting the time for eating of one of the karbanos, and Rabbi Shimon did not have a problem with it. So Amar Lahu, so Rabbi said back to them, no, I feel the Rabbi Shimon. This brisa could still follow the opinion of Rabbi Shimon in our Mishnah. Hani mi like the Eved, because perhaps when Rabbi Shimon said his position in the Mishnah, that was only with the Eved, meaning the karbanos were already mixed together, and then we're figuring out what we can do with them. But this case of shvius, of shmita money, is a case of lechatila. We're actively going and taking money that has kedusha shvius and going ahead and purchasing truma, and therefore actively limiting the time to eat the truma. It's not a case where the mixture has already happened. So maybe Rabbi Shimon's position only works in a case where the mixture has already taken place, and now you're figuring out what to do, as opposed to actively going lechatila and limiting the time for eating the kachim. So no proof from there. So comes along the Gemara and asks, and is it true that Rabbi Shimon only would apply his position, that he's not worried about Emevin Kachim Vesapsul only in a case of the Diavad and not Lechatila? Abai comes and is going to ask a series of questions where it seems that Rabbi Shimon would apply his principle no matter whether it's the Diavad or Lechatila. Abai, top of Ayav Amar Al. Kulon Rishon Kohanim the Shanos Ba'achilasam. So this is a mission from later on in the Masechta. It's talking about how the Kohanim eat their various types of kachim. And the mission tells us, in all cases, Kohanim are allowed to eat these karbanos in different ways. Whether lacham skuyim, whether they want to roast them, shlukim, to overcook them, shalom regular cook, the tavle truma, and that's the key for us. They can put on the kohanim can put on spices that are just regular fluid spices, or even put on truma spices. Divrei Rabbi Shimon, the Shimon. So we see we're talking about truma spices. What happens if you're adding truma spices onto these spices? You are effectively limiting the time to eat the truma, just like we had before, right? The spices that are truma could be eaten for as long as they last. If you add them to a korban, now you're limiting the time that you can eat those spices. Right? It seems that you're putting it on the fatila. So it seems that Rabbi Shimon is holding this position that he's not worried about limiting the ability to eat truma, even in the case of the fatila. This can't bring people here because here we're talking about truma of spices, and spices would only be truma derabanan. The Doraisa truma is limited to grapes, olives, and the 5 grapes. So here we're talking about spices. We're not talking about truma deraisa. So maybe again we wouldn't be worried about this principle of we wouldn't be worried about that in a case of truma derabanan, but we may still, maybe Rabbi Shimon still would be worried about it in a case of truma deraisa. Okay, so Abai comes to another question. Ein lochin truma bekesef meiser. So now this case is talking about mixing. Not mixing, but purchasing truma with the kesef of meiser sheni. And what's the issue there? Rashi notation of my ba'achilasa, the makom achilasa. And the issue is if you use meiser sheni money, whatever you buy it, maybe it's inside the walls and you buy it. And otherwise, truma could be used anyway. Again, you're now limiting what you can do with that truma, and potentially, if that truma is now moved outside Yerushalayim, it can't be eaten. You can again bring it to become impossible. That's not a comment in this. But Rabbi Shimon in the Mishnah, Rabbi Shimon comes along and is not here. So we see here clearly in the case of lechatila, you're taking your money that you infused with spices and your lechatila going ahead and purchasing truma with it, which then limits the potential of eating the truma because you can now only eat it in Yerushalayim. And we see in Tanakh says that's a problem because he goes like the Rabbanan that A would be in touch with A needed tool. But Rabbi Shimon comes along and says it's okay. So we see Rabbi Shimon applies his opinion in a case where it is Daraisa and it is the Fatila. So Rabbi Shimon's opinion in the Mishnah is a little bit more far-reaching than we may have thought. And so Rabbi was quiet and he accepted Abaya's question and agreed that Rabbi Shimon's opinion would apply even in the case of the Fatila. So when Abai then went and was referring to Yosef, so even though Abai asked a big question on Rava, Yosef wants to know, why didn't you ask from a different place? But about a couple questions on Rava's face. And that's this. Let's say we have a case where you want to cook a vegetable that is a sweet vegetable, and you want to use oil that is truma oil. And again, what's the issue? The base of soup. Again, what the issue is, if you're taking the truma oil and using it to cook a vegetable that is truma, so then you're again taking that oil that was otherwise truma to be eaten, for any time period, and now limiting it to being intertwined with the shmita, and it can only be eaten for the same time that vegetable is still out in the field. So again, just like we had before, it's a case where you're going ahead and limiting the availability to eat the truma. And Tanakh says you can't do that. Rabbi Shimon comes along and says it's okay. So again, this could be another question that Abaye could have asked on Rabbi. Abaye says to Yosef, didn't I already ask Rava from the case of the spices, putting truma spice on kashrim? And the issue was, Amarli, honestly, truma's tavlin, Rabbanan. And there, my question was pushed aside because Rabbi says, because Rabbi said that the truma spices are only truma Rabbanan. It's not one of the Deoraisa truma levels, and that's why there was no, that wasn't a valid question on Rabbi's opinion. Nachanami, Tumas Yar Rabbanan. Also here, why don't we say the same thing? This oil, this truma oil, must be made from some vegetable that isn't subject to, it's not olive oil, which would be subject to truma darai. So it's some other type of oil, which is only truma darabanan, and therefore I didn't ask this question because I already was drugged up when I asked a different question relating to truma that was darabanan. Yosef says back, if that's the case, that we're talking about oil that's not olive oil, but rather some other vegetable oil that's only a derabanan, then the Mishnah should have taught us this case in the opposite way. What's the opposite way? Yeresh shel truma should be the case of the vegetable being truma, the shemen shel shvius, and the oil would be shvius. Why? Let's look at the Rashi. It's about 7 lines down where it gets in. Should have said eating of Ashton Yerek Shal Truma B'Shem Shvius. Rabbi Shimon Matir and Rabbi Shimon would be not in that case. Right? About Pashka. Shemen Truma D'Oraisa. Rather, but if it switched it around and specifically said that the Shemen is the Truma and the Yerek is the Shvius, it must be that it's because we're talking about Truma D'Oraisa. Why? Because oil has the possibility of being olive oil, which would be Truma D'Oraisa, or vegetable oil, which would be Truma D'Rabbanan. But if it just said the vegetables were of Truma and the oil was of Shvius, so all vegetables are Truma D'Rabbanan. So if one was to teach us that would have been the more concise way to teach Brisa. And the fact that we instead said the oil is what is Truma and the vegetables are what Shvius, it must be that we're talking about olive oil, which is D'Oraisa. So therefore, it would be, it could have been a good question on Rabbi. So Yosef says back. Rabbi says back to say why he didn't use this as his line of questioning. So the law need a species of in Matir Rabbi Shimon. Amrali the Arev Achanai the other. So Rabbi says, didn't I also have one from the question that I asked on the initial question that I asked on Rabbi? The answer was given was that we're talking about a case where the mixture was already in existence. We're talking about a case of the other. We weren't going ahead and mixing it. Instead, it was a case where something was already mixed. So why don't we say in this Mishnah the oil of truma and the vegetable of shvius, and it's already a case where they mix together. So the oil is already infused, and you're just going ahead and cooking it afterwards, but you already encountered a situation where the two are already mixed. So if that's the case, it wouldn't be a good question. So just back up. If we're talking about a case here where the mixture was already in existence, so why would the Rabbanan have their position, right? In this Mishnah, the Rabbanan said you are not allowed to go ahead and cook it. If it was a case where they encountered the mixture already in existence, why wouldn't the Rabba? What's the reason behind the Rabbanan's position? Why would they prohibit going ahead and cooking that vegetable that's soaked in truma oil, the shvius vegetable soaked in truma oil? So what is this answer? No, we did have a Ashim Shlomen. No, it's just like the case in our Mishnah, right? We started this whole case in our Mishnah where we had Ashim Shlomen mixing together, and in that case as well, the Rabbanan said you cannot go ahead and chef them with the stones of both, but rather you let them raise and get a month. So the same thing here. We don't. We compare to that case, we already have the mixture in existence. We're not going to let you go ahead and cook it and really infuse those two together and limit the truma. So, by step, we done it. Also, just like that kata b'riyah, the case we had in the Mishnah, there was another alternative. Rather than shafting the two karvanos and limiting one of them, you could go ahead and let them both raise, and then you can leave the other. There's a second alternative. The Rabbanan said, because we have another option, we're not going to go ahead and let you limit, go ahead with the principle of anything touching. But however, here, let's say the continuity. In this case, you have the vegetable oil and the vegetable mixed together. There's no other alternative to be able to take them apart or to figure out what to do with this mixture. Comes like Abai says, no, hello dummy. This is not comparable to the first case of the Mishnah, we had a live animal, Asham, and Asham and the plum mixed together. But rather, this is comparable to the second case of the Mishnah, which was the Satifas. You had already shafted pieces of meat that were mixed together. So you couldn't go ahead and do anything else. The meat was already there and done. And so in that case, it came into less like Katanta or Chavisha. So there, in that case, the Rabbanan agreed that you can go ahead and use treat it with the things of the day. So in this case, the same thing. When you have a mixture that's already infused, there isn't another option to be able to separate them. So they're here together. So Rabbanan would say you can go ahead, you would agree to Rabbi Shimon, you can go ahead and cook them together. Master Ravina asked me, dummy, Fatikos, the case of the Mishnah, the second case of the Mishnah, in the Sefer was two pieces of meat. There really is nothing else to do. Either you go to waste or you eat them with the chumras, with the chumra of the two of them. But here, in our case of the oil, the sweet and vegetable, the oil of truma, here's the kind of the skita. Why don't we wring out the vegetable, squeeze out all those oils, and therefore we're taking the mixture apart basically. And so why don't the Rabbanan say we should do that instead of going ahead and allowing it to cook? That's the opinion of that's the advice. We're going to say taking this much. What does the Rabbi say to that? He says no. How exactly would you go ahead and do this pressure squeezing? This look if you go ahead and you really have to squeeze hard to make sure you get every little bit of the truma oil out from the sweet vegetable, a massive shvius. Then we're going to have an issue. You're going to be ruining some of the shvius. Inevitably, when you're crushing the vegetable and get all the oil out, some of it's going to get ruined and dissipate. So you're not going to be able to do that because you have to treat the vegetable of the proper pizza. So find this for puta. So then what's it going to do another? Then so you will be married. You're not going to be able to fully get all of the oil out unless you do a really hard squeeze. So according to that side, we still come up with is, I guess, in the Matthias of whether it is possible to properly Rabbi held that you couldn't, and therefore it wasn't. He didn't use this to ask the question on Rabbi because it was different than the case that we had. Okay, so I guess now after Yosef is coming to ask Rabbi why he didn't have some of these other questions on Rabbi, there were, I guess Rabbi had a couple of different other questions that he could have asked on Rabbi Shita, again, to see how far Rabbi Shimon would apply his din. He's not worried about him being kosher based on shul, and he would allow active measures to limit truma or other kosher as long as there's a mixture, as long as you are satisfied with the trumas of what the two things that are mixed together. So, Shimon comes, so I asked the following question on Rabbi Shimon Omar, and here we're talking about, look, in Rashi L'Macharas, talking about the Safek Mitzvah, talking about somebody who, something sort of Mukhlak, Safek Mitzvah. Someone had some blemish on their skin, and they came to the coin, and they were put away for 7 days, and it's a Safek whether they were just set aside for the 7 days, but never actually became a full-fledged Mitzvah, and therefore they're coming out at the end of their time they're done, or if they actually were, they actually became a full-fledged Mitzvah, in which case they have to go through the Tahara process. And then they're sitting on the cusp of the 8th day, which would be when they bring their korbanos. Shimon Amar L'Macharas, back in the Gemara, the last line, L'Macharas on the 8th day, maybe Ashamo Lubalina. This person who's a Safek full-fledged Mitzorah, and a Safek maybe just someone who's lost out as a potential Mitzorah, they have to go, if they were a full-fledged Mitzorah, they would have to bring Korban Hashem and a look of oil on the 8th day. So now the 8th day comes, what do? They bring an Asham and the oil, roll it, and they make it enough. Say, in Sham Mitzorah, if this person actually was Mitzorah, so this Asham is a real Asham of Asham Mitzorah, or is the Asham of then this Korban is a required Asham, and the Lug of Shemin is the required Lug. On our base, I love them safe. The in-laws, if however, this person is not an actual Mitzorah, but just was locked up as potential Mitzvah, is now getting out, and therefore does not need to actually bring the Karban Asham or the Logan Shemen. So then, Asham Zeh, Shalmei Nedava. Then this Asham is being brought. It's just in Nedava. It's just being brought as a, non-required Karban. And therefore, what do you do with that? What do you now have to do with that Karban, right? It might be an Asham Mitzvah, and it might just be the Dava. So what do the Kohanim do with it? Also, Asham, Kon Shita, it's Safon. So it has to have Shita, the Safon, which is the Chomer of the Asham. That's the tree like Asham and slaughtered in the north. But also, it also has other stringencies. It also has the stringencies of the Nedava. It has to be some from the Mitzorah, where it has to be placed on the thumbs. And you have to do proper smicha, and the sachem with it. You have to bring the chutz to the choke, and also it's limited in the time of eating for only 1 day and 1 night. So again, we have a situation now where the Karban is being brought. It might be a full-fledged Asham Mitzorah. It might just be a Nedava, and therefore we have to chef this Karban and follow the stringencies of both. But what do we see here? We see this again. There's going to be a machlokes in this Mishnah, and we see in this Mishnah that one is allowed to bring this Karban, even though this animal is now you're going to be potentially limited, right? Actually, in this case, it's either way. Whether it's Asham Mitzorah or an Asham Nedava, you're taking certain stringencies from each. So what you're doing is effectively taking a Karban that is either an Asham or a Nedava and infusing it with additional stringencies. And so that seems to be going against our Mishnah, which said, A, Megin Kachim is a Chapsul. So what would you do? How does this Mishnah fit in? How does this Mishnah fit in with the approach of our Mishnah? That says we're not allowed to go ahead and check these animals in a way that would limit what their availability is for eating and certain things that have to be done with them. Gemara comes to answers. 4 lines from the bottom, from the top, on the base. This case is different. Why? We have a person who's really sitting in limbo. And what's the option? This person might be a full-fledged Mitzorah and might not be a full-fledged Mitzorah. So we have to give him some option to be able to become Tahor or move out of his state of suffering. So if we would apply the principle that we are not allowed to limit this Karban in any different way that's not required, you're going to put this person just in a constant state of limbo. They would never be able to get out of their sexual status. So because we have a person that needs some resolution, therefore the Rabbanu would relax their principle and in this case allow you to bring this Karban with stringencies of the Dava and of a Asham Mitzorah. So now the Gemara goes a little bit on a tangent once we brought down this case. So we talked about what to do with the Asham. We're now going to discuss what would happen or what are the parameters of this Logan Shemen that also needs to be brought. Because again, if this person is a real Mitzorah, then they also have to bring a Logan Shemen as part of their Karban. And if this person is not, then the Logan Shemen is obviously not necessary. So 4 lines down. So fine. We now worked out what you need to do with that Asham Karban and how you properly shaft it with the stringencies of both. What do you do with this Logan Shemen? And the Amar, so the Amar simply says, you take the Log and you say, if this person is not a Mitzorah, then they're bringing the Logan Shemen just as again as the Dava. So the Gemara asks, okay, that makes sense. So if the person is actually Mitzorah, the Logan Shemen is fine. It's part of the process. But if not, and now the Logan Shemen is regarding the Dava has different requirements. You have to do mitzvah on the Logan Shemen because the Logan Shemen has the same requirements as was learned from the Karban Mincha, which the Karban needs to take, right? The Kohen take a piece of the Mincha offering off and burn it. The same thing, if you bring an oil that's a Dava, you have to take some of the oil off as the mitzvah. So you have to follow that parameter as well. So what do I say? Not good. Okay, so you take the mitzvah. All right, well that's not so simple. But Dilma, Mitzorahu, you buy Matan Sheva. But okay, so that's fine if you're talking about in the Dava. But what if it's a load of shemen from the Torah, then it also needs to have the seven sprinkling. So the other, okay, no, you do the seven sprinkling as well. All right, well, that creates an issue of a chatzar light. But now we have another problem. If you go ahead and you take the seven sprinkles from that oil, now your oil is sufficient. It's sufficient from what you had before. Let's see Rashi.
Now, while he was in the precinct, that he was yelling, screaming, tearing the place up. I didn't do it.
No. Fine. Either way, you're taking off. Well, when you do this thing, you're taking off from that oil. Now your carbon is short. What are we saying? My support to Maui, right? So now we go ahead and we add more oil back on. So we fill it back up. We do the sprinklings and we fill it back up to the appropriate level. It's not. If right, because if we, in the case of the dava, after we take the comments, we have some deficiencies in the oil. What we do is we add more oil in first. So we're allowed to do that. So we're trying to figure out a way where we can take this load of oil and treat it both for the soda if it's needed and for the dava if that's what it's needed. Okay, so now the Gemara has another question. So about 8 people that 8 lines down. Okay, but now we took up the tweets, all right? Because if this was a nadava, like this logo is being drawn, then we said we have to take a piece of the oil off. So now we have to, just taking off the oil not up, we have to go ahead and burn it. Okay, Doctor, go ahead and burn it. So Gemara asks Amos, all right, well now is where the issue comes up. When exactly are we going to burn the pizza that we took from this loaf? If you go ahead and you want to burn the pizza after you've already done 7 applications, now we have an issue. Now we have an issue because we have a principle that if between taking the pizza and burning the pizza, some of your leftover, some of your shirayim is removed, the principle is you're no longer allowed to go ahead and burn that pizza. After all the shirayim has to stay intact until after the pizza is burned. And if we take the pizza, we take the bit of oil, then we go ahead and do the 7 applications. We've now reduced it, taken off of the shirayim. We can't go ahead and burn the pizza anymore. Okay, so that's not going to work. We can't go ahead and burn it afterwards. So rather, what's the other option? He told them about the trees. Instead, let's say, all right, let's go ahead and take the pizza, burn it, and then want to do the 7 applications. Okay, so that was a problem. He told them about the Shabbat. Then we have another issue. Already looked at Sakir. Another principle called Koshmi Menu Ishim. Already with Sakir. Let's see. That we'll see in Rashi. And Rashi is second wide line in Rashi. He showed them up and check. So as we said, now what we're doing is we're going to burn the pizza before we go ahead and take the 7 applications for the time. If you must see the Mesa, soon enough. But on Shep, right? How once we've gone ahead and burned the pizza, how can we then go ahead and take the Shabbat? Why? Tilma Nidavahi. Perhaps this log is actually a Nidava. And then the burning of the pizza is actually required and necessary. And now we're left with the shirayim of the oil after the burning of the pizza. Then the issue is when we take off from that remaining oil, we have an issue about the kilo. Right? The Darshinan Bay, Nani Lo Sakiru, Koshinanu Yusa Laushem, Yish the Plow, he's a Kachin, Sharon, the Club, and after a bunch of the Fena Komets, Pinabas, within Kaimei, Kind of Shiran Rakhi. We say it applies, more widespread to different types of Korbanos. The Hana Hazos, Makalakar. That's the Kila and Rashi. These Hazos of the Minnesota are a form of Avoda. And once we take it and burn the Komets and have Shirayim, those shirayim cannot go ahead and be used to perform another avoda. They can be used as their regular shirayim. But once the pizza is burned, you can't go ahead and do an avoda. And if you go ahead and you do the sprinkling for the Torah, you're then taking these and doing an avoda with them after the pizza has already been brought, and that's going to be an issue of the over on this Koshmi Menu Ishim. And so we're now stuck. What are we going to do with this when you're going to have to burn the pizza from the local Shabbat, because either way, we're having issues working it out, right? We can't do it after because of the issue of post-human and we couldn't do it before because then we have an issue where in basically said you can't have any removal of the shirayim before you had to burn the pizza. So the issue is what do we do? Amar Rabbi Yehuda, we're 4 lines from the bottom of the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Shimon Hazi, Masik Lahu, Shem. Here is the shah. You go ahead and make a sign when you are when you're breaking. So let's do that. Rashi was shaving. So Dalma, this is what he said. If this is actually a Mitzorah, and therefore the burning of the pizza is really nothing because there was a pizza that so pizza is only required if the load was in the double, but not required if it's a load from the Mitzorah. So how a lot of so then, then we don't have a problem because you're taking it from you're doing the hazos from the oil, and there's no issue of shirai because there was no real comments because it was a mitzorah. If it's a case where we're not going to write a mitzorah, and rather it's a load, the load is in the gava, and then therefore the burning of the comments actually is something official and is a real burning of the comments. It's and so we would have an issue if we did the sprinklers afterwards. We're worried about the problem of Yishman and Yishman again of taking the shirayim and using them for then so then you make it tonight when you do the sprinklers of Yitzorah. You say if this is actually Mitzorah, then these are Mitzorah sprinklers, no problem. If this is really a load that's in the Dava, then these sprinklers are not an actual avoda. It's just like sprinkling of water. And because you're saying that it's not a avoda, we don't have an issue of taking shirayim and using them for a further avoda. Tanya back in the Gemara, the last second to last line. Tanya, Omer. The Reach Nichoach, the Atamala, Atamala, the shame. He said the only issue of bringing the shirayim back onto the stuff is really avodah is if it's an actual avodah of the Reach Nichoach for purposes of being an avodah. But if it's something that's just the shemitzim, like they're burning for the water, something that's not an avodah purpose, you don't have an issue of using the shirayim. So that's the chart. That's what we do in this case. We take the komesh and burn it right away, and then we go ahead and do the hazos. We do it with a tnai that if we were doing it, if this actual load is brought because it's a mitzorah, then these are true sprinklings, and it's not a problem because there wasn't really an actual pizza, so that we don't have to issue that way. And if this was really a load that's in a dava, then these sprinklings are nothing to do with any avoda because there's no actual mitzorah, and it's just sprinkling of water on the fat, and that's how we're able to figure out what to do in this case with the load that is blessed.
Dismissing it. No, the murderer is going to go free.
We are now on the top of Ayin Zayin Hamid Al. Okay, so we're still. So, all right, I guess we're not. I apologize. We're not fully out of the woods. We thought we figured out the load there. We're not fully out of the woods. So, Shirayim, we have another issue. Shirayim, the volume in Lino, if you remember back, what did we say? We said that when we take we take off the Toma, we go ahead and we burn it, then we go ahead and do the Sheva Hazal for the Tzara, and the Gemara had asked on other days, and it asked, well, now you're deficient in the Shirayim, right? Because you did the sprinkling, so you lost some of the oil. And what did it say? Okay, add more oil back. All right, great. Well, what's the issue? That oil just added back. We never took the pizza. So we filled in the amount, but the pizza was already taken from the original oil. So now we have some Shirayim or some additional oil that was added in that did not have pizza taken from it. And if we're in a situation where this load is a mitzvah, not a load of a mitzvah, you need to have pizza taken from that, or either that, or you have now something mixed in with already proper Medava oil that has pizza taken from it, and now you have other oil that's mixed in. That doesn't work. So what do you do? You say the Torah. Or you go ahead and you are you are that additional piece of oil. Let's see, that Rashi is that's 7 lines down where Rashi gets in the Kartelay. Oh, what do you say? In Eno Mitzora, if this is not a logo of Mitzora, and we're stuck with this question where we have Shirayim that was, not Shirayim, but other additional oil that was added in to refill to our previous level. So what do you say? Omer, in Eno Mitzora, in the Dava, a Masha Hosafti, Shelo Litzore. And therefore, what I put back on that was not needed, then it is put onto this oil. And therefore, that's the good thing where I pose that extra. All right, so the Gemara asks, when exactly are we going to go ahead and do this Medina? Or, sorry, not when, but where? Where are you going ahead and do this Medina? If you're going to do it when you're still inside of this stuff, then a mile flu lazar. Well, because now Kohen has now brought Chulin into Lazar. Because previously we had added in, it was part of our mixture of having stuff. But now when we are loaded it onto something else, we now have this fluid oil that's now mixed in that's inside the fluid. That's what we can. We'll bring it fluid into Lazar. Yeah, right. Okay, fine. So let's take the whole thing out and do it outside. Well, that's a problem because the right is the Leviotze. Then the entire lug is a problem because the lug has this country option. We bring it outside of this Mikdash to do the Kohen. So it's great. That works for the little sliver that we added. And now the entire lug is a problem because we just brought touching outside of this Mikdash. So where exactly are we doing this hijab? So the answer is the Olam. Now really do it on the inside when you're inside this Mikdash. And here's the way we get around it. You were worried that you're bringing a problem of bringing fluid inside the Mikdash, but what you have to understand is this is not actively going to bring any fluid. The issue is we take fluid and actually transport it and bring it inside. What happened here? When it was added inside, it was inside. It was part of the mixture. You went ahead and were pulled it. When you were pulled it became fluid while it was already inside this mixture. It wasn't fluid that was brought in, but rather it was already inside. Then it became fluid. So it's not an active bringing fluid in, which is the issue, but instead it is something that transformed itself or was transformed into fluid while already inside the mixture. And that's not going to be a problem of actually bringing fluid inside the basin. Stop here.
But this is like, I'm past tears at this point. I'm more like, we just gotta keep going and keep fighting. I mean, you get these little victories here and there. Like we've had a few releases recently that were super encouraging, where you're able to get people a second chance, where you're able to, get it to the point where they could, even though they didn't do it, plead guilty. We just had a release.
All right, I will say good morning, a great spot session to be able to continue in the surface spot. And today begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. A number of them. We thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev. Allison Adam Steinmetz, memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Rabbi Shlomo Tzvi Ruben Ben Shimon Zichron Libracha. The oath of merit of our Talmud Torah is the Shlomo Havin Ali will be a male with Yosef for his children, his grandchildren, and his 34 great grandchildren. Sammy Malka Esterson for dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this month in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henach Ephraim, and the memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali and Gordon and Shemi Kong Gamo, fell in battle in Gaza and Hanukkah in 2023. Always happy college for dedicating the Sherman Drushos this month in memory of Paul's family, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachary Ramis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. Our week of learning sponsors, Barry and Rothschild and Rita Dubin, in honor of the chassan of their children, Sophie Tizari Granat, and Joachim Merzish and Gadol, Binyan and the Advise them and the Israel Neva and Shani Tobos. And our Gachlomi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the schools of continued work with Shulam Yisrana Bas Susha, and for an ongoing refuah. Welcome back to Rabbi Bishop Kozlovsky, who is also dedicating the daf today. It is a longer dedication, which I'll post on the chat. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Bishop just returned from an inspirational trip to Eretz Yisrael, Poland, and Lithuania, where he was over Baruch Hashem to see many of the incredible former centers of Torah study. And again, he was over to be in the Yeshivas Tachmei Lublin, established by Rabbi Shapira, and because of the Laguna Rav's foresight, we, together with countless Jews, are Zocha to learn that. So welcome back, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Bishop, and a beautiful and beautiful, sure was an uplifting, incredible trip. Thank you for a beautiful sponsorship. For those that we got, let us begin. So today's daf is Ayat Dali. We are picking up the Ner Chashan. We are picking up actually Ayin Gimel. So today's daf is 974. We're going to pick up Ayin Gimel on days 73B, and we are picking up pretty much the middle of the daf. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just pick up with this again today because this is a hard place to start. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom on 73. So this says as follows. Hashtag Amr Monakrid, Nakrid moment. So we'll say, sorry, one additional point that's important to highlight. First of all, happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And it is incredibly important for us, I think Jews in general always, and especially from Jews, will always struggle a little bit kind of like what to do with American holidays. Obviously, holidays that have a religious focus, that's not necessarily for us. But certainly at Thanksgiving, it is so incredibly important. Obviously, different families have different traditions. That I celebrate Rothschild used to end shear early on Thanksgiving, so as to allow people to go ahead and be home with their families. And it wasn't because necessarily he ascribed a religious significance to Thanksgiving, but it was simply because people are off. Families hopefully try to get together, and that's beautiful, and that's incredible. But particularly, I think we will slip on that a day that is dedicated to gratitude, a day that is dedicated to Thanksgiving. And a lot has come to come just in the confluence of events. This week's Parashat Vayetze, the birth of Leah, Yehuda's fourth son, Yehuda, where she says, "Hapam Olga Es Hashem." This time, Olga Kadosh Baruch Hu. And incredibly enough, Rothschild, says, "I don't know what's the shot. This time she thanks Hashem. This time, with the other she had 3 sons before. She didn't thank Hashem beforehand." Amma herself says something beautiful. She says that Leah Yehuda discovered something new, which was all of us thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for like miraculous events in life. We all thank Hashem for the things that are out of the ordinary. Sometimes what we fail to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for are just the great things, the beautiful things that happen every single day. Just the things that we take for granted. We say in Modin every day, Modin, which is the bracha of Thanksgiving, we say, Amisecha Shebachol Yom Imanu. Thank Hashem for the miracles that He does for us every single day. What are the miracles that happen for us every day? You go like this with your hands. That's I don't know, just the doctors in the crowd, the synapses, but just like, but everything works. That you woke up and the sun's out and Baruch Hashem, and hopefully your family is intact, and hopefully there's food in the refrigerator, and maybe there's not as much money as you would like in the bank, right? But that you can pay your bills, hopefully, right? That you can meet your expenses, maybe you can't do everything. But when I said, most of the world doesn't have that. Most of the world does not have the things that we all have day in and day out. That's on the Sacrifice of the Holy Mother. And the truth is, it's important for us to celebrate Thanksgiving. Not with the turkey. But it's a creation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You can't hate anything, right? But it doesn't need necessarily the cultural trappings. You can do yes or no. But every year should have a Thanksgiving. Every year should have Thanksgiving. So you'll say to yourself, but I don't need to give for God today. The truth is that's fine. But generally, it's kind of like people who say, I don't celebrate Mother's Day because every day is Mother's Day. Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm sure you're calling her out every day, telling her how wonderful she was. Thank you for bringing this love. That's not true. Or just to celebrate Mother's Day because you're not focused on it that day, you're not doing it any other day. Thanksgiving is the same thing. So just take out, we're off from work. You're all off from work. Right? But when I saw, like, to take a day where maybe you're free from other responsibilities, and literally just take a few moments and just say, what am I grateful for? Right? What am I thanksgiving for? Whether you do that by yourself, you do it with your mishpacha, you do it with your children, you don't like your parents, do it with your parents. Just to take a few minutes today, Atam Odes Hashem, the world, at least if our country is giving thanksgiving for this country for so many other incredible things. We have to take Thanksgiving as well. And the truth is, for the future of this country as well, with everything that is going on and all of the craziness that we see around us, we must have incredible hakaras, hakaras, and although we are in Davos, that this is the Davos that we're in. Thanksgiving to the men and women of the armed forces, Thanksgiving again to those who have worked so hard to build this country into a bastion of freedom and of democracy, to give us the strength to fight against those who want to destroy the fundamental underpinnings of this country. We have a lot to be thankful for, and it's important. Okay, if we just take a few minutes as individuals, as families, as a kehillah, to express our trust and to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for all. He has given us both as Americans, as Jews, as Americans, as human beings, for what we have in our personal life, what we have in our public life, what we have in our communal or national life, Rabbi. Which one should continue to shower bracha upon all of humanity for many years to come. Listen, all right, have a great day. Have a great day. Whatever, listen to last year's recording or something, you know. So let's go. I'm a Rabbi, let's go. So remember again, over the last 2 days, what we established is that halacha l'maisa, the case of the Mishnah was dealing with taro, the case of the Mishnah was dealing with mixtures, right? And in the mixtures, ultimately, again, what we had was something prohibited getting mixed into a much greater number of permitted items. Yet again, the prohibited item was not bottled. So we spent the last 2 days, day and a half, yesterday got the part of the previous days got focusing on why not? Why isn't the prohibited item just simply bottled? Wasn't the bottle? The quick answer to that is because of the Rabbi Shabbat. It's chashuv, it's important. And again, the mechanics of it, es shadat halimnos, kol shadat halimnos, so we focus on that. The bottom line is the item, the prohibited item, in this case, prohibited animal that gets mixed in is chashuv, is important, and therefore it is not bottled. Okay, so now comes along Rabbi. This is the follow-up. I'm a Rabbi. Chashuv amir rabban lo nakriv. Now that the rabbi says, any of these cases, remember, these are all carbonic cases where a prohibited carbon or prohibited animal is getting mixed in with another group of carbonos. And therefore, again, the halacha is you can't offer up any of those animals as carbonos. Now, again, remember, we're not going to each case of the Mishnah, so different cases in the Mishnah have different realities. So, for example, in the case of the chatas, like the group of chatas offerings, there's no remedy at all. You just have to let them all die, unfortunately. In other cases of mixed up carbonos, ultimately, again, you allow them to graze so they develop a more redeem the whole tevra, and so on and so forth. The point is, you can't offer up any of those mixtures of animals as is. That's the halacha. Comes along Rabbi, and Rabbi says, Hashtag the Ami Rabban lo nakis. Now that the rabbi said you can't offer up any of these carbonos, the Gemara says, He not with no maratzi. What if he did it? What if you ended up offering up these carbonos? So what's the halacha? Lo maratzi. Lo maratzi means they do not work. In other words, they do not affect the union, they don't count towards your obligations. In other words, now that you're not allowed to offer up any of these mixtures of animals, if you did so, it does not go ahead and take care of your carbonic obligation. Okay? Seems to be a pretty straightforward statement. Same thing Gemara is to this. So Gemara is very good about Yehuda the Rabbi. So Rabbi brings Kasha to Rabbi. Chatas, listen to this. Chatas is out of all. All is out of the chatas. So we'll say, so this is talking about bird offerings. Remember again, it's actually last kayak, right? Bird chatos. So bird ola. We'll say chazara. So like chatos, how many simanim? 1. Where's the blood? 50-50 on this one, right below. Excellent, lamata. Good. Ola, 2 simanim and lamala. Excellent again. Remember again, chatos, everything burned together. Or I should say chatas, excuse me. The only thing that's offered up is the blood. Everything else goes to the kohen. Ola, head and body burned separately. Obviously, it's an ola, so not consumed by the kohen. So in this case over here, you have a bird chatas and a bird ola. Now what happens? They got mixed in with each other. Now, obviously, that could be a problem because remember again, it's the same type of bird for both offerings. Either again, a tar, right, turtle dove, or a yodel. Or I should say, a turtle ben yod, turtle dove, or a pigeon. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? So in this case over here, so remember, chatos offerings are complicated, right? Because again, chatos doesn't really have redemption. So because of that, again, even if it got mixed in, so again, chatos shnis arava ola, va'ola shnis arava chatos, even if it's 1 in 10,000, you have to allow the whole mixture to die. This is what ends up happening whenever you have chatos issues. But when is this? So when is this? So I'm very interested. The coin Nimlock, this is fascinating. That presupposes that after the mixture occurs, the coin comes and asks a shayla, right? If the coin about the coin she'in Nimlock, but if the coin didn't ask a shayla, and instead what did he do? He offered up the kavanos, and what did he do? Asal l'malam. If he offered up all the birds, lamala means what? Above the chotas. In other words, he did the blood applications above the red line. Then what? Mechza kasher, mechza pasul. Half the birds will be kasher, half the birds will be pasul. Right? Because again, remember, we assume that in this mixture, some of them are half, well, it's called half, right? Half of chatos, half of ola. Therefore, half of the birds will be kasher as an ola, half the birds will be pasul as chatos. Lenata, if you offered all of them lenata, the Rabbi is lenata, mechza kasher, mechza pasul, same thing. Half of the birds will be kasher, half of the birds will be pasul. What if you did one above and one below? Then shning and psulos. Then ultimately, again, both of them will be pasul. Now we'll say, now why if you did one above, one below? Why both of them pasul? Shani Omer, chatas kevalamala, va'ola kevalamata. Since already there's been so much confusion over here, right? So much mixture. I have to be further concerned that even that Cohen did the chatas in the wrong place and the ola in the wrong place. So we'll say, what's the point of all this? What do you see from here? So what's fascinating about this is this seems to directly contradict Rabbi. Because what's happening here? What's happening here is if the coin were to ask, right? You have a mixture now of chatas and all the birds. If the coin were to ask, excuse me, what should I do with this? What will we tell him? What will we tell him? What will we tell him? Nothing. Don't do anything. Don't offer anything yet. What's the halacha? If you did offer them up, then what? At least some number of them are going to be kasher. That hurts Rabbi. Because Rabbi that halacha l'maisa, whenever you have a situation of karbanos that are not supposed to be offered, and you did so, you offered it, halacha l'maisa, Momarachi doesn't work. So this contradicts Rabbi. This contradicts Rabbi. Hello, Hakiman Dama Balakayim. Rather, again, what you have to say is according to Rabbi's statement goes according to the opinion that says that's Balakayim. And Balakayim, we've actually seen this concept before. Balakayim means that sometimes an animal could be fundamentally set aside for non-use. That once there is a problematic issue with it, it could be fundamentally set aside for non-use. So the Gemara says, Hakiman Dama Balakayim versus the brisa that we just read before about the mixture, ultimately again at the chatas and bird olah, that goes according to the opinion that says animals are not fundamentally or completely set aside. Therefore, Rabbi's worldview is Rabbi's worldview is once a carbon cannot be offered up, halacha l'maisa, it is fundamentally set aside for non-use, which means even if you offer it up, it's irrelevant and doesn't do anything. The rice that we just quoted, the Rafuna by Yehuda just quoted, is going to say the sometimes there are karbanos that you're not supposed to offer, but if you offer them, they still could affect some type of carbonic reality. So the Gemara sort of fully omnipotent. But 1 second, everyone will say that's true. And it is not, it is shected, and it's not just for sacrificial use, it is forever unusable. And yet, Papa Ayin Dalit, 74a, Gemara says, it's not new learned. Rosa says, I was just to give you the context of the case. This is a case, ultimately, again, where you shechted an animal that was a balmum. The Kohen shechted an animal that was a balmum, and then the parts of that carbon got mixed in with other valid carbonic parts. So now, what do? Rabbi says, in Kara Harosh, so after the hand, Rabbi says essentially, if you only offered up the head of one of them, you could offer up the head of the rest of them. The logic behind that is because if one of the heads was already offered up, perhaps you could assume that it was the head of the invalid carton that was already offered up. Once that was offered up, you should be able to offer up the rest of it. So what do you see here? Now this is by an animal that was shluta, right? This is ultimately again by an animal that was already shafted. So again, what do you see from here? That even by a shluta animal, we say bali chayim piyim, that ultimately again that animals that were shafted are not fully set aside for non-use. To which the Gemara says, "Who the Amar ki Chanana Mitzri?" Feels like Chanana Mitzri. What is Chanana Mitzri? Is incredible. The Azritzan Chanana Mitzri Omer Afidu Dam Bikos maybe Chaberu Umizadek Lo. So literally translated, even if the blood is in the cup, you bring the other cup, but then ultimately again make it as a paraffin first. Now what is that? Let's take a look at Rashi. This is actually a great case. Afidu Dam, second line down from the top in Rashi. Seir Hanasa B'Fnim Bikos Shekban Mishkat. So we'll say, so here's the following case. I'm going to take, remember again, you have two goats. You have two goats. One is offered up inside the base of Mikdash, and one is sent out outside. Now they're a pair. Remember again, the Mishnah Sefer brings down, we draw lots, right? He says, La Hashem, La Azazel, they're a pair. What happens if you shefted what we call the inner compass? Remember again, I both said this is a seer b'fnim. We spent a lot of time on this earlier in the Zefta. So let's say you shefted the Seir LaHashem. You already have the blood in the kos. You're ready for the sprinkling. And then what happens? It's Azazel, right? It's Azazel counterpart, right? The one that's supposed to be sent out to throw off the cliff, dies. So almost all the other opinions say you gotta redo the whole process. Right? Because they're a pair. Therefore you can't. So if one of the couple dies, you have to start again. Hanana Mitzvahs of the opinion says, no, you don't have to start again. Rather, just get a new Sikir Lazazel, right? Just get a new cliff coat, right? Get a new Sikir Lazazel. And ultimately, again, go ahead and you could use the blood. You could use the Sikir that you already shefted the flint and just bring a new one. So we'll say, so Rashi says over here, so what do you see from here? So what do you see from here? Hanana Mishti is the one who says that Bali Chayim Kin and Nikin Afidu B'Shkuta. It's a unique idea. So Hanana Mishti is of the opinion that says that even if an animal was shafted already and it's set aside for it doesn't become permanently set aside for non-use. So at that moment again, when the Sir Zazel dies, the blood is unusable in that moment. Now we'll say, if you would say Bali Chayim Nikin, then what you would say is, once the blood is unusable for a period of time, then what? It remains unusable forever. Hanana Mitzri does not hold that way. He knows that even though it is temporarily unusable, right, because the blood of the inner chatos is going to be unusable until it has an Azazel counterpart, just get it an Azazel counterpart, and you're good to go. All right, so what do I do with all this? So remember again, here's the point to remember. Rabbi, right? Rabbi says that halacha l'maisa. Once Chazal said, going back, reflecting on our Mishnah was all cases of prohibited animals, prohibited carbonic animals that get mixed in with permitted carbonic animals. What's the result of the mixture? Essentially, it's the same result of every mixture. What's the result of the mixture? Can't offer it up. Now, different mixtures have different mechanisms of dealing with that. But as the mixture stands right now, you can't offer it up. All Rabbi is saying is, halacha l'maisa, once the rabbi said you can't offer something up, even if you offered it up, it doesn't work. Lomaratzi. The Gemara then goes on just to show there are other opinions. Not everybody agrees with the statement of Rabbi. Most notably, Hanan HaMitzri. Hanan HaMitzri and others. So again, nevertheless, that was the statement of Rabbi. Let's go back there. I'm not Rabbi, who are very training Gemara, listen to this from Rav. So now watch this. From Nachman said in the name of God the following ruling. Seems a little bit unrelated at first, but it's going to be related in just a moment. If you have a ring of Avodah Zarah, a ring of Avodah Zarah. Now what's that? Good. Ring of Avodah Zarah. Now what is the ring of Avodah Zarah? The Pashas, I don't know, they put a ring on the idol. Put it on the idol. So I might say, in Tabas Avodah Zarah, she's out of the Tabas, and it got mixed in with 100 other rings. So what's that law? And then one of the rings fell into the sea. So what's the sea? What happened over here? So I have an Avodah Zarah ring. My Avodah Zarah ring, it's not my Avodah Zarah. I don't want to use it. In other words, an Avodah Zarah ring gets mixed in with 100 of my rings. 100 of my rings.
publicly,
Good. So let's say, so now what happens? Now, obviously, Avodah Zarah, most generally, what's the halacha with Avodah Zarah when it gets mixed into something? I try Avodah Zarah things. What's the halacha? Not bottle. Avodah Zarah is not bottle, right? So therefore, when that Avodah Zarah ring gets mixed in with my 100 rings, the Pashas, the mixture is also. Now something interesting happens, which is finally something interesting. Right? Let's say now something interesting happens. Now, one ring falls into the sea. So one ring is into the sea. So let's say, now watch this. It's incredible. So that says, Putra Kulan. All the rings are permitted. Incredible, no? All rings are permitted. Why? Why? Because I say that the ring that fell into the sea was the prohibited ring. Incredible. And one ring fell aside from the mixture. I say the one ring that fell into the sea, that was the Avodah Zarah ring. Okay. So let's say, so that's a tremendous assumption. But that's how that passing is incredible. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So Rabbi is Hashel, Rav Nachman, Rav Hossein, another ring is Rav Nachman is quoting Rav. So Rabbi is the question to Rav Nachman, Afilu Achas, Belibo, Yamus, Kulan. So okay, but 1 second. We learned before, right? We learned before ultimately again in the previous way. So, but Allah so when you have a mixture, you have a mixture, and ultimately again, even if one prohibited item gets mixed in with 10,000, Rebo is 10,000. That's how you talk about it. I'm going to make a point. All of them must be left to die. So the Gemara says, Ba'anai. Why is that so? Ba'anai, Neymar Dinis, Isuris. So let's say, why not say the following? Why not say that halacha l'maisa? Look at Rashi's name. V'amaya Musa, what Rashi says. L'cheivan shenis echamen, literally they v'nima d'isura ma'ayim yikivu. So let's say, so for argument's sake, if one of them died, why not say that halacha l'maisa, the one that died was the one that was Isser, died. The same way that we say that the one ring that fell into the water, ultimately the sea, was the Avodah Zarah ring. Say that the one that died from the group, ultimately again, is the prohibited one. I'm going to Rav to Omer to the Rosa. Rav holds the Eliezer. What is the Eliezer? The Mishnah, Eliezer Omer, in Kala Harosh Shal Achamehan, you could go Kala Russian. Also, this is exactly the Mishnah quoting the top of the dot. So remember again, this is if you had a Balmum that was shafted, a Balmum carbon that was essentially shafted, then mixed in with other carbonic pieces. So Eliezer says, once you offered up the head, ultimately again, you can go ahead and sacrifice everything, offer up everything else. The Gemara says, why? Because halacha l'maisa again, it's the same thing. That when we have a mixture, and then something is isolated from the mixture, for some reason, halachically, we have the right to assume that it was the prohibited item which was isolated from the mixture. That's the common theme, right? So you have a balmum carbon that was shafted, cut up into pieces. The pieces are mixed with other permitted carbonic pieces. One of the heads was offered, and as he says, you should assume that it was the prohibited head that was offered. So it's done already. So because it's done already, you might as well go ahead and offer up the rest of the group. So Rav subscribes that same idea. You have an Avodah Zarah ring that got mixed in with 100 other permitted rings. One of the rings fell into the sea. We can assume that it was the Avodah Zarah ring. Ultimately, again, that was dispensed with. Rabbi Elazar said, "Lo kitchen Rabbi Eliezer ela shnayim." About Echad Lo. So what's very interesting? Even Rabbi Eliezer says that you could offer up the rest of the Kabanos. What does he say? You could offer them up 2 at a time. It's very interesting. 2 at a time. And everyone's saying, now, why 2 at a time? Because like this, if you're offering up the rest of the sacrificial parts 2 at a time, at least there's a probability that one of them is not the prohibited one. Right? So in other words, so that way at least you know because the problem is when you in Rabbi Elazar's case, when you burnt that first sacrificial head, so as much as halachically we'd like to say, okay, you know what, that was the prohibited one, do you know for sure? No. So therefore you can't offer up the rest of the sacrificial parts one at a time because it's possible that the one that you're holding in your hand is the prohibited one. So like this, if you're doing it 2 at a time, there's a probability that at least one of them is not the prohibited one. So that's how I ask you. So again, so therefore I'm going to say, what do you do with the ring case? I'm going to watch this. So I've said, or nothing said, I agree. I agree with the rings. You have to sell them 2 at a time as well. And let's say, now watch this. Let's kind of bring this full circle. So in other words, what Rabbi is saying is like this. So Rabbi says, here's the case. There's an Avodah Zarah ring that gets mixed in with 100 of my rings. Now, obviously, at first glance, status of the mixture, awesome, right? Because Avodah Zarah is not bottle. Avodah Zarah is not bottle. Okay? Yet Rav said that one of the rings falls into the sea. Irretrievably falls into the sea. Right? So then we'll say, what's the halacha? Rav says the rest of the mixture is mutter. Now, again, come full circle. Rav says it's mutter. What he means is like this. You could sell off the rest of those rings, but you need to sell them two at a time. You can't sell them one at a time. Why? Because see what we're doing over here? We're kind of straddling both sides of the fence. That on one hand, what we're saying is the ring that fell into the sea is the Avodah Zarah one. Are we 1,000% sure of that? No. We're pretty sure of that. But then what we're going to do to hedge our bets a little bit more is that when you sell off the rest of the rings, sell them two at a time. Because if you sell two at a time, again, we're confident that at least one of them is not the Avodah Zarah. If you sell it one at a time, the problem is how do you know that one is not the Avodah Zarah one? Okay, fascinating idea. Continuing along. So watch this, and I'll say another kind of building on that previous. That says you have a ring of Avodah Zarah that goes in and gets mixed in with 100 other rings. Okay, so let's say now watch what happens. Then what happens? You take this now. You had 101, right? 100 mutter ones, one Avodah Zarah one. Once again, one of the rings goes ahead and falls into the sea. Okay, so it's now what happens? So the Gemara says, no, I'm sorry. 100 rings, right? And Avodah Zarah goes ahead and gets mixed in. Now what happens? 40 of the rings are separated into one spot. 60 of the rings are separated into another spot. Okay, so the Gemara says, if now ultimately again, Rashi says over here, now one of the group of 40 is separated, and then what? Rashi says over here, it's almost right across in Rashi. So we'll say, now watch, okay, so just follow this over here. I've got 100 rings. And Avodah Zarah ring ultimately again gets mixed in. Then the group is split. 40 are taken to one spot, 60 are taken to a different spot. Now what happens? One of the 40 Kevra then is separated and gets mixed in with another group of rings. So Rav says that halacha l'maisa, beresh achas me'arbaim, eino oseres. Ultimately, again, one of the group of 40 gets mixed in with another group. Ultimately, again, the second group is not us, it's mutter. Achas mishishin oseres. Watch this. But if one of the rings of the group of 60 subsequently gets mixed in with another group, ultimately, again, the secondary group is going to be us. Okay, what's the shot? Why is it that if one of the 40 group, right, one of the 40 group gets mixed in with the secondary group, that ultimately the secondary group is not usher? This is fascinating. Why? Because they're both saying, remember, let's go back for just a second. The one ring of Avodah Zarah got mixed in with a group of 100. A group of 100 was then split into a group of 60 and a group of 40. If one from the group of 40 gets mixed in with another group, ultimately the secondary group is going to be mutter. Why? Because they'll say, where do we assume the Avodah Zarah ring is? With the group of 60. Why? Why do I make that assumption? Just the majority. That's the statistical probability is that the Avodah Zarah ring is with the larger group. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, if a ring from the group of 40 gets mixed in, ultimately again with another group, ultimately the secondary group is going to be mutter. Achas mishishin, Sinimar says, I understand. Achas mishishin, I mean, it's everybody saw. I understand. But even so, when I say, watch this. So now what did we say? Therefore, we assume that the Avodah Zarah ring is in the group of 60. And therefore, we said that if one of the group of 60 gets mixed in with another group, it answers the secondary group as well. But why not say that when you get one from the group of 60, chances are that's the mutter one, right? Because where's the Avodah Zarah ring? Where is it? Still with the majority, still in the mixture with the majority. And therefore, again, the secondary group from the one ring from the group of 60 ultimately should still be mutter. The Gemara says, okay, you're right. Let's reframe this. So let's read what you have to say this. In Pirshu Arban, the 40 was separated out of the original group. ultimately again to one place, they do not go ahead and convey any history. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across Ella. Havi Kamer. Pershu ha'arban kulu makom echad. V'nis'arvu b'shar tabos. Einon osri. Damina b'sur b'shisha b'sach. The Lord says, now we're bringing the case. What's the case? Same thing. I have a group of 100 rings. Both of our ring gets mixed in. Then the group is split into 40 and 60. So the Lord said, then what happens? Halakha l'maisa now, the entire group of 40 is mixed in with a secondary group of rings. That's the case. So instead of one from the group of 40 getting mixed in with a secondary group, the entire group of 40 is getting mixed in with a secondary group. So it says, what's halakha? They don't answer. Now, once again, why doesn't it answer? Why doesn't the group of 40 answer the secondary group? Why not? Because we assume that the Avodah ring is where? With the group of 60. On the other hand, Shishim Lamakom Echad Oslos. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. If the group of 60 then gets mixed in ultimately again with the secondary group, then what's halacha? It's also why? Because again, the entire group is 60, because we assume that the Avodah ring is with the group of 60, and therefore it is also. So what I just want to point out over here is, the Gemara is presupposing that the way Avodah works, because it's not bottle, therefore again, because it's not bottle, the Isser keeps moving forward. Right? That in other words, it doesn't make a difference how many mixtures you keep mixing it into. If there's the possibility of Avodah in there, it's going to keep conveying Isser to the group. So, right? Because remember again, now we're already getting a second step removed. We've got Avodah mixed into the group of 100. The group of 100 split between 60 40. If the group of 40 gets mixed in with the secondary group, it's going to be mutter because we assume that the Avodah with a larger group. If the group of 60 gets mixed in with the secondary group, it makes the secondary group usher ultimately again because we assume that the Avodah is the Avodah. What do you see from here? What's the tremendous Musar Haskell? We see from here that there are certain things that are so toxic, certain things that are so negative that it doesn't make a difference how much good you have. It fundamentally erodes all of the good that is, all of the good that may be around. And also we know this. That's why the Rambam writes that there are certain midos that halakha again, no matter how much good you have to eliminate them in totality, right? Chief amongst them is chas, anger. Anyway, the Rambam says, and again also there's certain character traits, certain behaviors that no matter in general the way life works is all of us have deficiencies. Right? All of us have deficiencies. All of us have things that in any given moment are broken inside of us. And the truth is also all of us have, and even though I know that, I also know I'm not fixing them right now. I'm not. As much as I'd love to, I can't, I won't. We all have stuff like that. I know that it's glaringly broken inside of me right now, but I also know that for whatever the reason, I'm not actively fixing it. So what do? You try to, guess what, leverage from like, not leverage your risk, but hedge your right, hedge what? Hedge your bet.
You didn't follow the rules. You didn't do that. You're not a ticket.
You know, like, I would call it like triage. All of us live with certain inconsistencies that I know I'm not fixing right now. I know I have to fix it, but for whatever the reason, I know I'm not fixing it right now. But what I need to do is I need to kind of balance the equation a little bit. So what do? I bolster myself with some additional good. And although the additional good does not fix the stuff that's broken, it helps to address it at least a little bit. Just a little bit until I can get to it. It's like anything in life. Every person runs a business. There's a million things you want to do in your business. I would assume, there's a million things you want to do in your business. I can't do everything right now. So I have to create a hierarchy of what I have to do. So I'm addressing issues 1, 2, and 3. 4, 5, and 6 are important, but I know I can't get to them right now. But they're still glaring issues. So I need to figure out how to triage a little bit, kind of keep those things in check. I'll get to them when I get to them. That's a lot like life. In other words, in myself, there's a whole bunch of things I have to fix. There are things I'm going to fix now, and there are other things that I can't get to right now. But I need to figure out a way to kind of make sure they don't get worse. So I got to band-aid them. How do you band-aid the stuff inside of you that's really broken, but you can't address right now? By choosing more good. Like Torah, more tefillah, tzedakah, more chesed. It doesn't address stuff that's broken, but at least it triages it a little bit. But there are certain things in life that are so costly. There are certain things in life that are so terrible. Certain things that are so abrasive that if you don't deal with it, it's not bottle. No matter how much food you have, it's just not bottle. And those are the things we have to identify within ourselves, like immediately. What are the things that, even though I can't fix it right now, if I don't address it right now, no matter how much good, it's like Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah is so costly that it doesn't matter how many more mixtures you put it into, it's never bottle. Okay, man, let's get back to this. Says the Gemara. A lot of profundity over here. So the Gemara says, so that's the case. She's not the record also. Basically, so when we say this over Shmuel, I'm going to Avodah Zarah. Don't bring any rayas on Avodah Zarah. Why? Just take out Uspek Sveka Asura Ad Ha'olam. Avodah Zarah is different, I will say, right? Because Avodah Zarah, the severity of Avodah Zarah is such that it is asur, and it is continuously asur Ad Sof Ha'olam. It is never bottle. It's never bottle. Which we must do. Is that so? Next day, Safek Avodah Zarah Asura Uspek Sveka Mutaras. So the Gemara says, Safek Avodah Zarah is asur, but Sveka, a double Safek, ultimately again is going to be mutter. What's an example of a double Safek? Here we go. Okay, so here we go. Let's see, you have a cup of Avodah Zarah, literally like a cup used for Avodah Zarah. You have a Avodah Zarah becher. Right, so what happens? So my Avodah Zarah becher gets mixed in, not my Avodah Zarah, and Avodah Zarah becher, right, gets mixed in with my other bechers. So then we'll say, what's that? Hakula Asurin. So all of us, because Avodah Zarah is not bottle. Diresh. After Mehem the Rebo, or may Rebo the Rebo, Mutari. But if one of the bechers then separates from the group, and ultimately again gets mixed in with Rebo, I'll say it's 10,000. 10,000 is the way that the Gemara just uses. Like that's just an exaggerated number. Like it gets mixed in with 10,000, and then I will say one of the group of the 10,000 gets mixed in with another 10,000. Mutter. Oh, what do you see from here? You see from here that I will say even Avodah Zarah, at a certain point, ultimately, again, will get lost in a super majority. The Gemara says, so which one is it? Do we say that Avodah Zarah is forever mutter, no matter how many stekas you have? Or no, at a certain point in time, perhaps Avodah Zarah becomes mutter? To which the Gemara says, it's not focused time. Tonight, we said, here we go, Rimoni Badan is from the Chol Shuhu. So we'll say Rimoni Badan. Now we have Rimoni Badan. Remember again, what are Rimoni Badan? That's one of the 6 items, right, that are so chashuv that they're never bottled. So Rimani Badan, the Chol Shuhu, Rimani Badan ultimately again are going to be Asher the Chol Shuhu. Case, that's what I'll say, what's the case? Case Nafal Echad Mehem L'Sof Libo. If one of them falls ultimately again into a mixture of 10,000. We may be low, and from 10,000 to another 10,000 asur, right? Because it's not bottle. It's not bottle. That's the first thing. Avodah Zarah ultimately again is never bottle. So you shouldn't use all Mishum Rabbi Shimon. Meribo asurin, umeribo v'shlosha, um'shlosha l'makom echad muter. So the Shimon says, no. If ultimately again you have Avodah Zarah, and Avodah Zarah falls into a mixture even of 10,000 permitted items, and then something from the group of 10,000 falls into a group of 3, and then something from the group of 3 falls into another smaller group, it's mutter. On the roadside, this second opinion holds that at a certain point, Avodah Zarah ultimately again becomes permitted. Shmuel the Amar Riba Asurin, Shmuel the Amar Kiman. So who does Shmuel hold like? Shmuel holds like Kiman. Even by non-Avodah Zarah, ultimately this kosher is not bottled. Rabbi Shimon holds that at a certain point, right, sex by Avodah Zarah becomes mutter. Maybe you'll say, according to Rabbi Shimon makes a distinction ultimately again between Avodah Zarah and Shari Surim. Hello, what about the following statement? Following Brisa, Safek Avodah Zarah, if you have a Safek Avodah Zarah, it's answer, Usfeka Muteres. But a double Safek, someone says, so just to give you this idea, what's a double Safek? Avodah Zarah falls into a group of rings, then one of the members of the group of rings falls into another group, and then that falls into another group. That's sex sake, a double suffix. So ultimately, again, at a certain point in time, it becomes mutter. So who's that money? Rabbi Shimon. We all know Rabbi Shimon. In reality, ultimately, again, effectively Rabbi Shimon, Shmuel Sabala Kabid, the Chada, Shmuel is the Rabbi Huda in one case, i.e. Avodah Zarah, that specs Seka by Avodah Zarah will be mutter, Upolit Ali the Chada, and ultimately, again, disagrees with the other case, that ultimately, again, it will be, and disagrees in the secondary case. Amar Mag, Mary Bol the Chosh Mishosha Makamachad, this was the church of the Gaisa. Right, so remember again, he said that the Avodah Zarah falls into a group of 10,000, and then from a group of 10,000 to another group, and then from that secondary group into a group of 3, it will be mother on the base. My Shosha, the group of 1 to a group of 3, because ultimately there's a row. I was saying, even if it falls into a group of 2, Shnayim Nani Pikaruba, even in a group of 2, there's a row. Think you must be right. My Gimel, Biktani, Tartibu. So when we say 3, what's 3? 3 merely means 2 plus 1, that it falls into a group of 2 other items besides itself. By Sima, the other possibility ultimately is several Kavilas, that ultimately again he holds like Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say, so bottom line, so I'll do a little bit quickly. Ultimately, again, so that meaning when he holds like Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Eliezer says that Speka by bonus ultimately again it's going to be us. They're going to say, what's the takeaway? Tremendous takeaway over here. Fundamental machlokes about the nature of brittle by Avodah Zarah. Fundamental machlokes. There is a school of thought that says Avodah Zarah is never bought. Never ever buffer, which means it doesn't make a difference how many mixtures the Avodah Zarah keeps falling into. By the way, it's not just Avodah Zarah itself. What is it? It's Suffolk Avodah Zarah. Because remember, in all of these cases what we're talking about over here is Avodah Zarah gets mixed into a mixture, then a part of that mixture gets into a secondary mixture, and then the part of the secondary mixture gets mixed into a tertiary mixture. Right? So let's say, the first school of thought says it's not bottle. It's not bottle. Avodah Zarah is never, ever bottle. And it doesn't matter how many steps you keep going, Avodah Zarah will continuously be us. Second school of thought says no. There's a limit. There's a limit. In other words, Avodah Zarah gets mixed into a mixture, yes, it's usher. That mixture gets into a secondary mixture, it will be usher also. But once you get to a tertiary mixture, what we call now a sveka, it's bottle. It's bottle. Now again, obviously it's only bottle in what? If you have at least a simple majority, right? You will need at least a 2-to-1 ratio, but Allah is a bottle. So what's like fundamental, dramatic, riveting, mind-blowing mathematics? Let's go a little bit back here, a couple of minutes left. Next, Amr Shlakish, Chavish Shal Truma, Shenzar V'Chavish, listen to this. It's like this. You have a barrel of truma that got mixed in with 100 other barrels. So again, I'm about to say, so in this case over here, barrel of truma gets mixed in with another 100 non-truma barrels. Now, I'm again, I'm about to say, normally, the nukla afas and one of the barrels falls into the sea. Now, again, this sounds very much like the case of Rabbi. Avodah Zarah ring gets mixed in with 100 rings. One of the rings falls into the sea. What's the halacha? Putrakulan. All of the barrels are mutter. Why? Because we assume that the barrel that fell into the sea was the truma barrel. Okay, great. So the Gemara says, why do you need the same case twice? You already told me this. You already illustrated this with the case of the rings of Avodah Zarah. Why do I need both cases? I need Rav Nachman's case. Rav Nachman was the ring case. Rav Nachman was the ring case. Ultimately, again, and I need the case of Reish Lakish. I need both cases. Why? The image of Rav Nachman, if it were just Rav Nachman from the ring case, I would have said like this. Maybe Rav Nachman rules that way in that case, because if you don't rule in that case, if you don't rule in that case that the ring that fell into the sea was the Avodah Zarah ring, there's no way to permit the mixture. Like there's no other mechanism for permitting mixture. They will not hear it. About Truma Dish, I don't know. But in the Truma case, in the barrel case, there is a way to permit the mixture. How do you permit the mixture? Well, not permit the mixture, but there is a mechanism. What's the mechanism? Sell it to a Kohen. What's the worst case scenario over here? The worst case scenario over here is that all the barrels have to be treated like Truma. No problem. Sell it to a Kohen. Now, granted, you're going to take a loss, right? Because the Kohen literally realizes he's got you over the barrel. So let's say, so why? Because remember, again, Truma is for a very limited population. So you probably will take a loss, but Ramaisim is absolutely a mechanism for resolution. So I might have thought, The only time we say that we can assume that the item that fell into the sea is the Avodah Zarah item is when that's the only mechanism of resolution, and therefore you have Avodah Zarah. It makes sense. But where there is another mechanism of a resolution, like buy true, sell to a coin, maybe we don't make the assumption that the barrel that fell into the sea was the Truma barrel. But you need Reish Lakish, and if you just learn from Reish Lakish, remember again, Reish Lakish is the barrel case. Hallelujah, Chavis, the Minker and the Pilas. Very interesting. I would have said, when does this concept apply? Ultimately, again, by a barrel, because when a barrel falls into the sea and leaves the mixture, it's recognized. About Tabas, the Minker and the Pilas alone. But by a ring, where when one ring falls from the mixture into the sea, it's not recognized. So what do you have to be concerned? That's very interesting. We have to be concerned that maybe since it's not recognizable, people won't realize that a ring fell into the sea, and they will think that the reason why the mixture is permitted is why? Because Avodah Zarah is batal barol. And I will say that's catastrophic. Because again, even if you know that sex steika is mutter by Avodah Zarah, holding that the initial mixture is mutter. Therefore, again, both sides tricky. Therefore, we need both cases. And therefore, both cases are correct. So both in the case of the ring that gets mixed in, when one ring falls in, Halakha Lamais is going to be soon as the Avodah Zarah, the ring that falls in, the rest of the mixture is going to be mutter. The barrel of Truma that gets mixed in with 100 other barrels. One barrel falls into the sea, we assume that it is the barrel of Truma that fell in, and the rest of the barrels are mutter. And therefore, again, even though the cases sound incredibly similar, they both have their own halachic uniqueness, and therefore, ultimately, again, both cases need to be studied. That's what I say. We'll stop over there for today. We're fine. We're fine. We're good. We're good. We'll pick up here tomorrow. Both sides. Go yeah.
These 500 deaths a year. I read a horrible case about a lady
Everyone.
struggling, in pain, really hurting. Kept taking Tylenol. And Tylenol was with codeine. Oh, okay. Tylenol with codeine. Tylenol 3. That's schedule 3.
Say that again.
That's different. Different Tylenol. Different regular. So acetaminophen.
So how do you feel about it being rescheduled?
Well, it's better. Certainly it's better. I believe if it's rescheduled, what does that mean? It can be prescribed now, and it can be prescribed state by state. Even in Texas, there's some medical uses. I feel like it should be like alcohol. I think you should be of a certain age to be able to use it, and I think it's not for everybody. I think that's important. That it isn't for everybody. There are people that have very
all right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's thing. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Allison, Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi, Ben Ruvain, Harav Shlomo Tzvi Ruvain, Ben Shimon Zilfon Lebrach, Sammy Malka Estes, in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachelbas, Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Hanach Ephraim, in memory of Staff Sergeant Naftali Yonah Gordon Hashem, Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's sister Leah Bashmuel and Zachary Shulamis Bashmuel, Esther Bas Zachariah, whose birthdays all during the month of Kislev. A week of learning sponsors Baruch Marina Dubin in honor of the Chasana. Baruch Hashem, occurred beautifully. We told us last night that our daughter Sophie Tzadik Renat made Zilcha to build a bayis Ne'eman B'Yisrael. And I got the only sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and supposed to continued help. But Salamis Hannah Bas Susha and Bas Simra Hakin and daughters Orly and Yael as a source for pushing for Saeed Yosef HaKohen Ben Tashi, who's having surgery today. We hope that in Hashem Saeed will have a full Shalom of Siddur Kol Israel. All the Neshama Shabbat Ali, the families in the film, all those. Hashem. We need the Zohar Stolas and Bracha should be Zocha to acquire Kodesh Baruch Hu today and the days to come. Also with that, let us begin with a lot to do today, a really incredible dot ahead of us. Today's stop is Ayin Gimel 73. We are picking up on Ayin Gimel Dalet. So since we left off again, remember, we're trying to answer one simple question in the Mishnah, which is, why isn't the animal that is mixed in with the other permitted animals muffled? Right? That's the simple case in the Mishnah, where halacha is going to have a permitted animal that is mixed in with a number of permitted animals. So now the shaila is, why don't we say simple bittul? Remember again, midnaraisa had the straight bottle. Right? Anything that is permitted in a mixture of 2 to 1. So why not just say bittul right off the bat? So we gave a couple of different answers. The last answer the Gemara gave, it's very simple. It's what's called a davar shebeminyan. Rabbi say, now remember, what does Davar Shebeminyan mean? As opposed to getting into Kol Shadako Limnos, S Shadako Limnos, which is one of those machlokes on Rabbi say, that make sure you commit it to memory, because we're going to see that throughout all of Shas. We have seen it throughout all of Shas. Leaving that aside, it's a simple idea of Darshamin. Darshamin means anything that is sometimes looked at as an individual unit is not bottle. That's it. Not all the time, not most of the time. That's some of the time, as you have an item that sometimes is sold or looking or reckoned as an individual unit. Halacha l'maaseh is not bottle. Certain animals fit that bill. Right? An animal sometimes is sold as part of a chevra, but also other times is also sold, right, or used commercially as an individual unit. Therefore, again, it's not bottle. So the Gemara says, the Sanya, second line down from the top, I'm doing back. The Sanya, Litra Kitzios, this is a very interesting case. Litra Kitzios, Shadar Sab Eagle. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, so first of all, Litra Kitzios, Litra is a measure. Kitzios is actually interesting. It actually points out the actual etymological root of this word is Kitzios is from the notion of Mitzvah, which was a tool. Now, what was it a tool used for? So apparently, if you had figs, what they used to do is like this. They used to make cakes of pressed figs. How do you make a cake of pressed figs? By the way, Thanksgiving is coming. This may come in handy for you, right? How do you make a cake of pressed figs? Right? So the nice again, you take your fig, then you have to take out the stem. The tool to take out the stem was called the mitzvah. Then it would be you spread it out to let it dry. Then what they would do is they would pack these together as cakes. You pack, and then afterwards, what you would do is if you would sell a piece of it, you would go and make actually slice like a piece of the cake of the city's all kind of shots. Cake of pressed cake. So fascinating. I don't know why this is, but it's called the mitzvah or litra kitzios, based on the lashon of the tool used to destem it. Okay. In any event, so what do you have over there? You have a litra shotzios. Now Rashi points out over here. Look at Rashi. Actually, right across to the right. Litra kitzios, mishkal litra shotzios, shottruma. So what's here's the case. I have a cake of pressed figs. But ultimately again is of truma. That's the important part to remember over there. This is no ordinary cake of pressed figs. It's truma. Now what happened? So the Gemara says, "Shadar Sa'al Eagle." The Indian of the Eagle Dar Sa'al. This is very interesting. So what did you do? You went ahead and you essentially took this cake of pressed figs of truma, and you press it onto another cake of pressed figs in a cleave. Our eagle actually says over here is shem cleave. This is the utensil called an eagle. The Gemara says, "But Darsin bought seals, and it bucking zubazu, the Nazi eagle kamogina." So essentially, this eagle is the utensil in which you would make the cake of pressed figs. So there was a circular cleave. You would press the figs in there, and again, it would become this cake of pressed figs. So you imagine that's the following scenario. So imagine you have this cleave, it's filled with figs. Now, what ends up happening is, if you can imagine, you have a ring of figs. We'll call that the litra shotzios. That ring of figs, ultimately, again, is truma. What did you do? You took that ring and you pressed it into the eagle. So now you mixed the ring of figs of truma, and you put it, you pressed it into the top of one of the eagle utensils. What's the issue? You don't know which eagle utensil you pressed it into. So again, so just to give you the imagery, right? You have a bunch of these eagle utensils, like a bunch of these pressed molds, and again, you have a ring of truma figs. You press the truma figs into the mouth of one of those molds. You do not know which one. Okay, so that's the piece of it. So Richard Shokitzios, Shadar Sa'al Eagle, you took a ring of truma pressed figs, you pressed it into the mouth of one of the molds. The Indian of the Ezel Eagle Darsa, and you don't know which mold you put it in. Now let's say, or Al-Pi-Chabas, the Indian of the Ezel Chabas Darsa. Similarly, let's say instead of using a mold, you were using a barrel. Same idea. So you took the ring of truma figs, You press it into the mouth of one of the barrels, and you do not know which barrel you placed it into. Kaveres, is a kaveres dasa. Kaveres, by the way, normally means like a beehive, but in this case it means a mold or a basket shaped like a hive. It's all the same idea. You have this ring of pressed figs of truma. You pressed it into the mouth of one of these utensils, and you don't know which utensil you put it into. So let's say now the shaila is, so now what do I do? Now, what's the good news in this? What's the good news? The good news in this is you don't want to mix into the rest of the mold. Is mixed in? Not really, not like in a classic sense. Why? Because remember again, it's sitting on top. So the good part is I kind of know where it is, but I don't know where it is. In other words, I know that it's sitting on the top of the mouth of one of these utensils, one of these molds. I just don't know which utensil it's in. So what's that about? So Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Lazar Omer, so Rabbi Meir now quotes this machlokas. He says like this, Rabbi Lazar Omer, Rowan and Salionos, Kilavim, Pludos, Dakatonos, Ma'alos, Salionos. So this is very interesting. Rabbi Meir essentially says, we view the top layer. Now remember again, the way these cakes of pressed figs were often made was, essentially what you were doing was, you were stacking layer after layer of figs and then pressing them down. It's like, can't you see like how they make shawarma? If you haven't, don't do it, right? It wouldn't be experience. But for myself, it's not like they're getting like a piece of meat that size. Well, instead what they're doing is they're actually layering pieces of meat, right? One on top of the other on that stick. So it's kind of the cake of pressed fig is made in a similar type of fashion as well. You're layering the figs. So because they're separate and they're very made, the Rothschild is something very interesting. He says essentially, we view the layer on top of each, we'll call it mold, of each utensil, as if it is separate, right? As if it's separate, and then we view all of the lower layer figs as their own amount. If there's enough figs in the collected bottom layers, more than the figs on the top layer, then ultimately again the truma figs are buckled and everything is more fascinating. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says over here. Lord also killing kudos. Apa pisha in kankok komensal koktirin so hata rivada iser rivakala iser bakatoros killing the fala safik risavno ayoros rivakla. Lord is called Shlos Hatachtonos Valyonos Shebachol Akilin Kudos Kudos Zumu Revis Bekulan Batachtonos Mishalaf Salos. So this is an incredible kiddush. And by the way, you might have been under the idea over here that Shuma's bottle, Shuma's going to be bottle ultimately again in a ratio of 100 to 1. So interestingly enough, the Gemara says over here, even though the barrels or the utensils are separate and distinct, halachically we view them as a mixture. And we view essentially the top layer of figs of every barrel mixed in together with the bottom layers of all the barrels. So as long as there is enough of figs, collected figs in the bottom barrels, ultimately again to be mabak of the upper layer, you're good to go. So if there's 100 times more figs in the collective bottom layers, what's the tremendous kiddush of this? Tremendous kiddush is there separate barrels, like the totally separate barrels. But yet again, Rabbi Lazar essentially looks at this as because the suffix develops upon all of the barrels, therefore I'm using barrels as the example, but whatever the particular utensil, therefore we're able to do them as a mixture. It's incredible. So Yeshua says, Enish mea pumin yalu, ve'imrav hapumin asirin, vashulayim mitarit. So Yeshua says like this, no, the only way it works is if there's 100 other barrels. If there's 100 mouths of utensils, then the truma can be bottled. In other words, as opposed to the Lazar, who calculates the 100 to 1 bittul ratio, utilizing the figs on the bottom of the barrels, the Yeshua says no. The 100 to 1 ratio has to be from the mouth barrels. In other words, if you have 101 barrels, and now in one of the barrels a layer of truma figs got mixed in, then Einach you could view the truma as bottle, because we look at the tops of the barrels again as all a mixture. But you can't combine the bottom layer of figs, ultimately again to be mavakal the truma pigs. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows.
years of bullshit.
The Gemara says as follows. So fine, that's Rabbi Yeshua. Good. Rabbi Yehuda Omer. So Rabbi Yehuda is a Levius. I will say Rabbi Yehuda is a different. Now remember, this was Rabbi Meir's version of the Machlokas of Elazar Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Yehuda now has his own version. Yehuda Omer. Rabbi Elazar Omer. Nish Sham Kopumen Yalu Ve'Igman Hakumen Asu. So again, Rabbi Yehuda's version of Elazar says like this. Elazar says, no, there are 100 other mouths of barrels. In other words, you need a 100 to 1 ratio to be Mevatel Truma. So at the end of the day, there's 100 other mouths of barrels, and Einach Hinami, meaning that all the barrels will be mutter. But if not, ultimately, again, the barrels will be us. Rabbi Yeshua says, and also this will be the important part for us today. Rabbi Yeshua says, no. Even if there's 300 barrels, 300 mouths of barrels, the litra of truma is not going to be bottled. Now, why not? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is in the second wide line. Listen to this. Why? The whole Shedarka Limnos, low bottle. Davar Shibaminion. Because they both say why. So they should say like this. They should say because sometimes things are sold as individual things. So because of that, it's a Davar Shibaminion. And a Davar Shibaminion is never bottled. Wow. So the show says, I don't care. You can have 500 barrels. It does not make a difference. Things again, remember, full circle, first circle. What are we doing here? What? It's not an existential question. I'm just asking John, what are we doing here this morning? Right? So remember again, we're answering one simple question, which is Mishnah. Why are you getting all worked up about a prohibited animal getting mixed into a group of permitted animals? Why don't we just say the prohibited animal is bottle? Which, okay, now we've been doing with this, now the second day we're doing with this question. Today's answer is because Davar Shibaminion. Davar Shibaminion means an item that is at any point in time looked at as an individual unit. And a Davar Shibaminion is never bottled. So I'm going to say, so now, who says that Davar Shibaminion is never bottled? Oh, Rabbi Yeshua. This is what we've been looking for this whole morning. So what does Rabbi Yeshua say? That if you have truma pigs that got mixed in with other pigs, I don't care if you have 500 other openings of barrels. 500, it doesn't matter. Why? Because pigs are a Davar Shibaminion, sometimes looked at as an individual entity, and therefore halacha l'maisa never bottled. Incredible. Good. So let's go. So let's just sort of like that. This whole discussion, that's the line. That's the line we're looking for in all of this. Darsa, the eagle, the eagle darsa. Now let's say, interestingly enough, in all of these cases, remember, in all of these cases, what's unique about this is, what do I know? What do I know about the litra of truma pigs? What do I know? What do I know? What do I know? I know that I put it in the mouth. I know that it's truma. I know that it's a pig, and I also know that I put it by the mouth of the barrel. Like that's a little bit of leverage in that case. I know the location. I just don't know which barrel it is. Now the price just transitions. That's something over there that is not coming to that stuff. What happens if I mix it into the barrel? So what happens over here? I don't know where in the barrel I put it. Like Old Sona, Old Roma, so I don't know, did I put it in the north of the barrel, did I put it in the south of the barrel, did they have coal? Yeah. Everyone agrees that it's bottled. That is bottled. This is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi is 6 lines up from the bottom, did they have coal? Yeah. Hold over, let's say the Surah of the English, and it was in the Bachelos, in the Malamata, or when I start in Kandamishan cloud. So let's say, this is just fascinating. So now the other one says it's just like this. When do we say Davar Shibaminion in a bottle? When it's to a certain degree still quote unquote like discernible, recognizable. So like in this case, here's what I know. I know that there are truma pigs sitting on the mouth of one of these utensils. That is an incontestable truth. Incontestable proof. But the one says, when the pigs, let's say, were mixed in. So let's say I mixed in the pigs, then everyone agrees it's bottled in 100 to 1 ratio. Why? Because since it's not recognizable and discernible, therefore the regular laws apply to the So this section is very interesting. So apparently, and it seems to be a qualification, even if you hold Davar Shibaminion is not bottled, that's only if the mixture is in a way where there's some level of recognizability, right? Where there's some level ultimately again of identifiability. But if it's a cohesive mixture, especially like this, we have like a mini domino, right? Where it's just a whole chunk of pigs, right? So which doesn't sound good, right? But all right, let's understand, right? It's a whole mixture of pigs, right? So the mice again, even if you're done in a bottle, that's what you would say. Okay, that was saying, so just to point out again, this whole discussion ultimately again was for that statement of Rabbi Yeshua. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting now that perhaps the reason why in our Mishnah the prohibited animal is not bottled in the mixture of the permitted animals is because it is a double shabbat. It's reckoned individually, and therefore Allah is no bottle. Good. So the Gemara goes back to Rashi says, I will say, I remember again, I also want to point out, remember this whole discussion of double shabbat, this whole discussion of Eshtagat Galindos, Kolshagat Galindos is very important, not just halachically, but it's also incredibly important hashkatically as well. I would say this idea of a double shabbat low bottle is the source of the nitzchias, of the eternality of the Jewish people. You look at our story, and it makes absolutely no sense. The story of our people, it makes no sense. How can it be that a nation that is so small in number, right, is so outsized in its influence, and that no matter what has been thrown our way, not only do we survive, but we thrive? How is it that we have not been swallowed up in the sands of time? How is it that we're not bottled in a world that is so much greater than us? And what's the answer? Cover should dominion in a bottle. And also, when you have something where every individual unit is of significance, it's never bottled. What's the power of Klal Yisrael? The power of Klal Yisrael is, yes, we are an incredibly powerful holy nation that is made up of ridiculously amazing individuals. There is no such thing as a Yid, as a Jew who is not special. There is no such thing as a Jew who does not possess limitless koach. There is no such thing as a Jew who is not able to move heaven and earth. Each of us, because each of us is a davar shebeminyan. Davar shebeminyan. Don't say that's right, by the way, right? So when we're counting for a minion, we never go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So that's a whole discussion in Gemara about that bracha is only short of saying something in the eye. You don't count. Why? Because when you count someone, you limit them to a number, you're minimizing their influence. A Jew is the most powerful thing the world has ever seen. Each of us is a davar shebeminyan. Because we are davar shebeminyan, there's a simple halacha. Let's talk about davar shebeminyan in a bottle. In a bottle. That's, you want to know the nitzchus, the ties of each mouth of the Jewish people? It's Svachim Ayin Gimel Amud Aleph, Svachim 73a. Called davar shebeminyan afilu b'drabanan l'botol b'choshin d'oraisa. The world can't negate us. The world can't eradicate us. The world can't unravel us. Why? Because yes, we are powerful as a nation, but also because as individuals, each of us possesses an immeasurable holiness, immeasurable importance, and therefore, no matter what, we are never bottled. Incredible. Let's go back to it. The Rashi says, the Rashi says, our Mishnah could even affect the Rabbanan. Remember again, remember the Rabbanan? You're like, no. All right, okay, so good. That's why I'm here. Remember the Rabbanan. Right, so the Rabbanan said in the second, listen, you gotta get a little bit more excited about this stuff, right? They said, this is gold. This is absolute gold. Could we like a stronger brew? Like, what's going on over there? What are you saying? Like stuff of blonde? Like, what is this? Come on. I'm 4 cups in already. I get started. This energy is not natural. This is, this is like performance enhancing stuff over here. So nice stuff. So my coffee consumption at 5 minutes. Okay, so this is so is very important. Remember, the Rabbanan in the Mishnah and Arla were the ones who said that there are only normally 6 things that are not bottled. Right? Remember, we saw this in yesterday's episode. The adding is 7. This was like, the pomegranate, it goes a crack, the limon is bagan. So this is very interesting. So now the issue with that is, according to the Rabbanan, right, if you know that there are only 16 Ranad Bottle, according to the Akiva, the seven, Rabbi Akiva added on, he cut out Shonachto, the robes of just a regular balabas. So according to that, we're kind of back to our same question, which is, so why not say that whether the animal is buffalo? So that's some people who listen to this. Even according to the Rabbanan who say that really an animal should be in a greater mixture. That really should happen. But even the Rabbanan would agree that Allah again, even in our Mishnah, the virgin animal would not be buffalo. Why not? Listen to this. So he said, ultimately, again, so this is very interesting. Even the Rabbanan say that partly claim that animals are kosher. So because animals are kosher, therefore they are not buffalo. So once again, what you see happening is something very interesting over here, that everybody seems to be coming around to this same idea, that although when you look at our Mishnah, it is tempting to apply the normative laws of nullification, it's not going to work for the simple idea that an animal is an important unit. Whatever halachic terminology you want to use, es shadar kalimnos, kol shadar kalimnos, davar shadaminion. Bottom line is it's kosher. That's the bottom line. Bottom line is it is kosher, and therefore halacha l'maisa is not possible. So listen, now watch this. The Gemara says is great. The name of the name of called the parish, wow. So listen to this. I have a great idea. Once I understand that really I can't go ahead and look at the group as a whole. Right? Let's just go back to this, whatever case you want to say, right? The chatos should be like, I have a chatos animal and the owner died, it gets mixed with other chatos animals. Now the Mishnah says I'm stuck, right? Because an animal is kosher, and therefore I'm lost in the mace, again, I can't do anything with the group. It's like a great idea. Let me go over to the group. We go to the cover of animals. And instead of dealing with them as a group, take them out one at a time. Now, let's say I go over to the group. I take out animal one. There's a concept that we're saying halacha of kol polish, beruba polish. When something separates from the whole, we could assume that it separates from the majority. Now, what's the majority of this animal chevra? Majority animal chevra? Very majority permitted animals. Maybe the context case is not the best. But trying to say, in any case, the Mishnah you want. Go ahead and just take one out, and you can assume that the item separate out from the majority. So, see, you know what you are saying? You're going to run into a problem when you look at the group as a group. Why? Why are they going to run into a problem? Because the prohibited animal is not buckled in the group. So you might say something great. Don't look at it as a group. Instead, what should you do? Start pulling out one animal at a time. And when you pull out one animal at a time, again, the book says, what is when you go out to the animal camera, you pull out one animal. What is the statistical probability? That it's mutter. Why? Because the majority of animals are mutter. And we have a concept like that in halacha. We're going to see in this moment. Called the parish, the group of parish. And let's give you a simple example of this. You go ahead and you have just I'm skipping on the Gemara just for a second. You're walking on the street. You find a piece of meat in the street. Your times have changed a little bit, right? You find a piece of meat in the street, right? In your particular locale, there are 9 butcher shops, 1 non-kosher butcher shop. What's the status of the meat? What's the status of the meat? Mutter. Mutter. Why? Because I understand that meat came from a kosher butcher shop. So I said, this is great. Why don't you sell something like this? Just take one animal at a time. And every animal ultimately is going to be taken out. Ultimately what? Because that's such a, let's say better, it was a tremendous metaphor in this also. Tremendous metaphor. The whole problem that we're running into is because we're looking at this problem right as a group. Instead of what I'm saying is just taking out one animal at a time. I think it's a tremendous metaphor for the following. Sometimes in life a person has a lot going on, or maybe all the time in life a person has a lot going on. Like I've got a herd of problems. So they'll say, so what happens when you try to go ahead and deal with your herd of problems? What happens? It's way too overwhelming, and generally most of us, when we get overwhelmed, we're like, what do we do? Absolutely nothing. We shut down and we freeze. So sometimes the avoid in life is don't attack a herd of problems, but instead what should you do? One animal problem at a time. Pick out one thing from the herd at a time. Don't try to tackle everything because it's not going to work, right? You're just going to get overwhelmed, and chances are you'll do absolutely nothing. But if you address your herd of problems one animal at a time, then you can deal with it. Then you can deal with it. Now, for most of us, it's so uncomfortable because when I'm only attacking one animal at a time, one problem at a time, I know that there's all these other problems that remain unsolved. Yeah, part of life is learning to accept the fact that you're going to be living in a state of disrepair for a while longer. But it's okay. As long as you're attacking one animal at a time, you're making good movement in your life. Some people could address the herd as a whole. Most of us can't. We just get overwhelmed. Just deal with it. One animal problem at a time. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Nimshach, what do you mean pull it out? You pull out one animal at a time. So the Gemara says, Kavua. The Gemara says, Ishra Kavua. So finish this moment on the base. The Chol Kavua, Kimefza and Mefza Dami. So let me say this outside. So remember, the classic way, the classic example the Gemara gives about this is the butcher shop. It's a piece of meat. So remember again, going back to our example before. If halacha l'maisa, I'm walking and I find a piece of meat on the ground, right? So again, what's the status of the meat? Let's assume for a moment in my locale, 9 kosher butcher shops, 1 non-kosher ones. What's the status of the meat? What's the status of the meat? Kosher, right? However, let's say I went into a store. I walk out with the package in it. I'm like, I don't remember which store I went into. What's the halacha? The meat is us. Everyone's like, why the distinction? There's a distinction in whether the meat came out of its original location versus when I'm going into a primary location. When the meat comes out of its location, then ultimately again we apply the concept of called the parish, meyuba parish. Whatever has separated from the majority. When you're going into a location, that's called kavua. You're going into a fixed location. Whenever you go into a fixed location, you cannot rely on roads. So what the Gemara is saying is like this. If I'm pulling out an animal from the herd, right? So no one's going to say, I can fix this whole problem. Don't look at the herd, but instead deal with this as an individual animal issue. Pull out one animal at a time. You know what? Pulling out one animal at a time, that's finding that piece of meat on the street. This one says, no, it's not. Pulling out one animal at a time is like going into a store. But when you go into a fixed location, you can't rely on roads. Pulling out an animal one at a time ultimately is like going into a fixed location, and therefore you can't rely on a road. Which the Gemara says, fine, I can deal with that also. So I will base 73b. The Ella was this. The Shinu did not be the neighbor called the Bashura Parish. Very simple. Scatter the chevra. Scatter the chevra. I don't know. How do you scatter a herd of animals? I don't know, get up and say, in this expansion, right, and then everyone, right, I want to go running in different directions, right? So again, whatever you need to do, right, scatter the chevra, and that way, again, if you scatter them, and then you cut them one animal at a time, then they've separated, right? Once they disperse, they're no longer kavua, they're no longer fixed in location, and when you take them one at a time, then that's like finding a piece of meat on the street. And you could say, call this parish, remove a parish, whatever has separated, ultimately, again, has separated from the majority. Great chap. So here's the problem. This is fascinating. Zira, listen to this. So interesting. So the Gemara says, so what's the issue? Okay, so let's say we do this. Let's say for argument's sake, there's 10 animals, right? 10 animals. That doesn't really matter what the number is. So let's say, so remember again, the case in the Mishnah is where you have a prohibited carbon gets mixed in with a lot of with permitted carbonos, right? That's what's happening here. So now the Gemara is saying, okay, I have a great eight. So what's the eight? Scatter the animals, chop whatever you need, right? And that way, again, everything is permitted. What are we concerned about? We're concerned about, let's say, everybody does this mitzvah. They bring the carbon to the base of Mikdash. The concern is that maybe you're going to have 10 kohanim offering up these 10 animals simultaneously. Now, what's the problem with that? The problem with that is, let's say there's 10 animals in the group, right? And now the kohanim are offering these up simultaneously. What do I know? In my heart, what do I know? One of those animals is prohibited. I know that. So because of the concern that maybe everybody is going to attempt this idea, and it could be that all of these animals will be brought to the base simultaneously, offered up simultaneously, right? The Zriko is done simultaneously, and I know that one of them is Asr. Chazal were uncomfortable with this. Look at that for just a moment. Rabbi Gizera Shemi Yavo Yukohanim. Bevasachas Yigru. Chazal Hashto. Yechayis Hashem Akar Sheyiksen Echad Echad Achishak to you. Behave role. Yavo Yukohanim Yizru Demei Yakir and Renke Echad. That should something. So that's my concern, which is quite an interesting concern. But that's my concern. That Allah 10 people will do the same thing. They're going to bring it to the Mikdash. Everything's going to be done someplace, and the Kohanim are going to end up doing Zrika at the same time. And I know that one of those animals potentially is prohibited. So that's the concern. You want to do 1 second, hold on. I'm going to be Rabban Rabba. First of all, 1 second. What is it? Now you're going to tell me, if we're talking about the concern of doing Zrika at the same time, that means you've already been shafted. Right? That means there's already been Kabbalah. So is it possible to say that animals that were shafted and did Kabbalah, the heter, right, in a permissible way, potentially could then subsequently become usher? Right? In other words, the logic doesn't. So what's the difference is, once the process, once you utilize the mechanism of cold parts of the Ruba polish, so then really what we have to say is what? The mixture is kind of being disbanded, right? The group, like the band has been disbanded, right? In other words, they're no longer a chevra. If they're no longer a chevra, what are you going to say? That maybe because all 10 people are going to come at the same time, go ahead and just at the same time, now it's going to become us again. It doesn't make any sense. Ella, the Gemara says, I'm going to open up on Rabbi Ella, but actually, this Asira, Rabbi Gemara says, like, you should have Shema Yavo, you kind of as Achas, the so the Gemara says, no. What we're concerned about is, if 10 Kohanim go ahead and do this at the same time. Now she says over here, we care about that. No, what we're concerned about is the Rothschild is, all right, everybody obviously is learning the same Gemara, right? All those five cells on the same dot from the second spot. What's going to happen if you have this great idea to go out and remedy the prohibited group? Well, let's say a whole bunch of other people have the same idea also. Everybody comes at the same time. It doesn't look right. It doesn't look right when the group is being disbanded. Everybody's using this mechanism. When I know full well that someone's walking around with the prohibited animal, right? In other words, at the end of the day, somebody is walking away with the animal that is ocean. The prohibited animal is still going to be utilized. We're uncomfortable with that. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. But 1 second. Is it possible for 10 Kohanim to craft an animal simultaneously? When you're worried about Zrika, could you have simultaneity in Zrika? Yeah, that absolutely could happen. Now here's what's interesting. If you're talking about disbanding the group and going ahead and chasing after the animal. Listen, have you ever chased after an animal? Have you ever chased after a sheep? Right? No, right. Everyone's off of work tomorrow, it might be, a nice activity with the family, right? Or I guess the turkey's more, right? But nice, again, so what are the chances of simultaneity when running after a group, right? That doesn't sound like you could actually establish simultaneity. So remember again, the whole issue is only where there's simultaneity. Because remember again, where there's no simultaneity, we're fine. Right? The issue is 10 people doing the same thing at the same time. It's hard to turn a blind eye to the fact that someone is walking away with the animal. But if there's not simultaneity, we're totally okay. So if we're talking about 10 Kohanim showing up and disbanding the group at the same time, you're going to have to chase the animals. There's no simultaneity in acquisition in that case. The Rabbi says, Rishum Kavua. Rabbi said, at the end of the day, the reason we don't like this approach is because ultimately, again, our Kavua. That's really what it is. Rashi says, Rishum Kavua. It's the last short line in Rashi. Rishum Kavua. Doma Asr Rimshach. The Gemara says, the real concern over here, ultimately, again, is not about when you actually disperse the group. The real issue over here is actually, again, if you are concerned, you won't disperse the group. That's actually what we're concerned about over here. That halakha l'maisa, you won't end up properly dispersing the group, and you'll end up actually taking it from a fixed group, which is truly halakha l'tana. Does that make sense? In other words, the Gemara is being molded. Let's say I would agree that there is a mechanism to go ahead disperse the group. Whatever comes therefore from the group is called the parish meruba parish. That would work. But the Maisa, we're concerned that you'll take the animal without dispersing the group. And if you do that, it's kavua. And if it's kavua, you're really halachically in problematic area. Rabbi says as follows: Hashti the Amri Rabbanon lo nakrit, nakrit lo mat. It's the most amazing incredible. Now, Rabbi will at least begin this today. Rabbi is a really exciting Gemara. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, it turns out that really we're right back to the Mishnah, which is when you have the prohibited item mixed in ultimately again with the group. So what happens? The group remains prohibited. Now, even though again, now for a variety of different reasons, it's kosher, it's important, and therefore it's not thoughtful. Now, the Gemara just gives an idea as how you could go ahead and ultimately utilize the animals. How would you do that? Essentially, disperse the group. And if you disperse the group, you could say, call the parish meruba parish. Because I don't like it at the end. I'm not going to let you do it. Because at the end, I'm concerned you're going to end up coming to take from the animals without dispersing the group. And if you take it without dispersing the group, then you're taking it from a fixed location. And whenever you take it from a fixed location, what's the issue? You take it from a fixed location, ultimately, again, it's awesome. It's awesome. Good. So now we can go with that. So Rabbi says, Hashad the Amir Rabbanon lo nakrit. Now that the Rabbanon say, you can't go ahead and offer anything from that collective group. If you did so, long about it, the cover doesn't work. The cover doesn't work. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with Rabbi tomorrow in that session. Yeah, I should have gone a little bit further on such a short time, but okay. You know, it's good. Baruch Hashem. Let's say tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Sunday schedule? Sunday schedule. Okay. All right, I'll send that schedule later on in that session. Then let's say incredible. Have a great day. Have a Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
Countries that have legalized or decriminalized it at least, and you can get it and not have to worry about it being adulterated in some way. It seems like the statistics are overwhelmingly pointing one direction.
100%. But those are smaller countries, and they don't have the consumption problem that America has. We uniquely love to consume drugs, and we are propping up the cartel by doing that. And that, if you want to go to war with the cartel, if you want to stop the flood of illegal drugs in this country, unfortunately, one of the only ways to really do that accurately is to stop them.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Alinu Ritova, Allison Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi, Ruvain Ben Shimon Zichron Libracha. In honor of his Neshama Shtav and Aliyah, to be a Meilitz Yosher for his children, grandchildren, and 934 great grandchildren. Semi Malka Estes, in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Inda Estes, and Inda Bas Henech Ephraim, in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yonah Gordon, Shani Cohen Gamo, Felon Battle in Gaza, Erev Hanukkah 2023, and Paul and Kathy Pollock for dedicating Sherman Urshels this month in memory of Paul's sister Leah Bas Shmuel and Zachrini, Shulamis Bas Shmuel, Esther Bas Zachariah. Our week of learning sponsors, Baruch Meir and Rina Dubin, in honor of the upcoming Hasana of their daughter Sophie, Zevi Granat, and Yas Hashem, which will take place this evening. B'Sha'ah Tova U'Metzlachas, a Manzel Tov to the Dubin family. Kashem Kalash B'Zokah, Yas Hashem, to build a binyan Adead Mazel Tov. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, in the source of a continuing refuah for Shulamis Hana Bas Susha, as well as Matt and Diane Mark, wishing a Mazel Tov to Baruch Meir and Rina Dubin on the upcoming marriage of their daughter Sophie to Zevi Granat of Edgware, England. Mazel Tov again to the Chassan and Kala. Mir Tashem, Ish Mizocha, to stand under the Chum B'Shah Tov, build a binyan, build a home that America is filled with Mazel Bracha, Simcha, and Kedusha, and Never Hashem Shalom Tovos. All of them, Neshama Shtav and Aliyah, all those who need a report, Shtav, together with Kol Kol Yitzhak, who should continue to share B'Soros Tovos upon all of Klal Yisrael. So with that, let us begin a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Ayin Days 72, and we left off on Ayin Aleph on the days 71b. And we left off actually kind of like in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own contained thought. So let's say, so again, the Lavi Suri Hanon. So 2, 4, 5 lines up in the bottom, 71 B. So if you remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's daf was really focused on this idea that there are two Mishnayos. There's a Mishnah Maseches Zvachim, which is the Mishnah that we had on Ayin Amud onto Ayin Aleph, onto Ayin Aleph Amud, the first Mishnah of this new parak, and a Mishnah in Maseches Tzmura. Now, both of those Mishnayos seem to be saying the same exact thing, which is whenever you have a prohibited animal that gets mixed into a mixture, ultimately, again, the prohibited animal is not bottled, is not nullified, and again, we're going to get more into the mechanics of that today a little bit in a second, and as a result, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. That's ultimately, again, what's unfolding right here. Now, the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why the redundancy. Why do I need what seems to be the same Mishnah twice? So essentially, the answer that the Gemara was giving was that halacha l'maaseh, the Mishnah Maseches Zvachim and the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura were really dealing with different levels of prohibition. Is the prohibited animal ultimately again asur ba'ano, not asur ba'ano? That was the distinction. So that was actually the last distinction the Gemara knows. The Gemara actually picks up and the Gemara says, the Lavi Suri Hano, I'm sorry, the Lavi Suri Hano, so the Gemara says, 1 second, but our Mishnah also talks about cases of animals that got mixed in that are not Isuri Hano. If once again, if that's the case, then why the need for the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura at all? To which the Gemara says, Mi katani bekama, kol shein hasam katani. So the Gemara says, but 1 second. Does the Mishnah talk about, again, halacha l'maaseh, numbers? See, our Mishnah talks about numbers. It talks about the idea that even the Rothschild, even any amount ultimately create issues. So again, our Mishnah speaks about numbers. The Mishnah in Tzmura does not speak about ultimately, again, numbers. So the Gemara says over here, the Nisniha, below Bayha. So just write the Mishnah in Tzmura and don't write the Mishnah in Zvachim. In other words, just go ahead and just put everything. Just go ahead and put everything in Tzmura. Which the Gemara says is very interesting. Hatakanta, someone said Takanta Shtichalei. We'll say what our Mishnah does is actually something very interesting, which the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura does not do, which discusses the remedy. Remember again, I will say, if you notice, in every case of mixture, our Mishnah speaks about, first of all, again, the nature of the prohibition, and then tells you how to remedy the issue. Now remember again, there are different remedies for different cases, but just to give you an example of remedy. So it could very well be that in certain cases, for example, let's say let everything graze until you develop a loan, sell it off, and then use the value of the most expensive animal to purchase the type of carbon that get mixed in. Whatever the remedy is, the point over here of our Mishnah is our Mishnah discusses not just problems, but our Mishnah ultimately again discusses solutions. So the Gemara says the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura discusses problems and no solutions. The Mishnah Maseches Zvachim ultimately again discusses problems and discusses solutions. And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnayos that discuss solutions. I must say, what a tremendous Mussar skill. There are two different kinds of people in life. There are many more than two different kinds of people, but for our purposes, two different kinds of people in life. People who are incredibly adept at identifying problems. And they can tell you the problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problems, someone else's problems, not their problems, right? All the problems in the world, right? And I always say, but the one thing they never have are solutions. And there are people like that. And again, it's a skill, not just like a sense, an ability to detect and to identify problems. And then I will say there are other people who, yes, also can identify problems, but also have the God-given talent to find solutions. There is a solution, or at least an approach to every single problem. Be a solution-oriented person. Be a person who is good at identifying what's broken, but then also comes forward with a way, with a derech, with a plan to fix it. You could be a Tamura Jew, which means find problems, or you could be a Zvachim Jew, which means find problems and identify solutions. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The head yoke not make comments. The Gemara says 1 second. Now, the other interesting distinction that the Gemara wanted to make is that perhaps the Mishnah Tzmura discusses the idea that halacha l'maaseh, that if a prohibited animal gets mixed in, the mixture is not only prohibited for karbanos, but ultimately again prohibited even for mundane everyday use. To which the Gemara says, 1 second. Our Mishnah also, sorry, not our Mishnah, But we also learned elsewhere about hedyot. So hedyot means, remember, as opposed to, let's say, the Mishnah Torah, which referenced karbanos, right? The Gemara wanted to suggest that maybe the Mishnah Masechus Tzmura is necessary because it seeks out the idea that when you have something prohibited, you get mixed into a mixture, it's even prohibited for mundane use. So the Gemara says the notion that a prohibited mixture is prohibited even for mundane usages. We have that in a different Mishnah. Where is that? The most a little Chazara, the Sechas Avodah Zarah. Sechas Avodah Zarah. By the way, that was a good Masechta, right? Remember Avodah Zachim is excellent also, but Avodah Zarah every day was like, phew. Okay, the Gemara says as follows. The Hedyot Nami Tanale. What do we learn in Avodah Zarah? Here we go. Ve'elu Asurim. Most of the following items are prohibited, and when they get mixed into a mixture, they prohibit in any amount. What are these items? Yayin Nesach. So let's remember again. Yayin Nesach is one that is used for Avodah Zarah. Avodah Kochavim and Avodah Zarah. So it says, so these are items that when they get mixed in, ultimately again prohibit in any amount. Now take a look at before you turn the page. Take a look at the last Rashi on 71b. Not the Hedyot. Rashi says, Nami Avodah Zarah. We learned this in Avodah Zarah already. That when you have something that is asr ba'ana, right? It is not batal baruch. Also, I can remember. I think I mentioned this in yesterday's daf, but my days were off a little bit. So yesterday's daf I did on Sunday. I recorded on Sunday. So again, in the previous daf, remember the whole novelty. So we're going to discuss this more today. Is in general mita oraisa. Whenever you have something prohibited that gets mixed into something permitted, what's the halacha? Right? Chad betray. Generally, the Torah says that prohibited items are bottled in a simple majority. Simple majority. The Torah says follow the majority. So this notion that now you have things that are getting mixed in that are not bottled is very unique on a biblical level. Again, we're going to discuss this more. But here, actually saying over here that halacha l'maisa, if you're seeing that it's asr ba'ana, something that is not given, and it gets mixed in, even if it's mixed into an overwhelming majority of permitted material, misri lahedyo. It is usher, and not only usher for sacrificial purposes, but usher even for everyday mundane purposes. So the Gemara Rashi says, "V'lamelu lemisnei hacha bechatos hamesos shahanistos." Now the Gemara is asking over here. We already learned the concept that if you have something that is prohibited asr ba'ana that gets mixed in with other permitted items, that is asr ba'ana. We already learned that in Avodah Zarah. Where do we learn it? That if you have some yayin nesach, and if you have some Avodah Zarah that gets mixed in with permitted items, halacha l'maisa, the entire mixture is asr ba'ana. So if that's the case, why do I need this to be stated in our Mishnah over here in Zvachim? Top of Ayin Beis 72a. So let's listen to this say. I'll tell you why. Because if it was just based on the Gemara Masechus Avodah Zarah, I would have said ultimately again, when do we say that if an item that is asr ba'ana gets mixed in with a lot of permitted material, that ultimately again the resulting mixture is asr? When is that so? Lahegyot, for mundane purposes. But if you're talking about karbanos, then ema lo nisginu l'kulu. And maybe you're about to say, you have to understand something. I might have thought like this. It was just from the Gemara Masechus Avodah Zarah. I would have thought, when did he say that if something is asr ba'ana and gets mixed in with other items that the resulting mixture is asr? That's only the hedyot. That's only for everyday mundane purposes. But by karbanos, no, I'm not going to say that the resulting mixture is asr. Why? Because if the resulting mixture is asr, then what? Then what's the issue? You're causing a loss to hektish. And I might have thought that again, we don't cause such a loss to hektish. Therefore, again, our Mishnah comes along and says, no, when it comes to Isuri Hana, even for sacrificial purposes, it is still going to be asr. And if you would have just written the Mishnah over here by Masechus Zvachim, I would have thought like this. When do we say that if something is asr ba'ana and it gets mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is asr? When is that? I would have thought that that's only for sacrificial purposes. Why? Because literally translated, it's disgusting. What does that mean? That the notion of potentially using something for sacrificial purposes that is prohibited, so that's a no-go. So maybe it's not for sacrificial purposes that the resulting mixture is also. About chulin, when it comes to mundane things, about chulin, the Gemara says the low mois, which is not disgusting, Ema Isuri Hana of the Baka Baruba. I would have thought that ultimately, again, we should employ typical bittul barov, right? Make nullification in a simple majority. Therefore, it's tzvicha. Therefore, it's this. Therefore, I'll say this is incredibly important. So essentially, it turns out that I really have three different sources for these concepts. We have a Mishnah Maseches Tvura, we have a Mishnah Maseches Zvachim, and we ultimately again have a Mishnah and Maseches Avodah Zarah. Interestingly enough, now at the Gemara, so yesterday's daf was really much more focused on Mishnah and Zvachim, Mishnah and Tamura. Now, the Gemara just introduced us to this idea that there's another Mishnah. Why do I need this Mishnah in Maseches Avodah Zarah? This is very important because what Avodah Zarah brings to the table, I will say, is that when you have Isurei Hanav that get mixed into a mixture, the resulting mixture is going to be Aser, even what we call Lehedyot. Even for simple mundane use. Our Mishnah Maseches Zvachim highlights the idea that when a Surei Hana get mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is Aser Legavoa. You cannot use it for sacrificial purposes. Avodah Zarah teaches us you can't even use it for mundane purposes. And both are necessary. Why? Because if it was just ultimately, again, Avodah Zarah, I would have thought, okay, the resulting mixture is also for mundane purposes, but for sacrificial purposes, you're not going to cause such a loss to the Beis HaMikdash. Okay, therefore I need Avodah Zarah. And if it would have just said Zvachim, I would have said the resulting mixture ultimately, again, is also for the Beis HaMikdash, because it's not nice to offer something up like this in the Beis HaMikdash. But for Hedyot, it's Mother. Therefore, Avodah Zarah, as long as it's for mundane purposes, it's going to be awesome. So I will say, bottom line is that what all of these composites are teaching us is that when you have something that is asur ba'anah that gets mixed in with other permitted items, the resulting mixture is going to be asur both l'gavoah for the Beis HaMikdash and ultimately again for hedyot for regular mundane use. Now, what's important to understand is depending on the nature of the mixture, there may be remedies, right? And that's our Mishnah. Our Mishnah discusses all of the ways that you can rectify these prohibited mixtures. Now, again, remember, one caveat, it is important to understand that halach l'maisa, not everything has a remedy, right? Because remember, again, that's the first piece of our Mishnah where the chashas case is. But ultimately, again, not every single thing, not every single problem has a solution. So not every single mixture has a remedy. But let me say again, our Mishnah is all about the remedies. Good. So we'll say, so now we've taken care of the Mishnah and Zvachim, we take care of the Mishnah and Tamura, we take care of the Mishnah and Maseches Avodah Zarah. Now the Gemara goes back and kind of like dials us back a little bit. I don't understand. Why don't we apply typical bittul barov? Right? In other words, here's what's fascinating. Let's say the Mishnah is operating under an assumption. And what's the assumption? That the prohibited item is not negated, is not buckled, is not nullified in the majority. So take this path. Why not? Why not? Again, I just want to point out, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's the third line from the top. But the Haksiv Achirav Mahatos. The Bible said this is incredibly important. Midda Oraisa. So Isser, prohibited matter, is nullified in a simple majority. That is biblical law. Simple majority. So then if you might just ask, understand why in all of these cases, whatever it is, Shahaniska, the Chat, whatever it is, why isn't it Batal Barov? So we'll say this is really interesting. Or maybe you'll say like this, because these items are significant, therefore what? They're not bottle. They're not bottle. See, I was like, what's the whole idea of bittul? Right? The whole idea of bittul is that ultimately, again, when you have an item that is confined itself in a majority, the identity of the minority is swallowed up by the minority. But again, however, that's not necessarily true where the minority item is chashuv. If it's important, then the mice again is not bottled. It's not bottled. To which the Gemara says, so maybe the items discussed in the Mishnah are chashuv and therefore v'lo bottled. And therefore, ultimately, again, they're not bottled. So once again, this is so super exciting. The Gemara says, Hani chalaman da'amar, kol shedarko l'nos, Shaninu. Eleman Damer Es Shedarka Linos Shaninu. So we'll say, so now this is so interesting over here. So the Gemara says, okay, now what you want to tell me is maybe the reason in the Mishnah why the items, the prohibited items are not bottled is because they're chashuv. So we'll say, so here's the interesting shayla. What makes something chashuv? What makes something important? So in general, on a most basic level, what makes an item kosher is that it is an item that is reckoned as an individual entity, as opposed to an item that's always sold in a group. So we'll say, I'll give you a good example of this, right? I'm just using it for illustrative purposes. An egg is a good example of something that's always part of a group, right? You can't, I don't think you can go to the store and buy, right? You can't buy one egg in the store, right? So in other words, so an egg by definition is something that is only sold as a unit. So an individual, right? John, I'm wrong. You can buy 2 eggs in the store.
These experiences where you are in contact.
Oh, peel, right? No, come on, man, come on, seriously. Right. So again, it's a raw egg, right? A raw. Sorry, I'll be more specific, right? Right. So the question is, you can't go to the supermarket and buy buy a raw egg, right? You have to. So that's a good example of something that doesn't have an individual unit significance. So in general, when we speak of something being kosher, what it means is the item is so important that it's usually sold, right? It's usually sold as an individual unit. So what's this? Now watch this. That is going to be a fundamental focus. So does that mean that it's an item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, right? It's never sold as part of a group? Oh no, what it means is it's an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, but sometimes it's also sold as part of a group. So we'll say, so that's my focus. So watch this. The Gemara says that's what it means over here. So we'll see, look at Rashi. Rashi's Kol Shadaka Lenos. This is incredible. This is incredible. First line in Rashi. Kol Shadaka Lenos. Sheyesh Bnei Adam Hamakpiten Deminyanam Umochim Deminyanam Shanino. Yo, but with the summer fire. Mishnah is the Chabile Tilson. Shakir. The Habehemos Sami Hat. So we'll see, for example, Kol Shadaka. Just watching up. Kol Shadaka Lenos means anything that is commonly counted. So once again, what that refers to are items that are often sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. So a good example of this, Rashi, is we're going to get to bundles of fenugreek in just a moment. But again, listen to animals are good examples of this. Why animals are good examples? Why? He says, so again, an animal is a good example of this. Often when you buy livestock, it would be common that ultimately livestock are sold one head at a time. Right? Good. However, I'm going to say it's not uncommon that sometimes a person sells, I don't know, a flock or a herd. Right? So let's say commonly, again, a flock. I don't know, a flock is, I'm just kidding, like 21 sheep, right? Like the Sanhedrin coffin, right? 21 sheep, right? So let's say, so, but it wouldn't be uncommon for a person to throw in an extra sheep. Right? So that's what it means when it says kol shagar olindos. So in other words, an item that is commonly sold as an individual entity, but yet sometimes it is sold as a group as well. That's the lashon of kol shagar olindos. Anything that is normally counted. So the Gemara says, if you'll kol shagar olindos, then the Mishnah makes sense, right? Ultimately, again, then the cut. Remember, again, both sides. What are we trying to figure out of this? The Gemara is asking a kasha. What's the kasha? Why don't we just say bittul? Why don't we just say bittul, right? The prohibited animal gets mixed in. Just say that it's batul barol. So the Gemara says, oh no, it's chashuv. It's chashuv. It's important, therefore it's not batul. So, okay, so that makes sense if you say kol shagar olindos. Kol shagar olindos means any item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even sometimes though it's sold as part of the collective, is chashuv and therefore not batul. But if you hold a Laman Da'amar Es Shagar Olindos, so we'll say, what is Es Shagar Olindos? Es Shagar Olindos means the only item that is chashuv is something that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals, because animals are often sold as individual units, but often sold as part of a group as well. If that's the case, it's not chashuv. If that's the case, it makes sense why it's not batal. To which the Gemara says, "Elaman Damar Eshdak Aliloshi." The Michael so look at Rashi. Elaman Damar Eshdak Aliloshi. Rashi says, "Shedak Yuchal Lekach Shein Leka Adam Demosef Alei Nisir Lokia V'Lomoka V'Lominyan Hani In Dak Yuchal Lominyan Sheyish Mosif Nisir Nochik." So both say so again. So if you hold Eshdak Aliloshi means the only item that is chashuv is something that is exclusively sold as individual units. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because although animals are often sold as individual units, they're often also sold as part of a group as well. Because of that, therefore, again, they would not be quote-unquote kosher, and therefore they could be bottled. So we'll say, before the Gemara applies this to our Mishnah, the Gemara highlights this machlokas. And we'll say, this probably, by the way, is one of the most important machlokas in by Bittul, that it comes from Bittul. Kol Shadakalunos, just again, just to define the terms. Kol Shadakalunos means anything that is often reckoned as an individual entity, even though it's still often sold as part, or sometimes sold as part of a group, it's still called kosher. It's still looked at as an individual entity. Es Shadakalunos means the only thing that is considered to be kosher is something ultimately that is exclusively sold as an individual entity, never sold as part of a group. Here's the Mishnah. This is not. It's very interesting. Someone who had bundles of fenugreek. Fenugreek. Rashi says over here, tilson. What's unique about tilson? Min pavlin. This is a type of spice. So apparently, again, a bundle of fenugreek is considered to be exceptionally kosher. Sha'af tam ha'etz shavalapri. It's actually incredible. So apparently, fenugreek is the one thing where the quote unquote the fruit, the item, tastes the same as the source, as the tree. I think it grows on a bush more than a tree, right? That it grows on. Interesting. This is ubalav fenugreek. Okay, so nice, good fenugreek. So as I say, if you have, so again, remember, fenugreek is not sold by the stalk, but rather again, it's sold by the bundle. So again, if you have a bundle of fenugreek, and it's koyakar. Koyakar means it grew it right in a prohibited mixture. A bit of mixture. So we'll say on the days, yadliku. Yadliku means it has to be destroyed. Has to be destroyed. Right, so we'll say, so that, by the way, that's the common expression for koyakar. Whenever you have a prohibited mixture that grew, so ultimately, the lashon Chazal use is you have to ignite it, you have to burn it, you have to destroy it. Yisabu b'achirim, kulon yadliku div Rabbi Meir. So we'll say, now watch this. So let's say you have this prohibited bundle of fenugreek. Okay, so for example, this fenugreek grew in a vineyard. So therefore, again, the resulting mixture, that fenugreek, therefore that kula, let's say in close proximity to a vine, is going to be asur. What do you do with koyakar? What do you do with it? You destroy it. Let's say now that bundle of fenugreek gets mixed in with other bundles of fenugreek. Right, so the prohibited bundle got mixed with other bundles, and then get mixed with other bundles afterwards. What's the halacha? All of it has to be destroyed. These words are there. So again, I will say, even if you have 1,000 bundles of permitted fenugreek that get mixed in together with this, and you have one bundle of permitted fenugreek, the Mayor says it all has to be destroyed. So Hamda say no, Yalu pe'echa b'masayim. No, not true. It's bottle. It's bottle. Now it happens to be for koyakar. The ratio for bittul is 200 to 1. 200 to 1. So as long as you have 200 permitted bundles of fenugreek, ultimately, again, the one bundle of fenugreek is going to be bottled and is going to be mutter. I was saying, what's the focus on here? Now, by the way, why 200 to 1? Why 200 to 1? Rashi points this out. Remember, we'll come back to this in a little bit. Remember says as follows. Remember says this. Kol sedarto linos mekadesh. So again, so there it says kol shadakalimnos. Now, what does it mean kol shadakalimnos? Kol shadakalimnos means anything that is often looked at or is often sold as an individual unit, even if not exclusively sold, but anything that is commonly sold as an individual unit is chashuv. Because it's chashuv, therefore what? It's not bottled. And because of that, fenugreek, which is often sold as an individual unit, therefore it's chashuv. Because it's chashuv, when it gets mixed in with even 1,000 other bundles of forbidden fenugreek, it's not going to be bottled, and therefore the entire mixture is asur. The entire mixture is asur. On the other hand, the Chum say no. The Chum say there are only 6 things. 6 things that ultimately, again, are never bottled in the majority because they are so important. What are the Rabbi Kiva? Rabbi Kiva says Shiva. Rabbi Kiva says really there's a 7th thing as well. What are these things? Also here it is. Ve'eluin. What are these items that are so important that they are never bottled? Ve'eluin. Egozei prach. So apparently these prach nuts. Rimone badan. These rimone badan is a place. Rimone, right? The Talmud is from badan. Chabilos stumos. Very interesting. sealed barrels of wine. Right, so remember again, a sealed barrel is much more chashuv than an open barrel, right? Because remember again, by the sealed barrel, that means the wine is being kept. So a sealed barrel of wine and chilfei targin, stalks of beet stalks. The Gemara says beet stalks. So the Gemara says the kilchei kruf and cabbage stalks, right? The last Yuvanis, and ultimately again this Greek gourd. Okay, so those are the 6 items of the Chachamim that are apparently so chashuv that these items are only sold exclusively as individual units. Because of that, even if they get mixed in with many more permitted items, they're never bottled. Rabbi Kiva adds in over here, Rabbi Kiva Mosif, even loaves of bread that are made by balabayas, as opposed to what? As opposed to loaves of bread, ultimately again, that are made by a baker. Right? Baker's loaves are kind of like a pro forma loaf. They are commonly replicated, but the loaf of a balabay is ultimately again a chashuv, because when the person eats bread, the bread is unique to them, therefore it's not bought. That's what Rabbi Akiva adds on. Take a look at Rashi before we go on. Rashi says over English Shishu Dvarim. It's about that. He lines up in the bottom. Kain Shemakachi as Hakol Amis Arvin Bain. They told him Gidolim Uzimeim Nikarim Techashumim B'Mina. So Rashi says over here, what's common denominator amongst these items are they're large. Now, large doesn't mean they're very large. What it just means is they're not tiny. Number 2 is they're expensive and they're important. So these are the items. These are the items that Chum say. These 6 items that we keep as in the 7th, the loaves that are never bottled in a mixture. And therefore, haray la'arla arla, haray la'klayakar and klayakar. If the items, if any of these items are arla, essentially they turn the rest of the mixture into arla. And if they're klayakar, they turn the rest of the mixture into klayakar. Okay, so now that's Machodis or Meir and the Chachamim. Now watch this. And about that Machodis it was said, Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Es Shedarka Limnos Shani. Rabbi Yochanan says the unique part of all of these items is Es Shedarka Limnos, which means these items are commonly sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. But because they are commonly sold as individual units, therefore what? Therefore, Allah makes the chashuv. Because the chashuv, they're never bottled. Ishlakish Omer, Kol Shedarka Limnos. Ishlakish says no, these items are chashuv. Why? Because Kol Shedarka Limnos. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, she says it's the opposite. These items are exclusively sold as individual units, and therefore halacha l'maisa, because of that, they are considered, they're never bottled. They're never bottled. Ultimately, again, no, they're not necessarily exclusively sold as individual units, but they are more often than not sold as individual units, and therefore they're chashuv and not bottled. Again, so before we go on, right, let's just remember where we were coming from. What did we start with, right? What did the Gemara start with? The Gemara said, let's take this back to basics. The Mishnah is introducing us the cases of where something that is prohibited is mixed into a much larger mixture. What do the Mishnah say essentially in all of the cases? That the prohibited item is not bottled. The Gemara says, why not? Why not? Why not apply simple bittul below, right? Simple negation, nullification in a majority. After all, again, that's the biblical law. So what's the answer? What's the simple answer the Gemara gave? The simple answer is that the prohibited items are, one word, chashuv, important. So now the fundamental question becomes, well, how do you define chashivos? Right? Now, obviously, we're saying is because something that is important is not bottled even in a much larger majority. Great. How do you define chashiv? So we just went through this entire incredibly exciting journey. Who never knew the Fenugreek, but the Fenugreek could be so exciting. Right, so we went through this incredibly exciting journey about halacha l'maisa again, what's bottled, what's not bottled, and all of this comes back ultimately again to Rabbi Yochanan and Shlokish. Rabbi Yochanan says, what's the definition of a chashuv item? An item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Rish Lakish says, no. Reish Lakish says even an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even if sometimes it is sold as part of a group, is also still called kosher. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, honey, Reish Lakish. So you know, both like our Mishnah makes sense when Reish Lakish, right? Why does it make sense when Reish Lakish? Because halacha l'maaseh, you know, both say our case is animals. Right now, we assume what's the status of animals. The status of animals is kol shedak olimos. In general, how is an animal sold? In general, as an individual unit. In general, but can it be given away as part of a group also? Of course. So that's what's called kol shedak olimos. So ultimately, again, if you understand, right? If you understand ultimately, again, according to Reish Lakish, so let's read this now. Hanichol Reish Lakish. So all of this makes sense according to Reish Lakish. But according to Rabbi Yochanan, ultimately, again, by Eshedak Alimnos, what is there to say? To which the Gemara says, Amra Papa, said, Hi Tana, literally Kitsiosu. So what's going to listen to this? The Tana of our Mishnah is the Tana ultimately, again, of the litra Kitsios. Once litra is a measure, Kitsios ultimately again refers to items that are harvested. Now we'll see what this case is. The Amar, top of Ayin Gimel, we're just going to read these first two lines. I know. Right? So the Amar, called Davar Shiyush, here we go. Called Davar Shiyush Minyan, Afidu B'Drabanan Labatal, the Choshkim Rice. So now we're opening the door again, to a whole other group of items over here. So we'll say, now watch this. Now the Gemara is introducing us ultimately again to what's called a Davar Shevamin. Okay, so what's a Davar Shevamin? Take a look at the top Rashi. So we'll see, it's really exciting. By the way, for those of us who are doing Smichas Chaber, please also say, we're not up to this yet, but when we get to Halachas of Tarulas, ultimately we're going to be seeing all of these concepts again as well. So look at Rashi, top Rashi 73a. Kol Davar Shevamin, Kol Shedato Limnos Klau. See, I must say, this is so interesting. Up until now, we were focusing on Kol Shedato Limnos, Es Shedato Limnos. Something exclusively sold as an individual unit, or something very often sold as a unit. There's another thing called Davar Sheva Minyan. Rashi says over here, Kol Shedarko Linos Klau. Anything that is ever counted as an individual unit. Kigon Litros Shokitzios, Sharov B'nei Adam Ein Mochim Minyan Ela Darsin Osa B'Eagle, Umochim Kol Eagle Yachos Hoyel B'Kanim Shemonim HaLitros Levad B'Mochim Minyan. Those are Davar Sheva Minyan says. Anything that is at any point in time, sometimes reckoned as an individual unit, has its own kashrus. So this is fascinating because up until now we were focusing on the idea that in order for an item to become kosher, what has to happen? Either it has to be exclusively sold as an individual unit, or the majority has sold as an individual unit. There's another concept called Davar Sheva Minyan. Davar Sheva Minyan means anything that is at any point in time ever reckoned as an individual unit, whether it's common, uncommon, as long as it occurs at some point, that item has an inherent kashrus as well. So again, I'm also like, there's another time, another school of thought, and this school of thought says any Davar Sheva Minyan, whether it's biblical law or rabbinic law, is not bottle. Now, I will say, so this introduces a whole new vista of understanding, and there's we'll pick up with this tomorrow. This is now a new time. So we have Eshedak Alimnos, Kol Shedak Alimnos, and now a new school of thought that says Kol Davar Sheva Minyan, anything that at any point in time is ever looked at as an individual entity, even if it's not commonly done so, or not commonly reckoned as such, ultimately, again, it's not going to be bottled as well. How to apply that ultimately, again, to our case in Yetz Hashem tomorrow. Yutana,
it's like the price you pay.
All right, everyone, have a great day, everyone.
And I'm too interested in health. I do too much to stay healthy.
No one sells something. Yeah, the bundle is the individual unit, because the stock is nothing.
78 years.
That's small math. Okay, so it only works in very specific ways.
That's 20 years.
Correct. So by animals, and when you sell a herd, even if you can't come in front of that triangle, take this dozen. Yeah, no, that's the
28-year-old guys are dead guys. So I've been consciously thinking about that. Like, don't let it get away from you. That's the thing. Don't let it get away from you. Like, look at Jelly Roll. Yeah. Fucking insane. Incredible. Yeah. That dude just added decades onto his life. Oh, for sure. He was on his way out. He was close. He was on his way out. Yeah. 500 Sam Talent, 40 pounds. Yeah. Sam Talent dropped it too. Did he? Yeah. How much did he drop? Fucking ton. Oh, no shit. I haven't seen it. Well, I think he did. I don't want to speak for him. I think he took one of the things. Like, goes out. Fine, man. And I was like, man, whatever you need to do. Just, what are you doing? And he was like, I was going to die. I was like, all right, fair. Yeah. But he get too big, and then he probably has sleep apnea, so he ain't getting any sleep. So at night he's choking. You know, he's lying in bed in these weird hotel rooms. Yeah. And Sam I'm going out from sleep apnea. For sure, bro. I have to wear a mouthpiece every night. Yeah. I wear a mouthpiece every night. I found a great pillow, too. Did you get hurt to die from sleep apnea? No, you just choke. You just stop breathing. That's it. It's a wrap. Probably didn't hurt at all. You probably just go in your sleep. Yeah, so what the fuck? It's not one of the worst ways to be talking about it. Listen, it's just the problem is you're going way too young. You're going because someone's killing you, and that someone's you. Yeah, but see, a lot of football players get it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because they have giant necks. Yeah. So the giant neck, when you're having all this stuff here, it's kind of closing in, and then you get this big fucking head and this big ass tongue that just falls over that hole. Yeah. And you just slip in the darkness. I talk my language. Well, listen, for a lot of those guys, it's all preventable. You know, you can sleep with a CPAP machine, which sucks. Dude, my dad has a sleep apnea machine, and he doesn't fucking clean it. He gets like eye infections. You just see him. He shows up with double pink eye. You're like, yo, what the fuck? Bro, I tried that thing one time. How do you sleep with that? Can't do it. I can't sleep with a lot of noise. I want to be able to wake up quick. I wake up quick. That's funny. I'm one of those wake up guys. Like, if my wife grabs me, if she has to wake me up, she has to like be kind of, ready. That I don't grab her. Yeah, I don't know why. I've always woken up like that, so I don't want any noise. I listen to noise when I sleep, and then I have that thought though. It's like if somebody breaks in. I want to hear everything. Sure. Well, this is like, I used to always have a lot of dangerous dogs. I used to have like multiple pit bulls. I used to have. He's there. Me and him both with sleep apnea. But I always wanted things to be awake that would bark if like something was at the door. Like living by yourself in Hollywood. I never lived in Hollywood, but I lived in North Hollywood, and then I lived in Encino, and then I moved further out. I just kept moving further and further out. I even thought about Santa Barbara. I'm like, why don't I get a big piece of property on Santa Barbara, get the fuck away from everybody? But like, I don't want a machine going. Yeah, you're not hearing shit. I would be paranoid. I'd be feeling weird. I think when you hit like machine time, it's like, dude, I hope someone breaks in. I got sleep apnea. I get sleep apnea when I'm home. That's when I get it. Right. Like, and just I got on the planes. I'm waking myself up.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Alinu Ritova, Allison Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi, Ruvain Ben Shimon Zichron Libracha. In honor of his Mishal Shav and Aliyah, should be a Melitz Yosef for his children, his grandchildren, Knain and Harav, 34 great-grandchildren. Sending Malka Estes in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Estes and Hinda Bas Nech Ephraim, in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Natalie Yona Gordon, Shani Cohen Demo, Belen Barrel, and Bazar Erev Hanukkah 2023. Pauline Kathy Pollock for dedicating Sherman Churches this month in memory of Paul's sister, Leah Bas Shmuel, and Zach Meany, Shulamis Bas Shmuel, Esther Bas Zachariah. Our week of learning sponsors, Baruch Meir Rina Dubin, in honor of the upcoming chasana of their daughter Sophie, Zevi Granat, and Yas Hashem, which will take place this evening. B'Sha'ah Tova U'Meslachas and Mazel Tov to the Dubin family. Chassan Mechalik to be Zokar, Yas Hashem to Dog, Opinion Adead, Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov. Our Dapnomi sponsors for today is Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and with schools of the continued refuah for Shulamis Chana Bas Susha, as well as Matt and Diane Marks, wishing a Mazel Tov to Baruch Meir and Nina Dubin on the upcoming marriage of their daughter Sophie to Zevi Granat of Ezra, England. Mazel Tov again to the Chassan and Kala. Mir Hashem, which we Zochat stands under the B'Sha'ah Tova Meshachas, build a home that Emer Hashem is filled with Mazel Bracha, Simcha, and Kedusha, Amer V'Asim Shalom Tovas. All of them is Shem Shav and Aliyah. All those who need a report, Shabbat together with Kol Kolei Yitzan Kushvar, who should continue to share the Soros Tovos upon all of Klal Yisrael. So with that, let us begin a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Ayin Beis 72, and we left off on Ayin Aleph on the base 71b. And we left off actually kind of like in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own contained thought. So we'll say, so again, Galabi Suri Hanon. So 2, 4, 5 lines up in the bottom, 71b. So remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's daf was really focused on this idea that there are two Mishnayos. There's a Mishnah Maseches Sfachim, which is a Mishnah that we had on Ayin Aleph Beis, onto Ayin Aleph Beis, the first Mishnah of this new parak, and a Mishnah in Maseches Tzmura. Now, both of those Mishnayos seem to be saying the same exact thing, which is whenever you have a prohibited animal that gets mixed into a mixture, ultimately, again, the prohibited animal is not bottled, is not nullified, and again, we're going to get more into the mechanics of that today a little bit in Hashem. And as a result, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. That's ultimately, again, what's unfolding over there. Now, the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why the redundancy. Why do I need what seems to be the same Mishnah twice? So essentially, the answer that the Gemara was giving was that Halacha L'Maaseh, the Mishnah Maseches Zvachim and the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura were really dealing with different levels of prohibition. Is the prohibited animal ultimately again Asher Ba'ano, not Asher Ba'ano? That was the distinction. So that last distinction the Gemara makes. The Gemara actually puts in the Gemara says the Ladi Suri Handal. The Ladi Suri Nan hard turn away. So the Gemara says, one second. But our Mishnah also talks about cases of animals that got mixed in that are not Suri Handal. If once again, if that's the case, then why the need for the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura at all? To which the Gemara says, "Mi katani bekama koshin hasam katani." The Gemara says, "But one second, does the Mishnah talk about again halacha l'maisa numbers?" See, our Mishnah talks about numbers. It talks about the idea that even the whole shoe, even any amount, ultimately created is. So again, our Mishnah speaks about numbers. The Mishnah in Tzmura does not speak about ultimately again numbers. So the Gemara says over here, "L'nisniha v'lo b'ayna." So just write the Mishnah in Tzmura and don't write the Mishnah in Zvachim. In other words, just go ahead and just put everything. Just go ahead and put everything in Tzmura. Which the Gemara says is very interesting. Hatakanta, Tzmura says takanta tzrikolek. We'll say what our Mishnah does is actually something very interesting, which the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura does not do, which discusses the remedy. Remember again, I will say, if you notice, in every case of mixture, our Mishnah speaks about first of all again the notion of the prohibition, and then tells you how to remedy the issue. Now remember again, there are different remedies for different cases, but just to give you an example of remedy, so it could very well be that in certain cases, for example, let's say let everything graze until you develop a loan, sell it off, and then use the value of the most expensive animal to purchase the type of carbon that get mixed in. Whatever the remedy is, the point over here is our Mishnah discusses not just problems, but our Mishnah ultimately again discusses solutions. And the Gemara says the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura discusses problems and no solutions. The Mishnah Maseches Zvachim ultimately again discusses problems and discusses solutions. And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnayos that discuss solutions. They both say what a tremendous Musar skill. There are two different kinds of people in life. There are many more than two different kinds of people, but for our purposes, two different kinds of people in life. People who are incredibly adept at identifying problems. And they can tell you the problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problems, someone else's problems, not their problems, right? All the problems in the world, right? And I was like, but the one thing they never have are solutions. And there are people like that And again, it's a skill, not just like a sense, an ability to detect and to identify problems. And then there are other people who, Baruch Hashem, yes, also can identify problems, but also have the God-given talent to find solutions. There is a solution, or at least an approach to every single problem. Be a solution-oriented person. Be a person who, yes, is good at identifying what's broken, but then also come forward with a way, with a derech, with a plan to fix it. You can be a Tamura Jew, which means find problems, or you can be a Zvach, which means find problems and identify solutions. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The head yot, not a kind of like. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Now, the other interesting distinction that the Gemara wanted to make is that perhaps the Mishnah Shmura discusses the idea that halacha l'maisa, that if a prohibited animal gets mixed in, the mixture is not only prohibited for karbanos, but ultimately again prohibited even for mundane everyday use. To which the Gemara says, well, 1 second. Our Mishnah also, sorry, not our Mishnah, but we also learned elsewhere about hedyot. So I must say, so hedyot means, remember, as opposed to, let's say, the Mishnah which reference karbanos, right? The Gemara wanted to suggest that maybe the Mishnah Masechus Tzmura is necessary because it takes out the idea that when you have something prohibited to get mixed into a mixture, it's even prohibited for mundane use. So the Gemara says the notion that a prohibited mixture is prohibited even for mundane usages, we have that in a different Mishnah. Where is that? What's a little chazara? That's avodah zara. So avodah zara, by the way, that was a good Masechta. Like remember avodah zachim, that's it also. But the avodah zara every day was like cool. Okay, we must discuss. The hedyot nami kanale. What do you learn in avodah zara? Here we go. The elu asiri v'olkin choshen. Both of the following items are prohibited, and when they get mixed into a mixture, they're prohibited in any amount. What are these items? Yayin nesach. So let's remember again. Yayin nesach is wine that is used for avodah zara. Avodah shkopavim and avodah zara. So these are items that when they get mixed in, ultimately again prohibits in any amount. Now take a look at before you turn the page, take a look at the last Rashi on 71b. Rashi's the head yoke. Rashi says, Nami Tanalei Masechus Avodah Zara. We learned this in Avodah Zara already. That when you have something that is asur ba'ana, right? It is not batul baruch. We'll say again. Remember, I think I mentioned this in yesterday's daf, but my days are off a little bit because yesterday's daf I did on Sunday. I recorded on Sunday. So again, in the previous daf, remember the whole novelty. So we're going to discuss this more today. Is in general mitzvah or raisa. Whenever there's something prohibited that gets mixed into something permitted, what's the halacha? Right? Chad betray. Then the Torah says that prohibited items are bundled in a simple majority. Simple majority. The Torah follows the majority. So this notion that now you have things that are getting mixed in that are not bundled is very unique on a biblical level. Again, we're going to discuss this more. But here, actually saying over here is that if you have something that is asur ba'ana, something that is not given, and it gets mixed in, even if it's mixed into an overwhelming majority of permitted material, mystery lahegyot, it is asur, and not only asur for sacrificial purposes, but also even for everyday mundane purposes. So the Gemara says, "V'lamelu lemisnei hacha b'chatas hametzos b'shahanis." Now the Gemara is asking over here. We already learned the concept that if you have something that is prohibited asur ba'ana, that gets mixed in with other permitted items, that is asur ba'ana. We already learned that in avodah zara. Where do you learn it? And if you have some yayin nesach, and if you have some avodah zara that gets mixed in with permitted items, halacha l'maisa, the entire mixture is asur ba'ana. So if that's the case, why do I need this to be stated in our Mishnah here in Tzvach? Top of Ayin Day 72a. So let's look at this about saying. I'll tell you why. Because if it was just based on the Gemara Masechus Avodah Zara, Haba Amina Lahedyot. I would have said ultimately again, when do you say that if an item that is asur ba'ana gets mixed in with a lot of permitted material, that ultimately again the resulting mixture is asur? When is that so? Lahedyot, for mundane purposes. Aval Gavoa, but if you're talking about Karbanas, then Ema Lo Nifsidim Mulukhu. And maybe you're about to say, you have to understand something. I might have thought like this. If it was just from the Gemara Mesachas Avodah Zarah, I would have thought, when did he say that if something is talking about no, and gets mixed in with other items that the resulting mixture is also, that's only the head yolk. That's only for everyday mundane purposes. But by Karbanas, no, I'm not going to say that the resulting mixture is also. Why? Because if the resulting mixture is also, then what? Then what's the issue? You're causing a loss to Hekish. And I might have thought that again, you don't cause such a loss to Hekish. Therefore, again, our Mishnah comes along and says, no, when it comes to Surei Hana, even for sacrificial purposes, it is still going to be Asa. And if you would have just written the Mishnah over here by the side of Smoking, I would have thought like this. When do we say that if something is Asa Ba'ana and it gets mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is Asa? When is that? Immediately cut shit. I would have thought that's only for sacrificial purposes. Why? The mice. Because literally translated is disgusting. What does that mean? Like the notion of potentially using something for sacrificial purposes that is prohibited, so that's a no-go. So maybe it's not for sacrificial purposes that the resulting mixture is also about chulin. When it comes to mundane things, about chulin, the Gemara says, the low ma'is, which is not disgusting, I would have thought that ultimately, again, we should employ typical bittul below, right? Nullification in a simple majority. Therefore, it's Therefore, this is incredibly important. So essentially, it turns out that really have three different sources for these concepts. We have a Mishnah Mesachas Mura, we have a Mishnah Mesachas Zvakim, and we ultimately again have a Mishnah Mesachas Avodah Zarah. Interestingly enough, now with the Gemara, so yesterday's daf was really much more focused on Mishnah Zvakim, Mishnah Mura. Now, the Gemara introduced us to this idea that there's another Mishnah. Why do I need this Mishnah in Mesachas Avodah Zarah? This is very important because what Avodah Zarah brings to the table of Osai is that when you have Isurei Hana that get mixed into a mixture, the resulting mixture is going to be Asur, even what we call Lehedjot, even for simple mundane use. Our Mishnah Mesachas Zvakim highlights the idea that when Isurei Hana get mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is Asur Legavoa. You cannot use it for sacrificial purposes. Avodah Zarah teaches us you can't even use it for mundane purposes. And both are necessary. Why? Because if it was just ultimately, again, Avodah Zarah, I would have thought, okay, the resulting mixture is also for mundane purposes, but for sacrificial purposes, you're not going to cause such a loss to the Beis HaMikdash. Okay, therefore I need Avodah Zarah. And if we would have just said Zvakim, I would have said the resulting mixture ultimately, again, is also for the Beis HaMikdash, because it's not nice to offer something up like this in the Beis HaMikdash. But for Hedyot, it's mutter. Therefore, Avodah Zarah component is for mundane purposes. It's going to be awesome. So I will say, bottom line is that what all of these composite mishnahs are teaching us is that when you have something that is asudana that gets mixed in with other permitted items, the resulting mixture is going to be asur both legavoa for the Beis HaMikdash and ultimately, again, for hedyot, for regular mundane use. Now, what's important to understand is depending on the nature of the mixture, there may be remedies, right? And that's our Mishnah. Our Mishnah discusses all of the ways that you can rectify these prohibited mixtures. Now, again, remember, one caveat, it is important to understand that halacha l'maisa, not everything has a remedy. Right? Because remember, again, that's the first case of our Mishnah, where the chatas cases, where ultimately, again, not every single thing, not every single problem has a solution. So not every single mixture has a remedy. But l'maisa, again, our Mishnah is all about the remedies. Good. So now we take care of the Mishnah in Zvakim, we take care of the Mishnah in Tzmura, we take care of the Mishnah in Mesachas Avodah Zarah. Now the Gemara goes back and kind of like dials us back a little bit. I don't understand. Then it back to the why don't we apply typical bittul growth? Like, in other words, here's what's fascinating. Let's say the Mishnah is operating under an assumption. What's the assumption? That the prohibited item is not negated, is not nullified in the majority. Why not? Why not? Again, both sides, I just want to point out. You look at Rashi. Rashi says it's the third line from the tab. But the hak sit achirav mahatos. And listen, this is incredibly important. Nida oraisa. So Isser, prohibited matter, is nullified in a simple majority. That is biblical law, simple majority. So then if you might just ask and understand, why all of these pieces, whatever it is, the chat, whatever it is, why isn't it batal barov? So once again, this is really interesting. Or maybe you'll say like this, because these items are significant, therefore what? They're not batal. They're not batal. So everyone's like, what's the whole idea of bittul, right? The whole idea of bittul is that ultimately, again, when you have an item that finds itself in a majority, the identity of the minority is swallowed up by the minority. But again, however, that's not necessarily true where the minority item is chashuv. If it's important, then the mice again is not batal. It's not batal. To which the Gemara says, so maybe the item is discussing Mishnah chashuv, and therefore v'lo batal, and therefore ultimately again they're not batal. So once again, ready for this. This is so super exciting. The Gemara says, "Hani chalaman amar kol shedarka linos shanim elaman damer es shedarka linos shaninu ma'in kalamina." So once again, now this is so interesting. Right? So the Gemara says, okay, now what you want to tell me is maybe the reason in the Mishnah why the prohibited items are not batal is because they're chashuv. So we'll say, so here's the interesting shayla. What makes something chashuv? What makes something important? So we'll say, so in general, on a more basic level, what makes an item chashuv is that it is an item that is reckoned as an individual entity, as opposed to an item that's always sold in a group. So we'll say, I'll give you a good example of this, right? I'm just using it to illustrate the purposes. An egg is a good example of something that's always part of a group, right? You can't, I don't think you can go to the store and buy, right? You can't buy one egg in the store, right? So in other words, so an egg by definition is something that is only sold as a unit. So an individual, right? I'm wrong. You can buy 2 eggs in the store.
There's certain guys that never.
Oh, peel. Right. No. Come on, man. Come on. Right? Yeah, seriously. Right. So again, it's a raw egg, right? A raw. Sorry. I'll be more specific, right? Right. So you can't go to the supermarket and buy like buy a raw egg, right? You have to. So that's a good example of something that doesn't have an individual unit significance. So in general, when we speak of something being chashuv, what it means is the item is so important that it's usually sold, right? It's usually sold as an individual unit. So Moshe says, now watch this. That is going to be a fundamental focus. So does that mean that it's an item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, right? It's never sold as part of a group? Oh no, what it means is it's an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, but sometimes it's also sold as part of a group. So we'll say, so that's not Moses. So watch this. The Gemara says, that's what it means over here. So let's look at Rashi. Rashi is kol shedarka lenos. This is incredible. This is incredible. First short line in Rashi. Kol shedarka lenos. Shivish b'nei adam hamakpidim b'minyanim u'mochim b'minyanim shaninu. The Rabbi was not a Mishnah, the Chabile Tilson, Shakir, the Habehimos Sami Hatchavos, for example, Kol Shadarko, just version of Kol Shadarko means anything that is commonly counted. So once again, what that refers to are items that are often sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. So a good example of this, Rashi says, we're going to get to bundles of fenugreek in just a moment. But again, listen to this. But the Gemara says, animals are good examples of this. Why animals are good examples? Why? He says, so again, an animal is a good example of this. Also, when you buy livestock, it would be common that ultimately livestock are sold with one head at a time. Right? Good. However, we're going to say it's not uncommon that sometimes a person sells, I don't know, a flock or a herd, right? So let's say commonly, again, a flock. I don't know, a flock is, I'm just like 21 sheep, right? Like the Sanhedrin Calvin, right? 21 sheep, right? So let's say, so, but it wouldn't be uncommon for a person to throw in an extra sheep, right? So that's what it means where it says kol shedarka lenos. So in other words, an item that is commonly sold as an individual entity, but yet sometimes it is sold as a group as well. That's what of kol shedarka lenos, anything that is normally counted. So the Gemara says, If you hold kol shadakalimnos, then the Mishnah makes sense. Right, ultimately again, then the cut. Remember again, both sides. What are we trying to figure out? The Gemara is asking the kasha. What's the kasha? Why don't we just say bittul? Why don't we just say bittul? Right, the prohibited animal gets mixed in. Just say that it's bottle below. So the Gemara says, oh no, it's chashav. Chashav, it's just part, therefore it's not bottle. So that makes sense if you say kol shadakalimnos. Kol shadakalimnos means any item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even sometimes though it's sold as part of the collective, is chashiv and therefore not bottle. But if you hold a laman da'amar es shadakalimnos, so we'll say, what is shadakalimnos? Es shadakalimnos means the only item that is chashiv is something that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because animals are often sold as individual units, but often sold as part of a group as well. If that's the case, it's not chashiv, but that's the case, it makes sense why it's not bottle. The which the Gemara says, "Oh man, Damar, Eshtakalinos." The Makler, look at Rashi. Elaman Damar Eshtakalinos. Rashi says, "Shedakol miducha lekach she'im leka adam demosef alei yisir l'lokiach v'lomoka v'lominyan." Hani ein daka miducha l'minyan sheyesh mosif yisir l'lokiach. The Moshe says, so again, if you hold Eshtakalinos means the only item that is chashuv is something that is exclusively sold as an individual unit. So if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because although animals are often sold as individual units, they're often also sold as part of a group as well. Because of that, therefore, again, they would not be quote-unquote chashuv, and therefore they could be bottle. So we'll say, before the Gemara applies it to our Mishnah, the Gemara highlights this machlokes. And we'll say, this probably, by the way, is one of the most important machlokes in by bittul, that it comes to bittul. Kol shadakalimnos, just to define the terms. Kol shadakalimnos means anything that is often reckoned as an individual entity, even though it's still often sold as part, or sometimes sold as part of a group, it's still called chashuv. It's still looked at as an individual entity. Es shadakalimnos means the only thing that is considered to be chashuv is something ultimately that is exclusively sold as an individual entity, never sold as part of a group. Here's the Mishnah. This is very interesting. Someone who had bundles of fenugreek. Fenugreek. Rashi says over here, tilson, what's unique about tilson? Min tavlin, which is a type of spice. Dechadilin chashuv ma'od. So apparently, again, a bundle of fenugreek is considered to be exceptionally chashuv. She'af tam ha'eif shavel apri. This is actually incredible. So apparently, fenugreek is the one thing where the quote unquote the fruit, the item, tastes the same as the source, as the tree. The thing it grows on a bush, more than the tree, right? That it grows on. Interesting. It says ubalav fenugreek. Okay, so it's very good fenugreek. So as I say, if you have, so again, remember fenugreek is not sold by the stalk, but rather again it's sold by the bundle. So again, if you have a bundle of fenugreek and it's koyakar, koyakar means it's fluid, right? In a prohibited mixture. A bit of mixture. So what's that? What's that? On the days, yadliku. Yadliku means it has to be destroyed. Has to be destroyed. Right? So let's say, so that, by the way, that's the common expression for koyakar. Whenever you have a prohibited mixture that grew, so ultimately, the lashon that Chazal use is you have to ignite it, you have to burn it, you have to destroy it. Yisagu b'achirim, kulon yadliku div Rabbi. So let's say, now watch this. So let's say you have this prohibited bundle of fenugreek. Okay, so for example, this fenugreek grew in a vineyard. So therefore, again, the resulting mixture, that fenugreek, therefore that kula, in close proximity to a vine, is going to be awesome. What do you do with koyakar? What do you do with it? You destroy it. Let's say now that bundle of fenugreek gets mixed in with other bundles of fenugreek. Right, so the prohibited bundle got mixed with other bundles, and then get mixed with other bundles afterwards. What's the halacha? All of it has to be destroyed. These words are in there. So again, I will say, even if you have 1,000 bundles of prohibited fenugreek that get mixed in together with this, and you have one bundle of prohibited fenugreek, right there it says it all has to be destroyed. The Chum say no, Yalu ba'achav. No, not true. It's bottle. It's bottle. Now it happens to be for koyakar. The ratio for bittul is 200 to 1. 200 to 1. So as long as you have 200 permitted bundles of fenugreek, ultimately, again, the one bundle of fenugreek is going to be bottle and is going to be mutter. And what's the machlokes over here? Get ready for this. Now, by the way, why 200 to 1? Why 200 to 1? Rashi points this out. We'll come back to this in a little bit. Gemara says as follows. Rameir says this. Kol shedarko linos mekadesh. The chum over in mekadesh. So again, so Rameir says kol shedarko linos. Now, what does it mean kol shedarko linos? Kol shedarko linos means anything that is often looked at or is often sold as an individual unit, even if not exclusively sold, anything that is commonly sold as an individual unit is chashav. Because it's chashav, therefore what? It's not batal. And because of that, fenugreek, which is often sold as an individual unit, therefore it's chashav. Because it's chashav, when it gets mixed in with even 1,000 other bundles of forbidden fenugreek, it's not going to be batal, and therefore the entire mixture is aser. The entire mixture is aser. On the other hand, the Chum say no. The Chum say there are only 6 things. 6 things that ultimately, again, are never batal in the majority because they are so important. What are the Rabbi Kiva? Rabbi Kiva says Shiva. Rabbi Kiva says there's a 7th thing as well. What are these things? We'll see here. What are these items that are so important that they are never batal? It goes a prach, so apparently these prach nuts, Rimone Badan, these Rimone Badan is a place. Rimone is right, the camera is from Badan. Chavios and stumos, very interesting. Sealed barrels of wine. I suppose so remember again, a sealed barrel is much more chashav than an open barrel, right? Because remember again, by the sealed barrel, that means the wine is being kept. So a sealed barrel of wine and still face hardened stalks of beef stalks. The Gemara says beef stalks. So the Gemara says the kilchei kruf and cabbage stalks, right? The last fungus, and ultimately again this Greek gourd. Okay, so those are the 6 items of the Chachamim that are apparently so chashuv that these items are only sold exclusively as individual units. Because of that, even if they get mixed in with many more permitted items, they're never batal. Rabbi Kiva adds in over here, Rabbi Kiva Mosif, even loaves of bread that are made by balabayas, as opposed to what? As opposed to loaves of bread, ultimately again, that are made by a baker. Right? Baker's loaves are kind of like a pro-forma loaf. They are commonly replicated, but the loaf of a balabayas ultimately again is chashuv. Because when a person makes bread, the bread is unique to them. Therefore, it's not fun. That's where the Akiva adds on. If you look at Rashi, before we go on, Rashi is over in the Shisha Devarim. It's about that. It lines up in the bottom. Hein shemekachin es hakol hamis arvin bahem. They tolchen gidolin u'dmeyan yikarim dechashuvim b'midos. Rashi says over here, what comes in there amongst these items are they're large. Now, large doesn't mean they're very large. What it just means is they're not tiny. Number 2 is they're expensive and they're important. So these are the items. These are the items that Chum say. These 6 items that the Kiva adds in the 7th, the loaves that are never batal in a mixture. And therefore, haray la'arla arla, haray la'klayaken and klayaken. If any of these items are arla, essentially they turn the rest of the mixture into arla. And if they're klayaken, they turn the rest of the mixture into klayaken. Okay, so now that's machlokes are there and the chachamim. Now watch this. The itmar Allah, and about that machlokes it was said, Rabbi Yochanan Amar, es shedarka minos shenu. Rabbi Yochanan says, part of all of these items is es shedarka minos, which means these items are commonly sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. But because they are commonly sold as individual units, therefore what? Therefore, Allah makes it a chashuv, because the chashuv they're never batal. Rishlakish Omer, Chol Shedarka L'Nosha. Rishlakish says no, these items are chashuv. Why? Because Chol Shedarka L'Nosha. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, it says the opposite. These items are exclusively sold as individual units. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, because of that, they are considered, they're never batal. They never bottle. Lakish Omer, Kol Shadak Lo Shalinu. Ultimately, again, no, they're not necessarily exclusively sold as individual units, but they are more often than not sold as individual units, and therefore they're kosher and not bottle. Okay, so before we go on, right, let's just remember where we were coming from. Right? What did we start with, right? What did we start with? Let's take this back to basics. The Mishnah is introducing us to cases of where something that is prohibited is mixed into a much larger mixture. What did the Mishnah say essentially in all of the cases? That the prohibited item is not bottle. The Gemara says, why not? Why not? Why not apply simple bittul below, right? Simple negation of nullification in a majority. After all, again, that's the biblical law. So what's the answer? What was the simple answer the Gemara gave? The simple answer is that the prohibited items are, one word, kosher, important. So now the fundamental question becomes, well, how do you define kashibus? Right? Now, obviously, we're saying is because something that is important is not bottled even in a much larger majority. Great. How do you define kosher? So we just went through this entire incredibly exciting journey. We never knew the Fennec Greek, but the Fennec Greek was really so exciting. Right? So we went through this incredibly exciting journey about halacha l'maaseh again, what's bottled, what's not bottled, and all of this comes back ultimately against Rabbi Yochanan and Shlokish. Rabbi Yochanan says, what's the definition of a kosher item? An item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Reish Lakish says no. Reish Lakish says even an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even if sometimes it is sold as part of a group, it's also still called kosher. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, honey, Reish Lakish. So you know, so our Mishnah makes sense according to Reish Lakish, right? Why does it make sense according to Reish Lakish? Because halacha l'maaseh, our case is animals. Right now, we assume what's the status of animals? Status of animals is kol shadak alunos. In general, how is an animal sold? In general, as an individual unit. In general, but can it be given away as part of a group also? Of course. So that's what's called kol shadak alunos. So ultimately, again, if you understand, right? If you understand ultimately, again, according to Reish Lakish, so let's read it down. So all of this makes sense according to Reish Lakish. However, that Yochanan, but according to Yochanan, ultimately, again, by Eshedak Alimnos, what is there to say? To which the Gemara says, Amra Papa, Hi Kana Dulitra Kitsiosu. Shabbos, now listen to this. The Tana of our Mishnah is the Tana ultimately again of the litra Kitzios. And what litra is a measure, Kitzios ultimately again refers to items that are harvested. And we'll see what this case is. The Amar, top of Ayin Gimel, we're just going to read these first two lines. I know. Right? So the Amar, called Davar, here we go. Called Davar Shiish Minyan, Afidu Bizrabanan Lobato. So now we're opening the door again, to a whole other group of items over here. So we'll say, now watch this. Now the Gemara is introducing us ultimately again to what's called a davar shebanim. Okay, so what's a davar shebanim? Take a look at the top Rashi. So we'll say it's really exciting. By the way, for those of us who are doing Smichas Chavar, it's also exciting. We're not up to this yet, but when we get to Halachas and Talulas, ultimately we're going to be seeing all of these concepts again as well. So look at Rashi. Top Rashi 73a. See, this is so interesting. Up until now, we were focusing on Kol Shadak Limnos as Shadak Limnos. Something exclusively sold as an individual unit, or something very often sold as a unit. There's another thing called Davar Shebaminyan. Rashi says over here, Kol Shadak Limnos Cloud. Anything that is ever counted as an individual unit, because Ritros Shokitzios, Sherov B'nei Adam Imokhin Laminin Ela Darsin Osa B'Igo, Umokhin Kol HaIgo Yachad, Hoyel B'Kanim Shemonin HaVitros Levad Z'Mokhin Minyan. So as our Davar Shebaminyan says, anything that is at any point in time, sometimes reckoned as an individual unit, has its own kashivos. So this is fascinating because up until now we were focusing on the idea that in order for an item to become kosher, what has to happen? Either it has to be exclusively sold as individual unit, or majority of times sold as individual unit. There's another concept called Darshan Minyan. Darshan Minyan means anything that is at any point in time ever reckoned as an individual unit, whether it's common, uncommon, as long as it occurs at some point, that item has an inherent chashivos as well. So Rabbi said there's another time, another school of thought, and this school of thought says any davar shebeminin, whether it's biblical law or rabbinic law, is not batal. Is not batal. Rabbi says so. This introduces a whole new vista of understanding, and yes, Hashem will pick up with this tomorrow. This is now a new time. So we have Eshedak Nos, Kol Shedak Nos, and now a new school of thought that says Kol davar shebeminin. Anything that at any point in time is ever looked at as an individual entity, even if it's not commonly done so or not commonly reckoned as such, ultimately, again, it's not going to be batal as well. How to apply that ultimately again to our case in Yom Hashem tomorrow? New Tana, new Daf Torah sign. All right, everyone, have a great day, everyone.
He was quoted as lying over 5,000 times by Rothschild.
No one sells closer. Yeah, the bundle is the individual unit because the stock is nothing.
I'm guessing. What was it before?
Small down. Hashem. It only works in very specific cases. Correct. By animals, and when you sell a herd, when it can't come in front of extra animal, makers nothing. No, that's you so. That's you so.
Whoever's writing his tweets wrote that. Yeah. Same shit. He's got to be writing his tweets. I think they made a video of it, right? So the video is like he says things and someone types it out for him. He fucked up on Twitter this week. What, with the Rob Reiner thing? Yeah, it's crazy. It's all crazy. So if he didn't do the Rob Reiner thing and then put up those plaques, I'd be like, that's funny. But then the Rob Reiner thing, like, God damn it, dude. Well, the plaques are crazy. The plaques are crazy. It's like the White House is supposed to be where each new president, the new guy comes in, you won the new election, congratulations, let me show you around. This is what it's like. These are all the photos. What's fucking cute? Another good one. Loud.
I think I think that's the photo for Joe Biden.
It's an auto pen?
Yeah.
Okay. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. But again, it's still funny. And he does crazy shit. When he does crazy shit, it's funny. I like it. Right. But the Rob Reiner thing is not funny, right? No. And that's like the same thing. Yeah. It's the same kind of thinking. And when you see it with no empathy, that's when it's hard to like. Yeah. I wish he could apologize. I know you can. No. Listen, there's no justification for what he did that makes any sense in a compassionate society. It's no different than people that were celebrating when Charlie Kirk got shot. That's what. That's the thing that bothers me. Same kind of thing. It'd be like if Obama tweeted. Yeah. Rest in piss. Imagine. Oh my God. Imagine if Obama tweeted, something about someone, after they died in this way, that this person was a deranged person that hated Obama, and wrote Obama like all caps. Imagine Obama talked like Trump. Imagine Obama talked like Trump. They hated Obama. That was his thing. He talks about himself in person. That would be crazy. It just shows you how crazy it is the way Trump thinks and talks. It's just like the guy got sliced up by his kid. Anybody that doesn't see that and go, fuck, man. Yeah, it's the worst. Also, the kid's claiming not guilty right now. So I'm crying. I like it. By reason of what? I like the movie. Oh, boy. It's so dark, man. Yeah, it's really fucking horrendous. But on the other side of it, the Rob Reiner thing is crazy because Rob Reiner made it a mission to try to get Trump out of office and to try to get Trump arrested. There's this really weird video where he's sitting there with John Brennan and James Clapper, these two top dog spooks. Yeah. And they're talking about how this is like unacceptable that Trump is president. I'm like, this is a crazy thing to, and like high production value. Yeah. So it's like all filmed together, coming up with reasons why they have to remove Trump from office. Maybe you do something. All that sucked. I think that sucked. Yeah. But then, dude, you get murdered next to your wife by your son. Horrible. That's like the worst thing possible. The worst. The president. Right. It's a crazy thing to put out. By the time this episode comes out, we'll have moved on. Yeah, but it seems like, you know, it seems like whenever something like that happens, where someone is happy that someone died, so many people just, you feel so disappointed. You know, you just feel like it's so disappointing. Yeah. It's like, why? If you say that privately, that's one thing, which is also crazy. Yeah. But it's
all right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Alinu.
The way it happened makes it 10 times worse. Oh, God.
Tasvi,
He died in like a funny way. Right.
Just have an aliyah. He made a field trip for his children, his grandchildren, and 934.
He was like, I'm going to fucking...
Semi Malka Esther in memory of their parents, literally people Yitzchak Lee, Cohen, Sarah Steeple, Sarah Rachel, Abraham, Esther Sinkinda Basana Ephraim, in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Napoleon and Gordon Shemi Cohen Galo. Hanukkah 2023, Holy Catholic, Hikim Sherman Sister Leah Bas Shmuel and Zachrini, Shuramis Bas Shmuel, Esther Bas Zakaria. The learning sponsors are Mary Rina Dubin in honor of the upcoming Hasana of Tufi, the Zevi Granat, and it will take place this evening. B'Sha'at Tova Ulachas and Manzuka, the family, Hassan College of Mizokai Meretz Hashem, opinion at the Ad Mazel. I got Yomi today, Steinberg in his foot, continuing the floor. For Shulamis Hana Bas Susha, as well as Marks, wishing a Mazel Tov to Baruch Marina Dubin on the upcoming marriage of the of Edgeware, England. Mazel Tov against the Chassan Kala. Build a binyan, build a home that America is filled with Mazel Bracha Simcha Isha America Hashanim Tovos. All of them is Shana Shav and Aliyah. All those in Europe, coming together with Kol Kolei, Yitzhak, Yisrael, we should continue to share B'Soros Tovos upon all of Klal Yisrael. Let's say with that, let us begin. This Ayin 72. Left on the base 71. We left off actually kind of like in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own contained. So again, the Rabbi Suri Hanon. So 2, 4, 5 lines up on the bottom, 71. So if you remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's daf was really focused on this idea that there are two Mishnayos. There's a Mishnah on the Sekas Spoken, which is the Mishnah on Ayin Olivate, onto Ayin Aleph, on Ayin Aleph Olivate. The first,
my friend has to leave the country.
Now you seem to be saying this thing exactly. I'm a animal that gets twitched. Ultimately, again, this limited animal is not bottle, not nullified. Again, we're going to get more into the mechanics of that way a little bit in a session. And as a result, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. That's ultimately, again, what's the whole point here. Now, the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why the redundancy, why do I need what seems to be Mishnah.
Don't fucking make it funny. It's a serious thing. It's a serious thing. Why would you make it funny? Yeah. Like, is the thought like that'll make it popular on TikTok and it'll spread that way? Is that the thought? Like, be a
no, not us about.
I think a lot of those people are obviously just weird fucking stuff.
Like Marcy picks up the Latin Suri Hanon.
I heard something that I don't know if it's true.
So the Gemara says, one second, but our Mishnah also talks about cases.
Brown University shooting. And it's people claiming that the security cameras.
The Gemara says,
yes.
So Katani, so you know,
What is it? He says, DHS, I didn't approve
talk
to be
about
used
again
in
halacha
this. I know you
l'maisa
know my address,
numbers.
so send a check, and please take this down,
Numbers.
and please
It
keep
talks
me
about the
out of
idea
your
that in the
banger
whole should even only amount
implementation
ultimately
videos.
create
Go
is.
on
So
to
again,
next
our
account.
Mishnah
When it comes to
speaks about
immigration, my
numbers
thoughts and heart are a lot more nuanced than this video allows.
and
I
numbers.
want that. Perfect response. Call them banger videos. It's hilarious. Yeah, they're ridiculous. Yeah, they suck. They suck. It's like, why are you doing
Oh, just go ahead and just put everything.
Not trying to be entertaining.
What which the Gemara says
The job
is
is
very interesting. Hatakanta, someone said taklit street.
that's weird.
So our Mishnah,
Yeah.
that's something very interesting.
Hotel members, terrorists, the worst people in the
We
world.
discussed
That's what we're
the
hoping
remedy.
for. Yeah.
Remember
And then
again,
it's like anybody. I bet they have quotas.
first of all, again, the Mishnah of the prohibition, and then tells you to remedy the issue. Now remember again, there are different remedies for different cases. It's just
That's
even
bad. But if you get into weird territory, that's when cops pull people over for bullshit. Yeah. Tell my buddy's got DUIs. Cops need they just took a chance.
there's the type of covenant again. Whatever the remedy is, the point
Just missing.
Mishnah discusses not just problems, but our Mishnah also discusses solutions. So the Gemara
That's
doesn't say
Did you miss those days?
problems, no solutions. The Mishnah Masechet Zvachim ultimately again discusses problems and discussion. And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnayos that discuss solutions. They both say what a tremendous skill. Yeah. Right. There are many ways to do the guys who particularly kinds of people like people are incredibly adept at identifying problems. Have a problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problem, someone else's problem, not their problems. Right? All the problems, right? Something they never are solutions. And you have people like that.
No, it's okay. I don't remember what we were talking about.
It's just like a sense, an ability to detect and to identify. And then I will say there are other people who are yes, also can identify problems, also have the God-given talent to find solutions.
Because they wanted to stop
Or at
ICE
least
from using the feed to
problem.
locate
Be a solution-oriented
campus, maybe.
person. Be a solution, be a person who yes, is good at identifying what's broken, but then also
Because they've done some wild shit.
put
Like
a way with
I don't know if they wind up deporting that lady, but they were trying to deport that
would you,
lady because
which
she
means find problems, or you could be a
and she
zvachim,
wrote
which
an
means
essay that was critical of Israel. Yeah.
incredible. I was like that. The head yoke, not a kind of laser. Now, for me, is that perhaps the Mishnah discusses the idea that that if a prohibited animal gets mixed in, the mixture is not only the carbonos, but ultimately again prohibited even for mundane everyday use, which the Gemara says, well, a second. Our Mishnah also, sorry, not our Mishnah, but we also there about hedyot. What's a hedyot means? Hedyot means, remember, as opposed to, let's say, the Mishnah which reference carbonos, right? The Gemara suggests that maybe the Mishnah is necessary because it seeks out the idea of it's even prohibited to get mixed into a mixture. It's even prohibited for mundane use. So the Gemara says the notion is prohibited even for mundane use. If we have that in it, it's a little chazara. It's like chazara. That was a good mishnah. Avodah Zarah. Okay, the Gemara says as follows. The hedyot nami kanale. What do we learn in the Avodah Zarah? Here we go. Ve'elu asuri v'olshim v'cholshim. Most of the following items are prohibited, and when they get to a mixture, they prohibit any amount. What are these items? Yayin nesach. So let's remember again. Nesach is one that is used for Avodah Zarah. Avodah Kochavim and Avodah Zarah.
Okay, this is contradictory.
Items, and when they
was that somebody had to say
again. Before you turn the page, look at the last Rashi on 71b. Actually, the hedyot. Rashi says, "Nami kamei b'mesach Avodah Zarah." We learned this in Avodah Zarah already. Da'asile hanoah that when you have somebody asur ba'anoah, right? Not bottle below. Don't say, again, remember, I think I mentioned this. So again, so in the previous that, remember the whole
No. Yeah.
That's
Who's the I was all over it. I was going, this motherfucker.
what I saw. Whenever you have something
It was
that's
a
mixed into
kid
something
that was in
committed,
like
what's the halacha?
protest
Like
and shit.
chad betray. Sure, the Torah says that prohibited and are bottle is a majority. Still majority.
They should. Remember the Atlanta one?
So this notion
life
that now you have people that are getting mixed in that are not bottle is very unique on a biblical level. That's this more. But here, I follow myself. The thing that is Asr Ba'ana, something that is not, and it gets me, even if it's only over.
Richard Jewell.
I was there that day.
You were in Atlanta?
Yeah, that's
96.
But also, so you might so that's just the level of listening. Papa, the cartas, and so it's shahani. You learn the concept that if you had something with some yarinesa, and if you have some avodah zarah that gets mixed in with permitted items, halacha should be no. So if that's the case, why do I need this to be stated in our Mishnah and Tzvachim? I am base 72a. So what's the both say? 380. I'll tell you why. Dina Hassan, based on the Gemara Masechah Savot, Hava Amina Lahegyot. I would have say that if an item that is Asr Ba'anar, but ultimately,
Human rights group team, university administrators, dismantle surveillance, defend free speech.
But if you're talking about Chabad, then Ema lo nisbihu l'chut. Let's say you have to understand something like this. I would have thought when we say something is Asr Ba'anar, mixed in with other items that the minister is off. Something like I'm not saying the resulting mixture is Asr. Why? Because if the resulting mixture is Asr, I will say, then what? Then what's the issue? Plus the hektish. And that it can don't cause such a loss to hektish. Therefore, again, our mission is long as says no. See, Suri Hana, it is still going to be Asr. And if you would have shown me about the service, I would have thought like this. When do we say that it's Asr Ba'ana and it gets mixed with other items? The resulting mixture is Asr. When is that? I mean, you cut
from one side of it.
That's only for sacrificial purposes. Why? Demise. Because literally translated, it's disgusting. What does that mean? Like the notion of potentially using something for sacrificial purposes that is prohibited, so that's a no-go. So maybe it's not the sacrificial purposes that the resulting mixture is also. About Hulin, when it comes to mundane things, about Hulin, the Gemara says the low mice, which is not disgusting, I would have thought that ultimately, again, we should employ typical bittul barol application in a simple majority. Therefore, it's svicha. Therefore, it's this. Therefore, I'll say this is incredibly important. So essentially, it turns out that you have three different sources for these concepts. You have a Mishnah Maseches Tamura, you have a Mishnah Maseches Tzvachim, and we also again have a Mishnah Maseches Avodah Zarah. Interestingly enough, now with the Gemara, so yesterday's daf was really much Mishnah and Tamura. Now, there's another Mishnah. Why do I need this Mishnah in Maseches Avodah Zarah? This is very important. People say is that when you put it on the website, Canary Mission published a profile. The resulting mixture is going to be Asr, even what we call lehed, for simple money use. Our highlights the idea that when it gets mixed in with other items, the result is Asr legavoa. You cannot use it for official purposes. Avodah Zarah teaches us you can't even. Because if it was just ultimately the resulting mixture is also for mundane purposes, but for sacrificial purposes, you're not going to such a loss to be Mikdash. Okay, therefore I need Avodah Zarah.
Senate passing several
resolutions. The resulting mixture ultimately again is us. The Beis Hamikdash, because it's not nice to offer something up like in the Beis Hamikdash. Even for mundane purposes, it's going to be us. So both sides. All of these composite Mishnahs
I mean, we're getting a synopsis of what her actual
that gets mixed
op-ed was.
are permitted
See if we
items.
can find it. It's just interesting. Because, like,
So
what
both
can
the
get you kicked out
Gavoa
of a
or the
country
Beis
is
Hamikdash,
the most
and
proof
ultimately
free
again
speech
for
country on the planet
Hezios
Earth.
or
Like,
regular
what gets you kicked out? Is it really, is it speech? Right. But is it
So the
only that
mixture
one? Is it only that one? Like, what if you had an opinion on Ukraine and Russia
our Mishnah discuss it.
without getting
We
kicked
should
out?
rectify
That's
where
weird,
the
right?
mixture.
Certainly is. That's kind of weird. Did you notice? You notice? Give me 2 more minutes. Okay. I'll let you know. I'll let you know my algorithms.
Because remember again, that first
It's
piece
kind
of
of
our
crazy
Mishnah where the
because,
Chakas,
you know,
again,
unless
not
someone is
every single thing,
outright
not every
calling
single problem
for
has a
violence
solution.
or
It's not
revolution
a single
or
mixture has a
to
remedy,
ignore
but
the
Lamais,
laws
our
or
Mishnah
ignore the
provided
rules,
remedies. Good.
if they're just
So now
having
we
an
take
opinion on
Tabachim, we take it, and then Tmura we take it, and the Mishnah goes shop. Now Gemara goes back and kind of like dials back a little bit. I don't
kick
understand.
them out of the country.
But it,
Unless there's something more that I don't know.
why don't
Yeah, maybe she must have said something. You would think pretty crazy. But
Right.
that used to
here's what's fascinating?
yeah, she might
You know,
not.
let's say we're just operating under an assumption. And what's the assumption? That the prohibited item is
Try again, President Kumar, renewing calls for tough to adopt.
why not? Again, I just want to point out. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's the third line from the top.
Universities
See,
response to
Achiram
upset
Rothschild. The Lord said this is
democratically
incredibly
dismissive
important.
of the Senate,
Nida Oraisa. Nida
voice of the
Oraisa.
student body.
So
Why,
Isser,
first of all,
prohibited
why
matter,
would Tufts
is nullified in
be,
a simple majority.
doing
That
anything
is
about what's happening
typical
in Gaza?
law.
And what could they
Simple
really do?
majority. So then
You know
you
what I'm
might just ask, I understand. Why in all of these cases, whatever it is, the Shahanis called it,
I don't know. They might
why
stop.
isn't it part of the law? So what's is it interesting? If he came up, or maybe it's
Right. But the problem is, aren't those companies, Israel's
Therefore,
not
what?
a communist dictatorship. So those
Well,
companies that you're not going to invest in, they're just citizens of Israel,
Like the
like
whole
you're
idea.
citizens of America.
ultimately, again, when you have an item that is confined itself in a majority, identity of the minority is swallowed up by the minority.
It only has like one thing that they
Necessarily
think
true,
there's a lot of
where the
people
minority item,
their government.
if it's important, then the mice
Ban
again
their
it's not.
business, not use their building.
It's not thoughtful. To which the Gemara says, then
Fuck if I know. I don't know. What does that do? Puts pressure on them to vote differently, I guess. Yeah.
not thoughtful.
Yeah.
So once again,
where was she from? But again, isn't
no,
that that's
hope
just an
that
opinion? It's an opinion. It didn't even. I don't think she even said anything.
S. Shadakal and no
Is that what the
Salino,
fuck she
my
got kicked out? There's probably a lot more to
this
it
is so
than just.
interesting over here. So the Gemara says, okay, now what you want to tell me is maybe the reason in
talk about shit like that.
the
Like, you
items,
can
the
talk about
prohibited
shit like
items
that
are
if
not
you're from
thoughtful
Ohio,
is because
and they're
they're
not going to send you out of the country somewhere.
What
You know
makes
Yeah, I can't talk about it if you're from
what
Ohio.
makes something important? So what's
I
in
feel like
general,
once you are in America,
that it is an item reckoned as
other
individual
than, you know,
as opposed to an item that's always sold in a group.
once you're,
So we'll say, I'll give you, I'm just using for illustrative purposes. An egg is something that's always part of a group. Like you can go to the store and buy, you can't buy one egg in the store. Right? So in other words, so an egg by definition is something that is only sold as a unit.
Watching Fighter Jet highlight videos.
Generally, I'm
It's
wrong.
better off that way.
You can buy 2 eggs in the store.
Wait for the college football playoffs. Yeah. Patient.
Okay.
They found a ton
Come on,
of.
man. Come on. Seriously.
Well, I don't want to
Seriously.
pause for
Right,
something.
so sorry, I'll be more specific, right? Right, so the conscious, you can't go to the supermarket and buy buy a raw.
Well, they were saying that 315,000 early votes lacked the poll.
So in general, when we speak of something being,
we don't.
the item is important,
Right. So if that's true,
it's sold.
they admit that 315,000 votes lacked poll workers' signatures, and they were counted in 2020. I don't think that's legal. Put that into perplexity. Is that legal? If
Right?
that's
It's
true,
never
is
sold
that
as part of
legal?
the
And
group.
should those
Oh
votes
no,
be
what it
counted?
means is
Because here's
it's
where it
an
gets
item
crazy.
that is
Trump lost
commonly
by
sold as an individual
Georgia
unit,
by,
but
I think it was 11,000
as
votes.
part of it.
I read though that they'd already done a hand count of votes.
Gemara said that's what it means over here.
For the last 5 years.
Ani kalaman are
So
kol shekol no shneim. So let's look at Rashi. That's
it doesn't have a
this
full
is
signature, right?
it's incredible. First of all, find in Rashi. Kol shekol
Right,
knows
but
she
the accusation, at least, is that 315,000 lacked.
the possibly the summer clock. The Chadile till sun. Shafir the Habehemo Sunny Hatchavos, for example.
Votes that lacked worker
This portion of
signatures.
Kol shekol no shneim is counted. So once again,
A poll worker
that
supposed to
refers to
sign
our items that are often
I
sold
was
as
trying to read into what this means. There's something like each day when they use the machine, they have to like zero out the machine to make sure like
so good
it's
says
starting at zero.
we're gonna get
And then at the end of the day, you
at the
gotta
moment.
sign
But,
off.
but again, but listen to this, but Gemara says animals are good examples.
They don't have to have
Why animals are good examples? Why?
Doesn't need to be inside.
I mean, Hamakina are laying most of the dominion. So again,
Cattle still in there when they're practicing the machines to make sure they count right.
it would be common that all livestock are sold one
It's a chain of custody issue.
כדי אדם שאין מקליטים כל כך, ומוסיפים מסבירה ומוכרים העד
So it could
יחד.
mean many
However, when we say
things.
it's not
One of
uncommon,
the things that it could mean is that 315,000 early votes were bullshit.
right? So let's say commonly again a flock. I don't know, a flock is
Right.
21 sheep, right? Right? 21 sheep, right? So let's say, but it wouldn't be uncommon to bring an extra sheep. Right? So that's what it means when it says kol shadak
The
alim.
problem is when you ask Trump about
I
it,
think that is commonly sold as an
you
individual.
think they stole it 2020.
Yes, sometimes it is sold as a group as well. That's the notion of kol shadak alim. Anything
He might have just said, "Tell me what they did." They had somebody work on it, and they told him, and
makes
he
sense.
starts talking about it, but he didn't
Ultimately,
really
again,
go in depth about it. I
what are you
don't
trying to figure
know,
out?
but he didn't have a satisfactory answer.
No, he didn't.
Let's say bittul. What does it say bittul, right? The prohibited animal gets mixed in just
Said they stole it
for a
through.
roll. So the Gemara says, oh no, it's choshen. It's choshen. It's important, therefore it's not fatal. So okay, so that makes sense. It's
Certainly,
Instead of
kol
just
shadak alim. That doing those things,
like voter fraud and
so the
I'm sure
individual.
there was
And
some, but
sometimes
it was
though
like,
it's sold
you
as
could
part of
have
the collective.
what
It's
happened
choshen and therefore
in
not fatal.
2020 and leading up to it.
Yeah, you could definitely have a thing where you see with the
So
FBI
what
and the Twitter files and all that shit with the Hunter Biden laptops.
Exclusively sold
Yeah,
as an individual unit, never sold as
officials
part of
and
a group.
complaints agree that failing
That
to
doesn't apply
obtain
to animals.
required poll worker
Because animals
signatures
are
on the tabular
often sold
tapes
as
for
individual
roughly
units, but
315,000
sold as part of a group as well.
ballots
If
in
that
Fulton County was a violation of Georgia election procedure
the
law,
words
i.e.
the Gemara
it
says,
was
oh
not
my
done in
God, I
compliance
check a
with the
little
statute.
Rashi.
It's not
Alamandam
automatically
Eshadako,
individual
she says,
voters did anything wrong or that their ballots are
Inka Adam the
criminal.
most
It
separate.
does mean the county certification process for those votes
Honey,
did not
ain't that
follow
the
state
Luka
legal
Linda?
requirements. So
Those
those were not supposed to have been counted. Is that
but
what
is
you're saying?
exclusively sold as individual units. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. So although animals
That's what they're
are
saying. So it says,
individual units,
back up against
they're
it.
often
So
also
it says co-workers
part
must
of a group
also
as well.
print and sign
So
zero
that
tapes at the start of voting to
quote
show
unquote
machines
trust.
begin at zero.
And they could be
These
bought.
signed tapes serve as
So
the
we'll say,
official
before the Gemara
certification
applies this
that
question up, the Gemara
reported
applies
totals
this
on
not
the
whole. So
scanner
we'll say,
are
this
authentic.
probably, by the way, is one of the
That's what they require. So they require people to do that. So maybe some
Just
didn't
just
do
again,
that,
to define the
but they
terms.
were required.
Cult
That's a possibility.
I think 36.
reckoned
36
as
of
an individual
37
entity,
advanced voting
Even
precincts in
though
Fulton
it's
County had failed to sign the tabulation tapes,
or part of a group,
including that
it's
the
still
county
called
violated
caution. So
official
look at it as
election
an
record
individual entity.
document processes
Telling those means
required by
the
statute.
only thing that is considered something
Once
ultimately that is
voting precincts put this
sold as an
that
individual entity,
failed
never
to sign the tabulation tapes, were they predominantly Republican or
we
Democrat?
shall look how the son shall listen to this. So,
Just Google Fulton County. Click images.
I think you know. What do you think?
when this
I don't know.
spice, the Kabilan
Well, I
kosher
mean,
law,
if they're
apparently
Republicans,
again,
right,
but
It's obviously a Democrat.
it's considered to be
Yeah, sure.
exceptionally kosher. Sha'af tam ha'etz incredible. So apparently fenugreek is where the quote unquote item is
Definitely was
seen
close.
as
Here we
the
go.
source
Just
of the
spelled it.
tree. Then it
That's
grows
how I
on
was
the
right.
forest,
I thought it was right.
right? That it
I can't
grows.
believe anything's wrong. I
Interesting.
thought it was right.
This ubalav
I wonder if
fenugreek.
I would have figured it out.
It was
Good fenugreek. So as I say, if you have, so again, remember, fenugreek is not sold by the stalk, but rather again, it's sold by the bundle. So again, if you have a bundle, okay, Spycare means if you right in a prohibited mixture. So what's that? If you have legal means it has to be destroyed. It has to be destroyed. Right, so let's say, so that had a common expression for Kwaya Kara. Whenever you have a prohibited mixture, so also the Lashna.
That have unsigned tapes are strong Democratic.
And so let's say now watch this. So let's say you have a fenugreek. Okay, so for example, this group.
Don't worry about it. We just forgot to tally.
I
forgot to tally. We were so busy making sure we saved democracy.
He's going to what do you do with what do you do with it? What it is? You destroy it. Let's say now that bundle of fenugreek gets mixed with other bundles of fenugreek. Got mixed with other bundles, and then other get mixed with other bundles.
If they did do it, what a great movie.
All of it has
a bunch of fucking
here. So again, I will say, even if you have 1,000 bundles of permitted fenugreek,
back rooms like licking envelopes and sealing mail-in ballots.
All has to be destroyed. The come and say no. It's bottle. Now it has to be, but the ratio for bittle is 200 to 1. 200 to 1. So
after the fact.
Bottles of fenugreek,
there's no other people that didn't sign
and it's going to be more
making sure to tell
what's
everyone.
not
counted, but then recounted by the shall we count. And those processes included Fulton, even though the later issue about unsigned early voting was not corrected by a new post.
Again, so Mayor says, culture that there wasn't culture
was not corrected.
Anything that is often looked at or is often sold as an individual unit, even if not exclusive to something.
Yeah, what does that
mean?
That's what's
because it's hush of
was there 350 votes or not? Because that is the main right
as an individual unit. Therefore, it's hush because it's hush, and it gets mixed in with even 1,000. And agree, it's not going to be bottled, and therefore the entire mixture is asa. The entire mixture is asa. On the other hand, the Chum say no. And six things that again are never bottled in the majority because they are so important. What are the Rabbi? Keep on Rabbi. Thing as well. What are these items that are so important that they are never bottled?
Under 16.
It goes in
this ban includes Instagram, TikTok, but does not include Blue Sky.
The morning felt like you coming out of
that's true. That is
very interesting. Sealed barrels of wine.
Years old,
Remember again, a sealed barrel is much.
Is the most radically leftist site available.
I mean, the wine is
in Blue Sky.
So a sealed barrel of wine, and Kilfree has stocks of feedstocks.
It'd be great if you would stop being racist to Asians.
So the Gemara says the Kilfree proof and cabbage stocks.
No. There's no humor over there. There's no humor. It is a fucking SSRI soup.
That are apparently so cautious that these items as individual units. Any one committed item they never bought.
I bet a lot of people are going to call it that.
Even over here, but if you motion,
the law's initial list of restricted
even loaves of bread that are made by balabais.
Threads kicked to Twitch. Other
Post the
platforms
loaves of bread. Some of the again are by
Blue Sky,
bakers
WhatsApp, and YouTube
are
considered, but not
like pro forma loaves.
So
They're
that's true.
complicated,
Blue Sky,
but the
which
loaf
is
of a
just
balabais
Twitter,
is ultimately again a cup.
hardcore
It's bread.
lefties,
The bread
is not included.
that's where the Akiva ads are. Take a look at that.
So put that in the book.
He's up in the
Find out
bottom.
the Australian ban includes true
As
social
a whole, on this Arvin band, Dolce Zolan, Uzumeyan Yikarim, Yakashima Munda. Rashi says over here,
tanking kids,
I'm the number amongst these.
turning kids trans left and right.
Now, Lord,
I thought it just said Reddit was
sorry,
done.
what it just means is that tiny, number expensive, they're fortunate. So
But
these
let's be honest.
items are coming these 6 items that Akiva adds in the 7th below that are never buckled in a mixture. And therefore, Harai Arla Arla, Harai Klayakan and Klayakan. If any of these items are
I tell you, I tried to
mixture into
jack
Arla,
off on
and if they're Klayakan, then they turn the rest of the mixture
they
into
banned Pornhub here. Oh, I see.
something
So
there
I
and the Chachamim.
jack off
Now
on
watch
Reddit,
this.
and I
These
tried to
tomorrow Raw.
as soon as I
The Yokunan
first thing
Amar
was, Shingle is
as
fucking sucks.
Shadaka Windows Shani.
No, I still got one off, but it was a tough one.
Which means
There's a lot of mean,
things
people
are
out there.
commonly sold,
People are not after sure.
but not exclusively sold as
That is
individual
a-
units.
That's a, the point. That's a weird one
As
too.
individual
Is
units, therefore what?
VPNs,
Therefore,
you just keep it
to
safe.
the
The
Chashuv,
turn it off.
Chashuv they never
It's probably good.
Rishlakish and Rakish Omer, Polish Shadaka Windows. Rishlakish says no, these items are Chashuv. Why?
You make another good point. Yeah, you want them all tried out.
The real thing is that these items are exclusively
Stop jerking off as much as possible.
units, and therefore Halacha Lemaisa, because of that, they are considered to be never buckled.
Making sure you don't. If you're too smart, fuck you. Yeah, you don't have to pass it. You gotta go study. You go study. But you can hit like a 65 Japanese. They just go ahead, jack
More
off.
often than not, so as
Imagine
individuals.
that. That would be a
Therefore,
way
they're
to
crushed.
keep dumb people
Again, so
like
before we go on, right, let's just remember.
give them as much more.
What did we start with, right? What did the Gemara start with? The Gemara said, let's take this at basics.
24/7.
Here, these are the cases of where something that is prohibited is mixed into a much larger mixture. What did the Mishnah say? Essentially, all of it is not bottle. The Gemara, why not? Why not? Why not apply simple bittul below?
Now it's just like I'll be watching. I was watching Revolutionary War doc last night.
What the answer?
In between
What is my gate? What else? Is that one word?
All right, let's see what happened to Ty
Good
Conner.
question. So what is
That was last night. One of 99% of the population of men when they're
now, obviously, we're saying it because something that is important,
Seahawks
not
Seahawks
bottle
fans just finished up. Classic
larger
game.
majorities. How did you define
Started
caution?
dragging a
So
little.
we just went through this entire incredibly exciting journey. We never knew the Benedict would be so exciting. Right, so we went through this incredibly exciting journey about how long
John will lead the
what's not possible, and all of this comes back.
No, he was
So you're going to say, what's the definition of a chashuv item? An item that is
He definitely had a family.
sold as an individual unit, never part of a group. Beis Makish says no. Beis Makish says even an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit,
It was like he was a pioneer in interspecies communication.
part of a group, is
So
also
they were
still called
attempting
chashuv.
to
So the
teach
Gemara,
dolphins how to speak. So
the Gemara says, listen to
I'm not
this.
bullshitting. I know this lady is the dumbest
Take a look at it. So our Mishnah makes sense quite
This
right?
lady
Why does it make sense
lived in a
quite
house that was like
Because
3
halacha
feet
reminds
high
me of what's our case is animals.
And
Right now, we
the thing
assume
was,
what's the status of animals? Status of, I would say,
she didn't jack
kosher
the dolphin
dolphin.
off. The dolphin would not pay
How
attention.
is an animal sold in
So
general?
every day she would jack
As an
them off and
individual
they went,
unit, in general. But can it be given away as part of a group also? Of course. So that's what's called kosher dolphin. So ultimately, again, again,
Holy fuck. The problem with dolphins is they don't have lips.
so let's read this
Right?
out.
So they make a totally different kind of sound. You can't get them to sound like a human.
How's it?
And these fucking idiots are like,
According to the Yochanan, ultimately, again, back to the nose. What is there to say? Who is giving myself? How about me?
I swear to
I know.
God, the Nazis were trying to get dogs to talk.
It's yours.
Oh, I bet they were. Everyone's trying to.
Tana of our
Everyone's
Mishnah
trying to get
is
animals.
the kind of ultimately again
Oh,
of
what do you got? What is it?
documentary called The Dolphin House.
measure
about the place where
seals
this lady lived.
again refers to
This is Lily. That's the
we'll
guy.
see what this case is. The Amar, top of Ayin Gimel, we're just going to read these first two lines. I know. Right? So it says, the Amar, called Davar Shish for
This
Minion.
lady just lived with a fucking dolphin. Where was this?
So what's this? And now we're opening the door.
Like, where was the house?
Other items over here. So let's just
Check
watch
that
this.
dolphin.
Now the
Think if that was your wife,
again,
and this
what's called
documentary comes out later.
Davar Shebemin. Okay, so what's the Davar Shebemin? Take a look at the top Rashi. So what's this? Really exciting. By the way, for those of us who are doing Smichas Chadar, it's also exciting. When I love to see if I'm going to get out of the Taluras.
I don't care. You didn't tell me.
73 called Davar Shebemin. Kosher Gagol Lindos. See, I will say, it's so interesting. Focusing on Kol Shadakalinos, as Shadakalinos. Something exclusively sold as an individual unit, or something called or Shebaminion. Rashi says over here, Kol Shadakalinos Klal. Anything that is ever counted as an individual unit goes Mitros Shalkatzir. Adam a Mokulim in Ella Darsin also
because when they have babies, it takes a long time.
So it's like Davar Shebemin says, anything, any point in time,
so the males will kill
reckoned as an
babies of the female
individual
they have
unit
sex with.
has its own
So they get a
chassidus.
fuck.
So
They'll kill the baby of the
so
female
this is
that they
fascinating
haven't
because up until now,
So the female sleep with as many men as possible,
what has
so that the dolphin
it
doesn't
has
know
to
whether or
be
not it's his kid.
exclusively sold as individual. Majority of
It is. Yeah, but it's
There's
also
another
like,
concept called Davar Shebemin. Davar Shebemin means anything
I mean, dolphins are supposed to be our
reckoned as an individual unit.
spiritual
It's
cousins
common, uncommon,
of the ocean.
occurs
And
at
meanwhile,
some
they regularly
point.
kill
That
babies
item
and they
has
force their
an
ladies to be in
inherent
hose so that they don't get babies
So
killed.
again, I will say there's another kind, another school of thought. Any school, any Davar Shebemin, whether it's biblical law or rabbinic
Yeah,
law,
if male dolphins kill
is not thoughtful.
babies of
That's like, so
female
this
dolphins they
is
haven't had sex with.
You gotta think about what we do. You think dolphins are dumber than us? They're probably doing crazy shit.
This is now in these times. We have Eshadakalinos,
That's
Kol
what's weird.
Shadakalinos, a
They
school
just
of thought that says,
They can't
Kol
affect
Davar,
their environment. We assume that
any point in
intelligence is
time,
only
ever
the
looked at
ability to manipulate your environment.
individual entity,
That's what
even
we
if it's not
Because we associate intelligence
reckoned
with
as
all the
such,
stuff that we're doing.
ultimately, again,
But
well,
we don't even
I
know
will apply
what the
that
fuck they're
ultimate.
saying. You
In
know,
our
we
case, in
haven't been able to
Eretz Hashem,
decipher their language. They have very specific language.
She was probably 2 or 3 jack-offs away from finding out.
She was
All
right
right,
on the
well,
cusp, and
they
they were like,
just-
hello, you dumb whore, get out of here. She was so close. They just need more funding. Male dolphins sometimes kill calves sired by other males to bring
No
the
one
mother
sells
back
close
into
up.
estrus
Yeah.
sooner. Yeah.
the bunk
Allowing them to mate and pass on
Because
their
the
genes
stock
behavior called
is
infanticide, observed in species like bottlenose and Pacific white-sided dolphins.
small dogs.
High-speed races.
Okay, so they don't only work for very specific things.
Jeez.
Most agile.
Shit, that'd be a terrible race. That's
Been with fucking 6 by 7 miles on high-speed chases.
Been with the cum drill. Yes, females show selectivity for agile partners and can control fertilization via vaginal structure. Oh, so a guy could nut in them and they'd be like, no, baby, fuck you.
Oh, that's a nice
That's
thing.
just a nut. That's it. Those girls could do that. Imagine that if they just come up with that instead of abortion. They just go, oh, we're just going to give you a dolphin pussy.
All right, Javo saying good morning or good Ravah. I think so far Hashem to be able to continue.
Sure, you're gonna lock it down.
Us working together better and better every single week. Excited for another beautiful week ahead of us. Thank you again to Josh Harris for giving shir yesterday and begin by taking all of our responsibilities. Hashem, we have so many Talmud responses for the month of Kislev. Alice Adam Steinmetz, memory of Adam's grandfather, Adam Sheldon Steinmetz, Hara Shlomo Tzvi Ben Ruvain Shimon. He has been Shamshat and Aliyah should be really kosher for his children, his grandchildren, and his 34 great-grandchildren. Memory of Arsenia Malka Esseson, in memory of their parents, Yitzchok Leib Ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Bar Avram, In the Bas Hanach, I find in memory of their dear family defense staff sergeant Natali Yona Gordon, Shemi Kondamo, who fell in battle in Gaza out of Hanukkah in 2023. Paul and Kathy Howard, memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachini Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zakaria. Our week of learning sponsors, Bar Mayor Nina Dubin, in honor of the upcoming Chatsuna of their daughter Sophie, to Zedik Renat, and welcome back to the open house also. Baruch Hashem, incredible. Shmizoch Emet Hashem, Shebdol the Binyan Agad, Shmizoch the Sen of the Chobel Rishal Tov and the Tzachas, and Shebdol Abayi Shme and the Yisrael Me'eva Esmin Shanim Tovos. Our Daf sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and discuss the continued help and enforcement for Shulamis Chana Bas Tisha. All of the Nishama staff now, the families in the Chama, all those who need her for Shabbat together, Kol Chol Yisrael, and Rabbi Shmizoch and Extra to the Besoros Chalos for Cloud and Snow. Also, with that, we are picking up today's daf, that's Iron 70. Good, it's a good daf, 70. We are picking up 4 lines down from the top, Elahai Shrefa. So we'll say, let's review a little bit. Maybe from the beginning of this daf, all right? So just a quick, a little bit of a quick recap, right? So again, although I have to say, Josh, thank you before for yesterday's daf. Thank you again so very much. It's very humble. It comes in only after the gratitude. Incredible. I was also just tell you, short Shabbos is always like a tricky time. People have to figure out when to do that. So I accept the sham. I'm embarrassing the pepper, but I came to shul a little bit earlier today. I saw Maishi and Josh sitting and doing the daf together. Really beautiful. Just sometimes the afternoon shit doesn't work for everyone. But get a chavrusa. Whether it's actually, it was beautiful. I walked into the shul early shop this morning before davening and see Maishi and Josh sitting there like plugging away at the daf. It was beautiful. Also open up an idea. That might be an idea. A lot of times in the daf share, like I'm giving the share, you're listening. Not a bad idea. Maybe like at some point in time, you also get a daf chavrusa. Be able to learn it together, because again, it's as beautiful as the daf shir is. One of the things you do miss out on is the opportunity to be able to learn the chavrusa a little bit. The Shafi says, whenever Chazara is something that really is beautiful to see, it makes something beautiful. We do all. I do that even for myself. I miss that a little bit. Very beautiful. But again, subscribe to the chavrusa, subscribe to Josh. And let's begin. So let's say, a little bit of a quick recap. So remember again, we had a Mishnah yesterday on the bottom of Samit Tes, Amud Aleph, that went on to Samit Tes on the base. Sorry, Samit Tes, excuse me. We had a Mishnah on Samit Tes. The Mishnah on Samit Tes recorded a Machlokes. What was a Machlokes? It didn't really go, and it turned out that the bird was a treifa. So we'll say, now the shaila is what's the Tumah status of the bird? Remember again, an avela, which is an animal which dies without proper shechita, ultimately again conveys tumah. So the shayla, now we know a bird. Already a bird also has the ability to convey tumah. Although we already know that a bird is dramatically different than a behemoth. How so? Just off the bat, how so? The behemoth goes ahead and conveys tumah. How? Masa, touching and carrying. Bird, interestingly enough, only conveys tumah. How? Ultimately again when you swallow it. That's how there's tumah. So this is the Shaila. It didn't really go, and it turned out the animal was a treifa. As a treifa, obviously the animal was unusable for kavanah purposes, unusable for consumption purposes. What is the tumah status of the bird? So the mayor said, "Eino mitami b'bei sabli." The mayor says it does not convey tumah. Once there was malika, so malika removes the ability for the bird to convey tumah. Rabbi Yehuda, on the other hand, said no, it is metame. Okay, so let's say, now let's jump. What was Rabbi Yehuda? So Rabbi Meir makes a lot of sense, right? Essentially, Rabbi Meir says what shechita is to an animal, malika is to a bird. So therefore, just as shechita removes any possible tumas nevela, so malika will remove any possible tumas nevela as well. Makes a lot of sense. What's Rabbi Yehuda's logic of saying malika doesn't remove tumas if it's an nevela? So this is what Rabbi Yehuda is more sensitive to. Do not look at it inside, right? I know, you're like, okay, fine. Right, so from yesterday's daf, again, Rabbi Yehuda said, was rushing up, Kra Ashka Kadash. Rabbi Yehuda found the pasuk, and be dashing it. What was the part? Again, I'm just doing this outside just to set the table for today. Nevela Treifa. So the part that the video was quoting was the Chol Nefesh Asher Tocha Nevela Treifa. If a person, a Jew, will go ahead and eat a Nevela or a Treifa, but as a Chubager, the Kives and Chives of the Gadol, the Rachas Amayim, the Tamedah. So the Torah says, if you eat a Nevela or a Treifa, you're tummy. Rabbi Huda said like this, quoting this outside. Rabbi Huda said, Treifa Lama Nana. So Rabbi Huda said, ultimately again, why does the Torah have to say Treifa? He goes through a whole limud, and bottom line he says, oh, what's the point of Treifa? Treifa is to teach you this case. That if you went ahead and you did malika on a bird, and it turned out that the bird is a treifa, that it conveys to Master Vela. That's it. That's it. So that's where we're picking up with today. El high treifa, top of ayin, four lines up from the top. El high treifa, mibayla siyutai. Supposed to be where therefore asked. So Rabbi Huda is the one who dashes this treifa. The shaila is, what does everyone else do with this treifa? Ella, the high treifa mibai la siyutai. That the Gemara says, according to other things, this treifa comes to teach us that halacha l'maisa. Listen to this. The chayla of a chaya kshira is not metana. So let's just remember again. So therefore again, chayla of a chaya does not convey tumah. So the says, okay. So at that time, I would have thought, because I would have thought like this. When does chayla convey tumah? Ultimately, again, in the case where the chayla is asher, but the basar is mutter, the meat is mutter. What is that case? That's by behemoths. Right? Because remember, by behemoth, what's the halacha? The basar, the meat of a behemoth is permitted, yet its chaylev is prohibited. Interesting enough, on both sides, by a chaya, which is a non-domesticated animal, the chaylev is mutter. I would think that it comes to exclude this one, i.e. the chaya, but both by a chaya, both very interesting. The chaylev of a chaya is permitted. Right? So if you have a chaylev craving, right, there is a permissible way to satisfy that, and that's through a chaya. So I might have thought that therefore, again, by a chaya, where the chaylev and the basar are both mutter, ultimately, perhaps it's excluded. Kamash from that even the chaylev of a chaya, ultimately, again, is not netame. Okay, I'm right. So my shnot meya dein chal b'cholach nebisara. So again, I understand. When it comes to a behemoth tmeya, I will say that tmeya in this context means non-kosher animal. So whenever you see tmeya, that's what it means, a non-kosher species of animal. So the Gemara says, so I don't say, why would you think to distinguish between the caleb and the basar? When it comes to a behemoth tmeya, a non-kosher animal, there is no distinction between its caleb and between its basar. In other words, that once you have the status remains the same for everything. So so to Bakaya. Bakaya, once I know that caleb is permitted, then what's the haram, ultimately again, that its caleb should be any different than its basar. Furthermore, the pasuk says ultimately again you may not consume it. Abaye says you're right. Treifa ultimately again is needed for its own drush. What is this? Shalom Omar Holio Utmea Asura Michaim Utreifa Asura Michaim. I'm gonna put like this. Abaye Tmea. Now just like Tmea is Asura Michaim. Now remember Tmea, non-kosher animal. Ultimately, again, has its status even when it's alive. And ultimately, again, the treifa also has the status of a treifa while the animal is still alive. Not tmeya, just like by behemoth tmeya, its chaylev does convey to master treifa. So to again, a treifa, its chaylev would also convey to master. And therefore, again, that's why you read the drasha to teach that's not the case. Hainami Nigoi. The Gemara says that that's the case. We also need the following limud. Shalom Tomar Holovo from the Asura Ba'ila. So which means again, whenever you see the word tongue, it's not kosher species. So Asura Ba'ila. Treifa Asura Ba'ila. Treifa is also Asura Ba'ila. Not all coming in on the time. Just like an old coming does not convey tumah. Treifa in the metama. So to again a treifa also won't convey tumah. Furthermore, Mishika made of treifa mitmeya can actually learn out treifa from Tmeya. After all, why are they fundamentally different? Shrifa, lo haisla shas akosha. A Shrifa will say, that's right, Tmeya was never had a permitted window. Right? It was never good. Tmeya is non-kosher species. So in those circumstances, was that animal ever permitted? On the other hand, Shrifa, haisla shas akosha. But a Shrifa animal, absolutely, you could have a tummy which was permitted. If you take Shrifa means back then, not your name, but you can have a person, you can have an animal that was called a Shrifa Mizbechen. Now, remember again, we'll say, I don't know, maybe you'll touch public sesame, we didn't even get into this. What is that? A Shrifa, we've seen this before. What's the concept of a Shrifa? A Shrifa is, in a nutshell, an animal that has any condition which would cause its imminent demise. Right? And you remember the human goes through a whole list of actual conditions that would render an animal Shrifa. So the says you could have what's called a Shrifa Mizbechen. Shrifa Mizbechen means an animal born with a Shrifa condition. Or so what we're suggesting is, how can you even have a Havamina to learn out Shrifa from Tmeya? Tmeya is a disqualification that exists from the beginning. The Tmeya animal never had a time of permissibility, as opposed to the Shrifa which did, which wasn't necessarily. There's a case of Shrifa also never had a window of permissibility. What's that case? That's the case ultimately against Shrifa Mizbechen. Ultimately, an animal that is the Shrifa from the time that it was born, to which the Gemara says, no, the Mina Ika. You're right, but species-wise, right? And at the Hema Tmeya, the species is fundamentally disqualified and prohibited. Whereas in the Shrifa, the species ultimately again is permitted. There's just something specific problematic with this animal. Rabbi. So Rabbi comes along and says like this, different idea. Torah Amra, remember again, all of this comes back to one basic pasuk, right? The pasuk that we quoted yesterday, the Chol Nefesh Asher Tochal Nevela U'Treifa. The Torah is telling us, if you eat Nevela or a Treifa, ultimately again, you're coming. Like you're going to say, so you all just trying to figure out, why does it have to say Treifa? You know, into this whole exercise, why does it have to say Treifa? So Rabbi Huda understands that literally, Shrifa is coming to teach me that even if you did Malika on a bird that's a Shrifa, it still conveys Tama. But according to everyone else, what you're using is, what does the Shrifa come to teach me? Tell him, Rabbi. The Torah says like this: Yavo Isra Nevela, Yavo Al Isra Chela. This is very interesting. The Torah is telling us that Halach Lamaisa, let the prohibition of Nevela devolve upon the Isra Caleb. This is very interesting. Remember again, Caleb is going to be prohibited. Except for Machaya, if the Caleb is prohibited. What the Torah is not teaching me is that when the animal dies, like that's in that speak of, it's in a Vela. So now the prohibited Caleb will now have an additional dimension of Isra, namely what? Caleb. That the Isra of Caleb ultimately again devolves upon, the Isra of Nevela devolves upon Caleb. The Gemara says, Yavo Isra Treifa, Yachava Isra Caleb. Similarly again, if the name is Treifa, let the prohibition of Treifa devolve upon Nevela. So the Gemara now is suggesting, Rabbi is suggesting that the pasuk itself is teaching you that when you have an animal that is in a Nevela or Treifa, there's an additional lesson, there's an additional dimension of Isser that devolves upon the Caleb. So the Caleb, which is already prohibited as Caleb, now has an additional dimension of Isser, either of Caleb, either of Nevela or Treifa. What's repeat? You want to need this. Why? The actual says now the Shaila is, why do you need Torah? In other words, essentially what Rabbi is saying is like this: Torah is teaching me that although Caleb is already prohibited, and although again about saying we have the concept of Ein Yisr Halal Yisr, that generally once something is prohibited, an additional dimension of it doesn't necessarily develop upon a pre-existing Yisr. But here, if you have Caleb of an animal, and the animal becomes an Avela, so now if you eat the Caleb, you try because of Caleb and the Avela. The animal's a Treifa, you try because of Caleb and Treifa. So the Lord says, well, why didn't you teach me that both by Avela and Treifa? Teach me by one, and I would understand that one. It's a halal, and let's move on. And you need both, I'll tell you why. It's easy. So I would have thought like this. If we were just talking about Nevela, because Nevela ultimately again conveys Torah. About Treifa Imolo, about Treifa that would not be the case. The actual Treifa, as we were just talking about Treifa, which would be Sura Mishani. Interestingly enough, the Treifa designation, remember again, sets in upon the animal even while the animal is still alive. Perhaps that's when the Isra goes and devolves upon the Caleb. About Nevela, but Nevela ultimately again, which doesn't occur until death, perhaps it does not devolve upon the Caleb. Therefore, Rabbi says, ultimately, the Torah is the same Nevela and Treifa to teach you that when the animal becomes an Nevela or a Treifa, ultimately again, this additional Isra devolves upon the Caleb. Incredible. For Rabbi Meir, my other than it's now comfortable. Rabbi Meir, what do you do with the hospitals? Remember again, Rabbi Meir is Rabbi Huda's disputing with the Mishnah. Remember again, how do you get into all this? I did Malika on a bird. And then it turns out that the bird is a treifa. Rabbi Meir says the Malika works. Or works in that what? The animal is not in a vela, and therefore does not convey tumah. Rabbi Huda says the Malika doesn't work. Right? That the bird is mikame. Where does Rabbi Huda get that from? The vela treifa. Shkaya. Rabbi Meir. What do you do with the pasuk? Like when the whole pasuk that serves as the basis of the shita, Rabbi Meir, what do you do with it? Rabbi Meir, I check on my other day. What did Rabbi Meir do with the pasuk? Ultimately, again, from with what did Rabbi Meir do with the pasuk in the village? I will say, I just want to point out. Look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up from before it gets wide. This is a Rashi. Rabbi Meir, the Amar Shchitaso Mitaheres Shiso. According to Rabbi Meir, like the Meir holds that when you do Malika on a bird, even if it turns out that that bird is a treifa, as much as the bird is sacrificially invalid, the Malika works to remove the Tumas Nevela. Right? It's not the Tamer. So Rabbi Meir, what do you do with this pasuk? Hi treifa my upper leg. What does he do with this pasuk of treifa? Invite him and Shchita Shiri Lefnei. It's very interesting. He goes ahead and uses it to exclude the case. Ultimately, an act of Shchita that was done inside of the Beis Hamikdash compound. And it's not Mekane the Beis Havliya. You know the Rashi. The root of Shchita should have learned Kidamina Le'el Kidamina Le'el Makshefa Sheshava B'fnim Kibachutz Yatzat Shochet Otzulu B'fnim. So Rabbi Yehuda holds Rabbi Meir holds like this. If you shafted a bird, if you shchita on a bird, now, again, remember, in the Beis Hamikdash, there's no such thing as shchita by a bird. It doesn't exist. Only by only Malika. But if you did do shchita on a bird inside the Beis Hamikdash, as much as it is sacrificially unfit, it will not convey tumah. That's what it means. That's what it means. That's the shchita. When you eat shchita, shchita, and it's not Nekame. And Yehuda, so where does Yehuda learn this out from? And Yehuda, Sheifa Achriniksi. And Yehuda says there's another Sheifa. Yehuda says the second Sheifa. B'chol nefesh asher tocha nevelo Sheifa. So it says the second Sheifa. Ultimately, again, therefore you learn from that Sheifa right in there. Chalani u'te shkutlish b'fnim. And chalani u'te of tameh. So Rabbi Meir uses Rabbi Meir agrees. There's 2 Sheifas. One Sheifa to exclude the case of if you shafted a bird inside of a creature of it, as much as that is sacrificially unfit, it does not convey tumah. The other treifa ultimately again he uses to exclude of tameh. A bird, a non-kosher bird, does not convey tumah. Such as halacha. Only kosher birds convey tumah. Non-kosher birds do not convey tumah. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get that concept from? Nevela not convey. And Yehuda ultimately learns it out from Nevela. Rabbi Meir will say, "Hi Nevela, my upper." What's Rabbi Meir's Hi Nevela? The Shia here the Kizayis. So this is very interesting. So if you take a look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi now in the third wide line of Rashi, Rabbi Meir, Hi, Kra Yisir the Nevela lo yacham v'ayim lamed from also she'enu metami ela kishir israfi lo sabayim Kizayis. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Meir learns out from the extra Nevela that the shear for Tumah is the same shear for normal Achila, which is a Kizayis. As I was saying, when we speak about the idea of that a bird conveys tumah when you're swallowing it, how much do you have to be swallowing? How much? A kizayis. So the Gemara says, the safe book in the trade, Hamon, Lajaf and the Apostle, the Akti Rahmona, the Lashon Achila, Kad Shir Achila Vikizayis, the Kad Shir Achila Vikiachilas Pass. They will say, after all, again, the Torah itself prohibits it, it's Lashon Achila. So say that there are two things happening over here. Number one, you have to go and eat Vikizayis, that was actually interesting a lot in general. In general, Isui Achila require Kizayis. Right, the exception to that, when don't you need a kizayis? When don't you need a kizayis? A little bit of a chazar from the Sechus Matis. Right, what we call in halacha, burial. Right, burial. Right, so remember again. This is remember this from Sechus Matis. Right, remember the halacha is if you eat an ant. Remember obviously again, if you eat a kizayis of ants, you have much bigger problems, right? Right. But if you eat an ant, which obviously is tiny, right? So you're actually 7 different problems for shorting. Right? But ultimately, again, why? Because it's a burial, it's a fully intact living being. Aside from that, generally, whatever we have in Isra'ila is desires. There's another important detail in that. It's not just desires, but it's what we call desires b'shtei achilas pras, which means you have to eat desires literally again. Right, my focus is exactly how long it is. Right, because you have to eat desires within a certain time frame. Because remember again, in order for an achila to be considered one unified act, it has to act within a time frame. If you span it too long, then again, it's not considered to be one act of eating. So then we have this. Well, this has many different applications, not for now. So therefore, the Gemara says over here, the halacha l'maisa, when we say that if you eat a kizayis of a bird nevela or a bird treifa potentially, that it conveys tumah, right? If it's a kizayis in your throat, it's the achilas pras. You have to eat that kizayis within a certain amount of time. So I would have thought like this. Whole is a tradition. Now, so this whole bird thing is a big tradition. Now, what's the big tradition? The big tradition by the bird is, remember, again, when I talk about Isra'ila, we're talking about tumah right now. Right there, how does a bird convey tumah? How does a bird convey tumah? When you swallow it. That's when, first I will say, by the way, it's two things. What becomes something when you swallow the become a bird? Your thighs and your clothing. So this is a tremendous kiddush, right? It doesn't normally work this way. Tumah normally works again, maga masa. You touch it, you carry it. So since there's a tremendous kiddush here, you also have to I'm going to talk like this, that maybe a bird, kind of like all bets are off, right? It's like the normative construct of tumah does not apply. Because after all, again, think about this. When some bird is such a kiddush that it's conveying tumah, number one, swallowing. I'm going to talk like this. Even if you need a kizayis, maybe even if you need a kizayis over 3 hours, even if it's not the achilas pras, like maybe that still conveys tumah. Kamash Malonov. Kamash Malonov said that as much as bird is a kiddush, at the end of the day, it is still governed by the normative laws of consumption. Therefore, again, you're going to require a kizayis, and that kizayis must be consumed b'shtei achilas pras. Incredible. Turn out what I was supposed to say. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Good. Turn up on the chiluk nevela, the chiluk shreifa. So the pasuk says ultimately, and chiluk nevela, the chiluk. So let me give the rest of the pasuk. The chiluk nevela, the chiluk shreifa, the asel l'chol malacha, the achal lo sof mu'u. So that's an interesting halacha. If you have chiluk of a nevela and chiluk of a shreifa, ultimately again, you can do whatever you want with it as long as what? You don't eat it.
Comedy for
you
sure.
don't eat it.
Yeah, stand up for sure. But the
Okay,
podcast
so the Gemara says, fine. Now, what are we talking about again? So the Gemara goes out and says, we're talking about, again, the chilek of a kosher animal. Meaning, if you go ahead and you check the animal, so a behemoth, so we know that Allah you cannot eat chilek, but you can absolutely get enough of chilek. So you want to sell it, you want to use it as fuel, you want to feed it to your animals. You can do whatever you want. The only thing you can't do is eat it. Incredible. I told her the favorite thing was all I cost him that. Or in the Ella, the Caleb, the Caleb to me. I was saying, how do you know? How do you know it's talking about the Caleb of a kosher animal? Maybe it's talking about the Caleb of a non-kosher animal. I'm saying, again, you can't eat the Caleb of non. You get hung up in the Caleb of a non-kosher animal as well. So the Gemara says, And it says, Amet, Tier, Michlal, Shkuta, the Tier, Michlal, Caleb. So one thing very interesting. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Zudarta, he lines up from the bottom of the dot in Rashi. Tier, Michlal, Shkuta, Tier, Militane, Mitan Shkita, Shashkita Mitarasa. So as I saw on one hand, what does Shkita do? Shkita is Mitaher, an animal, which means that when an animal is shechted, by definition, it no longer conveys tumah. Right? It no longer conveys tumah. Right? So therefore, you're about to say, and by the way, what's important about this is, even if the shkita doesn't render the animal consumable, like you can't eat it, halacha l'maisa, then shkita takes away tara. That's how shkita takes away tumah. So the Gemara says, tia mechlal shkuta, tia mechlal chela. Look at that next Rashi. So the Gemara says, tia mechlal chela. Mitan chela tia esanadela, mitan mechakasa kan shachila nevela tar. So ultimately, the Gemara says, so what? So remember, shkita is mitar the animal in general, and shkita is also mitar the chela. But the chela doesn't convey tumah. Makishetir mechlal shkuta. If the whole ride below the tomato, so where the shkita works with a kosher animal and not a non-kosher animal. Akishetir mechlal chela. If the whole ride below the tomato, so too when shkita goes ahead and prevents chela from conveying tumah, it's also by a kosher animal and not by a non-kosher animal. That's what it says. And therefore, again, when the Torah says that you can get benefits from the chela, what is that talking about? A properly shechted kosher animal. That as much as halacha l'maisa, again, the chela is not permitted for consumption, we're absolutely permitted to get hung off. Okay, that's all that too. I don't know, maybe interpret a little bit differently. How so the says, Zu teaching one said, okay, that's all that too. Stier mechlal nevela, and tier mechlal chela. Ultimately, again, the animal was permitted ultimately again from mechlal nevela, and therefore ultimately, once you shechted, it's no longer nevela. So therefore ultimately again, it's permitted to use the chela. Ultimately again, when he was going ahead and when he was permitted from the Vela, by a case of Timeh, not by Torah, so to make what it's talking about by the field, it's talking about the name of Timeh, not by the name of Torah. I'm a verses that can't be why. I'm a days to Shabbat with Yadach, because if you interpret it this way, he bit Torah. Ultimately, again, the animal itself is talking about the animal of Torah. But ultimately, again, if you interpret it the second way, then the animal itself is a tmeya, and it doesn't make all that much sense. Because if it's the animal that's a tmeya, then ultimately it still remains. Actually says the geder treifa. Okay, Talmud Lomar treifa. Therefore, the pasuk says same pasuk we've done that before. It says treifa because it's the chil of nevela, the chil of treifa. So both sides, the Torah goes out of its way to highlight that both the chiyuv and the vela and of a treifa are permitted for use. Talmud Lomar treifa. Mishiyesh the mina treifa. We're talking about an animal that has in its category a treifa. Now both say, what type of animal is subject to the laws of treifa? What type of animal? Only a kosher animal. A non-kosher animal is not subject to the laws of treifa. Why? Because a non-kosher animal is just simply unfit for use. It doesn't matter if the animal is a treifa or not. Treifa is a specific designation within the category of kosher animals. So you can have an animal that is categorically kosher, but is a treifa. The concept of treifa does not apply to non-kosher animals. Hamaloma treifa, mishish b'mina treifa. Therefore, again, it only applies to something which has categorically a treifa, which applies to kosher animals. Otias hatamea she'ein b'mina treifa. Otias hatamea she'ein b'mina treifa. Therefore, again, I will exclude from this non-kosher animals, which are not subject to the laws of treifa. But ultimately, again, I will not exclude chaya, which is subject to the laws, ultimately, again, of treifa. But most of these things like this. So, let's finish that. You shall not eat it. Remember, so Torah says, you can get the benefit from the chela of an avela or a treifa, but you can't eat it. So what is the Torah referring to? A type of animal where the chela is not fit for consumption, but what? The meat is. Yatzachaya shechelba ubisara mutter. Also comes to exclude a chaya, the instinct also never get a chaya, both the meat as well as the chela, ultimately again. are going to be permitted for consumption. Therefore, what's going to be more to suggest as follows. When the Torah refers over here to this case, of where the Torah was out to say that the Caleb of an Avela and the Caleb of a Trefa ultimately again are permitted for benefit, not permitted for consumption. What kind of animal are we talking about? The Gemara posits it must be talking about a kosher animal, ultimately again which was shechted. And therefore, again, although the beef is not going to be consumable, why not? Why not? Because it's an Avela or a Trefa, but ultimately again, or with a batch that would be an Avela, ultimately again, halakha l'maisa, the Caleb is permitted for benefit. Not for consumption, but yes, for benefit. Incredible. I'm going to have to finish there. I'm going to leave Rabbi Yaakov.
Okay.
But I will leave Rabbi. Elamiyata, but using this logic, the Velas Behema Tahoro in the Tame. So it says, using this logic, it sounds like English referring to like this. That the Nevela, a kosher animal, that's what conveys Tumah. The Velas Behema Tanea Robitana, are you telling me that the animal carcass of a non-kosher animal does not convey Tumah? So listen to this. It says, Hama Sahi Shibash Dova. How many elders, like how many established, how many Chachamim have made this mistake? Look at Rashi. We'll say it's the last wide line in Rashi. Kama Sami Shibash Dova. Timi Ani Azakinim Meribim Shekimoschem Shenishtabashtem Ba. So it isn't terrible. I'll say. So right. So remember. Rabbi Yaakov, this is Rabbi Yaakov Bar Abba said to Rabbi. Now, based on what you're saying, it's only been a Vela of a kosher animal which can base Tumah. So Rabbi responds back, it is shocking to me how many wise Torah sages have made this same mistake. Seifa Asan, the Vela spoke ultimately, again, I will say, the Seifa that Rashi says of the Seifa of the Mishnah, which talks about Tihar, Mechlal Nevela, right? That ultimately, again, that there's something that is removed from the Vela. What is that referring to? Nevela's ultimate. So again, when we speak about the fact that a tummy animal does not convey Tumah, the only thing we're referring to here, Rabbi said, is bird. That a tummy bird does not convey Tumah b'beis habliya. So if you eat a kazayas of a non-kosher bird, now you're in violation because you eat a non-kosher bird. Right? But halakha l'maisa does not convey tumah b'beis habliya. The Rabbi suggests that the carcass of a non-kosher animal will convey tumah, not go ubamasa. That's one of the halakha l'maisa still remains to be seen. But that's the distinction that Rabbi is making. When we exclude something non-kosher from conveying tumah, Rabbi says that a non-kosher bird does not convey tumah b'beis habliya, but a non-kosher animal will absolutely convey tumah b'ma'amasa. That's what's being suggested over here. I'm going to be open. The real says like this. Okay, so now remember, let's get back. So that's where how did this whole thing start? Like, I don't even know. I don't know what this whole thing started. This is how it all started. It all started yesterday in Mishnah. No, you know what I'm saying? This whole doctrine, it's actually not complicated. You start with information going relatively quickly, but it's not complicated because everything really comes back to one part, machlokas. The machlokas, just keep your finger on Shana Tess on the bottom of 69A. The machlokas in Mishnah. Again, you did Malika. You just the coin minding your own business, doing your Malika. And then what happens? It turns out the bird is a treifa. So let's go through this. Obviously, what do I know? What does everybody agree with? I did Malika, the bird is a treifa. What does everybody agree with? Sacrificially invalid. Can't do anything with this. Now the issue is I have a bird carcass, which I happen to be holding in my hand. Right? So the shaila now is, what's the status of this bird carcass? Does it have the ability to convey tumah or not? Rabbi Meir says no. Now again, remember, the truth is holding a bird carcass in your hand a big deal? No, it sounds pretty gross. But aside from that, right? In other words, from a Torah perspective, it's not a big deal. Why? Because the only way birds convey tumah is how? They have to swallow it, right? But obviously, the shayla is going to come up. Let's say whatever it is, Coin didn't realize he ate it. Is he tummy? So Rabbi Meir says no. Rabbi Meir holds halakha l'maisa. Although the Malika did not work sacrificially, the Malika absolutely works to say that the bird is not an Avela. It's not an Avela. Rabbi Yehuda started to say, so we spent the bulk of today really focusing on Rabbi Yehuda. Now the Gemara comes back. Rabbi Yochanan comes along and says, Well, here again, what Rabbi Meir says that the Malika works ultimately again on the bird that the trade off, so that doesn't convey Shema. So you have to use this qualification. Well, here again, Allah, it's needed. It's only if the bird was a complete bird. Not about mum. Meaning, what does that mean? That the bird itself was technically fit to be offered up as a carbon. And obviously, once you open it up, you realize it's a trade, but it's unfit. So the opener says that Malika works to go ahead and prevent Tumas Nevela only when the bird was unblemished. However, the Gemara says, and rather, if you look at Rashi, what's the logic? Well, here in there, it's in the short lines of Rashi, about 5 lines in. The Malika's Treva Elevatin, the Shaikha Bahu Malika. Those who hear this, what's the Meir's logic? The Meir's logic is like this. When the coin's holding that bird, right? So again, he's doing Malika. When do you find out that the bird is a Treva? When do you find out it's a Treva? Only after the fact. So the Kohen is acting in good faith, he's doing his job. And the Meir says the Malika should work, at least that it's not, at least that it doesn't convey Shema. So the Okur comes along and says to qualifies. He says, yeah, only when the bird was not blemished. Because if the bird was blemished, then what? You had no kids with the Malika in the first place, because it was sacrificially invalid. So if the bird was coming, if the bird was complete, if the bird was unblemished, and you went ahead and you did the Malika, you acted just in a normal course of sacrificial service, that's when the Meir says the Malika works to prevent Tumas Nevela. But if Halacha L'Maisa, ultimately you were sacrificially, you were using a blemished error, bali mumin law. If you're doing a bal mum, ultimately again it does not work. In other words, if you do Malika on a bal mum, that then turns out to be Shripa, ultimately again it conveys Tumah. Interesting. Now the Allah says no, he was a bal woman. Most is very interesting. Not true. But in there, the Lord is like this. What's the Meir's logic? The Meir's logic is that Malika is the equivalent of Shita. And just like by Shita, it doesn't matter again, it doesn't matter if the animal was a Baal Mum or not. If you do Shita on an animal, that animal does not convey Tumas Nevela. If you did Malika on a bird, whether the bird had a mum or not, Malika is the equivalent of Shita for a bird, and therefore Malika will remove any Tumas Nevela. So if I'm not my focus, it's my nami, so we'll say, watch this, I'm Rabbi, I'm Rabbi Lazar, it's Tami higher than the Baal Mum. Like Meir, no, it's not true. Even Rabbi Meir supports this idea. First, the first one will be open on. If you did Malika on a Baal Mum, a blemished animal, even Rabbi Meir would agree that what? That the animal conveys Tumah. Vafilu ba'avzin, the tiny gold. No, I'm sorry, I said that incorrectly. Mitchayer, Haydi Rabbi Meir, the Baal Mum. Ultimately, again, this supports Rabbi Lazar's view. Right, because they didn't know the law says. But ultimately, again, that Rabbi Meir says that even if you did Malika on Ba'ali Mumin, even if you did Malika on a blemished bird, that Malika prevents Tumas Nevela. Not only that, I feel the odds in the kind of even if you did Malika on geese or on chickens, like other forms of fowl, which is wild. Malika works on the table side. You can't. There's no such thing as offering. There are no carbonates that are brought from geese or from chickens. And clearly, again, if you do Malika on geese or chickens, you can't eat it. But the Malika at least will work to what? Prevent Tumas Nevela from these animals. So most of this is actually crazy. It's actually pretty wild. According to the law essentially holds that Malika, once Malika works by birds, so really Malika is a valid mechanism by all fowl. Now, it's only a valid mechanism in that it will prevent the animal from becoming an avela and conveying Tumah, will not necessarily work sacrificially or consumption-wise. Right? But again, so just in saying the svara is once it works, then it should work categorically. So once I know that Malika is the form of Shita by birds in the base of Mikdash, that means that Malika is a valid mechanism of Shita, at least to some degree, the Rosa says, by all fowl. And therefore, if you do Malika on chickens, you do Malika on geese, you do Malika on a bird with a blemish, without a blemish, you might not be able to eat it. You might not be able to use it in the base of Mikdash, but it absolutely renders it. It absolutely prevents it from becoming or conveying or possessing Tumas Nevela. Incredible. No, this is like
Moses' weapons of the Civil War. So they had
I don't know. It's never going to be the same. You know what I said? It's incredible. You don't know what to do with this.
the cavalry had those.
Okay.
Carbines. And so go back up again. The one that you just showed.
All right, let's go back there. So let's say now, by the way, once you know this opens up a door to a whole bunch of other stuff. So get ready for this. This is actually pretty wild. Listen to this. Ara A's Mouth.
Right, those
Wow.
aren't muskets, right?
What if you decapitated a goat? Now let's say, okay, a smidge of context, right? Let's say, now listen to this. So what the case? So this is actually fascinating. Think of it, Ashi. Ara A's Al-Hakolo B'Makom Edla Arufa. Watch this. Watch this. So let's say, here's the case. Cases like this. Right? Unfortunately, again, we find a person murdered in between two cities. When that happens, and we don't know who killed them, that triggers a process called Eglarufa. We know the process, right? And the Gemara is Soda. So remember again, what happens? The elders of the closest city come out, they bring out the calf to a dry riverbed, they decapitate the calf. They go ahead and they wash their hands over the calf and they say, Yadinu lo shaftu damzeh. Our hands have not gone ahead and spilled this blood. Here's the interesting case. What happens if instead of the calf, you brought a goat and you decapitated, it was on sale, right? And so what happens, right? You decapitated the goat in that spot. Now, obviously, what's clear from the outside? What's clear from the outside? It doesn't work. Right? In other words, you're still going to have to bring an egg. You're going to have to do a calf because that's the process that the Torah mandates. But what's the shiloh? The shiloh is what's the status of the goat? Now, what do I know for sure? What do I know for sure? I can't eat it. Right? But what's the shiloh? Does it convey to one? Is it in the Vela or not? So what's the Shnitza? Now, one of the first is in the Vela. On the other hand, it's died with a proper halachic mechanism. Not the right mechanism for this animal, but the right mechanism for the context, right? So in other words, right context, wrong animal. I needed to decapitate a calf. Instead, I decapitated a goat. So why is this coming up? Because remember, according to Yohanan's understanding, or I should say, according to Elazar's understanding of Rabbi Meir holds that once the Malika is established as a valid mechanism of slaughter, it works in all contexts for fowl. Now again, when I say works, it doesn't necessarily work sacrificially, doesn't work for consumption, but absolutely will work to ensure that the fowl is not an avela. So now once I know that, so here's the shiloh, I decapitate a calf in a place where they found the blood. Granted, the goat. Granted, not going to work to satisfy Eglah. We probably still have to bring an Eglah. But the shiloh is, does the decapitation at least work to say that the goat is not going to be an Avela? Riveting. So now, Zimar says, no. On one hand, obviously, the kind of golden time of mind, to me, is the opposite. Rabbi say, on one hand, we just said before that according to Rabbi, if you do malika on chickens or geese, ultimately it works. Now again, when I say works, what does it mean? It's not going to be an available. Why? But I understand that why. Because chicken and geese are in the family of fowl. It makes sense, we're part of the same family. About these love mean the element. But a goat is not in the calf family. Even if it identifies, right? Even if it identifies as a calf, it's not going to make a difference, right? No matter what it identifies as, a calf, right? A goat cannot become a calf. Can't use the calf locker rooms, can't compete in calf events. It doesn't make a difference, right? That's it. So it's not in the same family. So the Gemara says, okay, so on one hand, perhaps therefore decapitation ultimately again should not work. Oh, Joma, meaning the behemoth. Well, it's not totally true. Why? Because both the calf and the goat do belong to the same general category called behemoth. So let's see here this. So what we're asking over here, so now we're going to accept the principle. And the principle is that once there is an accepted form of slaughter for a certain category of animals, right, that ultimately the category of slaughter is going to work for everything. Again, work Obviously, it has to be qualified in different ways, but on the most basic level, at least, if an animal is killed using this mechanism, ultimately it will become a nevela. The shaila just is how broad can the category be? So if you decapitate a goat at the site of Egla Arufa, obviously, procedurally, you still have to bring a cat. The shaila just is, can we say that decapitation is a valid form of slaughter, and therefore halacha l'maisa, the goat at least will not be an avela. That's the shaila. So that's Rabbi, so Rabbi was sitting and he was saying over this particular ruling, the Egla Arufa Tori. So this is terrible. So Rabbi said, one second, hold up. Your whole question presupposes that an Egla Arufa is not an avela. It's interesting. Your whole question presupposes that when you decapitate a calf, that calf does not convey tumah after its death. Abai says, how do you know that? Abai says, where do you know that from? So the Gemara says, which ultimately, again, Rabbi said about you, yes, that is correct. Why? Because it's interesting enough, because the Torah uses the word kapara, atonement, by Egla Arufa, the same word that it uses by Kavanas. And just like by Karbanas, after they shita or malika, whatever their slaughter mechanism is, after they are sacrificially slaughtered, ultimately, again, they do not convey Tumas Nevela. So too, Egla Arufa does not convey Tumas Nevela. Shabbos says it's fascinating. So again, so there's two pieces of information over here. So number one, Egla Arufa does not go ahead and convey Tumas Nevela. That's kind of a presupposing the whole part. The shadow we still don't know is what about the goat? What about the goat slaughtered on site? So Massive Rav Nosson Avoz Rashuna Bar Nosson V'achol Lo Sofnu. So the pasuk says, "You shall not run each from it." Ein ela chilef she'aseh ba'achila mutabano. So how do we know ultimately again? Chilef. When is there a prohibition to eat from chilef? When you have a chilef that is aseh ba'achila mutabano. However, again, the Gemara says, "Chilef shosha niskal." How do I know that I can't eat the chilef ultimately again of Shaniska looks like it's an ox that is stoned, let's say killed right? Or Egla Arufa before. How do I know that their chilef is us also? Kol chilef. The pasuk says kol chilef. And kol chilef ultimately again, all chilef is going to be for different consumption. One second. These are like Egla Arufa Tahoriji. Right, so the Gemara says, but I understand. If I look for myself, I assume that Egla Arufa is not an avela, doesn't convey tumah. Keep the Torah coming. So what I think that ultimately again that the Egla itself is tar, but its chilef is coming. So the Gemara says, take the arif from the arif of its right. Obviously again, it goes back in the halach l'maisa. If you go ahead and follow the proper procedure for Egla Arufa, right, and decapitated, everyone is going to agree that obviously it's not going to be considered to be a carcass, right? Because in that respect, it's going to be the same as Kabbalas. It's just that Kabbalas, after they go through their proper procedure, then ultimately again, halacha l'maisa, it's not an avela. So if you decapitate the animal, it's not going to be an avela. So you must know, shrikalei, was it interesting enough? What's the shaila? If you went ahead and you shafted it. So it's very interesting. What happens if you ended up shafting an Egla Arufa? So the Gemara says that perhaps the chilef still remains tahar. But if that's the case again, the shchita ultimately again should be enough to prevent it from going ahead and halacha l'maisa again should be. The shchita should be enough to go ahead and be matar for nevela as well. So is that to say that again, Egla Arufa becomes dated from when it's still alive? That would say that the status of Egla Arufa develops upon the animal even when it's still alive, should be a little bit strange. Yes, we must say it's actually wild. The Gemara says, halacha l'maisa, the status of Egla Arufa devolves upon the animal while it is actually still alive, even before it's decapitated. Rabbi Yana says, Gubul shamati v'shachachti. Rabbi Yana said, I've heard, Gubul shamati, in other words, I've heard that there is a certain time at which Egla Arufa becomes prohibited, even before it is shafted, but I forgot when that is. It was like lines like this are always incredible in the Gemara, because they're very informative for us. Right, but for my again, I don't know. I forgot. Sometimes more frustrating than not knowing something is knowing that you knew it, but now forgot it. So again, part of the Yiddish again, it says, ultimately, again, the book Shamati. I heard that there's banderos. I heard that there's a point at which Egel Arufa ultimately again becomes Asr as Egel Arufa, but I forgot what it was. And then my friends reminded me, and they said, ultimately, son, he osarta. The Lord is incredible. When does the Egel Arufa become prohibited? When it goes down, ultimately again, when it goes down to the dry riverbed, ultimately again, that's when it becomes prohibited. So first of all, just put out something. So therefore, Allah, it's interesting enough. We see the Egel Arufa upon the animal even before it actually is decapitated, which is actually quite fascinating. So it's interesting enough, the Gemara doesn't do Egel Arufa does not have Tumas Nevela. So that's number one. Does not have Tumas Nevela. Why? Because the Gemara said, like touch. They say like Kavanos. Once you check, ultimately, again, it doesn't have Nevela. So too, Egel Arufa does not have Nevela as well. Now, I will say, interestingly enough, in the Shlomo Machlokas, between Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda back in the Mishnah, how do we paskin? The Rambam paskins like Rabbi Yehuda. The Rambam paskins the halacha l'maisa. If you do marika, and it turns out that the bird is the shreifa, halacha l'maisa, again, we paskin that the bird does convey tuma. Does convey tuma. But ultimately, like Rabbi Yehuda, not like Rabbi Meir. Rothschild also just points out there's two tremendous, beautiful lessons that come out from this little piece of Gemara. So remember again what happened over here. Rabbi Yana said, I knew what the halacha was, but I forgot. And Lord said, who helped him? The Nasrin Chabari. His friends helped him. And Lord said, the power of a positive peer group. Surround yourself with good people. Surround yourself with holy people. And ultimately, again, then when you slip, when you fall, when you forget, they will be there to help you up. We like to think sometimes that the people we surround ourselves with, it's okay. I can surround myself by people who I love very much, but are negative influences. Because it's not a big deal. They're not going to have an impact on me. It's not true. Anything and everyone has an impact on who I am. If I surround myself, unfortunately, again, with toxic, negative people, that get toxicity seeps in. Conversely, if I surround myself with positive, holy, growth-oriented people, then what's the devil? Not only does it have a good ashma, not only does it have a good effect on me, but when I forget, when I slip, and when I fall, they will be there to help lift me up. The power of a positive peer group. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two, I will say, when does the Egel Arufa become Asr? The Gemara says, when you go down, when you suffer a descent, ultimately again into a dry riverbed, even before you do anything wrong. That's ultimately again with the tumah, where the issue sets in. So much of life is not just simply about avoidance of committing others, but it's preventing myself from getting into the wrong circumstances to begin with. Like as Chazal tell us, who is wise, haro es hanola. If ultimately again, Rabbi Nachman writes, if ultimately again I'm fighting against the Yitzhak to resist sinning, 9 out of 10 times I've already lost the battle. The key to success is to prevent myself from getting into the negative situations to begin with. Live proactively. Live with foresight. We all know the circumstances in which we find ourselves in which we're going to get ourselves into trouble. It's not like we're new at this thing called life. We have years of experience. I know exactly circumstances are going to put me down the wrong road. What is the Egel Arufa in trouble? When is it us already? Before the decapitation. Once it starts that descent into that dry riverbed, it's done. It's done. What a tremendous metaphor for life. We all have that dry riverbed. Those life circumstances, I know if I allow myself to get into that situation, it's done. I'm going to sin. Life, so much of successful living is about prevention. Identify your dry riverbed in life. Identify the circumstances and situations where when you get yourself there, it's never going to end well, and prevent the descent from happening proactively. Identify the circumstances and situations in life in which normally lead to failure. Be proactive in avoiding them, and ultimately, again, Chazal tell us, That's the secret to success.
You know what that Portuguese
Mazel tov. Incredible.
Portuguese man, he would have waited to see Cristiano Ronaldo.
All right, Kevin, we'll see Kevin soon. We'll get the other one.
You should have waited till after
So,
supper.
Mazel tov on the parrot.
Here's a very stupid question, but a valid one. What's the difference in fusion and fission? Do we currently use fission, correct? Is that what they do? Is fusion what we don't use? Which is a nice stupid question. That's an insanely smart question. Because cold fusion is the holy grail. Nuclear fission and fusion are two distinct nuclear processes that release energy by altering atomic nuclei, but they operate in opposite ways. Fission splits heavy atoms like uranium, while fusion combines light atoms like hydrogen isotopes. Oh, okay. So is a hydrogen bomb a fusion bomb? Put that in there. Jimmo, bring up TJ Duckett highlights. Just find out, please. Is a hydrogen bomb a fusion bomb? It's fission. Hydrogen bomb. It says.
Jose, it is a great spot. Hashem, if you're going this morning, I'm sorry that I can't be there with you in person, but at least Baruch Hashem. Thank you to Moshe Ibnson for joining us and for ensuring that at least you would be virtually. Begin by thanking our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Limud Tova. Thank Allison and Adam Steinmetz for dedicating all the Sherman this month in memory of Adam's grandfather, Sheldon Steinmetz, Halav Shlomo Tzvi Ben Ruben Shimon, Zichron Lebracha. Mirza Hashem of Neshama Shat and Aliyah, Shivim Yelitz Yosef for his children, his grandchildren, and Kenai Haaretz 34 great grandchildren. Samuel Hutchison, dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this month in memory of their parents. Yitzchak Louis Ben Aaron Ahon, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avron, Inda Bas Hennech Frank, and in memory of their dear friend, Staff Sergeant Rafkavi Yora Odner Shemi Komdalo, Gustavo Bayer Gaza and Eric Hanadok 2023. Paul and Kathy Pollard for dedicating the Shurim this month in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel Zachary, Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. Our week of learning sponsors are Mary Lena Dubin, in honor of the upcoming chasana of their daughter Sophie Zavi Benat. As Hashem, they should result in build a binyan that they have. Our sponsors for today, Hayal and Sarah Steinberg, explicit to continue the floor. So Shulamis Hana Bas Shem Alban Shem Alias the families in the Hama, all those who need for Shavan can call for the Hashem. So let's tell us all about this. So with that, let us begin. The Baruch Hashem to begin the new parak today. The new parak begins in chapter begins today's time out 71. And yet, the Mirza Hashem on big 70B. So the Mishnah says as follows. So really a totally different topic now. Actually, really quite interesting. Kol hazvochin niskarbu bechatos hamisos obishah nisko afilu achos b'ribo yomus. Okay, so the topic of the Mishnah is what happens when you have different types of animals mixed together. What becomes the status of the collective mixture? Now, the way we're going to read the Mishnah is, in fact, not what the Mishnah is actually trying to convey, but American symbolism gets straightened out here. But let's just read it as it's stated. If you have karbanos, you have karbanos that got mixed up with chatos hamisos. Now, what's a chatos hamisos? There are certain cases in which the chatos cannot be offered. So Rashi actually points out to the look at Rashi, kol hazvochin, afilu ba'achzilon. So essentially, the Mishnah is somebody like this. I have a carbon, whatever, it doesn't matter whatever carbon it is. And it gets mixed up. It's not the way the Mishnah is saying is it gets mixed up in a group of other karbanos. These karbanos happen to be all chatos offerings, and the type of chatos offering that can't be offered, but instead are left to die. Okay, that's the mixture. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, well, first Rashi in the parak. What it sounds like over here is that there is one kosher carbon that is getting mixed up in a group of invalid chatos offerings. And you say invalid chatos offerings, specifically the type of chatos offerings that have to be left to die. So far, the Gemara Maya will get to that. How you make this? So skip Rashi a little bit. He says, what's the case? The question is, there are 5 different types of chatos offerings that, depending on the circumstances, are left to die. Now, what I want to draw your attention to, if you notice in Rashi, you see that little hay. That little hay with like the half a bracket over there takes you to the Masoras Hashas, which is on your right, your left hand column, your left hand margin of the column. So let's read it actually over here. Dear Sas, what's over here? What are the 5 categories of chatos that are left to die? Number 1, Vlad chatos. The chatos has offspring. That offspring cannot be offered, instead that offspring is left to die. Next, Tmuras chatos. If you have a chatos offering, like halach of Tmura, Tmura is you can't exchange one carbon for another. Whether you're exchanging it for a better carbon, an inferior carbon, you're not allowed to do that. That's called Tmura. The halacha by Tmura is V'hayahu Tmuras HaKodesh L'Hashem. Both animals become consecrated. It happens to be that by the Tmura of a chatos, the Tmura, the exchanged animal, was left to die. That's number 2. Number 3, chatos shenesu ba'aleha. If you have a chatos offering, Ruvain accidentally ate on Yom Kippur, and therefore he's going to go ahead and bring a chatos. But then let's say Ruvain died. Once the owner dies, you can't offer up the chatos posthumous. Chatos was left to die. Number 4, shekipru ba'aleh ba'acher. Ultimately, again, number 4 is the following case. Ruvain set aside chatos. He lost the animal. He then designated a replacement animal, offered up the replacement, and then finds the original chatos. That chatos is left to die. And last, Risha'ava Shnasa. Remember again, a chatos is an animal that has to be offered up for the first year, it has to be within a year. If it ages out, such a chatos also is left to die. So the Mishnah's first case therefore is a regular carbon. And again, it doesn't matter what carbon it is. A shlonim. And my shlonim, it sounds Mishnah saying is my shlonim gets mixed up with a group of these type of chatos offerings that are left to die. This designation, one of these 5 categories, chatos, is there's a whole bunch of animals, a whole bunch of chatos like that. My regular shlonim gets mixed in. What's the halacha? The Gemara says yamusukulam. The halacha is ultimately again, they're all left to die. They're all left to die. Since again, I don't know which are the chatos, right? Which are the chatos offerings that are also left to die. Which is the valid carbon? So I can't offer it up because remember, if they're disqualified chatos offerings, there's nothing to talk about. I can't offer it. And because I don't know which animal is which, therefore halacha l'maisa, they are all left to die. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says this arbu. I'm sorry. Sorry, next case. That's halacha number 1. So again, the way we're going to read the case, which is not actually what the case is, but the way we're going to read it is, I have a regular carbon, which is called a shlamim, that gets mixed in with a group of chatos offerings. There are no ordinary chatos offerings. The 5 categories of chatos that are left to die. I obviously don't know which animal is which. So what's the halacha? All of them are left to die. That's halacha number 1. Next. Let's say again, I have a carbon, again, like I said, whatever carbon it is, and my carbon gets mixed in with a shar shene'avta ba'atera. But let's say again, a shar that is used in the commission of a sin. Now we'll see exactly what this means in just a moment. For example, right, it says, oh, now O in this context means, for example, Ayin Aleph 71a, O shehimis is ha'adam. Right, so let's say, for example, again, you killed someone. Actually, before we get to the next case, we go to the last Rashi and Ayin in the base. Rashi says this: Arvu zbachim kshirim b'shar shene'evta ba'avera echad be'echad. Now, this is talking about, as opposed to the previous case, which was talking about a permitted animal that gets mixed in with a group of prohibited animals. Here, it's even like a 1-to-1 mixture. Right, my kosher, my sacrificially kosher shard gets mixed in with a shard that is prohibited from this. Because, for example, an avera was done with it, or it committed an avera, which we'll just explain in just a moment. So this is a 1-to-1 mixture. So the Gemara says. So now the Mishnah says, excuse me, what's an example ultimately again of a shard that didn't have avera? So now continuing the Mishnah, we'll come back to Rashi in just a moment. For example. Oh, shehimis es ha'adam ha'kfi'in yachad. For example, let's say again, my shard killed someone, or Reuven shard killed someone, but the only way we know that it killed someone is because there's one witness. Now, the reason why this is important is because if there are 2 witnesses that a shard killed someone, then the shard is executed. If there's only 1 witness, then the shard is precluded for sacrificial use, but it's not executed. That's why the Mishnah gives like these very specific definitions over here. So, for example, if a shard that killed someone, P. Bailen. Or, for example, the owner said, right, Reuben said, my shard killed someone. In both of these cases, the shard itself will not be executed, but instead, again, it becomes precluded from sacrificial use. Or, the Rova, the Nirma, Or, for example, again, the animal sodomized someone or was sodomized by someone, right? Or the muktzeh, or an animal that was set aside for avodah zarah, or an animal actually worshipped for avodah zarah. Right, so all of these cases is I have a shark, and the shark ultimately again was involved in some type of illegal activity. Now let's go back to Rashi for just a moment. That Rashi gets started on the beginning of Ayin Days. There's still more cases which we're going to get to in just a moment, but that's not this Rashi. This Rashi says, Zvachim Ksherim remember, I'm back at last Rashi, 7 days. Sorry, we're a little bit all over the place over here. This Rashi says, Zvachim Ksherim B'Shoshin E'Tabavim. So I have a kosher carbon that got mixed in with this shark that was involved in sinful behavior. For example, echad b'echad, in a one-to-one mixture. What's some examples? Now then the Mishnah goes on to say what are some examples of illegal activity, illegal shark activity. So for example, Kigon, Kappa Ayin Aleph, 71a Rashi, Kigon, Shehemes es Adam Api Echad. For example, let's say Ruvain's shark killed someone. The only way we know about it was that his Echad. One witness. Or Ruben himself admitted my shark killed someone. The shark Shehemes Api Bailan, Ifterle Meskila, the mode Kimo, the Biknas Potter. Because the halacha is that if you only know that the shark killed someone, if you look at the admission of the owners, the shark itself is not killed, it's not executed. The Chedrova, the nearby or if essentially the shark engaged in bestiality with a person or was violated by a person, and we know about this through the or through the owner, the Hashkala Shahan Miskavu, the Lekala Neymar Yamusin, Sharim Karim Lahedot, in Rome Nitne Hazeba Kamu'ura Vine. The Afshalim Kars Kulon and also so again, so the issue over here is I have a sacrificially fit animal that gets mixed in with now this other type of animal. Now this other type of animal is not, it can't be offered up as a carbon, right? Why? Because it's involved in some type of illegal activity, inappropriate or immoral activity, which precludes its use for sacrificial purposes. So it killed someone, right? Or ultimately, again, it was involved in immoral behavior with a person, or it was set aside for avodah zarah, or it was actually worshipped for avodah zarah. In all of these cases, halacha l'maisa, the animal is unfit for sacrificial use. Now I see my problem. I've got a carbonic animal and another animal unfit for sacrificial use. They get mixed together. I do not know which one is which. So how do I resolve this? Well, we're not finished with the list yet. So, by the way, Rashi also points out, he says, the Efshar, this is in the first short line of Rashi, 71a, Ayin Aleph and Aleph. The Efshar Limkaris, Kulon L'Tzarech, and the Post of Zevach, L'Achiva, Shar Psum L'Hakrava. And again, the issue over here is, because it's in Gather, I can't sell everything off and use the money to purchase it. I'm going to this unfit as far as sacrificial use. I mean, it's Mura. Good. So now, let's go back to the list. Next. The Neva, the Esnon, Umechir. So Esnon, remember again, is an animal that is given as payment to a harlot for her services. Such a carbon also, such an animal is unfit for sacrificial purposes. Mechir Keller means an animal that was used as payment to purchase a dog. So again, something that is used for such a base purpose, you can't use as a carbon. Okay, so I'm a base that's that. 71b, Dikelayin, Ubitrefa. So again, let's say, for example, Kilayin means, let's say the animal is a crossbreed, ultimately, again, between two other animals, right? So again, or again, looking again to all these cases, or Trefa, the animal is Trefa. Yotze Dolphin, very interesting, an animal, a C-section animal, an animal born by cesarean section. In that case, all of these animals are precluded for use for carbon. None of them are permitted for carbonic use. So now, here's the problem. Even if I have a one-on-one ratio, so for example, I have a permitted carbonic animal, not just permitted, a carbonic animal designated as a carbon, that gets mixed in with one of these other animals. Now, the common denominator amongst all of these cases, so remember, this is a pretty exhaustive list. The animal killed someone, right? So, but the way I know about it ultimately, again, is because the owner told me, or an Echa told me, the animal itself is not to be, executed, but yet still precluded from sacrificial use. Or the animal violated a person, or was violated by a person, or it was set aside for avodah zarah, or it was worshipped by avodah zarah, or it was given to a harlot as her payment, or it was used to purchase a dog, or it's a result of crossbreeding, or it's a treifa, or it's a cesarean. In all of these cases, this animal gets mixed in with another carbon. I do not know which is which. So what do? So Mishnah says, Yiru Achi Stam. So what do? You let everything graze. Let both animals graze until they develop a mum. V'im kulu, and then sell it off. V'yavi b'bnei hayafa shebayin el-sami, and then bring the value of the more expensive animal to the type of covenant which was originally designated. So, for example, let's say for argument's sake, again, I was supposed to bring a shlomim, right? I was supposed to bring a shlomim. So now, again, these two animals get mixed together. I don't know which is which. So I let them graze. They both have to develop a mum. Once they develop, I can sell it off. Now, because I don't know which one is which, essentially, I have to purchase a new carbon corresponding to the value of the more expensive of the two. Since I'm unsure ultimately again which was the carbon which wasn't, we go with the more expensive of the two.
I'm not sure when he's fighting again.
Yavi, bring a carbon corresponding. And what should the value of the carbon be? Corresponding to the more expensive, the more valuable of the two animals. Incredible. Look at Ashley just a moment. Ashley's you actually stop. We let them graze until they develop a mum. The Machamas has had so because remember, since there's a carbon that's mixed into these two animals, right? One of these animals is carbonic, therefore the animal itself is not fit for mundane use. So again, what I want to point out is something very interesting. In many of these other cases, these animals would be fit for mundane use. So for example, if you go ahead and you have an animal that killed someone, but only we know is because the owner said something, or he said something, you can't use it as a carbon. But it is fit for mundane use. The problem is the carbon is not fit for mundane use. Here's the other issue. The Gemara says, furthermore, and furthermore, again, because you have a carbonic animal, you also can't just simply redeem it without a purpose. In other words, you can't just decide to transfer it simply onto money. So rather, what do I need to do? Hilchach, Yiru Achi Staru, that the animals graze until they develop a mum. Yavi b'dnei hayafa shebahan me'osa men mimina carbon. In Olahu, Yavi Maos connected in Hayafa Shakulan, Shema Hazeva, Hayafa, Hu Hayafa. And again, so therefore, what I allow them to do now and develop them, and then I go ahead and I use the value of the more expensive animal to purchase the brand new carbon corresponding to the original designation of the carbon that got mixed in. That should then point out to the Yoma. And when he offers up the carbon, he should say, say whichever one of these two animals is the sacrificial animal. The animal should be consecrated onto this money. That's piece number 2. So that's piece number 1 is seemingly a carbon getting mixed in with this whole heap of invalid chatas offerings. So in that case, it's have to be everything to die. Case number 2, I have the carbon getting mixed in with another sacrificially invalid. What do I do there? Let everything graze, develop a mum, then go ahead and redeem the sanctity of the animals onto money by redeeming the money, and use the value of the more expensive animal to bring the same type of carbon you were supposed to bring before everything got mixed together. Beautiful. Next case. Miss Arvu Bechulin Tmima. Let's say you have same case, same general case. You have a carbonic animal. The carbonic animals got mixed in, this time with human animals, unconsecrated animals. So if you look at Rashi, Miss Arvu Bechulin Tmima. So then what? So then Rashi says, so Rashi points out this is true whether again one carbonic animal getting mixed in with one sacrificial animal, or for that matter again one carbonic animal getting mixed in with a group of human animals. It doesn't really matter. Whatever the case is. So back to Mishnah. So what do you do? It's very interesting. Once again, we don't know which animal is which. So what do you do? Let's say, for example, there was one shlomim that got mixed in with a whole bunch of human animals. So now again, I don't know which is which. What do? I sell off all of those animals ultimately again as shlomim. That's it, right? I look at the whole group as shlomim, and therefore again sell them off to other people who are in need of shlomim. Back to Rashi. Is Arvo Bechulin Tmima. Rashi says, whether it's one carbon that got mixed in with one human animal, or one carbon that got mixed in with many human animals, it doesn't really matter. Imafu Kala Kulum Sarfe Min
Dan also is
Osaka.
the worst thing ever.
So
But
sell
also,
off all
don't you think
of
crisis actors
the
are real?
coolant animals
Like if you
for
were
the
going to
same
pull off
type
a
of
major
designation
propaganda event
as the
and you
carbonic
could
animal.
hire someone
The
to
name
pretend that
says
something
Harikulan
happened and
Kachim
give
Shamin
the
Echad
narrative and get
Elish
that guy on
Ein
camera
Yadua Ko
right
Echad
away. How many
Shamin
actors do you
V'Yikra Kulan Ko Echad Ve'echad
Oh, that's
L'Shem
right.
Mishu
Yeah, I know a good amount. How
So
many
it's actually very
do you
interesting
think
idea
you
here.
can
So
pronounce
now
about
here's what I
whatever
know. I know that there's one
steroids?
shlomen
But here's
animal
the
and
thing.
it's mixed and the rest are human.
You
Great,
don't
no
have to be an
problem.
actor to act,
Just
of
sell
course.
them off for
Right.
shlomen purpose. People are always in the market
Kevin
for a
Durant was
shlomen.
really good.
Sell it off for
Manchester.
shlomen. Now,
Kevin
remember,
Durant
the issue
was
I have
bad.
over here
He
is,
was really
let's say
good.
one of
Kevin
those, the
Durant
original
gets up
shlomen that
and
got mixed in with my
plays
shlomen.
club.
Now we're selling it
You're
off to
fucking
Ruben Shimon
Durant.
Lady Yehuda. I don't know who's this who's,
Anyway,
right? Because I don't know which one is
people
mine. And I don't know which one.
that are sure, like,
So
not
that's
after
okay.
you
Because in
get
general,
your
again, we sell by Karbanos. That Karbanos, even if it's not offered up for a specific owner, as long as halal for the mice, again, it's offered up for the intended owner. That is going to be enough, even if it only doesn't include the specific owner. We said that before. That's a rabbinic legislation. Next, Kachim B'Kachim. Now let's say, watch this. Let's say you have one carbon that gets mixed into other carbons. All right. So the Gemara says, so now, again, in this case, what it sounds like over here is happening is shlamim getting mixed with shlamim. Say if it's min benino, if it goes again, literally again, it's the same kind of kavanos getting mixed up with each other. So literally again, there's a flock of shlamim, a chevra of shlamim, they hang out together. So the fem shlamim is here, and then my shlamim gets mixed into that chevra. So now the issue over here in this case is the identity of the animals is not in question. You know, they're all shlamim. So right shlamim, what's the issue? The issue is which one is my shlamim versus which one is someone else's shlamim. So that's going to be the ambiguity. So what's the halacha? Zayikra b'shem yishu. The Zayikra b'shem yishu. So interesting enough, what's the halacha? The halacha is you offer them up, and the Kohen has kavanah, but you know what? Each one should be offered up for its designated owner. Now, what's interesting about this is, obviously, the Kohen doesn't know which person owns which shlamim, but that's okay. The Kohen essentially just has in mind whoever is the owner of this shlamim, it should be offered up and satisfy his obligation. Since this is a little bit easier because we know that the whole chevra is shlamim. Since we know the whole chevra is shlamim, therefore halacha l'maisa, we could just go ahead and have the coin offered up. And in mind, each one should be older, each one should be designated for its respective owner. Incredible. Now, what about Kachim in the shit? What about here's the more complicated case, right? The more complicated case, ultimately, again, is the shame. What happens if you have halacha l'maisa, animals mixed together, but they're for different carbonic designations. So therefore, again, I don't know which animal is which, but l'maisa, again, they're clearly for different carbonic designations. So let's remember again, in the previous case, the mixture was a homogeneous mixture because all of the carbonos were the same type of carbon. Great, all each one corresponds to. In this case, over here, it's different types of carbonos. If there's different types of carbonos, so what do we do? So what's the halacha? And we'll say, obviously, it must be talking about the same type of animal, right? Same types that I can't distinguish. But again, different carbonic designations. So the Gemara says, kachim b'kachim, min b'shem, of different types of different carbonic designations. What's the halacha? You don't actually let them graze until they go home. You can sell it off. Yafi b'dmei yafa shebahen mimin zeh, b'dmei hayafa shebahen mimin zeh. Here's what's interesting. This is very similar to what I said before. So what do? Let them graze, and then sell it off. Take the money. Here's the difference. You have to use now. Let's say for example, don't get too caught up in the actual technical examples. It's just let's say I have a chatos that got mixed together, a shlamim that got mixed together with a toga, right? That got mixed together maybe with a rush. So let's just keep a shlamim and toga. Two different types of kabbalas, right? So you'll see why I'm staying away from specific examples in just a moment. But I have two different types of kabbalas. So let's just keep it for argument's sake. Shlamim and a chatos, even though chatos is not a good example, just for illustrative purposes. So chatos get mixed together. Right, so now it's the same type of animal. I don't know which one is which. So I let them graze, develop a mum, sell it off. So now let's say again one of the animals is more expensive, one of the animals is less expensive. I don't know which is which. So what I have to do is I have to use the value of the highest and most expensive animal for a shlamim and the value of the highest animal for a chatos, because I don't know which is which. For 1 second, that means it's going to be a lot. Because that means I'm going to end up having to spend more money than the actual value of the total animals. This must unite. So that's a loss you're going to have to bear. That's a loss I'm going to have to bear, and that's just the way that it is. Next, misarvu b'bechar or b'meiser. So this is very interesting. Let's say you have a sacrificial animal that got mixed in with a bechar animal or a meiser animal. It's a bechar animal, firstborn animal, meiser behemoth. Right? So what do I do? Or meiser shame. So let's say, so again, meiser animal. So what do? Now, listen, now look at actually just a moment. This is in the intermediate wide lines, about 2, 4, 6, and 7 lines of this army. Zvachim, kigon ola b'bechar, or b'meiser behemoth. So for example, let's say again, I have an ola that gets mixed in with a bechar or with. Okay, now why is this specific? Look at that. Shein tosin b'dusha ulak. Shein tosin b'meim b'dusha. Remember again, what's unique about bechar and meiser? If they develop a mum, ultimately again they don't have to be offered. They don't have to be redeemed. They don't have to be offered. So these pieces are a little bit different. So I can't offer them both up on the ultimately, because remember they are offered up their carbonic practices are different. For example, Ola is totally consumed on this day, and that is not the case ultimately again with Bechar or Meiser. So the Gemara says, "Oh, even with which is partially consumed, there's different types of blood applications." So the Gemara is the Mishnah is not choosing this case Bechar and Meiser because sacrificially they're different, and that if they develop women, they become the property of the Kohen, and there's no other sacrificial right or ritual. And furthermore, again, they're also sacrificially bonus. So what do I do in this case? You actually stop them, so we let them graze until they develop a home. The yochal, the bechar, ukimaiser. And ultimately, again, you consume it in accordance with the laws of bechar and meiser. So again, we will go ahead and discuss this. Look at actually just a moment. You actually stable. Yavi ma'oz b'mei hayofa. Yomar kamokom shulu azevach hatof etzes tamadim l'chula ama'oz ha'lo. V'nimtza chulin mu'ura b'bechar. So what do? I allow them to go ahead and develop a mold. Now remember, I have a carbon mixed in. So what I do is, once again, I take the value of the most expensive animal and go ahead and use that money to purchase a new carbon. So I've deconsecrated my carbonic animal. So now what I have is, I have meiser, bechar, and chulin mixed together. So what do I do in that situation? I could consume all of them, but I have to consume them in accordance with the strictures of meiser and bechar. So Rashi points out to the what is that? Yokulu love and chulin b'toras bechar meiser chalim women. Shelo yishketu be'itlis, v'lo yimkulu be'itlis, v'lo yishkelu b'litra. It's not. So let's say, so again, interesting. For example, meiser and bechar cannot be treated like regular food. So you can't measure it in a regular way. You can't slaughter it in a regular slaughterhouse. You can't slaughter it in a butcher shop. Can't have a butcher shop. There are laws. So which we'll get into. But halacha is essentially the Gemara says it's actually this is a two-step process. So in this case over here, my carbon got mixed in with bechar and or meiser. So step one, let them graze, develop a mold. Deconsecrate one of the animals onto money. That's my carbonic animal, the most expensive of the animals. Use the money now to purchase a new carbon. So now at least now the carbon is taken care of. So I pull the animal now together with meiser and bechar. If you eat all of them, but halacha meiser, they have to be consumed in accordance with the halachas of meiser and bechar. Incredible. So the Gemara says, good. Actually, it's down. We also keep bechar meiser. Hakol yicholim l'nisalev. It's interesting that now the Mishnah ends up with a fascinating statement. In general, you can have cases of carbonos that get mixed together, with the exception of chutz min hachatos va'asham. With the exception, ultimately, of the chatos and an asham, because apparently chatos and an asham are unique, are singular, and therefore, again, they never get lost in the mix. And actually points out over here, we'll see what the Gemara means. We'll see what the Mishnah means a little bit earlier. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, okay, so apparently it's unique, and therefore again, you're not going to really have a case ultimately where they get mixed together. Okay, so what exactly that means in Eretz Hashem? we shall see.
Blocks you got with the epicenter of hair.
Okay, good. So it's like that's our Mishnah. Jam-packed Mishnah. Let's see the Gemara. So first of all, the Gemara questions the first case. Remember again, how do we read the first case of Mishnah? I have one carbonic animal that gets mixed up in a chevra of invalidated chatos offerings. That was the case. That was the first case in the Mishnah. And the Mishnah said ultimately they're all left to die. So the Gemara says, "My afilu." Now, if you look at the lesson of the Mishnah is "Kalas vatam shnis avu bechatos hamitzos arbashar mitzvah afilu achas beribo." So the way it sounds like is, if you have a carbon that got mixed up with, let's say, other invalidated chatos offerings, or a shar mitzvah, or a shar that's going to be put to death, right, because it killed someone. Afilu achas beribo. Even if it's one carbon with 1,000 chatos offerings or 1,000 shah niskas. So what do you mean? That's not just. In other words, if you have one carbon that's mixed together with 1,000 invalidated chatos offerings, okay, of course we all agree you have to treat the mixture like chatos. So what exactly would there be to discuss? Which the says, no, you're right. That's different. Oh, no. It's not the case. The case is where, let's say, I have 1,000 carbonos, 1,000 valid carbonos, 10, 60, 100 valid carbonos. And then what happens? One of the invalidated chatas, one of the 5 categories of invalidated chatas that has to be left to die, gets mixed in with the mixture. In other words, there's a greater number of valid carbonos, and then my invalidated chatas gets mixed in. Oh, then the Mishnah says, unfortunately, the entire mixture is invalid and is left to die like the identity of the one chatas that got mixed in, or the one shahaniska that got mixed in. So it's not a case of one valid carbon getting mixed into a much larger group of invalidated chatas offerings, shahaniska offerings. It's just the opposite. It's actually one invalidated chatas, or one shor haniskal that gets mixed into many more valid carbonos. And yet, despite that, the Mishnah says essentially, the chatos is not bottle, right? It's not bottle in a larger amount of valid carbonos, and therefore the entire group is left to die in accordance with the status of the invalidated chatos. That's the halacha. That's the case of Tanina Chadazimba. We actually already learned that. We learned that before. Where did we learn it? We were quotes the Mishnah from the Sefer Tzmura. We learned that in Tzmura. What is in Tzmura? Kol ha'asu l'mekavim mizbeach osin b'chol sheh. Right? Anything ultimately, again, any carbon that cannot be offered up on the mizbeach, if it gets mixed in with any other valid carbon, ultimately, again, the mixture is invalid. The mixture is invalid. That's the halacha. I rolled up, I never give examples. An animal that sodomized someone was sodomized by someone. So again, we already learned this before. So if we already learned this in Tzmura, why do we need to go ahead and state it over here? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, right? So the Mishnah. So again, Rashi points us out over here. The halacha l'maisa, right? We already learned this. That if a prohibited animal gets mixed in with permitted or valid carbonos, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. We already learned this. So why do we need to state it again over here in the second slot? We already learned this in the second slot. Which ones I'll tell you why. I'm Rabashi. I'm Risulish might take a major scene. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Tanina Chadazim good. So I'm Rabashi. I'm Risulish might take a major scene. So I said this before. I've seen. I've seen. He said, no. We need both. We need both the Mishnah in Tzmura and the Mishnah here in Zman. Why? The Imeh Hasam. If we would have just learned this from the Sefer Tzmura, I might have thought. I would have said that when does this halacha apply? That ultimately, again, if a carbon, if an invalid animal gets mixed in with a group of valid carbonos, that the entire mixture is prohibited, I would have thought it's prohibited for sacrificial use. But for mundane use, perhaps we would say that one invalid animal in a larger group is batal. Kamash Malon, our Mishnah comes along and says, no, that even for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, again, the mixture is going to be rid of. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, it's the last short line. כולן המעורבן אסור לגבוה ומותר להג'ות Relaya or Repudia, the Lo Iri Hassam bin Isavo Israel. So I would have thought like this, just based on the Mishnah and Tamura, I would have thought like this. When do we say that if an invalid animal gets mixed in with a group of sacrificially valid animals, then when ultimately again is it invalid for use? Only again for sacrificial purposes, but for mundane purposes, just to redeem it, and ultimately again you could use it. Therefore again we need our Mishnah. Our Mishnah says no, it's not permitted. Our Mishnah says even for mundane use, it's not permitted. And ultimately if you would have just said the halacha over here, in Misakas Zvachim, I would have said, Hanihudi Suryanon. These cases over here, ultimately again, are Isuri Hana. Like we're talking about over here, where the item that got mixed in was Isuri Hana. Avahani, Ema Lo. Perhaps again, if it's not Isuri Hana, then perhaps ultimately again, halacha l'maisa, the mixture should be permitted in some way. Therefore, the Gemara says, look at Rashi. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, so again, if it would have just said from here, I would have said halacha l'maisa. The reason why the mixture is permitted is because we're dealing with animals which are asur b'hana. That's why the mixture is permitted. But halacha l'maisa again, but maybe the cases in Tzmura where halacha l'maisa is not an isur b'hana, then perhaps again should be the prohibited animal perhaps should be bottled in a larger mixture. And even if it's not going to be permitted for sacrificial purposes, perhaps at least for mundane purposes, therefore it's tricky. So the Gemara seems to be saying that halacha l'maisa, no matter what the nature of the mixture, so between our Mishnah and Mishnah and Tzmura combined, we understand that whether the prohibited animal that gets mixed in is an Isser Hana or whether it's not an Isser Hana, the resulting mixture is going to be precluded ultimately again, both for sacrificial use as well as for mundane use. Now, again, proceed now, kind of disentangle that a little bit more and kind of go to this case. We're going to stop here for today. Shukran, everyone. Again, I know a lot of information, a lot of categories, but it may become crystallized as the days ahead, a couple of short times ahead of us, which is good. We'll have to be able to keep up with the cycle. Look forward to seeing everyone live on Tuesday morning. Shukran, everyone. Have a great day.
Water's chemical smell. Don't give me head. You shouldn't get that on your mouth anyway. Fucking chemical water from that hot tub destroying your endocrine system. All right, good shit. Love you. A lot of fun. Bye, everybody.
All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev. Abba Rino Latova. Allison and Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Shelby Steinmetz, Rabbi Shlomo Tzvi, Ruben Ben Shimon Yitzchon Lebracha, in honor of his Neshama Shtat Nariya, should be made with Joseph for his children, his grandchildren, and his 34 great-grandchildren. Incredible. Sammy and Alka Eskison, in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Hanek and the next year, we have his friend, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yonah Gordon, Hashem Yikom Zamo, who fell in battle in Gaza on Erev Hanukkah 2023. Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, and Zachary Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zakaria, all of whom were listed during the month of Kislev. Zachary sponsored for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and exclusive continued refuah for Shulamis Hana Bas Susha, and Eretz Hashem, for the enduring refuah for all of Klal Yisrael. We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Staff and Aliyah, your families in the Chama, all those who need refuah, Seven, together, comfort Yisrael. And for Shem Hashem, make this a month of recent and the flows for all of Am Yisrael. So with that, let us begin today's chapter, Sunday 68. We are taking up the Eretz Hashem on Sunday number 67. We left off at the Tashma which is 2, 4, 6, 8 lines down from the top. It's not small. Chatos small. So we learned yesterday these very interesting pieces about these two women, Rachel and Leah, who bring a variety of karbanos into the Beis Hamikdash, about birth pairs into the Beis Hamikdash, give it to the Kohen, some with specificity, some without specificity, and then again, I'll say the ensuing carbonic chaos that occurs afterwards. So Chatos va'olos tuma mufreshas. What's the case? So we have to look at Rashi. Rashi's right across. Chatos va'olos tuma mufreshas. Rashi then quotes the rest of the Gemara. Let's go into Rashi itself. Shtim nashim shelachku yimotrim ve'elu. So ultimately, there were two women, Rachel and Leah, who brought together collectively 3 pairs of birds. Now, interestingly enough, each of them needs something a little bit different. So the Gemara says, so one of the women, we call it Rachel, requires an olah and the bird pair. Achas katos the achas olah. Again, in that bird pair is 1 katos, 1 olah. The highest 8 olos, the katos. So again, so collectively, Rachel requires 2 olos and a chatos. Zu and Leah, the zu tzricha shtei chatos. And the other woman, Leah requires 2 chatos and an olah. And what happens? Pirshu echad min ha'chidin. So they specified regarding one of the bird pairs. This is in Rashi. Preda olah l'zu, preda chatos l'zu. In one of the bird pairs, they said, okay, this bird will be an olah for Rachel. This bird will be a chatos for Leah. One of the bird pairs, they didn't specify at all. But here's the preda chatos, the preda olah. That gimel pirshu preda zu olah preda zu chatos about shemos bailamon is passion. The third bird pair, they designated which bird is which, but they did not designate which bird is fertile. Okay, that's the case. So what happens? It says Gemara also so if the Kohen offered all of the birds of Lamala, right, above the red line, then ultimately, again, half of the birds are good, half the birds are not good, which means half of the birds ultimately will count as olah, right, and the other half will be endowed. The Kula Lamata, ultimately, again, if you offered all of them below the Chukasika, below the red line, then Machzakasha Machzakasha is the same thing. Below the red line, half of them should count as Sakatas, and half of them would have to be endowed. Chatzi Lamala, Chatzi Lamata, if you did half of them above, half of them below, Init Shira, Elastuma. The only bird pair that is kosher is ultimately again the unspecified pair, which is chalekes beinehen, and ultimately again it is divided. In other words, each woman gets allocated 1 bird. Rigilo nifurashan lo. Yet again, the delineated pair does not count. Now, remember again, what's the backdrop to all of this? The backdrop to all of this is the statement of Rabbi Yeshua. Remember again, this is Rabbi Yeshua from our Mishnah, who is Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Yeshua was of the understanding, the Gemara said, that when you go ahead and you take an olas ha'ol, right, and you go ahead and essentially you treat it in every way like a chatas ha'ol, which means you're sprinkling one symbol, or I should say, you're sprinkling it below the red line, procedurally you're doing everything like a chatas. What happens? The moment you cut that first thing, the moment you do a leak on that first thing, it has transformed into a chatas. This was the groundbreaking finish of Rabbi Yeshua. That's the backdrop to this. The Gemara says, I don't understand Ba'amai. The Ola Karva Lamasa. The Gemara says, in all these cases, I don't understand. Even if the Kohen did offer up the Olos, Lamata, below the Kotasaka, below the red line, based on what Rabbi Yeshua taught us, halacha l'maisa, the Olos should be transformed into chatas. Granted, it can't count as an Olah. Still, every single Olah that is offered up Lamata should be transformed into a chatas. The Chit Hema hard below Rabbi Yeshua. So maybe you'll say, well, maybe this Brisa just simply doesn't reflect the view, or the Mishnah doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Yeshua. The Gemara says, no, that's not going to tell you why. Mimat is Amad Haki. Can you possibly say, except for the Gemara, look at the rest of it. Tashma. Ha'isha Shamra, a woman said, Harei alai kan in a lezachar. Interesting case. A woman said, I hereby take myself, I hereby commit myself to bring a kan. Kan means a bird pair. In this case, it's a pair of olos. I hereby commit upon myself to bring a pair of olos if I give birth to a baby boy. Okay? Mazel tov, she gives birth. Yolda Zachar, that's gives birth. Now, listen, I remember again, when she gives birth, what's going to end up happening over here? Yolda Zachar, Navia Shtikin. She has to bring 2 bird pairs. Achas l'nidra v'achas l'chol basa. So So she has to bring two bird pairs. Why two bird pairs? One bird pair ultimately because she made a neder that if I have a boy, I'm going to bring a pair of birds. And ultimately, again, the other for her obligation. What's her obligation? As a Yoledes. As a Yoledes, what is she obligated to bring? A chatos and an olah. So essentially, what this means is bringing really are 3 olos and 1 chatos. 2 bird pairs, but comprised of those 4 birds are 3 olos and 1 chatos. So watch the same case. That's nothing like Cohen. It's nothing like Cohen. So if she when she goes down, she goes to the Cohen. HaKohen tzarech la'asos and shalosh lana lo da'achas matra. So again, obviously, what's the procedure? The procedure is 3 of the birds are to be done above, i.e., almost, and 1 to be done below. Good. Lo also changed. What if the Kohen didn't do this? Elo also stein the malo ubeis lemata. Let's say the Kohen didn't do this. Instead, he went ahead and instead he did 2 above, stein 2 above and 2 below. Right, along the rock, and he did not consult her about this. So what's halacha? Tzricha shetavi od trei da'achas. Tzitaki bena lemala mini da'achas. Assuming ultimately again it's all the same type of bird. Because remember again, I will say when it comes to these bird pairs, you do have a choice as to what type of bird. It's a tar or ben yona. It's a pigeon or a turtledove. So you do have the opportunity to choose. So assuming it's all the same type of bird, what's the halacha? She has to bring another bird that's offered up as an olah. And but ultimately, again, if she brought from 2 different bird types, ultimately, again, she has to bring 2 birds. She has to bring 2 birds. And the Gemara says, fine. Gemara says, Parashat Nidra, but ultimately, again, if she explicitly articulated which birds are which, then she's Parashat Nidra. Switch Allahavi, all Gimel Pradim, Minyan Achar. Assuming that it's ultimately, again, the same type of bird, Allah she has to bring another 3 birds to make up her obligation. Only these meaning, but if it's 2 different types of birds, Tavi Galas. This is just all the different variations. Kava Nidra. What if halacha l'maisa covenant that she established? In other words, she specifically, actually, Rashi says over here that covenant nidra ultimately again is the case. Lahavi im chovasa sha'amra harei alai kan la'avio im chovasi u'persha save'ini adas ma'persha. She articulated, but then she unsure exactly what she articulated. Half of Samachas 68a. Tzricha shetavi od chamesh preidim l'mala min echad. So if it's all one type of bird, she would have to bring another 5 birds in order to satisfy the obligation. Only base meaning, but if it's 2 different types of birds, ultimately again, Tani Sheish. She would have to bring 6 more birds in order to satisfy all the possible variations. Nasnasa Lakoin, the Ini Odas, Man Nasna. If she gave it to the coin, which she's unsure what she gave over, Halacha coin Va'asa. She like the coin went and offered up the birds, Va'as Ve'ini Odam Ma'asa. And the coin himself, so this case is like the perfect storm. She's not sure what she gave him, he's not sure what he did. He's not sure what he did. So the Gemara says, what's halacha? She has to bring four more birds, ultimately again to satisfy her neder, and 2 more ultimately again to satisfy her obligation. Then Azai says, base chatos. Then Azai says, ultimately again 2 chatos. The most I understand the reason why are all these variations being brought? All of this is being brought as a challenge to Rabbi Yeshua. Essentially, here's the point to remember. If Rabbi Yeshua is correct, all of these numbers should be less. The makeup kavanos should be less. Why? Because even if you're messing up your olah, it should at least do what? Count as your chatos. That's the underlying question of all this, and that is not happening in any of these cases. In all of these cases, when you mess up your olah and you're offering your below, it's not counting. Which clearly is a question against Rabbi Yeshua. So the Rabbi says, Rabbi Yeshua, this is what people mean when they say this. Is just a seemingly unrelated statement. When it's alive, it makes 1 sound. The kishu makes kolo is and when it's shefted, ultimately again it makes 7 sounds. By the way, what is that? This is an unrelated statement. But just very interesting. If you look at Rashi, so we'll say, so Rashi is all the way towards the bottom of the wide line, about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up from before the line you get wide. on the widest ones at the bottom. It's actually interesting that she says, Zer Sha'amru, Kishu Chai, Kolo Echad, Kishu Meis, Kolo Zayin, Hasna Farishla, Uba'ayel Kamari. Rabbi Shua is referring to a ram. So when a ram is alive, Rashi says, Kishu Chai, Ein Bo Ela Kol Echad. Apparently rams make one noise. I don't know, whatever, you'll Google it, right? Whatever the ram noise is, right? They make one noise, they I don't know, whatever, bark, bleat, whatever, like whatever it is.
Volcano itself.
I don't think they
All the
bark.
other stuff on the other side of the world is fucked.
Good.
It just ruins everything.
They make a noise, right? They make one noise. The shoe mace is to this, and ultimately, again, when the ram is shafted, this is fascinating. Mace kolo shiva. It makes 7 sounds. How does it make 7 sounds? Because most of us listen to this. There are a variety of instruments that are made from the ram. So listen to this. He wants Ketzad, Kolo Shiva, bass Karnosa, bass Chatzotsos. It's 2 horns. Ultimately, again, it could become 2 trumpets, 2 shofars. Bass Shokov, it's 2 thigh bones. Bass Halibin can be fashioned into flutes. Oro, the toe, its hide or its skin could be made into a drum. Ni'ayim, the bullet. It's ultimately, again, its stomach. Its stomach could be made into a lyre. The name Mayar is Kishkas Likinoros, are harp strings. So let's say, isn't that absolutely incredible? So halakha nice again of everything. So again, the ram that made one sound when it's alive, ultimately again can make 7 sounds again when it's dead. Now what's about it? What does that do? What does that do with the entire discussion of why? So it actually goes on. It says, Rashi essentially says the news is like this. It's the same way that when this woman made a neder, right? Remember again, how did this case start? This case started where a woman made a neder. If I give birth to a boy, I hereby take upon myself a can. I hereby take upon myself to bring 2 birds, 2 olos. Then she gives birth to a boy. So really what that should have done was what? Should have done generated obligation for karbanas, right? 2 olos. And then again, another bird kind of a chashos and an ola. The fact that there was ambiguity ended up creating multiple more sounds. That's an interest. It's just like the ram, when it's alive, right, it creates 1 sound, and when it's dead, it creates 7 sounds. So there are certain situations in life where they start out with a certain number of sounds, meaning a reference to a certain number of obligations, but ultimately again then result in many more obligations. Incredible. So that's the end. That's the end of that brisa. Now let's just point out over here beautiful, incredible lessons that come out. So first of all, again, you see in life that when you lack explicitity, right? When you are not explicit in terms of what you want to do and what you want to accomplish, you create so much more work for yourself. Where there is ambiguity, you end up having to work so much harder in order to go ahead and accomplish your goals in your past. When you are explicit about what you want to do, and you have an explicit plan for how to execute those goals and aspirations, the job gets done. Again, not always, but there are a much greater statistical probability of getting it done. But when you are ambiguous about what you want to accomplish, when you don't have an explicit life plan, it's so much harder to get to your intended destination. That's this case. What's happening over here? Rochel's not explicit. The Cohen is not explicit. No one knows what's happening. So you can get the job done. Or it started out as 4 birds, what should have been able to get done with 4 birds, ultimately takes so much more because no one is clear. No one has clarity of intention about what they want to do. You want to accomplish things in life, have clarity of intent. Know what you want. Know what your vision is, complete an explicit plan for how to get there. Looks like, what a lesson to learn on Rosh Chodesh. What a lesson to learn on Rosh Chodesh. There's a new month ahead of us. There's untold possibilities that could materialize. But if you want to maximize this month and get the maximum results from this month, make a plan. Make a plan and be explicit in what you want to get for yourself from this month. Because if there's no plan, there's ambiguity. And when there's ambiguity, you may still end up reaching your goals, but it's going to take a lot more time, a lot more effort, and a lot more birds. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. So it says the Gemara. So again, remember, the point of what's the point of all of this? The point of all of this is that clearly we're not accepting Rabbi Yoshua. Because according to Rabbi Yeshua, in all of these cases where halacha l'maisa, again, you messed up bird offerings and you went ahead and you offered up more birds. You offered up, let's say, olos underneath, right? L'mata mechota sidra. L'maisa, you should still be yotze for a chatos. That's not happening in any of these cases. To which the Gemara says, Eimad Amar Yeshua, la'sukim nidei me'ila. This is fascinating. So now the Gemara reframes this. This whole time we've been operating with the following idea: that when what's Rabbi Yeshua's shita? What's the shita? That halacha l'maisa, if you mess up an bird olah, right? You mess up an olah sa'ol, what do? You offer it again. You offer it lamata, right? You go ahead and you offer it lamata mechota sidra. You go ahead and you do it. And essentially, the only thing you're doing for an olah is what we're saying. Everything else, procedurally, blood application-wise, is being done like a chatos. What does Rabbi Yeshua say? What does he say? It becomes a chatos. Yeshua says, maybe that's not what he does. Maybe that's not what he does. But maybe what he meant is like, it doesn't actually become a chatos, like satisfy a chatos obligation. That's not what it means. Rather, what does it mean that it becomes a chatos? It's not subject to Nidula. Let's remember again, hearkening back to yesterday's daf. It's been a while since it's a question, right? So hearkening back to yesterday's daf. So remember again, it looks like when does what's the major difference between chatos and olah? An olah is always subject to nidula. Why is an olah always subject to nidula? Little chazara. Why? Because it never has a shas heter. Remember again, if a carbon is never permissible to someone, then it always remains in a state of nidula. Chatos, because it's consumed by kohanim, ultimately is no longer subject to nidula. Maybe what Rabbi Yeshua means is like this: if you take an olah sa'os and you mess it up, and essentially you totally offer it up like a chatos, if that's what you do, then in a finami again, it doesn't become a chatos because you can't transform an olah into a chatos. But what it does do is it's no longer subject to nidula. You repurposed it as a chatos, and that it's not subject to nidula, like a chatos, but it's not a chatos. It's not a chatos. You can't trade. No one says that you could transform an olah into a chatos. Incredible. So even though Yeshua, but basically, ultimately, again, could Rabbi Yeshua actually say that it could actually turn into the obligation of the chatos? Absolutely not. So therefore, the Gemara kind of reframes this entire discussion. Now, interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa, how do we pass it? So the Gemara says like this. First of all, there are two piskei halacha over here. The first is the halacha of psuli hamukdash. So again, this is Ramaparak Zayin halacha. Listen to this. Between olah sa'ol sha'asa l'mata, I feel so specifically, besides that over here, what happens in this olah sa'ol case? This is really important. Let's say again, I offered up my olah, the Kohen offers up the olah sa'ol and he messes it up. Remember, your say, big kazara, olah sa'ol. How do you offer it? How is the lika done? Malika? Two simanim, ultimately egg detached, blood applied, lamala, above, right? Good. Now what happens? Now bird, right? And then obviously there's more to the body and head, slaughtered separately, burned separately, totally burning as well. Good. So now let's say, this is our case. What happens if you messed it up? When you messed it up, so he did olah sa'ol, it's olah sa'ol, but he did everything like a chatos. What is the status of that chatos? So watch this. Rambam says, hey, here it is. Olah sa'ol sh'asa l'mata. If you took an olah sa'ol and you did the entire service l'mata, afilu mavat simin echad l'mata, v'simin echad l'mala, psula. Ben shemagol k'malikas olah, ben sh'asa k'nai sechatas, ben sh'asa tzarosei. Then I'm asking if it's possible. Doesn't work. It does not work, which seemingly rejects the view of Rabbi Yeshua. So that's why I say, halacha l'maisa. If you mess up an olah sa'ol and you do any part of it lamata, you're done. It's an invalid carbon. What about nidula? So listen to this. So the Rambam says, kol chatos, this is in Milchos Nidula Parikma Halacha Zayin, kol chatos olas of shnifsa b'shina siyasa b'shina b'akar siyasa mo'arin ba chutz me'olah sa'ol shenimlak lamata kimalikas chatos l'shin chatos chaka b'shna also l'baylo l'shin chova ein mo'arin ba. So let's say, now watch this. So in fact, amazingly enough, we do accept the final version of Rabbi Yeshua. So watch this. So this is how this is halacha l'maisa. So if the Kohen goes ahead and takes an Ola Sa'ol and essentially messes it up by doing the entire service like a Chatos, what is the halacha? So halacha number one is the carbon does not work. The carbon is invalid. But, however, it is not subject to Nihila. Not subject to Nihila. So halacha l'maisa, we have to accept the final version of Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Yoshua says that it becomes a Chatos, doesn't really mean it becomes a Chatos. It becomes a Chatos in that it is not subject to Nihila. Incredible. I was saying, the Mishnah is actually a great, all great Mishnah. It's really exciting. It says in Mishnah, anyone who is hustled, who does Malika, his Malika is invalid. I was saying now, Rashi says over here, the Gemara pligi kolas liyemai. We're going to discuss who are we talking about over here, right? Who ultimately, again, are we talking about in terms of being a hustle? Who are the people of Psulim? Gemara says next. As we said before, halacha l'maisa. I wasn't doing so before that. Whenever you do a malika, ultimately, again, a malika essentially says that it's no longer a nevela. Right? So even if you have a malika that does not work for carbonic purposes, ultimately, again, malika always works for tumah purposes. So again, so two halachas over here. Number one, if someone who was also did malika, so the malika is sacrificially invalid. What the Mishnah seems to be saying is that even with a sacrificially invalid malika, halacha l'maisa, again, the animal of the bird is not an avela. Is not an avela, and therefore halacha l'maisa, ultimately again is, and therefore there's no tumas avela. Good. Next, so what's some other case? This is really interesting. Malak is small, so let's say the Kohen did malika with his left hand, or he did malika at night, or shachat chulin b'fnim, v'kachim b'chutz, or he shechted chulin inside of the base of Mikdash, or kachim outside of the base of Mikdash. So we're saying all of these cases, and again, we're talking over here exclusively in the world of bird offerings. That's what we're talking about over here. So what's the halacha? Einam and kamas b'beis havliya. So let's say what we're going to see is interesting enough. In all of these cases, these are cases of malika that is sacrificially invalid. So essentially, what we are continuing to see is even in a case where the malika is sacrificially invalid, it still works as a form of shita, ultimately again to prevent the animal from conveying tumas nevela. So all of these cases, so again, we're going to learn all this, but you can't do malika with your left hand. You can't do malika at night. You can't check chulin on the inside of the base. Nor can you check kachim outside of the base of Mikdash. But in all of these cases, if you did malika with any of these bird offerings, halacha l'maisa, the malika is sacrificially invalid, but it will work to prevent the bird from becoming an avela, and therefore conveying tumas. Next, malach is sakin. What happens if you did malika with a knife? Right, you did malika with a knife. Obviously, malika is not done with a knife. Malika is done with a nail. So you did malika with your knife, or malach cooling between the kachim the bush, or you did malika ultimately again on cooling inside of the base of Mikdash, or kachim outside of the base of Mikdash. So let's say, I'm a days, or Torah Shalom Giyas Manan, or Bnei Yonah Shabbos Manan, or ultimately again, you shechted pigeons that were too young, or turtle doves that were too old. And Rashi points out over here, by the way, how do you know? Here's look at Rashi. Top Rashi, 7 Chesed 68. Rashi says, Torah Shalom Giyas Manan, or Bnei Yonah Shabbos Manan, Eino Ru'udin L'Karban, V'Havlu T'Malika S'chulim. So let's say, obviously, halacha l'maisa, the birds aged out, right? You got too young, too old, and halacha l'maisa, again, it's no longer sacrificially valid. It's just like shvita kulim. Actually, the sign about kol shoftim, Torah gidolim below kitanim, and the yonah kitana below gidolim. So when it comes to the pigeons, they have to be older and not young. When it comes to the turtle doves, they have to be young and not too old. So the custom in our ministry, when it comes to the birds, the Torah doesn't give an explicit age, which is fascinating. So we learn this out. The Masai Torah sharing. So when are pigeons going to be kosher? Nishi as Hebrew. Apparently, when their feathers become like a golden color. So when the feathers become a golden color, that's ultimately again when they're the right age. They must have been a yon of psulim, and when will turn over to be possible? When their neck feathers become golden or become yellow, right? Become golden. That's when they age out. Okay, more about that later. Back to the Gemara. Or Shiyav Shagaha, the bird has a withered wing. So some type of moonlight gas that has a withered wing, or Shinishnis Aina, or it has a blinded eye. So these are all moving. Shinita Arakla, or ultimately again that his foot is cut off. And all of these pieces of both like even if you did Malika, what's the halacha? Metame the base of it. The bird is still considered to be in the Vela, and therefore conveys Tuma. Now again, about the teaching is again, birds convey Tuma in a different kind of way than animals. Like an animal Mavela, an animal carcass conveys Tuma how? Maga Masa. Touching it, carrying it. Interestingly enough, a bird in the Vela only conveys Tuma the base of Leo when you're swallowing it. Okay. So they will say, here's something very interesting. So up until now, the Mishnah was dealing with cases where even though the carbon itself was invalid, the Malika worked ultimately to remove the Vela status. In these last cases, the Mishnah is saying that ultimately, again, Malika does not work to remove the Vela status, and the animal remains unavailable. Right? So the Gemara says, how do you know which is which? Zakral, here it is. Kol should be Sula Bakodesh, Eino Metame Beis Hamikdash. So what does this mean? Anything whose invalidation is inside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately, again, the Malika will work to remove the Vela status. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Kol should be Sula Bakodesh, that's Rashi in the Mishnah, Shepalazar Bakshera V'Nifsula. So here's the rule. Anytime a bird is brought to the Beis Hamikdash, and the bird itself is absolutely sacrificially fit, but then something happens procedurally to render the bird invalid, the Malika will work to remove it in the Vela status. Right? So you hear this again? Anytime the bird comes to the Beis Hamikdash and is sacrificially fit, but then something happens procedurally to invalidate the bird, the Malika, although sacrificially invalid, will work to remove the Vela status. However, you must but if by the time the bird came to the Beis Hamikdash, it was already sacrificially unfit, then ultimately the time Beis Hamikdash, then the Malika does not work to go ahead and remove it in the Vela status. Let me just illustrate a very simple case, right? And that's I bring the bird to the Beis Hamikdash, and the bird is missing a wing. So remember again, I say its eye is blind. So in this case, its eye is blind. That bird is already sacrificially unfit. So because it's sacrificially unfit, the Malika is meaningless in every way. And therefore, again, when that bird dies, it is in a Vela and will convey Tuma. Contrast that with the case of where the Kohen does Malika with the left hand. Now, apparently, which is introduced to this, but apparently Malika with the left hand doesn't work. So let's say again, the Kohen does Malika with the left hand. So let's say, so what happened over there? That's a procedural flaw. That's a procedural flaw. The bird was absolutely fit for sacrificial service. That was a procedural flaw. In that case, although the Malika is sacrificially invalid, the Malika will work to go ahead and what? Remove ultimately Tumas Nevela. Fascinating distinction. Incredible. Says the Gemara, let's go. So this is really interesting because this, as opposed to the previous procedures, where we are much more focused on the actual procedures of going ahead and where the carbon was done, it's very interesting because he's actually getting into the actual procedures themselves. How did it get done? So that's like this. Small, Laila, in the time Beis Hamikdash. Ultimately, again, if the Kohen is very interesting, the Kohen goes ahead and does Malika with his left hand, or he does it at night. So let's say, by the way, so remember, these are two invalidations by Malika. So what's the halacha? In the time Beis Hamikdash. So the bird does not convey Tumas Nevela. So remember again, in the time Beis Hamikdash is another way of saying, although the Malika is sacrificially invalid, halacha l'maisa, it works so as to remove Tumas Nevela. Okay. On the other hand, Zar V'Sakin, the family Sabiyah, if a non-Kohen does Malika, or if Malika is done with a knife, ultimately again, the bird is considered considered to be an avela, and therefore again will convey tumah. So Moses now asks, I don't understand. Maishna small. This say, so why is that? So this is actually very interesting. This is a little bit of the Mishnah saying. So here is God says, if you do malika either again with your left hand or at night, although it is sacrificially invalid, the malika works through utumas nevela. If on the other hand, a non-Kohen zar, or malika is done with the night, the malika is totally irrelevant and doesn't even work to remove tumas nevela. So the says, why is that? Right, Maishna, what's the distinction? So Maishna, listen to this. Maishna small. Here's the actual reality. Because you will say, why is it that the Kohen does it with his left hand? That still works to move tumas nevela. Because interestingly enough, the left, using your left hand, is not totally foreign and alien to sacrificial service. When does the Kohen use his left hand? On Yom Kippur. Once what it sees is left hand for Yom Kippur. Look at that. She actually right across. Yom Kippur. Not as a matter of yes, I have this small low. So let's listen to it on Yom Kippur. Remember again, as part of the Torah's offering, there is a point in time where the Kohen is holding the shovel or the fire pan, with the coals in his right hand, and is holding the ladle, right, with the Torah in his left hand. So what do you see from here? You see from here that the left hand is sometimes used as part of sacrificial service. So granted, malika with the left hand is an invalid malika, but there's a quasi-validity to it enough to say that the malika at least will go ahead and remove the nevela status. Why? Because the left is not totally foreign to sacrificial service. Laila, nighttime as well, actually points out over here, even though there is no sacrificial service at night in the base of Mikdash, what do you do at night? You burn leftover fats and leaves. So because left and night are not totally foreign to sacrificial service, therefore, if you did malika with your left hand or at night, although it is sacrificially invalid, the malika at least is meaningful enough in that it will remove the nevela status. On the other hand, the Laila is the Sheba Zar. One second. So by Zar also. So now, on the other hand, what did Rab say? Rab said that if a Kohen does malika, if a non-Kohen does malika, so the malika is so invalid that it doesn't even help to remove the nevela status. 1 second. Zar Nami is the Sheba Shkita. But a Zar non-Kohen is also involved in Avodah to a certain degree, because what can a non-Kohen do? Shkita. They can check kavanas. So let's remember again, this reminiscence, we actually had this sugi before, to which the Gemara says, no, shkita la avodah. Shkita is not a form of avodah. Shkita is not a form of avodah. So let's say, so therefore again, you can't count that. The Gemara says, 1 second, no. Shkita is not a form of below. So v'ha'amar Rabbi shkita's para bizar shula. Paraduma. If a non-Kohen chefs do paraduma, ultimately again it's invalid. So what do you see from here? That ultimately shkita is a form of avodah, to which the Gemara says, no, it's not a good raya. Shkita's part is absolute. Umakvi Rav Allah, and Rav mentioned, Rav supported this by saying Elazar, the chukah. He went out of his way to say that halacha l'maisa, but it says that part of Duma, it has to be done by Elazar. Actually, that Kodesh says on that pasuk, says Elazar, mitzvah sky. Right, so the mitzvah ultimately again is that the assistant went over this. You see from here, Kala Duma requires a Kohen for Shkita, and it says Huka. Huka means it's an everlasting statute, which means it's ma'aking. So what do you see here? You see an example of where Shkita does require a Kohen, which tells me that what? Shkita is an avodah. If Shkita is an avodah, then halacha l'maisa, what does that tell me? That tells me that ultimately, again, a Zar is shaykh to Shkita. Therefore, when a Zar does malika, granted, it's going to be sacrificially invalid, but it should at least work to do what? To remove the nevela status. There's no, don't bring up paraduma. Leave paraduma out of it. Shani para, the kachi veda kabayisi. You're wrong. You look at paraduma as a form of carbonic service. Remember, also we said this many times. Paraduma is not a carbon. Like, what's the proof that paraduma is not a carbon? What's the proof? It's down outside of the base of Mikdash, right? If it was a carbon, you can't. That's called shkute chutz. You can't offer up carbon outside of the base of Mikdash. So halacha l'maisa again. Halacha l'maisa is clear that paraduma is not. It's interesting. You might say it is not a carbon. Rather, it's what we call kache veda kabayis, which actually means, fascinatingly enough, that paraduma has financial sanctity. So therefore, you can't bring any raya from it. So you might say, I don't understand, but all the more so, I'm sorry, but hold the base. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, make another Choban. Kachi Vedekabais Bar Karuna. Kachi Mizbeach Miboy. If Kachi Vedekabais, something with financial sanctity, ultimately again requires a coin, then ultimately certainly actual Kavanas should require a coin for Shita as well. Shisha, not necessarily. I'll tell you why. The lab avoda uboy kumda. I'll give you a good proof. The proof to this, I will say, is the proof to this is maros negoim. In other words, just what Gemara is suggesting like this. The argument Gemara is advancing is if something requires a coin, by definition, it's a form of avoda. To which Gemara says, I'm going to show you that is an incorrect assertion. Look at maros negoim. What's maros negoim? Against saras. I will say again, a person possessed with saras, where do they have to go to? A coin. And the only person who could decide on saras ultimately again is a coin. So what do you see from here? Just because something requires a coin doesn't automatically mean that it is a form of avoda. The Gemara says, "V'neilith mibama." Why don't we learn everything out from a bama? And I will say that. Remember again, look at that. V'neilith mibama. Shazat kasher bazelim okofos v'chakila. Ve'enkihun b'bama. So what's learn out from a bama? Remember, you want to talk about a bama. A non-coin zar is permitted to do avoda on a bama as well. So why don't we'll say, what do you see from here? We'll say, remember, what are we looking for? What are we looking for? Well, we're looking for Rav advances this idea. If you give malika with your left hand, if you malika at night, as much as it's sacrificially invalid, ultimately you're going to malika at least once to remove the Nevela status. Why? What's his logic? Because again, left and night are not foreign to sacrificial service. Left Yom Kippur, night burning of fats and wings. But yet he says, if a non-Kohen went ahead and did malika, it's totally, it doesn't do anything, even to remove the Nevela. Why not? A zar is also not totally alien to our voda. So first of all, again, Shchita is Kshein Bizarre. So the Gemara rejects that. Shchita is not an avodah. Okay, get rid of it. Fine. Fix the Gemara. So what about by a bama? We start with saying, what's a bama? A bama is a personal carbon. All the halacha by bamas, ultimately, again, the halacha by bamas ultimately was that anyone should offer us. So why not go ahead and learn out from a bama that's just like a zar could go ahead and do a voda, right? Literally, again, there's no kohanim by bamas. Anyone could offer a karbanis by bamas. So just say like anyone could offer karbanis by bamas. So to again, everyone's going to agree that of course the malika of the zar doesn't work, but it should at least work to say that what they remove is the vela, to which the Gemara says. We don't learn anything out from Bama. In general, we don't learn out halachos from Bama. So again, I'm gonna pause over here because I just want to end up with a little verse from the parsha. But again, that's kind of the ending off. Oh, actually, no, that's let me just finish up quickly. Below the Gemara says, we'll just get to the Yochanan. Below is actually ultimately again that we don't have from Bama Bakanya. Minayin yotzei shum alolo yarad. How do we know? Oh, there are lots of mice that you have a sacrificial in there. Sitting outside of the Beis Hamikdash, that's Yotzei. Then you're not allowed to put that on the Mizbeach. But if they put it on the Mizbeach, that you don't take it off. How do we know that? Shari Yotzei kasha b'bama. Because once again, we don't have to a bama. A bama ultimately is outside of the Beis Hamikdash. And yet, again, if you put it on the Mizbeach, you're allowed to go and keep it there. It's an interesting comparison. So too, again, if you have a piece of sacrificial limb, that was taken out of the Beis Hamikdash, although you shouldn't put it on the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, if you do, halacha l'maisa, again, you don't have to take it down. So you see, we do learn from Bama, to which the Gemara says, Kana azos Torah sa'olah samatay. That's actually how we learn it. Remember that we actually saw before, Zos Torah ha'olah. It's an olah. It's an olah. What does that teach us? That although if you have an invalid sacrificial part that is not supposed to be put on the Mizbeach, but you do anyway, you don't take it down. So bottom line, we don't go ahead and learn from Bama. So we'll say, so bottom line, what we are left with is this position of Rav. Right? And Rav, halacha l'maisa holds that, again, if you did malika with your left hand at night, although it's sacrificially invalid, ultimately, again, it works to remove Nevela status. But if a non-Kohen did malika, or if you did it with a knife, that is totally invalid. It's not only sacrificially invalid, but also, again, doesn't even count to go ahead and remove Tumas Nevela. Gemara question. Rab's whole idea ultimately again of Zion kind of left that. And next Hashem in tomorrow's daf, we will continue with the position ultimately again of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is going to go out and disagree with Rab. I'll just read it to you. Rabbi Yochanan said, Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Zar ein mekame adei sabriya, sakin mekame adei sabriya. Rabbi Yochanan disagrees with Rab regarding Zar. Rabbi Yochanan says, if a non-Kohen does malika, halacha l'maisa, again, it works to remove Tumas Nevela. However, again, if you did it with a knife, everyone agrees that a knife will not work to remove Tumas Nevela. So it turns out that if the Zar does malika, Machlokas Rav and Rabbi Yochanan, Machlokas Rav and Rabbi Yochanan, ultimately, again, in terms of the impact of if the Zar does malika, everyone agrees that, of course, it is sacrificially invalid, but doesn't work to go ahead and remove Tumas Nevela. That ultimately, again, is subject to the home. So we'll say 1 minute before we have to daven. Remember again, this is the parasha where Yaakov Yitzchak Avinu gives brachos to his sons. When Yitzchak is pregnant, so I start to see Rabban in the kirba. Ultimately, again, the children are struggling inside of her. She goes to find out what is happening over here. So she's told, Shnei Goyim b'Bitnei. There are 2 different nations in your womb. And interestingly enough, she is told about these 2 nations. The Rav Ya'avod Sodner. The Rav Ya'avod Sodner, which means, how do we translate that? The older one will ultimately come to serve the younger one. The older one, Esau, ultimately again will come to serve the younger one. She's told 2 nations, they will not be on equal footing. The older one ultimately again will become subservient to the younger one. Esau will become subservient ultimately to Yaakov. The great Tzaddik, Rav Avram Yaakov Sadigula, who was one of the sons of the Hay division there, says something so beautiful. He says, in this phrase, such a mantra for successful living. Rav Ya'avod Sodner. He says, Rav Ya'avod, work very hard when you're young. Work very hard when you're young. If you put in the effort when you're young, you will reap the benefits ultimately when you're older. And you might be thinking to yourself, where were you 30 years ago? So here's the beautiful thing. In general, when it comes to youth is not looked at in a linear fashion. Youth is looked at in a daily fashion. When you wake up in the morning, there is a rebirth. Every single morning is a rebirth, which means every single morning is a brand new world. And therefore, when you are reborn each and every day, there is a decision one has to make. How much effort am I going to expend to maximize the day? This is a new unit of life, not a continuation of what was before. Something totally new. When you morning also begins on a Rothschild. And Allah has come with a kama. When that new morning is on a Rothschild, is on an Erev Shabbos. So much newness, so much haskalah. And the Rebbe Sadigura tells us there's one simple mantra for success in this month. Rav Ya'avod Sodner. Every single morning when you start the day, make a promise to work hard. And if you make this a month of hard-working mornings, then in Yetz Hashem there is no telling what we could accomplish. There is no telling the life that we could generate. And there is no telling the nisim and the flows that we so Hashem to receive during this holy month of Kislev and the Shabbos.
And back, see, I've gone in like multiple stages.
So yeah, this is the part I didn't get to it. But yes.
For a while, I was all in with aliens.
I hear you on the same though.
And then for a while, I was like, no. There was advanced civilization, and we're just a rebuilding civilization. And that's why we were so barbaric. And now I'm like, why are they mutually exclusive?
Right. Could be things.
Yeah, I don't think they are mutually exclusive.
And the gods moved amongst us.
Right. And that's when I see the things like the tridactyl mummies. And I'm like, okay. What is that? Why is Peru so weird? Why do they have artwork you can see from the sky? Like, there's a lot of weird shit going on here. Like, don't be so quick to jump. So, my point is, like, I have always been fascinated by stories. First of all, any subject that makes you ridiculous. One was about Malika. I was like, what's that about? Yeah. Why is that that itch? Yeah. What's the resistance there? Why can't I talk?
The other one you don't got to see. But Yitzchak says, I don't remember
he claimed that he'd been told this by a military guy out
I know I learned two
in
halachas.
Russia that
One is that
they were in
both
the
regards have
rec
both
room
been done
of this
by
like
an
Air Force
actually.
base,
One
and
pizza, one malika, one the halacha
according to
is
this
really
Russian
offer.
astronaut
One of
trainer
them
at the
is
Yuri
you don't
Gagarin
have to
Space Center in
take it
Moscow.
out from the death,
And
and
he
the
said
other one
that
is you
this
offer up.
this
You do have to take it out from
Yeti
the death, and I
Sasquatch
can't
type
remember
being
which one.
apparently just
I'm
bolted
gonna just
into their rec
I
room,
think I know
helped
this one.
itself to
The
some
Stabra
water from
needs to
the
carry
water
the
thing,
here as the halacha
waved
is
and then
on the side,
vanished.
needs to offer up by a non-point by a zar. Even if putting on his there.
So this guy, what was his job?
He was a trainer of astronauts at the Yuri Gagarin Space Center in the Star City.
They probably dosed him
And
up
put
with
it on
some
there.
They did.
MK Ultra drugs.
I mean,
If you
So
hold
nice
on to
number.
that kind of information,
Why
trust me,
trust
they'll
it
probably
by a
experiment
zar?
on you. Yeah,
Like
yeah,
by
we
a zar.
gave that guy some
I
medicine.
never given
With
the
the
Sasquatch
answers,
thing its
yes, not the
due
problem.
course in
Was that
researching
ultimately
it. To be honest, I've been very
dismissive
dismissive of that. But
Oh,
maybe it's
by a
maybe,
farmer.
you know, I mean,
I have.
By a
It's
farmer.
been years. I used to have a Sasquatch Bigfoot footprint, like a
Therefore, what?
cast. Oh yeah, like a plaster cast on the desk. And rest in peace, Dr. Jeffrey Meltzer just recently died.
Although you
I
have
had him
to
as a
offer
guest on the show once too. He's so crazy. I told him, I asked him if he was so crazy, but in a wonderful way. I said, if you can cut a finger off to know that Sasquatch was real, would you do it? He was like, yes. It's like, what? Shoot a finger. No, so yes, information just comes out of the finger. Damn it. That was awesome. Yeah, I think Bigfoot was a real problem. I think that's why there's so much.
I think it's just like some sort of like launch creature because there's so many things like interdimensional being or
That too, but I think it's Gigantopithecus. Gigantopithecus was an absolute real thing that we didn't even know existed until I believe it was the 20s. This guy had his teeth in an apothecary shop in China and they started researching it and finding where the dig sites were. And, they found jaw bones that indicate that it was bipedal. So this is a bipedal hominid that's 8 to 10 feet tall. What is that? That's Bigfoot. And that's probably, and also this thing 100% lived around modern human beings. Like what we are today, it lived around us. So imagine, you see one of those things. Well, first of all, you're going to fucking run like hell. You're going to have stories. This thing lives in the woods or in the jungle. Stay out of this spot. That's where this thing lives. And that's going to be passed on from generation to generation to generation until even after they're gone. Now it's just a whisper. Now it's just a thing. Now it's a mystery man that lives in the woods.
It's like stories outside of just modern.
Yes. Oh, without doubt. Especially Native American cultures. That's what's interesting is like Native American tribes. There's multiple, obviously, many different tribes, many different languages. They all have a word for this thing. And let's put this into complexity. How many different Native American names are there for Bigfoot? Because I believe Sasquatch is a Native American. I don't know which tribe had that, but there's multiple different names for this hairy creature that lives in the woods. But they don't have names for like a giraffe that lives in the woods. They don't have like other mythical creatures. They just have this one. And this one is fucking weird.
That's what I mean with the interdimensional aspect. It's treated different from just an animal, even from
Right. That might be real too. This is part of the problem. It's like you might be dealing with multiple different things. It might not even be Gigantopithecus. That's right, I heard that. Oh my, that's right, there's a movie called The guy who did the American Werewolf.
That's just the last word you say when you see Bigfoot.
Oh my, yeah. His big elder brother, 17 to 18, wicked cannibal of boy, Wendigo, wicked cannibal, Wendigo. And he had to show, how to say that? He had to show being God, and that's a Roman novel. So there's a bunch of there's a bunch underneath that too.
Yeah, like I said, about 70 to 18 names when it comes to about 50 tribes.
Okay, so what is that?
That's the same Canadian race, like the animal.
Yes. Well, and then brings the same thing, like, brings us to the same subject of what if there is a way to traverse dimensions? What if this is not something as simple as something gets a spaceship and it comes from another planet? What if it's coming from another place? And what if that doorway is open to other things? And what if some of those things are accessible? Like under the right conditions, this pathway is open, right? Maybe it's not even something that actually exists, but you can see exists in our tangible timeline. But you can see under heavy stress, under like anxiety, and imagine what gets you more stressed out than being in the woods at night, right? The woods at night creates a lot of anxiety for people because there's all the sounds, you're looking around, it's dark, you're vulnerable, especially if you live in real woods, like woods that have predators in it, right? It's sketchy. And I bet there's different states of mind that you would, if there's some sort of possibility, some sort of way that an intelligent creature can get to a point where it has the technology to access other dimensions, it can go into other spaces. Would you even be able to see it all the time? Would you only be able to see it if you were like under a highly anxious state in the woods, kind of a little freaked out, you're more open to weird things, and then it senses that and communicates with you?
Well, we are
Sounds
talking dominated by perception, and we have such a narrow bandwidth of visual perception. You get a whole light spectrum of physical light, just this tiny corridor of physical light that we're able to see. Obviously, we developed an IR, different energy film the night sky with infrared. You get weird shit. You get these orbs and things that seem to fly by, and I think that it is a perceptual thing because the reason I even started my YouTube channel is because I've had my own experiences with UFO type phenomena that were entirely initiated by me. Like I asked them to come, and they did.
See, that sounds kooky. I took that clip, but I dismiss you immediately. This guy's out for it. But this is one of the things that people have been saying for a long time. Is that there's actual groups of people, and there was even some guy who was like somehow or another connected that was saying that they meet these people out, they go out to the desert, and they have like some sort of a secret frequency. He didn't want to discuss it, that they can push out, they can send out the secret frequency, and it'll call them in, and that other people have done it simply by rolling them in. So sitting there and putting out this message that you're trying to communicate with them, and then eventually they show up.
Yeah, I can't speak to technologically assisted psionics and all that kind of stuff, but do you want to hear my story? Okay.
So, did you come up with this idea on your own, or did you hear about people doing this?
No, I heard of it from someone who's a quite polarizing figure in the UFO community. I've spoken to Dr. Stephen Greer.
Polarizing people are right sometimes.
He's right on this.
Yeah, they can be right on a lot.
He's right on this. And, I know that there are a lot of people have issues with Greer, but he was actually my intro into the UFO subject, so I'll tell you the story. Sorry, I'm just taking a sip. So, this was,
how did he find out about it?
that's a good question. He had a near-death experience, and from that, I was actually apparently communicated to and shown things that when he came out of that experience, he became a samadhi type, teacher.
Of course,
profoundly
that's a
interesting.
great origin story.
Brilliant origin story. My origin story was I was really bored during COVID. No, so like, honestly though, it was actually 2019 that I had these experiences, and I do think that it's very important to lay a bit of foundational groundwork, because I think a lot of people recognize this as well, and it's something you mentioned. With Bigfoot being in a high-stress environment in the forest, maybe that changes your perception. And I think there's a degree of trauma, a degree of intense emotional moments that can bring about paranormal experiences. I don't know why. It does seem to be something that a lot of people relate to. Yes, I was in a very dark time. Yes, I was having a very traumatic time. Yes, I was going through something. And then this happened. And so for me, I was in my third year of university and struggling. Just had a whole mix of personal issues going on. So I ended up kind of dropping out before I finished, and it was just in a
Bag
pretty
on it.
bad
Doesn't have a
rut.
fisheries. And
My dad was worried about me, and he said, look, I'm
How
mountain.
do we pass that
It's a
off?
bit of a long story, but it's important to lay this foundation, I think, before I talk about Welsh experience, because if it plays it, my dad was worried. He was out in France at the time, and he said, look, do you want to come out and stay at this place with me, just kind of relax and reset back to normal? I was like, yeah, okay. So I come out, and he was like, I've got these books that I've been reading. I think they'd be really beneficial for you. You should read them. I was like, okay, honestly, how a book's going to change
Does he
you.
often recommend books?
However,
Massively, no. In fact, no.
comments and
No,
costs
he
and
doesn't
comes out
recommend
of our
books,
here.
which is interesting.
Yet,
And they were a series of books, Conversations with God by Neil Donald Walsh.
No.
Aber
Okay, so it's
sehr
interesting.
possible,
It
sehr
kind
possible.
of ties into, like,
Even though again,
suppose, the channeled works, things that people believe they receive.
The
It's
effort
quite well known.
effort
He's quite well known. He was a radio DJ, broke his neck in a car accident, became homeless, finally managed to get back on his feet, but was still struggling, wrote an angry letter to God, and then apparently woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning and was having like voices literally telling him to write things down. So he wrote all of this down, and this became Conversations with God. It's literally a dialogue of him asking questions and him receiving answers, which he interpreted as from God. Now that is intense, and I'm definitely not here to say this is the Bible and never should read it. However, it was incredibly impactful for me at that time. The things that I was reading about was a very different idea of God, universal consciousness, leaning towards some weird patriarchal cloud living figure that just never made sense to me. So it got me in when I was reading it, and it helped tremendously. Weirdly enough, which I didn't expect, and that put me on a path towards researching metaphysics and philosophy and science and consciousness, and that's where it really started for me. But then a couple of years down the line, I found myself in another depression in a sense, because I felt like I'd accumulated a lot of information about various different topics that I thought were like these big questions and big answers and big esoteric things, and I just got to the extent that this is actually helping me in my life. In fact, I'm actually feeling like fucking worse for looking into all this thing. I don't know how this is going to benefit me. So I was sitting on my bed one night, and I just guess I'm not calling a prayer. I just sat on my bed and said out loud to the universe, like, I need something that validates all of this. Like, if I'm meant to be looking into these big picture questions about the universe and consciousness, if there's something tangible here, like, I need to know, and I want evidence. I'm ready for it. So give me that. I want that. And then a week later, my best friend at the time, he was like, hey, I was watching this documentary, you've got to check it out. It's called Unacknowledged by this guy called Dr. Stephen Greer. This is my first introduction to the UFO subject. I was like, okay, cool. Sit down and watch that. Very good documentary. All of these different high-level officers and missile launch guys talking about UFOs. It got me in. And then near the end of that is when he brings up this concept of CE5, initiating contact with these. You can actually have your own experiences by getting into a particular meditative state. If I hadn't been making that request on my bed the week prior, I probably just would have watched that documentary and gone about my life. But it felt like a very strong message to me personally, because I've been asking for something to validate these ideas around consciousness. Now there's a guy saying, yeah, you can actually have an experience by going out and attempting to ask for it.
So talk me through the process of actually doing that.
So
Did you get it on the first try?
No.
Ultimately, again, the animal will go ahead and
It was a weird, gradual thing where things were happening in the sky that were enough to keep me going out, but not enough for me to be like, okay, this is legit. So like, how many times did you go out for? Before I saw what I really saw, probably about a month of going out.
Damn, that's commitment.
I was seeing things, but it was kind of just enough to make me like, okay, what you're saying. Lots of the contact community can flash bulbs, flashes of light in the night sky in a void of space repeatedly without any discernible object attached to it, just one flash, and then send another flash, another flash, and this happened multiple times. I've done so many watches the night sky all my life. I'm used to seeing satellites and news flares of maybe an hour, 2 hours.
So you sit down, you're receiving.
I'm only
No, I was technically standing with my neck craned to the sky, but I would be like a posture.
outside of
No,
the moly, one
I don't know. I don't think
touch
that was progressive.
If you just lay down on the
The
ground,
moly,
Just like,
because when we
is
get
that
outside of
better view of the sky?
yeah, if it's cold in England and it was building chewy off.
Or he doesn't believe God.
I was
Whether
essentially,
inside the base of
because of
or
again,
outside the base of
being asking
So what's
the
that
universe
about?
for something,
Or will
the universe seemed to be giving me some sort of response. It kind of lit a fire up under me, and I started going outside. And honestly, a lot of people, like even Greer, has this incredibly complicated method using samadhi and doing various things. I didn't do any of that. I just breathed in through the nose and out through the mouth until I felt very calm, and then began to very clearly model my thoughts around the concept of I want something to respond to me, and then I would essentially visualize that was emanating from me, these thoughts were emanating from me, and it didn't take very long before I'd have flashes of light in the sky that just seemed weird because I've never seen anything like that, or an incredible influx of what look and behave like satellites, but just at an incredibly high level, which is like, what's going on here? And it just felt like a kind of step-by-step progression until in August of 2019 I had 4 incredibly vivid and real experiences with rituals of light. What was that? So I was outside at this point in the combat routine. It was in the summer of August and it was relatively warm, so I was out doing this quite a lot, seeing little flashes, seeing things in the sky, trying to figure out what exactly it was I was seeing. And I was standing at the back of my garden towards my house. Night sky, crystal clear. And I saw at the beginning a flash of light in the corner of the sky. So I looked over and I saw this flash. It was just blinking, but it was static in space. And then it started moving down. Every time it blinked, it moved further down. And I was observing this. And then it settled above 2 stars and kind of the apex of a triangle. It was just flashing above these 2 stars. And I was watching this for a while. And it happened for long enough where I just decided, thank you, whatever you are, I'm just going to keep panning around the sky here and looking around. And as I panned my head, I saw that there was a cloud. And I didn't really look at it. Turn around here, come back. And this time I really looked at it. And this cloud, Joe, had so strange. It's like a dark cloud, but when you stared at it, it had a staticky appearance. It's very hard to describe other than imagine a light overlay of TV static. There was particles, it was agitated, it was sharp. It's not a cloud. It's certainly not anything I've ever seen in my life. And if we pretend this microphone is my house, and this cloud is here, it's drifting this way. So eventually it's going to drift past my house and go this way, at least according to its natural trajectory. It gets to my house, and it doesn't really need to, and it starts going towards me. So eventually it's going to be above my head, this cloud formation. A cloud does a right angle turn in the sky, as in 90 degrees. It's going like this, and now it's going like this towards high up in the sky, but it's now in my path. Complete 90-degree shift from its trajectory, and I saw it like a jarring. Now it's going this way. Okay, so at this point I'm rooted in place. Not scared, but I'm shocked at the fact that this thing did what it just did. And I'm watching as it's coming closer and closer towards where I'm going to be eventually. It's directly above my head. It sounds so crazy, and Terence McKenna said something like this. He was like, if you tell the unvarnished truth about UFO experience, you'll be taken for a fool. It's like it's true. If you just tell people what really happened, this is what really happened. So this cloud comes above my head. As it's directly above my head, this cloud like sucked into itself as if there was a central vacuum, a central point where it sucked into itself, and it revealed a triangle formation of about 25, maybe 30 orange blocks of light in a triangle. And this triangle, basically the cloud went, the triangle was revealed, it kept moving, I had to turn around to watch as it went off in this direction. And as I was watching it, I could see that some of these orbs were actually swapping formations, swapping position in this formation. And that was the first time I saw them. I saw them 3 other occasions, all within the space of a month after this. Weirdly enough, I woke up the next day, and this is the only element of the story, as crazy as the whole thing sounds, it's the only element that makes me personally uncomfortable. I was getting out of the shower, and as I was drying myself off, immediately noticed where this tattoo is now. There was a triangle mark of three red marks, one here, one here, one here. Very vivid, like on
And you covered it up with the
well,
tattoo.
it faded over time. I have taken pictures of it. Yeah. Is it clear? Yes.
Then once
I
you
can try and
see that
find it.
ultimately
Yeah. I've got
again,
my internet
the
right
item
now.
is not coming in one location,
Jamie,
then
if you go
ultimately
onto my
again,
X
it is
account
not coming in
and
the
just type
second
in
location as well. That's what it means. Gun in Davar Shlodak
J.
Shero, in Davar
Anderson
Shlodak
marks
Shero,
an
then
R.
Gun
Maybe
in
that'll come
Davar
up. I'm sorry, I
Shlodak
should have
Shero,
reset that
in
ahead of
Davar
time, but I
Shlodak
do
Shero.
have
So
images
again,
online.
if
People
you
seen
see
them,
that
and I've
particular
discussed
tree
it
does
many
not
times.
match the
It looked like a
thing with
This is the thing.
tattoo.
So
either it means or about
three red marks,
item is going to be
no
covered, I
bump,
feel will not
no
contain
scab,
Torah.
no
Therefore, by
itching, no
definition, we
feeling of
apply
discomfort.
that same
There
Tumah
was a slight
designation to the other
shine to
location
them,
as
as
well.
if it was almost like a healed over burn.
And
This was very vivid. It
one
didn't
second,
dissipate
said
for
before.
over a
How do
year.
we know that
It was on my arm for about a year
something
before it
left?
faded away. Eventually faded away, and then I got home as
And
Christmas
then
started to go,
came
wow.
back in and was put on the Mizbeach.
Weirdly enough, I got this tattoo and then got invited to Egypt. But yeah, I had these experiences. I had another experience where they came down and hovered above my house.
Can I ask you this? These words.
Yeah.
But it came back in and if you put it on the Mizbeach,
Yeah,
It looks like you burned 3 cigarettes in your
that's
house.
what some of online definitely claimed.
the
But I didn't.
That's what I would say.
we learn it
Yeah,
this
that's great. Yeah, this I noticed it immediately. I'm not particularly comfortable with it. I don't know what it really means. I'm a bit of an idiot, Joe, because like I should have gone to a dermatologist. I should have like actually had someone look at it.
Like cows.
That's
let's
at the same time, can I
Keep an eye on this one.
can I even be mad at them? I was like, show me, give me evidence. Almost like, fucking find that.
Right.
There you go, dude. Like,
Let's say whatever that is on your arm, who knows, maybe a dermatologist could explain it. It's just a coincidence. The actual thing itself is far more interesting to me. And like, 'cause one of the things that people always say is if they were out there, wouldn't we see them? Like, God, if they can come here from another dimension, or if they can come here from another planet or another solar system, they can probably hide. Like, where do you get it hiding?
in general,
Like,
anyone who is hustle for a
we have technology right now, like stealth bomber stuff, that diminishes the radar signal. Things like that. You can't pick them up on radar. Why would it be impossible to somehow manipulate your visual field? Project what looks like clouds on the outside. We know that they can do stuff like that with plasma. Like they have these plasma things that can spin in the sky and so we can make objects out of them.
I wonder if that was plasma. I actually do wonder if this was a self-organizing plasma. Because that's definitely something that people have looked into quite a bit.
There's maybe plasma has intelligence.
Yes.
There's some,
Yes, and perhaps these are a form of individuated plasmic intelligence that can interact. And one thing that's very interesting about that is a brilliant paper actually on different scientific institutes looking the idea of synchronizing plasma and intelligent plasma. They were using some reference like the STS-75 NASA missions where the tether broke and you had all these strange things going around the tether.
Yes.
So that's this animals
Yes.
Have you ever seen the motion tracking version of that where someone actually attached the flight paths to each object so you can see the flight path? No, that's crazy because I'm sure if Jamie looks up STS-75 lights are going towards that thing and checking it out. Yeah, so this is a gigantic tether. I think it's like 2 kilometers long. I think it's absolutely insane. Walk away from the ship. As it broke away, you had these, what some people believe to be UFOs, plasmic intelligences, or the mainstream side, you say it's space particles. There you go. If you go slightly further back, there you go.
However,
Green one starting
where the
up.
problem
This
is
is the
not with
flight
the
path. So if you just take
like
it back to
Rabbi
the
said,
beginning of
but
that,
is with the animal itself.
this is
The
where
animal itself is compromised. Then what? The Malika is not only sacrificially invalid, but the Malika is totally invalid, and the bird has the status of an Adela. So, for example, I will say, if I go ahead and I do Malika with my left hand, or I am not doing the
that's the
Malika,
case.
the bird is totally fine. The Malika is invalid.
I really
Carbon
do.
is invalid.
Things they
The
find
covenant is
in these
considered to be
volcanic
what?
vents
The
above
bird
the
is considered to
ocean,
be what?
like, oh, we didn't even
Sharp
something
dragon
can survive
considered to
down
be
here.
shafted,
Right?
and
It
therefore
would be
again
a
it's
type
not
of
the
life that
as
survives in the
opposed to
void
if I take
space.
a bird with one leg
And it just
and I
it
do
wouldn't be a
on the point I
biological
do
thing.
a
It
lika
would
on
be
it,
some
or say then
form of energy or flight.
not
This is
sufficient
I don't know
to lika,
what all the
this
secrets
is
were telling Tom
the
DeLonge
bird,
when he went to the
and
Pentagon.
obviously
There's
the
a universe
sacrificially
of
endowed,
space the
like
size
the
of
animal that
whales,
is
and
being
that these
sacrificially
things
endowed, and
are
not only that,
yeah,
the
he
animal,
was
the
talking
bird is
about how
considered
when
to
he
be
was
a
on
Vela,
Fate
and
to
therefore
Black, he
again
was talking about there are these amoebas in
but
space.
let's say that is
Why would they
that's
tell
the
him
reason
when he
how
goes on
I
those
survey
shows
them.
and tells like I
Like
feel like that's the type of guy that you tell
it's
some
the
things that
bottom
you
of
want to get out.
festival.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be true.
No.
As a matter of fact, it's more fun if it's not true. And
Mom,
make him say as much cookie shit as possible,
So what happens
so that the stuff that he's going to say
Malika,
that's true
and it turns out
looks
that the animal
ridiculous.
is
And now all of those guys that gave him that information
so
are on the
Malika on
age
the bird,
Exactly.
you open up the bird, and you find that the bird
We should trust all of these governments.
one of
It's
the
fun. If you're playing, it's like the
So
world
it's not
is
a
a
silent,
gigantic
so
escape
obviously
room.
it's not difficult.
So you're playing a bunch of weird puzzles, and you're trying to figure it out, but
What about the Puma puzzle?
nothing is what it
The
seems.
mirror says,
Nothing.
you know what time it is?
Nothing
The mirror says,
I
the
think
bird does not contain the bird is not
UFO subject to
I'm
Stars
amazed
Academy.
that you don't
Things
the
have
comment.
happened since like
You just says, no, it does
2017
convey to
times. It's
I'm Rabbi Meir
I have
Kabbalah.
opinions
I'm
on
going
it
to tell you why I
because
hold that it does not.
I think I might be the first
Kabbalah
guest we've had on that
what's
wasn't already
in the data
established. So
so
I've had to work
I've
my way up through
because
social
the
media,
data,
through the interactions in the
let's say when it comes to a
community,
data
and,
schema, what's the
relations
data
with people
schema?
that aren't big
Exactly as
names or anything
an
like
animal,
that.
right? An animal that
I've had to
an
work
animal
my way
that
up
dies.
with. So I've seen and been
I'm not
exposed to
the
things that perhaps
It wasn't
people like
the data
Jeremy
schema.
Corbell and
The
others who
interesting
are
part
already
is
quite
that
big names haven't seen because they're
tomorrow,
too big. They don't
just
need to be on social media looking for fucking comments or like, what's going
then
on
by
in the X
definition
space.
it becomes you become
But if you are
after the animal is
you
dead.
start to notice things.
Yet
And
when
so
what's
interesting to me, despite what
those
anyone wants to say about Stephen Greer, and I've got my own issues with Greer. What's interesting to me is that the only person who was making noise prior to TTSA was Stephen Greer. He was the one that was putting out Netflix documentaries and videos saying by the millions of people all over the world. And he was saying these are black budget legal programs. This is an anti-congressional crime against humanity. We need to be busting down the doors. This is not exactly what we would want to hear if they were inside the national security state. There's this guy out there saying this. What do you do about that? Well, do you know how Tom DeLonge got linked up at the very beginning of all of this? No. So he's always been a UFO guy, and because of his background, the money he was able to secure connections, and he was very friendly with Greer. He was best buds with Greer at one point. In fact, there's a video of him putting together witness UFO witness tapes that he's got in his library. He's like, these are all, I'm holding on to these for a guy. He's got like 15 whistleblowers. He's bringing this and all that. This is before Greer kind of made the announcement. So it's obviously Greer. And Tom DeLonge's on Fate to Black, was it 2015, talking about this, where he tells us of how a friend of his at Lockheed Martin calls him up and says, hey, we're having a family and friends meet and greet for Lockheed Martin. Would you want to introduce the bosses to the stage? And he said, yeah, but I want 10 minutes with your bosses afterwards. And they were like, okay. And so he went and he introduced them on stage and then tells a story of being taken through, these white noise corridors and down into this place where eventually he was chilling with the guys at Skunk Works and these big directors are all sitting in this room.
Even if it turns out to be a straight
Talk about
it
this
certainly
is where
should
he pitches to the Stars Academy of Arts and Science in this framework. And what's interesting is on the radio when he's talking about this, he's saying, you have to approach these guys like you want to be of service. I was saying you being of service, I want to help. So
just
we've
like
got a disruptive rogue person out there, Stephen Greer, saying all this stuff
go
was
ahead
a
and
commotion.
take away
What do we do about that? I have no idea. Suddenly in walks a rock star. Because that's basically what he said. Use me. I'm happy to do whatever. I am your contributor to the public. Now, no disrespect to Tom. I've met him. He's a lovely guy. Very passionate about the subject. But I do think he was used.
Just like Aquila
what you
goes
get
ahead
from
and
there
permits
is the
consumption.
To the Stars Academy platform. Suddenly you have this official kind of
We'll go ahead and
pre-lit
prevent
disclosure, very soft disclosure. There's nothing like Stephen Green's disclosure.
which permits
And we're all
consumption.
being
Also
encouraged
be
to
enough to
partake and
remove any
support in this
possibility of tomorrow
very
when it turns out that the animal was
curated
trademark.
method of
Those
soft
Omer
disclosure for
Dayok
the
in
people.
the
I
last
think
day.
were very worried about
The
what
Gemara
type of
says,
disruptive
ultimately,
truths
the
might
Yosef
come out
says,
before it was time to talk about them, and then something comes along. It's a very useful
that a bird should
medium
be like in
for
the Vietnam in one
communicating this.
sense.
And when you see things like the WikiLeaks emails between him and John Podesta, where he's literally saying this is about bolstering PR for the military-industrial complex, for disenfranchised youth, and the generations of today don't trust the government. We want to change that. We want to change the perception of the military and the government. He's literally emailing John Podesta about this. So it's very clear that at the very least he was willing to be the messenger of whatever message they wanted to give him. And it just so happens that that message completely counteracts what Rabbi was talking about in terms of classified black budget programs, and we cracked reverse engineering, we cracked anti-gravity in October 1954, this kind of stuff. It's like a complete reverse of that narrative.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, it makes sense. That's what's the term?
I know that one.
They love doing
What does that tell me?
Yeah.
It is sacrificially
I've
imbalanced.
said
That I
before,
know.
I'll say it again.
What's
I
my
know that
shayla? What's my
podcasts are
shayla?
doing that with me.
Does it convey
I know
Tuma
they were
or
going on
not?
saying
Same.
a bunch
The
of
most,
nonsense.
and again, I want to
But
point
you
out
have to let them talk
this is
because,
a proper
the truth comes out in the wash.
regular going.
And I think what's interesting about the age of disclosure is this narrative of
Convey Tuma or not. Rabbi Meir says,
the reality of what happened. If it did happen, there's a line Congress, there's misappropriation of funds, you're going to need amnesty.
ultimately on what?
So this is the narrative. This narrative is we need amnesty. It's like, it's kind of a smart way to do it, right? Do it in a documentary, have all these people that are probably implicated in some way, say we need amnesty. All these people that say that they know about these programs, amnesty support, because you know what I'm saying? But what they've been doing really, if they have been doing what we assume they've been doing. We assume that they've retrieved crashed UFOs and that they've back engineered them. We assume they've used that technology. We assume they're aware that there's non-human intelligences that are far beyond our technological capabilities and that we interact with them. You've committed a crime against humanity by not telling people that. Because we all operate under the assumption that we have an understanding of what our role is in this ecosystem of life. And if our role is not even remotely at the apex, if we are being visited and manipulated, and if we're actually a product of experiments, you should fucking tell us. You can't. You guys can't be hanging out at Raytheon in the fucking conference room, like gold Rolexes on, you motherfuckers. Tell everybody, we can't handle the truth, but they're right. They are right with the amnesty thing. I think that's the pathway. These guys are not gonna. What they stole, they stole. Okay. What they did, they did. The lie to Congress, the lies that we're told. Let's fucking find out what the truth is. These guys, whatever they did, they did. Okay, you didn't stop it then. Let it go. The more important thing is, let's find out if this is real. That's more important than everything. For the race, for the human race, the entire human race. And for science and technology, to have all this stuff locked down like that and not allow the great young minds that are coming up right now to have access to this. It's crazy. You're wasting one of the most valuable resources that we have in secrecy.
I think there's so many different reasons why they might want to keep this a secret in terms of breakthrough energy propulsion systems. So there's so many different implications to that. Massively disruptive. Massively disruptive. And, could you imagine like wiped out fucking dude with an energy device? Like,
Or you imagine some guy who's running an oil company finds out that they're about to do something like that. What the fuck you are? This guy at MIT that just got assassinated.
Dude, the way it works in the corporate world is very real. This is very real. This guy was more disturbing theories he had was that not only is the shift of the magnetic poles that here I'll send it to you, James. His take on it was that the shift of magnetic poles is necessary in order to maintain I don't know like a natural earth cycle. Yeah, it has to happen.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to think and look it up.
Her father would just spit in her face, which she not be embarrassed ultimately again and seclude herself for 7 days. So it's like how the so it's like for her father, she would go ahead and
sorry,
seclude
the
herself
dead air folks. Okay, so it says
Shina is angry at her, then what?
The assassinated MIT plasma scientist warned that
for how long?
requires
14
periodic
days.
magnetic
Yet,
reversals to sustain its field.
Interesting.
No reversal equals no dynamo because the magnetic field dissipates. The last time this happened, in the tweet
This
says
derivative
Noah's
item over
flood.
here is Baruch with displeasure with Miriam.
So
This first item is the father's displeasure
this
with her.
guy
And therefore the Kavachomer
has
says the father came in
yeah.
for 7 days. The Baruch came in
Is
for
that not
14
loaded?
days. But Dio says that
Look
God
up
derivative
physics
came in stronger than the
description.
source. And therefore Miriam is in seclusion for 7
Let's
days.
see what he has to say.
I'm going to be able
It's
to
really
read the
interesting shit.
The Mir Kra Ashkaf Madash. The Yad of Mir found the Pasuk and Dash in the Pasuk. What's the Pasuk that will say
The Earth's magnetic field was
Zos Taras
constant in
Tamas.
the last.
So the Pasuk says, these are the laws, this is the Torah
So,
of the Behemoth and the Oath.
is it right that
These are Torah
the
Shabbat
Earth has lost 10% of its
in what
magnetic
way
field in the
is
last
an oath a
150
bird
years?
comparable to a Behemoth and the Torah Shavsa Behemoth Oath for all the Behemoth.
So
In what way is an oath comparable to a Behemoth and a Behemoth to an oath? One is Behemoth Metana Benago Bemasa. Both in Metana Benago. So it's like, I'm not going to do how they're similar. On one hand, a behemoth conveys two levels of maga, contact, mass carry. A bird does not go ahead and convey two maga and mass, rather only one vessel. All Mikame Begada Mesapia. Behemoth ain't no time Begada Mesapia. So say, oh, that one. When you go ahead and you ingest an Avela, so open one, you convey similar to your person and to your clothing. Yet interestingly enough, if you touch an Avela, or if you carry an Avela, what does it convey too much to your body, to your person, but not to your clothing? So in which way is oath and behemoth comparable? El Lomar Lacha, Ma Behemoth. Dover Shemachira La'achila. Nekar Shebasa Mitumasa. What is the teaching is as follows. Just like by Behemoth, the very action which normally allows for consumption, i.e. Shchita, is the action which prevents Tumas Nadela from devolving upon an animal, even if the animal was a trait. Oath, Dover Shemachira La'achila, Nekar Shebasa Mitumasa. So it's also by oath. The very action which normally permits it for consumption,
Massachusetts has a lot of
by
robberies.
oath
For sure,
will be
we've got a lot of
God, the
It's one
entire
of the East
shape
Coast
of
liberal run cities. It's
that
got a
same
crime
Malika,
problem.
if done on the
And
bird,
I'm sure,
even if the bird itself is a
that's
shape of, nevertheless, will
MIT
prevent the
professors
animal, the bird carcass, from becoming coming
yeah,
to us.
I mean it's possible.
So
It's
that's
possible,
coming here
but it also is possible that somebody killed him. And imagine they killed him because he's telling us that Earth's about to reverse its magnetic poles, and we might be fucked. A cataclysm might be
just
coming.
like by Behemoth,
This is
Shchita, which
there was a
ultimately
knowledge
again
of
is
in
permitted for consumption,
antiquity. There was
ultimately
a
again
knowledge of
prevents the animal
cycles,
from
of cycles. They were preparing
tracking
for
to
it.
us the
Why
the
are
animals
these
straight.
structures
So to by oath,
built in
Malika,
ways
which normally permits
anti-cycles that
consumption,
resistant to
will also go ahead and prevent the animal from
It
tracking
was
to us the even if the animal was already
Yeah.
It's
It's
a
really
really
an incredible
say,
example. I mean,
might
the
time
level
might
of
what's that
ingenuity
last?
and also the
Also,
fact that they're
he
finding
says,
these
if
so
you
we
check,
know, right? Because not just the excavation where they're going deep down
which is
and
a
finding
trait, but you find to be a
new
trait.
blocks of
The
stone,
bird
but just
is
the
meant
walls.
to
There's
be
key
lost.
excavations going on around the walls.
Kra Ashdaf B'Darish.
So it's
We
like
find
this
the possible
place
catches
was
it as well.
buried,
What's the
maybe
possible
a lot
saying?
of earth
The
pushed up
Velu
and,
Treifa. The
submerged into the
Pasuk
ground.
says, the Pasuk
Clearly,
together,
this place
Nevela and Treifa.
experienced some form of global
Nefesh Asher
And
Total,
what's really weird
Nevela Utreifa.
about a place like Peru, for
I'm
example,
with Treifa Lama
is
Namra.
that
So say, why does this Pasuk have
prior
to
to
say
the
Treifa?
well, at the
In
end of the
Treifa
last glacial
Kaya,
maximum,
so say,
around 19,000 years
Treifa
ago,
that's alive
when the
and
Earth started
then
to warm
dies
up
as
again,
a result of its
there were
Treifa
certain
status. And are in the Vela.
stable
It was that's the
corridors.
Vela.
And
In Treifa
Peru was one of
Inakaya,
those areas
if
which
you
was
say
actually quite
Treifa doesn't
climatologically
wait,
stable.
it's dead already.
So
Are even
at the
around
end
the
of
Vela.
the
Listen, might as well ask
AGM
you,
last glacial maximum,
he said, hello,
to the younger dryas, it's about 6,000 plus,
Ashta
which is
was the
6,000
only
change.
thing Yamu was when
We've
but it's dead.
taken
If it's
ourselves
dead
from
already,
the
they
cars
watch,
to
then
see
by
the computers
definition,
in less
it's
than
a trade
150 years. So the idea, the areas of the world that had stability for about 6,000 years, creates something incredible. And the younger dryas cycles, it's very provocative because of, again, the existence of the structures are very quite pristine actually and standing, very simple, and yet they are surrounded by broken megaliths and multi-ton structures that have
by
gone through
definition,
incredible damage.
already in a
And
Halo,
what I was
which
getting
was
at, what I was saying about that area is the way the stones are
and then was like, why does the
protected
person
against
actually
earthquakes.
Yeah, dissipate the
that
force
would
through
yeah.
these different areas.
Which
It allows for the force, the
Shaper
kinetic
that was
force to
shafted.
dissipate through
That
destruction.
even if
So
it was
big
shafted
focus
while
on
it was
one
shaper, so it
area of
didn't
it. So it's
die of
clearly
shaper
done
status.
for the purposes of
It was shafted
trying
while
to
it was
prevent
shaper.
massive
Nevertheless,
amounts
was
of
the halacha
force.
that what?
Where would
And
they
it goes
get
in
that
and
type of a
bases
concept
what
from?
this study
It
was
makes me wonder, because we
shaft
did
an
have a
animal,
knowledge of
you
great
shaft a bird,
cycles.
you find
Like
it,
the Adam and
you
Eve story,
shape
that
off,
thing was
the halacha
classified
is
by the CIA for a minute.
I'm
The Adam
going
and
to
Eve story.
It was classified by the CIA.
Listed on their freedom of information
The
application.
Halo
Right,
shape
what
off.
was that
Don't
again?
say, but
It
one
was
second,
a
the Pasuk says, talks about the Halo of the
research
Halo.
into cycles,
Halo
great cycles of
Hus
cataclysm
some
destruction
nami
on
Halo,
Earth
let's
by a
see up
guy
there as
called,
well.
his name was
Shape
Shanti,
Kaya
was a
Harina Bela, that wasn't
fake,
shape
not
was
real name.
be alive.
And he actually had
And
at the beginning of
it's
it like
11 to it, guys, it's Halo.
a series of people he listed who, without knowing this would be not possible, it was like, top 5-star generals. It's like, okay. So, this guy had the Chantal was the Adam News story. It's all about this great cyclical cataclysm that does take place every, was it like 12,000 years or something like that? And that the ancients had a knowledge of this. And I think that this is something that we will probably begin to realize is that somewhere in deep antiquity there was a level of knowledge that is very contradictory to what we understand now. And I think places like Peru, places like Egypt, and others, Malta, Göbekli Tepe, of course, it's becoming very cold.
Also, when you see the spikes of the Earth's temperature, when you see those ups and downs, those glaciers, those warming periods, is there a uniform time in between those spikes?
In terms of,
Is it like predictable? I don't know. So like every just
I
like
imagine
last 12,000 years coming back, right?
What
probably not, but this is one of the things that people like, tourists will say they're keeping from us, they're keeping this energy. Yes, there are 12,000 years ago. We're just not allowed to know that knowledge, but
That's
compares to Amos. Just like Amos is no longer a shape after its very
we do know that it's
the
never static, and we do know that there have been these periods, and they do look like a strange graph. It's not a flat line, like it's all getting warmer. No, it's always crazy. So like, what is causing these dips and these rises and these weird periods that seem to be rhythmic? You know what I'm saying? It's not like there's an immense time of heating and a small time of cooling. And then,
all right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin my thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Parisian, for dedicating all the Shalom Noshos this month for loving millions. Father Albert Zinbunim Tzvi Ben Chaim Shkol Rafa on the occasion of his 20th yard session. Our Dr. sponsors for today, Ayala Sarah Steinbush, and supposed to continue health. Sylvanas Anna Bas Susha,
obviously, it's not moving because it's
for an
tissue.
ultimate and enduring
But that
reform
doesn't
for
mean
Rainbow.
that there's not a force
And
that's
Bracha and
all
Rifkin,
connected.
the memory of Yaakov Ben Yisrael.
exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's why I think
Dova Bas
plasmic intelligence
Avram,
is very
Libel
interesting,
Ben
because it's this
Yaakov,
idea
and
that a
Frankel Bas
self-organizing
Libel
plasmic
Zichron
structure can
Gabriel, and
some way
the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the
consciousness
Neshama
inside of
Sav
it. We
Melvin,
don't
the families in the
understand
Chama,
where
all those in
consciousness
the
comes
Torah,
from. We still
should
don't.
have
So it's very
one
open to
together
the
with
idea of
Kol
possibility.
Ole
And
Yisrael and
some
Halvarish
pretty
Yisrael and
interesting
Nes Hashem.
scientists like
Continue to show us levels of cloud stuff. Those are the guys, let us begin. The gap ahead of us today, the gap is Isaiah 67, and we are picking up in Nes Hashem
plasmic generators and things like this. You say US Space Force engineer, and it's very much of the opinion that plasma itself is
so it's capable of becoming conscious, not conscious on its own. the Mishnah says as follows.
99% of the observable universe is made out of plasma. 99%. Okay, isn't it weird how we get talked about?
We started this thing yesterday, but let's just start it again. It's okay. But cool in the time we started. What is it now? The Mishnah is picking up with what we call, batch carbonics. Meaning what? It happens, right? These are the carbonic outtakes. So what happens over here? Something went wrong with the carbon. Now, by the way, as we've seen already, there's a variety of different things that can go wrong. What went wrong is not really as important in this moment as the fact that halacha l'maisa, and remember, we're talking about carbon oil. See, the kata salt, ola salt. So what exactly went wrong is not so important. What matters right now is you have a carbon hull that is not usable. It's not usable. So now we're in Mishnah telling you, even though again it's not usable, but kula in the counter base abiyah. So remember again, halacha l'maisa, even though it's not usable, However, Malika removes the status of Nevela. As we spoke about at the end of yesterday's shir, halacha l'maisa generally an animal dies without shchita, then it's called an Nevela. An Nevela can be from the margo l'masa with either carrying or with touching. But when an animal has shchita, even if it's actually unfit for consumption, it's no longer an Nevela, therefore no longer can be tumah. The same idea applies by bird offerings as well. Once a bird offering has had malika, even if it turns out that the carbon is not a valid carbon, malika is the equivalent to shchita and removes tumah. So therefore, again, this bird carcass will not go ahead and convey tumas nevela. Incredible. So it says, furthermore, they are all subject to Megillah. Now, we'll say now a word about this for just a moment. When is something subject to Megillah? Generally, what is Megillah? Megillah means, again, let's just define our terms. So inappropriate use or mundane use of consecrated property. Let me further qualify that. Mundane personal use of consecrated property. When is something subject to Megillah? When it's not given over to human use. If something is given over to human use, it's not subject to Megillah. Let me give you an example. So let's say, again, a carbon before Zrika is subject to Megillah. After Zrika, for example, let's take a chatas. Chatas self. So let's remember again, chatas self. How is the chatas self done? Number one, quick review. How many simanim? Chatas self? One. Right? Again, it has both Zrika and Mitzui. Where's the blood applied? Right? Ultimately again below. What happens ultimately again to the body of the bird? How do you do your Zrika and Mitzui? What happens to it? It's eaten by the Kohanim. Now again, since the chatas salt is given over to the Kohanim, therefore again it's no longer subject to Megillah, right? Which makes sense now again, even though you and I, us non-Kohanim, right? I can't eat that carbon. I can't eat that chatas salt, but since it's given over to consumption for someone, i.e. the Kohanim, therefore it's no longer subject to Megillah. So that just remember that rule. Once something is usable by someone, it's not subject to Megillah. Usable by no one, it is subject to Megillah. So the first thing the Mishnah is introducing you to is that halacha l'maisa, if you have a carbon oath and the carbon didn't work, whatever the reason, the malika it's not working, the carbon is invalid. So number one, it is not metame. So in other words, the malika worked like shchita, it's not the nevela. Number two, the Mishnah says it will still be subject to Megillah. What's in subject to Megillah? Okay. With the exception of what's not subject to Megillah, chatas house that was done lamata, meaning the blood application was done appropriately below the chota sikra. Kimaisa chatas, and procedurally it was done exactly like the chatas is supposed to be done. L'shem chatas, with the intention for chatas, which is another way of saying a proper chatas. A proper chatas is not subject to Megillah. Why is a proper chatas not subject to Megillah? Why not? Why not? Because since it's consumed by the Kohanim, it's given over for use by someone, therefore not subject to Megillah. Now again, remember, it's not subject to Megillah once the Zrika is done. Like obviously, please do all this subject to Megillah, but post this subject to Megillah. I'm not saying that this stands in contradistinction, for example, the chatas salt. Sorry, to olas salt. Remember this, olas salt. Who's the consumable by? Who's the consumable by? No one, right? It's fully on these gaps. So because it's not given over to anyone, therefore subject to Megillah. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. Right, just to take a quick look at Rashi, just to show you this. Rashi says this is in the bottom line, the wide line is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up at the bottom. חוץ מחטס העוף שעשה למטה כמי שחטס ושם חטס שהיא ויש לש"ס תתר לכהנים ושוב אין במגילה אפילו מוזר. So once again, how interesting this is, since if a chatas ha'of is done appropriately, like you go through the entire procedure, it is given over to the kohanim for consumption, therefore it's not subject to Megillah, even to a zar, right? Which means if I go ahead and I come into the base of English and I go ahead and I take that bird and I use it for fuel in my fire, and again, consumption will be something a little bit different, but I use it for fuel, that's not Megillah. It's not Megillah, it might be that. Right? But for my sake, not Megillah. So once something has a heter, right, sad heter, ultimately again that's subject to Mila. Fascinating. Let's go back there. Ola salt, Shasal, Lamata, Kimaisa Chatas, Lashim Chatas. These words I see now, we get a little bit more complicated. Watch this case.
At the end of the day,
Watch this case. Ola salt. So now again, Ola salt, let's go through this. Ola salt. How many simanim? How many simanim? Two. Right, remember again, what do you do with it? Mitsui, right? You can squeeze out the blood. Where do you squeeze out the blood from? Head and body, right? Head and body both offered up separately. Where's the blood application? Lamala above the Kotasikra, and ultimately again fully burned on the Mizbeh. Okay, so now in this case, I messed up my Ola salt. Right? How do I mess? By the way, Joe, you're my hero. Anyone who joins that Yom during Svachim, right? Either you're out of your mind or you're ridiculously holy. Right? I'm gonna go with the second, ridiculously holy. Welcome. Okay. Now let's say your next day comes back.
This is the reality of
Says the Gemara, Ola sa'ol, shasal lemata, k'may sechatos l'shem chatos. So watch this. So now, in this case, I messed up Ola sa'ol. What did I do wrong? So again, number one, asal lemata, which means what? Where did I do the blood application? Below the chota sikra. Problem number one. Because remember again, where Ola sa'ol done? Lemata. So issue number one is I messed up the blood application. Number two, k'may sechatos. And procedurally, I treated this like a chatas, which means what? One simon, right? One simon with leaving the head attached. So already again, I'm totally messing this up. Wrong blood placement, wrong procedures, the same chatas. And ultimately again, I had in mind that it should be for a chatas. I totally botched this on every single level. So the shaila now is, what's the status of the cup? The Rothschild says it is subject to Milah. It's subject to Milah. The Rothschild said, now why would it be subject to Milah? Look at Rashi. So Rashi says, the Rothschild said about 6 lines up about him. The whole Olahi, so the Rothschild says, look, it's subject to Milah. Why is it subject to Milah? Why? Because it's an Olah. And the only thing that removes you from the Milah is what? A shas head. Remember what I said, this is important. In order to be extracted from the construct of Milah, what do you need? There has to be permissibility to someone. In this case, was this batch Olah ever permissible to someone? No. And since its designation is an Olah, as much as you mess this up on every single level, it is still subject to Milah. The Yeshua says, no, in Molimba, absolutely not. It's not in Milah. So we're going to see something absolutely, dramatically, ridiculously, overwhelmingly amazing, which is that Yeshua actually holds that this Olah is converted into a chatas. I know, it's crazy. I know it's crazy, but it's actually going to be true. Let's look at Yeshua. He says that when you have a situation like this, even though designatively wise, right? But designatively wise, it was instead of being Olah, since on every single level, right? The actual blood application, the actual procedure, so the actual kavanah, you did it with Shem Chatas, it becomes a Chatas. Now, the good news about that is once it becomes a Chatas is not subject to Milah. Right? Why not? Because it's usable by the Kohan. So let's say, so fascinating machlokes. So again, which we'll see. And if you look at it, it actually says 4 5 on the bottom of the show over a moment. Even the Shina Shma Umasa Umekoma, the Shem Chatas Nasis Chatas. It was wild. Again, and Yeshua says that literally again, even though the whole intention of this was to do an Olah, because we changed it essentially procedurally and kavanah-wise to a chatas, it becomes a chatas. Crazy. So okay, now this becomes a conversation. Rabbi is disputed to Rabbi Yeshua. So the other says back, Rabbi in chatas she'im molim balishma. So when it comes to a chatas, when it comes to that, when done with Shema, when you chatas the Shema, there is no Milah. Okay? If you see a Shema, when you go ahead and you have in mind for something different, ultimately, it is subject to Milah. So that's the case. Olah Shemol and Bar Lishma. Therefore, Olah, which is subject to Milah, when done for Lishma, Kishashina Eshma, Inodin Shema Little. Certainly, if you go ahead and Allah to change its designation, it should be subject to Milah. That's his Kavachomer. Yeshua Karchak, Yeshua Lo. In Amr Tzachak, most of it, I also want to point out how interesting it is to see this type of dialogue in the Mishnah. Like, you don't usually see this dialogue in the Mishnah. This sounds like Gemara dialogue. Interesting. Amr Rabbi Yeshua, Lo, Im Amrit. Amr Rabbi Yeshua, Lo. Im Amrit Mechata Shashina Eshma B'Shem Olam, till he showed reports back. It's still not true. Think about this. If you have a chatos, which you change the designation, right? You change the kavanah for an olah. You get it for an olah. If you Shina Eshma L'Davar Sheish Bo Me'ilah, you're changing the designation to something that is subject to Me'ilah. Tomar Ba'olah Shashina Eshma L'Shem Chatos. In the case of an olah that was offered up L'Shem Chatos, Shina Eshma L'Davar She'ein Bo Me'ilah. You're changing the designation ultimately again to something that is not subject to Me'ilah. Kabbalah Samachai 67a. Amar Lo Rabbi Eliezer. I'll bring you a case of Kachei Kadoshim. I was saying, I was thinking about Kachei Kadoshim. I know you're Muslim. It's going back a little bit ago. Where are Kachei Kadoshim shafted? Where are they shafted? Softened. Right? So, as opposed to Kachei Kalim, where are Kachei Kalim shafted? Anyway, they're supposed to say, by the way, how good does it feel to possess carbonic knowledge? And how good does that feel? To not be mystified, baffled, and pretend like you don't hear the question when someone asks you something about carbonics. But at least to be in possession of some, I'm not getting sneaky, but at least to be in possession of some basic carbonic knowledge. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, I'm not, I don't possess that, it's okay. It's not too late because we're going to be doing this for the foreseeable future, right? So even if you have not yet amassed your basic carbonic knowledge, just open your ears, open your heart, and again it'll flow in. So again, the Lord says like this: when it comes to Kachei Kadoshim, Sheshkitasam Sheshachtam B'Garam B'Shachtam Kachei Kam Yohifu. Moshe, watch this. What about a case of Kachei Kadoshim, which again, you made a mistake. Where did you do? You shachted in the south. Now again, well, I remember again, that's wrong because Kachei Kadoshim are shachted in the south, are shachted in the north. And what happens? You shachted the same Kachei Kadoshim. They must say that here's a case where you back Kachei Kadoshim. You do two things wrong. Number one, Kavanah wise, you did it wrong. You did it the same Kachei Kadoshim, like the lowest section of Kavanah, like a shlomin, right? And number two, you also botched it because you did it in the south, as opposed to Kachei Kadoshim that have to be done in the north. In this case, Shekin Shina Eshma, or Davar She'ein Bo Me'ilah, change the designation to something that does not have Me'ilah, like the Kachei Kalim don't have Me'ilah. For more in mind, and yes, they will still be subject to Me'ilah. Those who are going to learn to say, that's going to be a true art, so don't wonder about the case of the Olam. Because you really change the designation. There's some that sounds subject to Me'ilah, Shema Lubah, so it's the free subject to Me'ilah, like the original designation. However, the Kurdish says no, in Amrit the Kachei Kadoshim, the Shachtan, the Garam, the Shachtan, the Shem Kachei Kalim. Now, it's like the case of Kachei Kadoshim. So again, I will say, number one, you back the location. Like you should have been done on the north, you did in the south. And furthermore, again, you back the intent. You should have been done with Shem Kachei Kadoshim, but instead you did it with Shem Kachei Kalim. Shina Eshlam L'Davar She'ein Bo Me'ilah to the head. So this is very interesting. You change the designation ultimately again to something that is both Isser and Heter. Now let's see if it's interesting. Kachei Kalim. Remember again, let's take a shlomin for example. A shlomin has part of it that is consumed by the owners, like Kohanim, and part of it that's burnt on the Mizbeach. The part that is burnt on the Mizbeach is subject to Me'ilah, and the part that is consumed is not subject to Me'ilah. See, interestingly enough, this is a different kind of case. It's different than the case of the old one that was shafted with Shem Chatos, because there you totally switch its designation, and it is not subject to Me'ilah at all. Okay, so let's say, so bottom line, what comes out from the Mishnah are a number of important facts. Number one, even when you mess up a carbon oath, if you did malika, ultimately again, that will remove any type of thought. Like, so malika takes away the Vela status. It's exception ultimately. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two. And but it is fully subject to Me'ilah. The only time a carbon oath is not subject to Me'ilah is when? By chatos. Because when it comes to Me'ilah is removed ultimately again when it is permitted for usage by someone. But But if it's not permitted to use by someone, then ultimately remains subject to the law. The rest of the Mishnah then is designated to one simple case. You have an Ola Sa'ol that you totally messed up. How did you mess it up? You did proper Malika, but ultimately, again, blood placement was wrong. But when you put the blood below the red line, below the Chota Sikha, that's problem number one. Procedurally, you followed the procedure for Chatos, and you even had Kavanah for Chatos. What is the status of this Kavanah? So the law just says, ultimately, again, Halacha L'Maisa, it is subject to Milah. Because essentially he says it's treated like an Olah. It's treated like an Olah, even though again, Halacha L'Maisa, it won't satisfy your obligation as an Olah. It is treated like an Olah. Rabbi Yeshua says, what are you talking about? It's not treated like an Olah. And I'm sure this is said explicitly. Rashi says, if I've seen the Gemara, essentially Yeshua says, no, it's converted to a Chatos. And once it's converted to a Chatos, ultimately not subject to Milah. The rest of the Mishnah is then going back and forth regarding this Machlok. It's good. Says, well, let's go. I was going to say something about 67 days of Tanya, I'm going to go to Rabbi Yeshua.
Are you saying aliens?
Rabbi Yeshua like this. Hashem Sheshachta B'Tzach on the Shem Shom Yochia. Most of this still going on. So what about the following case? What about Hashem that was shafted in the north, also again, for the sake of Shlamim? We'll prove my point. Now, both I remember again, in this case, Hashem, what category is Hashem? Category? Kashe Kadashim. Right, Kashe Kadashim, right? Hashem Chatos, Kashe Kadashim. So where is it normally shafted? Right? Southern, north. Now, again, see here in this case, you went ahead, you shafted it in the right location, but you shafted it for the wrong designation. Right? Ultimately, again, right? Again, the Halacha L'Maisa. So my point is, Asham, remember, after is not subject to law, because Asham, like us, is consumed by the Kohanim. So Halacha L'Maisa over here, you shafted it in the right place, but for the wrong designation. Shishina Eshmo, ultimately you change the designation to more than and it is subject to Nira, which is interesting. So what you see from here, that a change of designation ultimately again can go ahead and make it subject to Nira. Therefore, don't wonder about the piece of Olah. Shishina Eshmo, even though you change the designation, Shima Rupa, and it should still be subject to Nira. However, it just went back and forth. Rothschild says, no, in Amrit Ba'asham, Shina as Shmo, Roshina as Mikomo. No, but here's the difference with the Asham case. It's true. You changed the designation. You had it in mind, ultimately again for Shlamim, but you did it, you offered it in the right place. Tomar Ba'olah, in the case of the Olah, this is referring to the case of the Mishnah. Like the most, again, remember, the case of the Mishnah was the most extreme case of change. You have an Olah Sa'ot, and what did you do? You had in mind that it should be for a Chatos. Procedurally, you did like a Chatos. You applied the blood like a Chatos. And you changed everything over here. Tomar Ba'olah, Shishina Eshma, Shishina Es Mikola. In the case of the Mishnah, you changed the place and the designation ultimately again of the Olah. Amalo Rabbi Eliezer said, Hashem Sheshachtu B'Dam L'Shem Shlamim Yochia. I'm bringing up, what about the case of an Hashem that was shafted in the south, the Shem Shlamim? I will say here, you botched everything, right? Because Hashem is supposed to be done where? It's Safon in the north. So here you shafted it in the wrong location for the wrong designation. The Gemara says, Shishina Eshmo, Shishina Eshmo. You changed ultimately again literally the designation of the carbon, and you also changed the location. And yet, Umola involved, which will be subject to Milah. And after the Tana al Ha'olah, so too don't wonder about the case of the Olah. Even though there was a, remember, whenever we say Olah, we're referring to the case in our Mishnah. That's the Olah Sa'ot, where again, everything was done with Shem Chatos. So don't wonder about the case of the Olah. Even though you went ahead and you changed the designation, Shmam is like you changed the designation and you changed the location, it will still be subject to the Mi'ila. No, because in the case of Asham, where you change the designation, you change the location of the Loshinas Masa, but procedurally, you still did to it what's supposed to be done for the Asham. Yet in the piece of Mishnah Tomar Ba'oba Shashim Ve'es Ma'asehah Mishinas Mikomah. See, I will say what's very unique about the case in Mishnah is that Manashi changed everything about the carbon, right? The only thing that was Ola about this carbon, Ola Sa'of was what? Was the initial designation. But after that, everything else that you did was halacha l'maisa, some type of Ola, some type of chatas. From a Rabbi, the name of Rabbi, why does it say Ashim Shishak to the Dam Change from the Shinei Balim? So why not go as Rabbi? So why not start the following case? Maybe the case of Ashim should like this: a Russian that was shafted in the south. So the third will say against. Remember that wrong location. The Shem Shvamin, right? Wrong designation. The Shinei Balim for wrong owners. Ooh, that's good. It's not good. It's bad. But in terms of like from a change perspective, you changed everything. Shishina as Shmo, Shishina as Mikomo, Shishina as Mice. So in that case over here, you changed everything. You changed the designation, you changed the location, and you changed the procedure. So you want to need the local Amalei Hati, Shmana Nachis Rabbi Eliezer L'Tamid Rabbi Yeshua. So ultimately, again, from the fact that Rabbi Eliezer did not answer this, it turns out that also that what? Rabbi Eliezer must have been convinced of the reasoning of Rabbi Yeshua. We'll say, here we go. Here it is. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. The Omer Rav Ada Bar Abba. Omer Haya Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Yeshua is the same thing. We'll say, this is, now remember, we've said this outside, but we've never seen this explicitly, and the Gemara is just coming to this conclusion right now, and it sounds like even Rabbi Eliezer, who is the disputing of Rabbi in the Mishnah, comes around to this logic. And what is this logic here? It is Ola Sa'of Sha'asa Lemata K'maise Chatos L'Shem Chatos. So if you have an Ola Sa'of, then ultimately again, you did Lemata, you did the blood application, ultimately below the red line. And procedurally, you're doing it just like a chatos, and l'shem chatos you have kavana for a chatos. Get ready for it. Even shemava tvasim echad nimsheches v'nasis chatos ha'ol. Now, once you check in one simon, the carbon is fundamentally transformed into a chatos ha'ol. I will say that is dramatically amazing, bordering on ridiculous, right? Because I will say nowhere else in the world of carbonos do we ever find that a carbon can actually be transformed into something else. But here, Rabbi Yeshua's logic is like this. In this case, I understand you designated it as a chatas, as an ovas, I understand. But l'maisa, you've done nothing that indicates that this is an ovas and paket. It's the opposite. Everything you've done ultimately again has shown that what? That this is a chatas. And I will say again, I want to point out what's unique. Every single step in this carbonic process is screaming chatas. Screaming chatas. This is what the Yeshua says, essentially, let's halachically and categorically transform it into a chatas, which is incredible. That's super incredible. I will say, that's what Yeshua's logic. And it turns out, it sounds like religion are using it. There's also a tremendous haskell. What's the tremendous haskell? In life, at the end of the day, what truly defines you is not what you think, but it's what you do. You can think whatever you want. It's your actions that truly concretize, create, and solidify your identity. So you could have a machshava that I'm an ola sa'of. You could think that. But if you behave like the chatas, then that's what you are. Who you are and what you are is defined by what you do, not what you think. Not to say that what I will say now, I know what you're going to say, I know what you're thinking. You're like, oh my gosh, you're not using that. You don't need to contradict the Tzaddik. Right? Because the Tzaddik just said to us the last two mornings that it's all about the creation. It's all about what you desire. Again, yes, desire is incredibly important. But at the end of the day, the metric of successful living is not what you think, but it's what you do. And I will say this is one of the greatest challenges in life. Because we all have beautiful ideas and hashkafas and goals and aspirations, and it's beautiful, it's fantastic. But l'maisa, having beautiful thoughts and beautiful goals and beautiful aspirations really is only meaningful if they find expression in dynamic activity. What you think in life will only get you so far, but it's what you do that truly solidifies and concretizes who and what you are. You can think all you want that you're ola sa'of, but if your behaviors are chatos, then your behaviors define ultimately who you are. incredible.
museum
The Gemara says, "Ihachi."
is a little
If that's the
cabinet
case,
of
Chatas Ol Nami,
laboratory
Sha'asa
equipment,
Lamala,
like
Kimaisa
jugs
Ola.
and
So that's the case.
pottery
Then the
bottles
reverse should
recovered
also be
from
true.
Saqqara,
Right?
including
What's
a
the
little
reverse
plate.
case? The reverse case is
There's
like
like a little
this.
plaque
So
which
Chatas
was
Ol,
included
so again, we'll say,
in
so
the actual
if I have a
exhibition, but
Chatas,
it's tucked
then I
into
did
the
Lamala.
Saqqara
So I
Museum.
did
If
the
I
blood
find it,
applications
if I
above the
look for it,
Chotasikra.
there's a little
Good or
plaque
bad?
saying that
Good or bad?
the
Chatas
area
Ol?
of Saqqara was a
Bad,
laboratory.
right? Because remember, Chatas is
And
below
again,
Ola.
like,
So
this
in this
completely
case over here,
contradicts all
I'm
of the
doing the
things
blood
that they say about
applications like
ancient
an
Egypt,
Ola.
but it's in the
Kimaisa
Cairo
Ola.
Museum.
And
It's
again, I'm
literally
treating it
written
like
as
an Ola as well.
the ancient
Treating like an Ola as
laboratory of
well.
Saqqara.
So that's the case.
So,
He Malik
what's going on there? Why is there a contradiction like that
say just the
that's
opposite.
being acknowledged?
If I have a Chatas,
And
in the Chatas, right, it
it's
designates
true, there's
Chatas, and I do a blood
incredible
application
place with
above,
these shadow
and I do the
figures
procedure
and
like
the
an Ola. As soon as I
acoustic
shut
resonance
it,
of the rose granite.
ultimately it's
So why do you
transformed
think
into an
that it was
Ola.
originally
The
these
case
carvings
name
were in the wall, and then they
Maybe
wrote
you'll say,
on
yeah,
it
you're right, that
afterwards?
should
Well, I
work.
think
That
it's
should work.
another
Here's
case
the problem.
of a
I'm not
later
the
civilization coming across an incredibly
This is how the
amazing
Mishnah is set up.
place
My
of
love,
carving. I mean,
Kaki, I
they
saw
didn't
the
even see
Sulo.
these
Now, both
figures
says, you
because
know
you
this,
have
by
to
the way.
have a very
The
specific
Mishnah only
type of
discusses
light
one
to
case.
actually
That was
be
the
able
case
to
in
see
Mishnah.
them. You have to get
Case
it
in
at
Mishnah
that
was an
altitude.
Ola
You
Sa'ol
can't
Detect by
that was
looking
done
at
like the
it, there's some
Chatas. The
variation
Mishnah
in
never
you can
discusses
see
the
when
other
you actually
case.
know what
Never
they look like.
discusses the Chatas Sa'ol that was done like an
It's
Ola.
like really hard to
So the
perceive.
Gemara
So
said, my love,
maybe they
Kaki,
didn't
I saw
even
the
know
Sulo.
that these
Isn't it
things were
saying
down
that
there
this
when
is the
they went.
structure of the
There's
Mishnah?
another part
And
of this
don't
when you
infer
go
any
through
other
the
case?
chambers
Well,
where it's rose granite, and then
And the
plaster,
Gemara says, no,
where you've
perhaps
got
this is the
hieroglyphics
structure of
on
the
the
Mishnah
top,
in its
and you can actually see
entirety.
the plaster
In other words,
peeling
perhaps
off
the
into
Mishnah
the
was
rose
just giving
granite. So
one
it feels
example of
like
an
they
Ola
found it, they
Sa'ol that
slapped
was
some
done like the
hieroglyphs on
Chatas,
it, they
but maybe the
put
same
their
logic
own
can apply
veneration around it, but
ultimately
it's
again
not
to
an
a
original
Chatas of the
structure of the
like an
Egyptians.
Ola.
Once again, a
Rashi
place they
another
found
Rashi is not sure. I'll tell you why. Ishtama Ola
but it's
Sa'ol
just
Shasal
weird
Mata
that in the
Kimaisa
Cairo
Chatas, the
Museum
same
you have
Chatas.
this tiny
The
little
case of an Ola
shelf
Sa'ol
of
that
beakers,
essentially was
pitcher
done
jug
fully
type
like the
things,
Chatas.
and it
And
says
done
that
fully
the
means blood
whole lab
application,
complex of Saqqara.
procedure, and
And it just doesn't
intent.
make any sense in comparison to
The
what they
reason why
try
that
to tell
becomes
us
a
is the
Chatas
reality of
Kivan,
this place. So
the
that's,
Ha'hechshira B'Simin
that's weird.
Echad,
It's all
V'Shira
weird.
B'Shnei
It's all
Simon.
weird.
So let's say, so ultimately,
That's
but Ola
why
Sa'ol
the
Lamata Lesa. So let's say, here's the issue. The issue is like this. The reason why that'll work, that case of
It's the
Ola
same
Sa'ol
place, by
done
the
like
way,
the
we have the
Chatas is
serapeum,
because
the
once the
80-ton
blood
boxes
application
that
is
are
done
precision
below,
marble toppings
you're
that
out of the
covered
parsha
on
of
down
Ola.
tubes like these are
There's no such thing as an Ola that has a blood application below.
They're strange.
Furthermore, again, interestingly enough, there's a commonality between Ola Sa'ol, which is all of them require checking of Simon. Obviously, Ola 2, Chatas 1. But once you've done that first one, you've done the blood application below, you've removed yourself from the parsha of Ola. Even the Malach was Simin Echad and Shechas Benasis Chatas Sa'ol. So also, this is incredibly important. Remember, this all goes back to one fourth being by Karbanos, which is this group of defines everything. So once you're talking about a case where you use Zika or Mitzvah, below the Chota Sikra, there's nothing, you can't call yourself an Ola anymore. Like there are certain actions that a person does that are done that fundamentally remove something categorically. So once the blood is applied below, that's it, you're not an Ola anymore. You can't be an Ola. Al-Chasa Sa'ol, listen to this. Even the Amar Malika B'Chomok Shira, V'chi Malach B'Simin Tifsla.
Burial chambers.
Interesting enough, by Chasa Sa'ol, right, Mas said that what? That Malika is kosher ultimately again anywhere. So the Gemara says, so once that happens, you're actually small, she's right across. Even the Mar, Malika B'Chomok B'Mizbeach Shira, Mishum Malika's Mala, in Kanshinui Lachkirin and Shinchatas. שינוי השם, וכיוון בחטאס גלה עבודת הצמיח מקודם שנגמר מהסעורה, חל עליה שנקרא שינוי לכתולה בשורש השמות since Chata, since it can be done anywhere, therefore the first sin echad ipsala. So let's say, so that's the case, once you do one sin, ultimately again this is invalidated Chata. The other Malik, either sin in the Mashka Bahavi Ola Sa'ol. So there's the difference. Chata, interestingly enough, is more flexible. The issue just is one first sin is cut, and it's cut in a way of a Chata's Psula that renders it unfit. How you can't then go ahead and say, Moshech, the second sin, but now which transforms ultimately into an Ola. In other words, by the Chata's case, once already messed up the process is messed up already by the first sin. Ola doesn't become until when? The second sin. But once it's been messed up at stage 1, you can't then recategorize it as a Chatas at stage 2. Finish up the rest of that. Rashi, he says, once given the Chatas Gora Avodasim, so remember again, the Chatas designation is solidified and concretized earlier because it becomes a Chatas after the first sin in the Shechted. once that happens,
advancement of the actual
once
boxes.
that happens, what's happening over here? This is fascinating. This is so interesting.
Actually does make sense, but
A chatas becomes a chatas way, right? At the moment you check one sin. What's the problem with the chatas in our case over here? You're having in mind for what? You're having in mind for what? Olah. So the problem is, I just checked it, a chatas, the shem olah. What's the designation of a chatas that checked the shem olah? What's the halacha? What's the halacha? What's remember that chatas is the one carbon where if you check the shalom lishma, you can't redeem it. The problem is, I just did the first sinning, I checked the shalom lishma, it's possible. So now what do you want to say? When I check the second sinning, let it be categorized as an olah. It doesn't work that way. You can't do that. Once something has become possible, you can't go ahead and pull it back and make it conscious. So you see, here is a fascinating distinction. In the case of the olah, that was checked in the shem chatas, ultimately, again, essentially from the beginning, I removed it from the parsha of Olah. How did I remove it from the parsha? Because nothing about it says Olah. Nothing about it says Olah. Everything about it says Chatas. Okay, it's not going to be categorized. In the case of the Chatas, here's the problem. Remember again, a carbon becomes a chatas before it becomes an olah, so to speak, right? Because a chatas becomes a person. So once I discover as a chatas, and I've checked the green malika, the shem olah. Once I cut that first sin, I'm done. I messed it up. I messed up because I already did a chatas open the wrong kavara. Once that's been done, the carbon is validated. Now you want to say, okay, but keep going, keep going. You do the second similar shem olah. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Once the carbon has been invalidated, you can't bring it back ultimately again to the point of redemption. Fascinating. Fascinating. So the Gemara, Rupa, Omer Hava, and Yeshua, supposed to now we're going to go back and analyze this a little bit. And you like the wine, okay, good. All right. That says as follows. Good. So this was a 555, that's fine. So Rupa, I'm about maybe 550. I'm about Omer Hava, Yeshua. All right, so once it's now going back, remember all of this really centers on what core principle of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that what? That Allah you could take an Olah Sa'ol that has been compromised on every single level and transform it into a Chad. I'm sorry. You could take an Olah Sa'ol that was compromised on every single level and ultimately transform it into a Chad. That's Rabbi Yeshua's core concept. Now we're going to analyze this a bit more. So, Rupa, over Yeshua, Olah Sa'ol Shasalamata, Kimai Sechatos, the Shem Chatos, if you have an Olah Sa'ol, this is the Mishnah. You have an Olah Sa'ol ultimately again. That was compromised on every single level, meaning number one, blood application below the red line. Number two, procedurally, it was done like a chatos. Number three, it was done with shem chatos. One to do malika on one sin. Mishakas dinasis chatos. Ultimately, again, it becomes a chatos, transformed into a chatos. Other days. So Tasha Shalom said this is a really interesting case. So these cases are a little bit more involved. Listen to this. Chatos l'zu ba'olam l'zu. All right, so let's say now watch this case. Take a look at Rashi. This is very interesting. So the second Rashi, Chatos Lazu, Rachel. Very interesting. Also, it's not so common that Rashi uses names, which is also fascinating. Rachel. By the way, if Rashi uses names, you know this is confusing. All right, so here we go. So listen to this. So Rachel, Shahaisa Tzricha Chatos L'Leidasa, Ba'olasa Kvar Karvas. So here's the case. Remember again, we haven't really gotten into this in terms of like when you bring bird offerings, but one of the cases where a person will potentially bring bird offerings is in the aftermath of childbirth. Childbirth, again, it doesn't have to be birds, but if a person is impoverished, they can bring birds. So what happens? So Rachel has to go ahead and bring out, after birth, you bring in Chatos and an Olah. So Rachel Baruch Hashem Mazel Tov had a baby. She has to bring a chatos and an olah, but she already brought her olah, so she has to bring a chatos. So again, Rachel Leah both gave birth. Okay, so what happened? Rachel brought her olah, but still needs to bring a chatos. Leah brought her chatos, but still has to bring her olah. So you do that Hashem up to base Hamikdash with a bird. The luck who can be looked, the couple who played the Achas, the Chatos Rachel, who played the Achas, the Ola Sleya, the rest of the place. What happens? Rachel and Leah are good friends. Again, Rachel needs a Chatos, she already brought the Ola. Leah needs an Ola, she already brought the Chatos. Together they bought a pair of birds. They brought the birds to the Kohen. Said Kohen, Rachel needs a Chatos, Leah needs an Ola, get to it. Get to it. And they give the Kohen this pair of birds. So what happens? So Chatos was over Ola, so I will say that what happens? The Kohen gets a little bit confused. What does he do? It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. So what happens now if you offered up both birds lamala? So essentially what that means is you offered up both birds as an olah. Both birds as an olah. So what's the halacha? Mechza kasher, mechza pasal. So again, that means the olah's kasher. So whoever needed the olah, she's good to go. And whoever needed the chatos, she's a pasal. She missed out. It's not good. She's sitting on the chatos. Shtei lamata, right? Again, so if you offered up both birds below, what does that represent? Like a chatos. Then again, mechza kasher, mechza pasal. Then again, the one who needed the chatos, she's good to go. But the one who needs the olah, needs to be the other carbon. Achas lamala, the achas lamata. Oh, watch this. What happens if you offer one of them above and one of them below? So we'll say, what's the halacha? Shtei and sulos. Wow, fascinating. Then both are possible. Both are possible. Why are both possible? Shani Omer, Chatos Karva Lamala, Va'ola Karva Lamala. Because since it was in this case, we have to be concerned maybe the Kohen offered up the wrong carbon in the wrong place. And therefore, maybe you offered up ultimately again the Ola below and the Chatos above. So neither ultimately again are going to be yours. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So what happened over here? So the answer was, I understand. But based on what we said, again, why would you say Shnei and Psulim? Right? Why would you say Shnei and Psulos? Worst case scenario over here, with both of them are offered below, I could understand why perhaps one who needed the Ola wouldn't be Yotzei. But both Kabbalah should be kosher. Why? I will say, what did we say about ultimately again an Ola Sa'ol that is totally offered up like a Chatos? What's halacha? Like Rabbi becomes like a Chatos. So girls, so you can say the woman who needed a Chatos, she's good to go. The woman who needed an Ola, okay, she's not Yotzei, but halacha l'maisa, carbon is still effective. Why would you say Shtei and Psulos? You must say, no, I'll tell you why. Yeshua, the Chad Gavra, betrayed Gavri the Amr. Because it's very possible that halacha l'maisa, when did Rabbi Yeshua say that you can repurpose the carbine? That's by one person. But when you have two people, ultimately again, halacha l'maisa, that's not going to work. If you only apply it again in an individual's carbine, that can be repurposed. But once you're dealing with two people, Rabbi Yeshua perhaps would not hold that incredible. So Tashma, Chatos va'olah is tuman mefuresh. Now watch this. Here's another case. Here's another case. Chatos, olah, stuma, mefuresh. He's actually going to be dealing with three sets of words. We'll take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. You see it Rashi? It's actually very close. Chatos va'olah, stuma, mefuresh. Just a full next up. Just keep down a little bit of Rashi. Now we got seen. I love him to the skin. Here we go. Skin Rashi. Shalach gimel kinim be'elim. Two women, Rachel and Leah, they brought together three pairs of birds that they're sharing. They're sharing in all these pairs of birds. Here we go. Zut tzricha ola v'kan shalem. Achas chatos v'achas ola. The hainu shtei olos v'chatos. So one woman needs an ola. She needs a bird pair plus an olah, which means she needs two olas and one chatos. The why is irrelevant right now. This is what she needs. Zut tzricha shtei chatos v'olah. The other woman needs one chatos and a pair. So one woman needs two olos and a chatos, and one woman needs ultimately again two chatos and an olah. U'pershu echa min hakinim play the olah l'zu, play the chatos l'zu. Echa min hakinim l'mitzvah stuma. U'pershu iza play the chatos ve'iza play the olah. V'agimo persha play the zu olah u'play the zu chatos. Al Hashemos ba'ilim lo yishparshu. Okay, so I watch this case. So essentially, these women collectively need 3 pairs of birds. Why? Each of them needs a pair, a chatas ola pair, and then each of them individually needs an ola and needs a chatas. So what do? Watch this. So one pair of birds, they said, okay, Rachel, the chatas is for you, the ola is for you. One pair of birds, they said, the chatas is for one and the ola is for the other, and they did not designate which is for which. And the third pair of birds, they didn't even designate which is the chatas, which is the ola. Okay? That's the case over here. Don't ask why, right? They show up to the Beis HaMikdash, and they say to the Kohen, here. You can imagine, if you're the Kohen, you're like one of like a PSA agent. My shift is over. I gotta go. I gotta go. Right? So they show up to the Beis HaMikdash, and give again these collective pairs of birds ultimately. All right, so we're gonna stop over here with this case. This is a good case to pick up with tomorrow. It's a short nap tomorrow, so we'll be fine. What a daf.
Weirdly similar to
Have a good day, everyone.
Newgrange is another psychoacoustic temple, if you want to call it a temple. It's a huge mound if you look it up. But within it, they've done, again, acoustic studies, and it propagates infrasound, sound below the threshold of human hearing. And that's the stuff that reverberates through your chest cavity, through your bone structure. That's what that guy is describing. It's infrasonic sound. You know when you're like, yeah. And there's
What's that?
oh, it's again Neolithic. I don't know the exact date, but it's Neolithic. And these spiral patterns are in the hypogeum. Those spiral patterns are in the hypogeum in Red Ochre. This is Ireland. The same structure. That's very
all right, so listen, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's sacred thing. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Hashvan Amalinu Ladova. Stephen Tarzin, Ragnoria Steve's father, Albert, is being willing to Steve, and friends for the on the occasion of his 28-yard site. The family sponsors for today are Sarah Steinberg, and Sissa continued to for Shulamis Kana Bas Susha. Very cultural ladies, so remember, you look at all the Shabbos had now, all the families had, and the Chama, all those who haven't given Kol Israel, for which continue to shower, so it's almost like Bob Israel, many years to come. So with that, let us begin with a lot today, which is what it's going to be a little bit of a later start to it. I didn't get back in the until later, so I apologize for that. One of the advantages of being able to focus schedule. So can't control anything else in life, but this time, that's no research. Right? So today's now is Sunday Zval at 66, and we are picking up on 65 East on the pay on the days. So we left off kind of like in the middle of our conversation over here. Abaye Amar, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, the amount of recording is from the home, so you know the longer Shimon and the kind of camel. So we're just trying to interpret a number of different interpretations about that machlokus. Abaye Amar Abaye says, "Lo basim ma'akiv ikabenayim." Abaye says, ultimately again, the fundamental machlokus was does one have to cut away the majority of the flesh around the neck by the third offering. Again, there's another machlokus in the Zera Shalai Yisach Tak Amar Shia B'Shimishini Ba'olah Sa'ot Ma'aki. So one said, no. The machlokus actually between the Belazar and the Tanakh is whether or not Shia. We spoke about Shia Hosai, remember again in yesterday's daf, but ultimately you gotta remember when you should just stop Shia, one of the disqualifying factors is pausing in between the cutting of the first and second siman. Out of concern that if you cut the first and you leave the second and the animal rides, the second siman may cut or maybe cut through the animal's, cut is the wrong word, maybe torn, thank you, maybe torn through the riding of the animal, not through the act of cutting, which would go ahead and invalidate your shita. The Gemara says over here, so these cuts says, Mashiach is in shame for all those ma'aseh. What the machlokas is whether or not shihiyah by the second siman, by Ola Sa'os, ultimately again invalidates the carbon or not. The Chad Amar, Lo Basim Ma'akiv. Another thing he says, you have to go ahead and you have to go ahead and cut the majority of the flesh around the bird's neck. That's the knock. That's whether or not that's knocking, that's the knock. I mean, mercy was that. The clouds are going on road closer. So is that to say that by katas ha'of you have to cut away the majority of flesh? So let's put tequila in. Yeah, you should. You should. So remember again. Remember, I actually made up copies. I'm going to bring a copy tomorrow because it'll still be shot for tomorrow. Also, a very good table that just goes through all of the one of my kabbalah books. All of the distinctions between katas ha'of and olas ha'of. Because we're going to be spending a little bit of time on that. So we'll go through all of that. So that we can just have it in a total sense right in front of you. But again, remember, one of the distinctions between these two kabbalos is whether or not the entire both simanim have to be cut, which ultimately, again, for example, chatas ha'of, you're only really cutting one siman and you don't attach the head. Olas ha'of, you're cutting both simanim and detaching the head. So the Gemara discusses over here. The Gemara says over here by chatas ha'of, do you require robust? Which the Gemara says yes. In that time, either keep yourself in chatas ha'of. How do you go ahead and do malika by chatas ha'of? What's the process for malika? So the Gemara says. Remember again, we'll say chatas ha'of. Chatas ha'of is going to be one sin, right? I really break the lashon of the Mishnah just so you understand our Mishnah. The lashon of the Mishnah is hayamolik rosha mimul artah ve'ino mavio. So the chatas ha'of you're cutting one sin. Ultimately, again, the lashon of the Mishnah is you do not detach the head. So the Gemara says, "How you keep them up in chatas ha'of? How do you do malika by chatas ha'of? Hotek shedra yes, below low basa." So you cut both the spinal cord as well as the neck bone without cutting through the majority of the flesh. Until you get to the esophagus or the windpipe. So you want to say, if you get, now again, I'm also remember, you're only shafting one of the simanim. It doesn't matter which of the simanim you cut. So you get to the windpipe, you get to the esophagus, the windpipe. You cut one of them, or the majority, because when we're also in general, whenever you speak about cutting simanim, you never have to cut the entirety, you just have to cut the majority. The roll of basar and the majority of flesh along with it. That's by chatos. By olas ha'of, what's the halacha? You have to cut two simanim. We'll say this is probably one of the biggest distinctions ultimately again between as another distinction. Between chatas ha'of and olas ha'of. Chatas ha'of, leave the head attached and only cut one siman. Olas ha'of, cut two simanim. Ola, shna'im or roshna. By ola, ultimately again, two simanim or the majority of two simanim. Amur kamei Rabbi Amar lo have you not heard that which Shimon ben Yochim said, Mishum Rabbi Elazar ben Hadas, Mishum Rabbi Elazar ben Shavua, Homer Ani Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon, Shamati bechatas of, so they all said the name of Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon said, Shamati bechatas of, Shemavdili. I heard by chatas of ultimately that what? That Allah saw that Mavdili, that we go ahead and we detach the head from the body. Now that's very interesting because that stands in contradistinction to our Mishnah. The Mishnah said that by chatas of in Mavdili, you cut one sin. And yet, Rabbi Elazar Shimon says, I heard at chatas of that we detach the head from the body. The Gemara says, in my loyalty, we'll say, here's the problem with that position. Here's the problem with that position. It seems to contradict an explicit pasuk. What's the pasuk? Behavior of some elakoin, behavior of some elakoin, as a shalachatos rishona, umalak as a shalachatos, below yavdio. So let's say the Torah repeats that chatas of uses lashon lo yavdio. Lo yavdio means what? Do not separate it, which sounds like chatas of. You are not supposed to separate the head from the body. And again, so just to keep on this in mind, Mishnah says that chatas of you only shaft one siman and lo yavdio don't attach. Now the Gemara says, by the way, it's not just a suggestion. It's not like what the Torah is saying. That the husband don't detach the head from the body. Yet Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon says, I heard that by chatas of not human. My lo yavdio. What does it mean? The pasuk says lo yavdio. Top of Samet Vav. interesting means you don't have to detach that. In other words, as opposed to Ola Saul, where the obligation is to check through both simanim and remove the head, by Chata Saul, you don't have to. You don't have to. In other words, you don't have to. So Rashi says over here, Rashi on 66a, right? So you don't have to remove the head, and therefore, but if you did so, it is not considered to be a deviation in the service itself. It's a fascinating idea. Fascinating idea. So again, just want to point out, this is actually a pretty riveting machlokas. Might not feel that way yet, but it will. Right? So this is pretty riveting machlokas because this gets to the actual core of the avodah kata. The Mishnah telling us no which means to say that if you did detach the head by kata sa'ol, this would actually be a shinur to the validate the service. Yet the Rothschild Mishnah is saying, no. Lo just means you don't have to. But if you did, it's absolutely fine. So here's the interesting part. The interesting part of all of this is how the Rothschild Mishnah will read the pasuk, right? Because the pasuk itself says lo yavdo explicitly. So the Rothschild says lo yavdo just means what? You don't have to detach that. So that's reading a phrase on the outside. Kabel bar. So it's nothing to do with the figure, but interesting. What about a bar? What's halacha by a bar? If you dig a pit, let's say in the Shosaratu, not just if you bar, or kiyafers, but you dig a pit, or you uncover a pit, but lo yachasenu, and you do not go ahead and cover it back up, and not all shama shar chamot. So let's say I dug a pit, and I failed to cover it up after I dug it, and Reuben's ox or his donkey falls into the pit. What's the halacha? I am liable. I'm liable for that. So the Gemara says, 1 second. When the pasuk says lo yachasenu, now remember, the blood of shin. You say, what does lo yavdo mean? What does lo yavdo mean? Does mean you don't have to detach the head. But if you do it, it's fine. So what is lo yachasenu? So lo yachasenu, hachanami, so does that mean that the Rothschild says lo yachasenu means you're not obligated to go ahead and cover it? The Gemara says, how can I do it for chasos? To which the Gemara says, no, come on, that doesn't make any sense. Haki ashta hasam even the sit bala boy yishal. Yeah, you have to read the next bus. The next bus explicitly says, but if you did not cover the pit, then what? Bala boy yishal. The owner of the pit has to pay for anything done. So there is quite explicit that halacha l'meisa failure to cover the pit results in liability. So the Gemara says, "Bala b'yishalin iluya u'dirami lechasuya." Obviously, the owner of the pit has the obligation to cover it. About hacha, but over here again by katasol, the pasuk says he shall offer it. So the Torah itself makes it fundamental distinction between katasol and ola sa'ol. Lo yavdio. Why do I need the pasuk of lo yav? In other words, once the pasuk ultimately says that you will go ahead and offer it up, Torah makes a fundamental distinction between the process of katasol and ola sa'ol. If that's the case, then why do you need to be extra phrase lo yavdio? Shmanina in tzarech lahavdio. But you see from here that halacha l'maisa, you don't have to go ahead and separate it. So we'll say, so therefore, again, interestingly enough, just an alternate version, not an alternate version, but different opinion. So Tanakama, our Mishnah clearly holds that halacha l'maisa, by katasol, this one semen is supposed to be severed, and the head is to remain in place. The doctrine is supposed to be separated. On the other hand, the Rothschild holds that halacha l'maisa, no, you should go ahead. You don't have to separate it, but if you do, it's fine. What's the machlokas? What's the machlokas? The machlokas is that katasol, you did cut both simanim and you detached the head. According to Tanakama, that katasol would be invalid. According to the resolution, it would be kosher. It's a fundamental machlokas. Says the Gemara, most of it, how do we pass? It doesn't like Tanakama. That by katasol, ultimately again, you're only cutting one siman and leaving the head attached. That's how we press it. If you notice, by the way, in actually some of the pictures that I sent out earlier in the week, if you notice again some of the black and white pictures, you'll see a picture ultimately again of a coin holding a bird with the head pulled back and he's like spritzing the blood. That's chatasol. That's chatasol. Because remember again, the actual meats, right, the zrika meats are done with the kick your head out these 4 times. That's how we pass it. It's not like a burger. Okay, incredible. Fully translating. The word says as follows: Mitzvah dam haguf, Harabalo, Ola. This is actually very important as well. Ola, Afapi mitzvah dam haguf, Olo mitzvah dam halosh. Now this is very interesting. So remember. That's the segue. So we saw before that Allah Ta'ala. So one of the things that we were before, like 2 seconds ago. Since we can track ourselves and all ourselves, is how you detaching the head. How many siman, how you detaching the head. So again, by katos, one siman head attached, by Allah, both simanim head detached. Now listen, interestingly enough, the other thing is, by Allah, there's mitzvah, like there's squeezing out of the blood, both of the body and of the head, which again makes sense for 2 different parts, right? By chatos, ultimately again, only squeezing out of the body. He says, Allah, Afapisha mitzvah dam haguf, Olo mitzvah dam halosh. So it says here, by Allah, interestingly enough, as much as we're supposed to be squeezing out of the blood, both by the head and by the body, if halacha l'maisa, you did that, you did the body, but you did not do the head, the carbon is still kosher. Carbon is still kosher. Yachol mitzvah dam halosh, Olo mitzvah dam haguf. You might have thought maybe the opposite is true as well. Now, what if you just squeezed out, right? You didn't need to ultimately again by the head, but didn't do by the body. You might have thought that might be kosher as well. To which the Gemara says, Hamlomar, food. Therefore, the pasuk says food. Now, again, the pasuk says, the shisa also b'knafav, lo yavdil, right? You tear apart, you tear it in two. This is by the olah salt. You tear it in two, but you do not go ahead and tear it into well, you tear it apart, but you do not tear it into 2 pieces. Ola food. It's an Ola food. So the Gemara says, "My Talmud sounds like what is food? What does food teach me?" Obviously, where's the majority of the blood in the bird? Where's the majority of the blood? Ultimately, again, in its body. So because the majority of the blood in its body, that's going to be the meat stream. That's going to be the squeezing out that is ma'akev. But ultimately, again, if you fail to do the squeezing out of the blood of the head, you're still going to be open. So there was a couple of very important halachas just to close out of this. So we've gone through obviously many distinctions between the food that the parrot chose to end off with is number 1 in the cutting of the siman. So remember again, chata salt, one siman, the head remains attached. Ola salt, 2 simanim, the head is detached. One of the other distinctions we're going to see, therefore by extension, is chata salt. The mitzvah is squeezing out of the blood is only done from the body, not from the head. By Ola Sa'ol, the squeezing out of the blood is done both from the body and the head. By Ola Sa'ol, the halacha is right, the part that is ma'akev is the squeezing out of the body. If you fail to squeeze out the blood from the head, ultimately again you're still yosef. Incredible. Hadr Allah, Katre Kadosh. We'll say Mazel Tov. But wait, there's more. So let's say we are not finished. We are not finished. Chata Sa'ol, let's go. Chata Sa'ol. So now, it's actually interesting. I don't quite understand in general, like one thing that I guess you never actually learned in Shiva is the structure of Gemara, or the structure of Mishnayos, or history, or a lot of math, or a lot of other things. But just something interesting to point out is it's interesting how this Mishnah seems to be like literally a direct continuation of the previous Mishnayos. So why? I know it's interesting. I'm sure the Mishnah is not the structure of it, but again, nevertheless, this Mishnah, not Mishnah is a continuation. So let's now watch this. Now, just to give you kind of just topically, or a little bit of like an overview in terms of what the Mishnah is going to be focusing on is now that we've spent specifically the last 2 Mishnayos, right? The 2 Mishnayos really are Samach Daled on the days, both of them on 64b. He's telling you the distinctions between Chata Sa'ol and Ola Sa'ol. Ultimately, again, the Gemara is going to discuss halacha l'maisa if you vary the services, what's ma'akev, what's not, what invalidates it, what doesn't. So here we go. So chata sa'ol she'asa l'mata, k'maisa chatas l'shem chatas she'ya. Rabbi said this is very interesting. So literally translated, if you did a chata sa'ol and you did the blood applications l'mata below the red line, k'maisa chatas, and you did everything in the way that the chatas is supposed to be done. Now let's say, how is the chatas supposed to be done? Number 1, as we just said, how much are you shechting? one simon,
never seems to fully answer.
leaving the head attack,
Compelling that he's
and
trying
there's
to
both
actually find a way to
hazah
solidify
sprinkling.
the
Right, because remember again, how's
seems to
hazah
be
done?
working.
Hazah is done,
Whether it
literally
explains
take the
all of
body
it,
of the body
I
and
don't
sprinkle
know,
it.
but there's certainly
And
a lot of people
mitzvah,
that will
how's
say
mitzvah
that
done?
this is the definitive
Squeezing
explanation
out
behind
the
it.
blood.
I
Either
don't
it could
believe
be
that,
squeezing
but
out the body of the bird or actually
compelling.
pressing it
amazing
against the
sight to
wall
have
of the
come
mizbeach.
is
So
that
let's
they are
say
so
if you do the
spectacular,
chatas like
no one
this,
really
right, then
has
what's the
watched
halacha?
them.
Sheva,
It's-
chatas
it's
is kosher.
one
I
of the
will say
coolest things
that
about
is a very
the most
obvious
ancient
thing.
of
What did the
sites
Mishnah just say?
is that
If you do the
forces you to go,
chatas the way the chatas is supposed
Best
to be
people
done,
don't.
then ultimately again it
Yeah,
is
it defines
kosher. So again, how is the chata supposed to be done? Number one, lamata, what applications below the red line? Number one, one simon needs to have attached. Right. Number two, blood applications of both hazah and mitzvah, which is again sprinkling with the body of the bird, mitzvah squeezing out from the body of the bird, and again done on hazah and mitzvah, right? Yeah. So below the red line, also below the red line, ultimately again that is kosher. That is kosher. So let's say what's interesting to know about this. So first of all, why did the Mishnah include a line like this? So it's just kind of just like setting the bar, because everything else is deviation. And also, there's also a tremendous musahah skill. What is the tremendous skill? If you want results in life, follow a process. A lot of things in life we want results, but we're unwilling to stick to a process. If you want a particular result, again, just because you follow the process doesn't always mean you're going to get the result. But certainly, the statistical probability of success is much higher if you follow the defined process. Part of the beauty of the regimentation of leadership is that Rothschild constantly tries to reinforce that idea. You want certain results out of life. Figure out what the process is to get you there. Stick to that process. Don't deviate from that process. And ultimately, again, you have the highest probability of achieving those results. So you want a kosher chatas ha'ol. Here is how you do it. Here are the steps. And if you follow the steps, sheva. If you deviate from the steps, puzzle. And what an incredible metaphor for life. You want results. Decide, figure out what the process is, stick to that process, and keep repeating. Next, what happens if you went ahead and you followed the process of chatas? So remember, it was like, just understand that terms over here. Kimaisa means actually, you follow the actual steps of chatas, but l'shem olah. But you had in mind, the kavanah was the olah, or kimaisa olah l'shem chatas, or for that matter, you follow the procedures, ultimately again of olah, but you had kavanah for chatas, or kimaisa olah l'shem olah, or you did a purge chatas, but ultimately again you followed the process for olah and you did a l'shem olah. That makes sense. I will say, remember again, understand why is that important? Why is that important? Because the halach with the chatas, again, this is Vakum 101. There is no doubt. The first Mishnah. Whenever you change anything in a chatas, what happens? It's possible. It's possible. So therefore, again, all of these cases where you're making some type of deviation in the chatas process, if you do so, ultimately again, it's possible. Next, asal l'mala, kimaisa kula psula. If halacha l'maisa, now remember again, one of the other invalidating factors by chatas is all parts of the chatas blood applications are done l'matani potasic below the red line. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you did any part of it l'mala above the red line, ultimately again it is possible. Olah, so we'll say again, that first section of the Mishnah was talking about chatas, right? So part one was telling you how to do a valid chatas. Part two is if you have any deviation in the chatas process, either procedurally or kavanah-wise, ultimately again your chatas is going to be paused. Next. Olah sa'ov she'asar l'mala k'maisa olah l'shem olah k'sheva. Next, now the part two of the Mishnah is introducing once again halacha l'maisa to an olah, to an olah sa'ov. So again, if you did olah sa'ov she'asar l'mala k'maisa olah, so again, if you follow the procedures for an olah, which is you shech both simani. Ultimately, again, blood application is done, or I should say, squeezing of the blood is done from the head and from the body. Everything done below the red line. Ultimately, again, shira. Then your olah will be above the red line by olah. Above the red line for olah. Everything follow the procedures for olah. Shira. Ultimately, again, it will be kosher.
really
Fine.
nasty
The
trouble
nice old L'Shem Chatos. But so what happens if you follow the procedures for an Ola Sol, which you have in mind for a Chatos? Shira. It's kosher, Obilvachla also about that. So let's remember again. Chatos is the one carbon where if you deviate at all, the carbon is invalid and does right carbon is totally invalid. By other carbonos, if you switch things up, the carbon is depending on what you switch up. The carbon could still be valid, it just won't count towards the owner's obligation. So assuming again, if you're offering up an Ola Sa'ol, but you do it with Shem Chatos, the carbon itself will still be valid, but it does not count towards the owner's obligation. The nice Chatos with Shem Ola, if you go ahead and you use the procedures of a Chatos, you have it buying for Ola, or nice Chatos with Shem Chatos, or you're offering an Ola, but you again follow the procedures of a Chatos with Shem Chatos, Sula. Ultimately, again, that's going to be possible. So the matter can I Sula. And let's say, furthermore, what also validates an Ola if you do the blood applications below the red line. Remember again, the blood application, let's say in any carbon, the ikar of any carbon is Zrika. Now by bird offerings, remember again, there's Zrika, there's Mitzvah, there's two things, but over here, the difference just is it must be done above the red line. Therefore, anything you do below the red line, by definition, ultimately again, we're going to validate. And we'll say some of the this. The shining the max. We'll say, so now, interestingly enough, right, the Mishnah said over here, the Mishnah said, Mishani the night. So here's what we're starting. Look at actually. A nice Ola L'Shem Chatos, and we find it is double the Chatos Asa K'maisa Ola. So remember again, one of the initial cases we had was like this. If you have a Chatos, right, a Chatos solve, that ultimately again you did K'maisa Ola. That was much from the Mishnah. You follow, let's say, the procedures of an Ola, L'Shem Chatos, right? But you're doing it with Kavanah. So again, I'm offering up a Chatos Solve, and let's start over here. I have in mind so it could be a Chatos Solve, but I'm following the procedures. I did something procedurally like Ola Solve. Ultimately, again, it is possible. It is possible. So you might ask me, when you say you're doing something procedurally like Ola Solve, what are you referring to? What is it exactly that you are achieving? So I'll say, some of our base 66B, first like Elema, Kishani ben Malika, maybe we're talking about the Kishani ben Malika. Is that right? Because remember, here was that Chata Self, ultimately again, one siman, head is attached, by Ola Self, two simanim, head is detached. So maybe that's the distinction. So that's, so let's say, and it's beautiful because it links literally back to the beginning of our daf today. Name would look a little Reb Shimon. So ultimately, obviously, this does not reflect the view of Reb Shimon. What does? Rabbi ben Shimon said, Amar, Shamati Shemav Givin Bachata Sol. Again, we just had this. Rabbi Shimon said that Halacha L'Maisa Lo Yavdil says you don't have to detach the head of the chatos, but if you want to cut through both simanim and detach, you can do so. So the Gemara says, and let's say ultimately again, so again, we could say that we do not establish the resolution, we could say that. That Gemara says, no, here's the distinction. The distinction of Osai is with the sprinkling of blood. Look at Rashi. Rashi's in the second short line. Shalom Hiza Halamitza Shamitzu Hi Aboda Saola. So here's what happens. Halacha L'Maisa, you didn't sprinkle. Now, remember again, by Chata Saul, there's two distinct cuts. There's Hazah sprinkling, and there's Mitzvah squeezing. By Ola Saul, all there is Mitzvah squeezing, there's no Hazah, there's no sprinkling. So perhaps what happened over here is as follows. I'm offering up a Chata Saul, but yet the Gemara says procedurally I performed it, I offered it like an Ola Saul. So perhaps what I did is I didn't go ahead and do sprinkling, rather I just did the squeezing, like an Ola. Like an Ola, maybe that's what it is. So the Shani Baza, how can I tell you? Yeah, this seems to be correct. This seems to be correct. That must mean that the Shinui that the Mishnah is talking about is, even though I'm offering up a Chata Solve, I did not do the Zrika. I didn't do the sprinkling. Instead, all I did was the mitzvah, the squeezing out, like an Ola. So if I was saying, I feel like that a Chata Solve has both Zrika and mitzvah, has both. But again, in this case, I was Mishara. The shinui I did was I procedurally I treated this like an ola sa'of, and all I did was the squeezing and not the sprinkling. How can I understand that? This seems to make the most sense. You can see, if you look at the end of the Mishnah, Asa'ar Lemala Maisa Kulan, Sula. If you went ahead, right, and you did the blood application above the Patasipla, the Maisa Kulan, whatever set of procedures you use, ultimately, again, it's possible. Tafilu Maisa Chatos, Mishin Chatos. And even ultimately, again, if you follow the procedures of a Chatos, if you Mishin Chatos, someone says, the Shani Benai. So again, once again, what was the deviation? How did you change? You came off the Shani Benai, so it's like, just repeats this whole conversation. If we say that you change with Malika, and ultimately, again, let's say instead of doing one sinning, you did two simanim, well, that's not going to work. Amar, the Gemara says, Hamar, Malika, sorry, if you change the location of the Malika, Hamar, Malika, the Chomakom, the Mizbeach, Shira. So listen, we learned that Malika could actually be done anywhere on the Mizbeach. We're actually going to expand upon that point in just a little bit. Rather, it must be that what happened, what's the sheener? The sheener must be ultimately again with the sprinkling. We made the sefer bazar, Reishnami bazar, and the sefer is talking about waterboarded for a living, and now trying to tell me that was done with Hansah, with ultimately sprinkling, and the Reisha must be talking about that as well. This might well not necessarily maybe not just because the sefer is talking about it, doesn't necessarily mean the Reisha is talking about it. The sefer will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara seems to end off a little bit too conclusively, but really what the Gemara established for us is as follows, that the case, really was just defining one specific case. The Mishnah said, if you were offering up an Ola Sa'ol, but procedurally you treated it ultimately again, you were offering up a Chata Sa'ol, and you had in mind a Chata Sa'ol, but you followed the procedures of Ola, ultimately again the carbon is going to be invalid. So the Gemara is trying to find out what was the deviation. So the Gemara is saying the deviation must have been all you did. All you failed to do sprinkling, all you did was squeezing, mitzvah. So remember again, here lies another one of the fundamental distinctions between Chata Sa'of and Ola Sa'of. Chata Sa'of requires both zrika, which means you hold the bird's body and you sprinkle it against the Mizbeach, and mitzvah, which means you squeeze up the blood as well. Ola Sa'of only requires mitzvah, squeezing out, not zrika. Furthermore, Ola Sa'of requires mitzvah from where, ideally, both the head and the body, but as it's right in the last paragraph, if you neglected to squeeze out the blood from the head and all you do is from the body, you're still okay. Vice versa, if you just get the head and not the body, that will invalidate the carbon. Okay, good. So we understand that Ola Sa'of, similar to the next piece, was an Ola Sa'of. So again, now I'm offering up a bird Ola, and the Mishnah said, I did it to my sechatos. I did it ultimately again procedurally like a chata. That's like the Gemara. Once again asks the same question. When we say that you're offering up an Ola Sa'of, right? So you're doing it for you, right? So it is an Ola, I have in mind for an Ola, but somehow procedurally I'm going ahead and doing it as a chatos. What does that mean? Right? What's the actual deviation procedure? So really, if we want to say ultimately again, maybe I change things up when it comes to Malika. So maybe halacha l'maisa that again I'm offering up an Ola Sa'of, which requires what? The cutting of both seeds. One of the detaching of the head. And maybe I did the Malika like a chatos. Because I only threw one seed. Maybe that's what I'm talking about over here. Maybe trying to say for cooler in the time of the Sabuya or more than violent. Name of the Rabbi Yeshua. So listen, we're going to see this in the next Mishnah. That interestingly, we see that halacha l'maisa, that even when you mess up a carbon, if the carbon had Malika, ultimately again that prevents the carbon from disseminating tumah. So in other words, even if the carbon is invalid, Malika essentially prevents the bird from becoming a vela and thereby transmitting tumah. So the Gemara says, furthermore, more than that, and it's subject to Ila, it must not affect the Rabbi Yeshua. Why? Because Yeshua, however, ain't more. Yeshua says ultimately again, there is no Mila, rather it must be that the case the Mishnah deviation did you make with mitzvah, with the squeezing out of the blood. Rashi says over here, let me say, so maybe that's a deviation when it comes to squeezing out the blood from the body of the bird. Look at the Sefer. Ola Sa'ol Shesha Lemata Kimai Zachatas Lashim Chatas. That ultimately, again, Ola Sa'ol. If you did any part of the blood application below the red line, Kimai Zachatas Lashim Chatas, it's possible. The Belaza Omer Moran Bar. The Belaza says ultimately it is subject to Milah. The Yeshua Omer Ein Moran Bar. Yeshua says it's not subject to Milah. To which once again, the verse is just showing the knives. So what's the Shinoi? Even if the mitzvah is we say it's squeezing out of the blood. Amar, Damar Yeshua, just showing the Malika. The mitzvah in the Amar. Yeshua said again, the case of the Shino is going to be Malika. But does he talk about a case of Shino is the Ella, the Malika? Rather, once you're about saying, must be that in this case, the Mishnah of the Shino that's being done is deviated with the process of Malika. So Gemara says that that's the case, Reisha is safe of the Malika, and it's Yasa the Mitzvah. So let's say, structurally, the way the Mishnah works is the Reisha, first part of the Mishnah, is talking about ultimately again a situation where deviated by Malika. And the middle part of the Mishnah is talking about the mitzvah in Reisha, the safe of the Malika, or the Siyasa of the mitzvah. Ultimately, yeah, that is the case. Even though ideally you don't like to do it, I really like to maintain the straight symmetry, but I love myself different cases of deviation in different parts of the Mishnah. Good. I will say, what is the takeaway? So the takeaway ultimately again is the Mishnah once again reinforcing the distinctions between Chata Sa'ol and Ola Sa'ol. By Chata Sa'ol, we begin to see that any type of deviation really is going to render the carbon unfit. But that's not unique to Chata Sa'ol. That's specific to the category of Chatas. In general, carbon Chatas itself is very sensitive to any kind of change, and therefore any type of deviation ultimately again will render the carbon unfit. By Ola Sa'ol, again, certain changes specifically, again, for example, the type of Malika that you use will absolutely render the carbon unfit, as will the placement of blood application. That's another big thing. Ola Sa'ol again, blood application is above the red line, Chatas below the red line. Another thing to add to the list ultimately of distinctions. And anytime you mess blood placements, that's ultimately going to render the carbon unfit as well, which makes a lot of sense because in general the part of Kabbalah that is in the Akej most is Zrika mitzvah, blood application. If you mess with placement, that's always going to render it unfit. Beautiful. So let's say Mishnah. This is a very interesting Mishnah, and now goes a little bit, not off topic, but just extension. The Kulan in the Tam Beis Abiyah. Let's say now watch this. The halacha is like this. Anytime, Rashi points out the Kulan, even if a Malika is in that, let's say for example, you did the wrong Malika, right? I'm going back and I'm shafting an Ola Sa'ol, which means how many simanim? Two. Instead, I only do one. Right? So obviously the carbon is going to be invalid, right? But halacha says something very interesting happens, which is, can you actually take one step? And the animal carcass conveys tumah. Now, generally, let's say by a regular animal, the way it conveys tumah is maga mas. If you touch it or if you carry it, that's halacha. Now, what shechita does, just about a regular animal, not bird trainer, but what shechita does is, shechita is mitahar midei nevela. So once an animal has had shechita, let's say even if for some reason the animal becomes, let's say, unfit for consumption. You do a hafta, you open it up, there's some type of problem with the lungs, now the animal is a trade-off. So you can't eat it. You can't eat it. But because it had shechita, it is no longer considered to be an animal. That's the general halacha of shechita. The Mishnah is now saying the same halacha applies to birds as well, which is if you do malika on a bird, even if it turns out that carbonically the malika wasn't right, you did the wrong type of malika to a bird is the equivalent of shechita to an animal. And therefore, once the malika is done, even if sacrificially the bird is unfit, it is not an avela, and therefore does not convey tumah. That's the Mishnah saying. So again, the Kulan in the Tam Beis Abiyah. So yeah, the Kulan is in the wide lines of ours. It was about 5 lines in. The Kulan, even though the malika might be invalid, i.e. the carbon itself is invalid, ultimately again the malika itself precludes, or I should say, prevents the animal from conveying tuma as an avela. Furthermore, umitchamin bebeis habliya. So also this is very interesting. Now, in general, where let's say there wasn't a valid avela, so let's say again the bird does convey tuma. There's a unique halacha by birds. That a bird, whereas an animal conveys tumas avela through how maga masa, touching it, carrying it. If you touch a bird carcass, so let's say died without proper shechita, right? The halacha is it doesn't convey tuma. The bird carcass only conveys tuma. The base habliya when you're swallowing it. Only once it's, we'll see again, that's just a jerk. Also, it only conveys on the emotions. And it conveys tuma. Ultimately, again, the base habliya only once it's swallowed. And furthermore, again, it is subject to Mila. And actually, Mola Brian, the Afbakata swallowed the Nipsulu, being by Shas Heta La'akwanin, Lo Yatsu Migay Shabai. So ultimately, again, this is talking about even if a carbon isn't valid, it is still going to be subject to Me'ilah. So we'll say, so three halachas over here. Number one, if it has Malika, it's no longer going to be an Avela. Number two, if it isn't Avela, it only conveys Tuma when it's being swallowed. And number three, ultimately, again, it is subject to Me'ilah. Puts the chatas old, shasa lemata, kimais the chatas l'shem chatas. The exception of also to this rule, the wording of it is very interesting, is chatas old, where the blood application was done below the red line, followed procedurally the process for chatas and the shem chatas. What is that called? That's called the proper chatas. If you offered, I also like to say like this, if you offered up a proper chatas, the halacha is, it is no longer subject to Me'ilah after the avoda has been done. Now, I will say this is not unique over here. This is general halacha with Me'ilah. Once carbonic process has been done, usually the carbon itself is no longer subject to Me'ilah. Think about this. After halacha, I will say, if you go ahead and you do malik, let's just run through this. So this is good chazara. How do you do malik on a chatas? How do you do malik on a chatas? One sin, leave the head attached. What did you buy a chatas? Both zrika, like sprinkling of the blood, and mitzvah, squeezing out. Where is it done? Where is it done? Right? Below the red line, the mata. Then we'll say, what happens after all this is done? Who gets to eat the meat? Kohen. Remember again, after you do zrika and mitzvah, ultimately the covenant becomes the property of the Kohanim. Once that happens, it's no longer subject to Me'ilah, which makes sense. Why? Because when it's something subject to Me'ilah, when it's the property of the Beis Hamikdash, but obviously once you've done Zrika and Mitzvah, it belongs to the Kohen, therefore no longer subject to Me'ilah. So we'll say, Ola Sa'uf. Next is Shasala, Kimaisa Chatas, the Shem Chatas. So now let's go through. So now this is very interesting. So Chatas Sa'ot, once you've gone through the procedures of Chatas, is no longer subject to Me'ilah. It's done. It's done. What about Ola Sa'ot? What about Ola Sa'ot? So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up and we'll go this last part of the Mishnah tomorrow. So again, going through the policies and procedures over here. So we'll see Meir Session Ola Sa'ot tomorrow. Incredible. Incredible. What a daf. What a daf. Shkach, everyone. All right, everyone, have a great day. Dr. Cannon, it's so wonderful to see you on Hashem online. Incredible. Very yourself on this getting bigger every day. Again, it's also a mazel tov to our elected Chalav Jay Velasquez and Keith Anna Bagdadi Zopan. Last night, respect as well. And respect, have a great day.
And it's a case of how do we kind of get rid of all this legacy program, stoving and stovepiping because of Cold War paranoia. It's too late now because we're in 2025 and you've got to try and tell us that you've got 0-point energy. Right. We've been flying around in fucking Wright Brothers planes for 100 years and shit. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it's not going to go down well. So amnesty, right? Yeah. Amnesty. It might be the only way. And if it is the only way, that's fine. But like I said,
it sucks that they're not going to get punished for crimes, but so what? At least we are not being punished by being withheld.
Exactly.
Information being withheld that I think would change the course of humanity in probably a fantastic way.
But I feel like the world would have to become a more heavily controlled place for these types of technologies to come out. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I was trying to wrap this up on a high note. Digital ID coming up.
Well, that's all I'm saying. Like, the control structures around something like free energy would have to be quite profound because of the things we were saying about some psycho with a CPE device.
Exactly.
So
Like what just happened in Bondi Beach in Australia. Imagine if you have access to that.
All right, so
If
let's say
everybody
good
has
morning.
access to
Good
that,
morning.
especially off the internet. You figure out how to design one. It's not that hard.
We'll
So
have
let
to become
us
a
begin
more
by
restrictive place
thanking
for
all
these
of our
things.
sponsors for this morning's Share to Fame. Our television sponsor for the month of Cheshvan,
Listen, man,
Stephen
I really
Tarazin.
enjoyed this
We dedicate
conversation.
all the Shemar Shows this month in love and memory of Steve's father, William Tzvi Ben Chaim, the phone, the drop on the occasion of his
I've got a
20th
terrible
yard site.
business acumen, so I just have two channels, Project Unity on YouTube.
Our Dr. Only sponsors for today are Alan Sarah Steinberg,
And if you want
and
to follow me,
exclusive I'm speaking about Chatasal, per Chatas. And we've already begun to enter into the world of burnt offerings, which in certain ways obviously are similar to animal offerings, but in other ways are fundamentally and profoundly distinct and different. So with that, let us begin. Let's go through this journey together. Says the Mishnah. Ola Sa'ol Kitzad Nas. How is the Ola Sa'ol performed? So let's begin. Ola L'Karesh, the Pana L'Sofi. The Bolo Karen Drum L'Mizrach. So let's remember again, we're continuing our journey through the Beis HaMikdash. Continuing our journey through the Beis HaMikdash. So let's remember again, Ola L'Karesh. Remember again, the Kohen is coming up the ramp. And as he comes up the ramp, remember again, we'll say, what's our rule for any time you're in Mizbeach? Anytime you turn, you always turn right. So therefore, again, he's going to come up, hang a right, which brings him then to the southeast corner. Remember, when he hangs that right, he is walking on a ledge called the soul base. Right, so essentially he's walking below. You can't see because it's too far from it. Like these little round squares. Those are the tunnels. Those are the horns. The extended, the protruding corners of the Beis HaMikdash, of the Mizbeach. Sorry, he's walking along this soul base, walking along this ledge now in the southeast corner. Okay, so now, all the games front of the Zobe, of all the current drum is Mizrachis. And I will say here now he's going to go ahead and do the and come to the southeast corner. I will say, now what I want to point out is something very interesting, just to contrast this, and hopefully, in Hashem, hopefully tomorrow we finish the parak, which means we also close out the sugi of the bird karbanos. I want to do hopefully a couple of Rambams to Hashem together to kind of help frame this, because there's a little bit of interesting back and forth in the Mishnah. Because remember, in the previous Mishnah, if you notice, there was a phrase in parentheses, right, when it was talking about Chatasal. So the Mishnah also had this same phrase that you go up to the ramp, hang a right, come to the Sobek, and come to the southeast corner. Now, what's interesting is many erase that line. They kick out that line, which would then indicate to us that one of the primary distinctions between the Chatasal and the Olasal was the actual location of the Malika. If you take out that line, what that indicates to us is that Chatasal was not shechted, right? The Malika did not take place on the ledge by the southeast corner. Rather, it took place on the ground, okay? Which would then put it in contradistinction to the Olasal, which is happening on the ledge at the southeast corner. So this, again, you don't have to remember that. No problem. Already forgot it, right? But again, but I just wanted to get out because there are some interesting similarities and some other distinctions. But in Hashem tomorrow, we'll go through the Rambam in a little bit greater depth. So in any event, coming up the ramp, hang a right, go to the southeast corner. So same thing, you do Malika, and we spoke about Malika. We spoke about Malika yesterday, how Malika takes place. From the back of the neck. They will say, if you notice, another distinction. Just keep in mind the thing, what does Mabdo mean? According to Rashi, if you were getting yesterday's daf, Mabdo means you cut through the esophagus and the windpipe. By all ourselves, Rashi says, you only sever one of the semen, either the esophagus or the windpipe, and the head remains attached. Now, the Gemara is saying over here that when it comes to all ourselves, the head is fully severed. Okay, Mafio, Umitsa Estama Mizbeach. Now again, remember by both Kabbalah we already find that halacha l'maisa.
I gotta get up early, and the only way I can get up early is by staying on
Good.
top of
And I
what I
love
go to bed.
Kalamaisa
You know, when we met, I was
that
going to bed at 3
when it
o'clock
comes to
in the
both of
morning.
these
Normal
Kabbalos,
stuff.
Yeah.
so remember
And I
again,
get
there's
up
no
at like
Kabbalah.
11.
You don't
Yeah,
receive the
like a
blood
normal person.
ultimately in a clean.
And
Instead,
then
the blood
I would
is
say in the last
shaken
decade,
from the body of the bird
a lot of
onto
my
the
bedtime
Mizbeach
kind of
itself.
shifted
That's
to
called
like
mitzvah.
around midnight.
Umitza
And then it
esdama al
shifted to like
Mizbeach,
a little
and
bit like
ultimately
closer
again we
to
sprinkle
11.
the blood on the
In the
wall
last
of the
few
Mizbeach.
months,
Not to
like sticking
Esarosh,
to this
the
plan,
hikip
I've
basically kasa
started
over
to
the
go to bed
Mizbeach. Listen
sometimes
to
at
this.
like
Then you take the head. You put the
10:30,
head
which
back
for
over
me
what we
is
call
like
the base
very
kasa.
early.
Base kasa means remember again, everything
It's
in
very
the
hard. It was
the head
that's
is
the biggest
detached
challenge for me has been
from the body.
to get to
Then
bed.
we do
That's
something interesting,
hard.
which is we bring the head back
That's hard.
to the
That
neck.
would be
And what
hard.
But I
happens?
also
I bring
I
it to
don't
the
think I'm gonna
Mizbeach.
get up at 5:30
Yisako
forever.
b'malach.
This is just right.
Then we
This
cover
is
it in
right
salt.
Normally you get up
Yisako
at 8.
agabe ishi. And you throw it on the fires. Remember again, which fires are we talking about? Fires on the Mizbeach.
10.
Right, fires on the Mizbeach.
When my kids
So
are in school,
ultimately,
I
again,
get up
taking the
at
salted
7-ish.
head of
And
the
then,
ola sa'ol,
usually
throwing it on the Mizbeach.
7 and
Okay,
7:15,
bottle
depending on when they have to
now you
leave.
come back and deal with the
And then
body
when
of the
you're
bird.
not
Now
in
let's
school
remember
right
again,
now,
this is
today
an
I got up
ola.
at 8.
So remember again, what happens with every
First
ola? Every
I got
ola
up
fully
around 7:30
consumed
today.
on the
If I
Mizbeach.
don't work
Okay,
out
so
first
remember
thing in the
again,
morning, though,
contradistinction
it
to
used
ola
to be I
sa'ol,
used to
excuse
like
me,
working out at night.
chata sa'ol, chata sa'ol.
Jiu-jitsu, I always like
The
doing at
only
night.
part of the
Morning
bird that
classes
went on
were
the
tough.
Mizbeach was the
Tough
blood.
to get in there
The
early
rest
and
of the bird
train,
was
and also you don't
consumed
feel
or
warmed
used
up
by
and
the
you fucking
Kohanim.
feel
So
like
now
your
back
knees
to
gonna
the
get
ola
hurt.
sa'ol. So what happened?
But
Bottle of the Hesher Samara, best not Savas
I can't
Miami,
work out
I
anymore.
Yotzin
I
Imam.
can't do that.
I've
The
completely
Shtichal
changed
Beis
in this
Hadash.
regard too.
So again, you
I
come
used
back
to
to the
say,
body
well,
of
I
the
will
bird,
say
and
that
what
like
do?
I
You
feel like
take
the
out the molar
strongest
and the nose. Remember again,
between
Mora,
like 11 and 1,
crop,
like the middle of the day.
notes,
So if you
its
were like
feathers,
drop an ideal
and ultimately, again, when you
strength
pull out
time,
these items,
that's
so
when I feel like
apparently
I'm like, oh,
the
that's
kishkas
at my
of the
best.
birds come
Why is it
out
done this?
along
I think
with
you're-
this.
You woke
The
up and you
Shtichal
woke
Beis
up, you're
Hadash.
fired up, you're
And
fucked
now
up,
and
you
you're
take
ready to
this
go.
again,
And I
the
feel
crop, the feathers,
I feel
and the
good,
kishkas,
but
and you
I'm
throw it out
pivoted
like the
to now
intestines.
really
You draw
enjoying
Beis Hadash.
these
So
first
yesterday,
thing before
where's the Beis
workouts where I
Hadash?
feel like
Then
my
we'll say
whole
right here.
day
Right
is
here,
set when I have those
southeast
workouts.
corner
And I
again,
also realized
southeast
that
corner,
if I don't,
right to the
I
ramp,
feel
right,
so much
3
different
amas
throughout
away,
that day.
3 amas away from
That's
the
a-
from the
that's a
ramp,
good factor.
10 amas
One,
down
that
from
first
the
big
start
win in the
of
morning,
the ramp.
got it done.
You
You're-
go
you
ahead
got
and you
good
burn it by the
momentum
base
going.
Hadash.
But also you're
She's
more calm.
Sabalohityo.
Yeah,
So say ultimately then you can't, what you do
focused,
is you rip
right?
the bird
When we
into,
did that sober
or you rip the
October
bird
thing,
in
we were all
two,
doing
but
crazy,
you do not
crazy
tear it
cardio.
into
One
2
thing you said to me
distinct
that really
pieces.
rang true
The
was like, you
Nivdil
totally
kasha, but if you did tear it into 2
silences all
pieces,
that internal
ultimately the
chatter.
bird is
Yeah, it
kosher.
does.
Salt
Yeah.
kobamela,
And
you
I
go
think
ahead and
I
you
think
go
one
ahead
thing about the
and you
writer's
can
room
cover it with
is that,
salt, right?
you
Immerse it in
have to
salt.
be
The
alert, you have to
Zoe
be focused.
agadish, you
Right.
throw it on
You
the
have all
fire.
this
So I just want to
shit,
point out,
like the noise
if you
going on.
notice again, so the
Right. So
Ola
it was
Sa'ol
a great
essentially has
way to
3
show up to
different
the room.
avodas
It's
done
like,
for it. There's the
you have
mitzvah,
that
is the
win,
sprinkling of the
you've
blood,
done something
right? The
hard,
blood
and now
application.
you're ready
There
to
is
work.
the throwing
Yeah,
of
for me,
the
it's
crops, the
not just
feathers,
a hard
and the
workout, but
intestines
it
onto the
generally
base
has to have some
Hadash,
cardio.
which is
Really?
over here.
Yeah,
And
cardio
then
is
there's
what
the burning
really
of the rest of
shuts
the
off
bird,
all the
carcass,
chatter.
bird
It
body
is different
on the top of
than
the
weightlifting.
Mizbeach.
Yeah, weightlifting is great.
Okay. So let's
Weightlifting
look.
makes
He
you
says,
feel better.
Moravos, no
Makes you
Savas,
feel
Miami,
like
I know.
energized. It feels
So
like,
we'll say
oh,
now
I
the
feel
mission
good.
said, let's say you
But
didn't do certain
cardio
things.
is
For
like,
example, let's say you didn't
Yeah.
pull
like
out
when I
the
have a
crop,
really
the
hard
feathers,
cardio
and the
session,
intestines,
Yeah.
or below subcommunal, or you
It's
didn't
fine.
go
I
ahead
noticed the
and cover
difference
it with
between, because I
salt.
was doing
What's
45
that?
minute
Kol
cardio
sheshina
sessions,
b'me'achar
when I
shinit
upped it to
tzedama
an
kshira.
hour,
So
the
here's the
15
thing,
minute
say.
difference
So remember,
for me
going back
felt like
to the good old
another
days
hour.
of animal
Like
covenants.
pushing
What
it
is the
15
ikr
minutes
avoda
before
of a
I
carbon? Ikr avoda?
Well, that's
Zrika.
when it's hardest.
Pretty
When
much
you're
once you're at
tired.
Zrika,
Yeah.
you're good to go.
When you're
Mishnah says the same also applies to bird
cardio,
offerings as
that's
well.
fucking
Once you have
hard,
what we call the mitzvah, remember again, the mitzvah
It's so
is the
important.
act of
It's so
taking the
important to
bird
do.
body
Oh, yeah,
and
it's
smearing the
everything.
blood,
I
sprinkling the
wonder
blood
why
against the
so many
Mizbeach.
people are out there fucking
Once you
lions.
have
That's a big
mitzvah,
part of it. They don't
you're
work
good
hard.
to
I
go.
got so so obsessed
And
with
even
somebody
in the
these
event
data
that you
metrics
omitted
of this
something
yeah,
else,
just like
halacha l'maisa,
yeah,
the
well, I
rest of
don't
the
mean like
avodah
that.
is
Like
still
I have
kosher.
to,
He
but
says
like
that I
just
get same
the
idea.
data
He says,
that people are talking about.
Hivdil
As
b'chatas
people
v'lo
age,
hivdil ba'olam. Now what
as
happens if you
your bone
sever the
density
head
goes down,
by a
or like
chatas,
your
do
back,
so by
like
the olam?
learning
Then what's
about
the
that
halacha
stuff and
possible?
going
Let's go
like,
back to
if you
yesterday's
don't
but this was the Mishnah. This
start
is the Mishnah.
thinking about that
Mitzvah
at a
es
certain
damaros
age,
v'lo mitzvah damago
one day it
psula.
will be like
If you squeeze
so
out the
out of
blood of
grasp.
the head,
I was
but
just
didn't
having this
squeeze out the blood of the
conversation with
body,
Shane
the carbon is
I was
possible.
like, you have to realize, like,
Damago
20
v'lo
years
mitzvah
goes by so
damaros
fast.
shila.
I'm 20 years
But if
older
you
than
squeeze
that.
out the
I'm
blood
like,
of the body,
20
but
years
didn't
ago,
squeeze out the blood of the
I
head,
like
ultimately again the
didn't have
carbon
it
is kosher.
yesterday.
Good.
Yeah,
And all of a
Chata
sudden I'm
sa'ol
58.
shlos. I say
And
now,
20 years
just
from
giving
now,
up a little bit of a
I'm 78.
throwback.
That's dead.
We're getting
Yeah,
back
Like
to
that's
some
almost
halachos
dead.
of lishma,
Like,
shelo lishma,
and you
pigol,
can either be almost dead
and
and look
Shimon
like
becomes
RFK
very
Jr.
excited.
or you can
Chata
be almost
sa'ol
dead and look like
shemoka shelo
Trump.
lishma.
Yeah.
If you have a chata
So
soul,
kind of same
right?
thing.
Chata soul is
Yeah, they're in the same neighborhood.
Now remember,
You
we're
have
going back to the
choice.
previous
Trump's only
Mishnah.
7
So
or 8
remember,
years old.
yesterday's daf was chata soul.
He doesn't look
Today,
weird.
today is ola soul, but then Mishnah combines elements of both.
For 14
Chata
fucking
soul,
years.
shemalka shalom b'shma.
The
You have a
heroin?
chatas
Yeah. After his dad was
where
assassinated.
Malika was
He
done
was
shalom
yeah.
b'shma.
No
Right?
shit.
Again, I will
When he
say,
was young.
this harkens
People
back
give him a hard
to
time
the
about it.
first
Like,
Mishnah
hey, yo,
Mesachas
his
Tzvot.
fucking dad
What was the
got
first Mishnah
shot in
Mesachas?
front of him.
So remember, again, in
His dad
general,
was
if you do a
running for
chatas
president,
shiksa,
got
if you do a
assassinated.
carbon shalom b'shma,
When he
what's
was a little
halacha?
kid.
In a nutshell, what's
Come
halacha?
on.
Carbon
You
is
wouldn't do
good,
heroin,
but
you have no idea what
does
you
not
would do. And his
count
uncle got
towards the
shot dead
obligation
for
of the owners. 101, literally the first halacha is beautiful to say. There's an exception to that. Two exceptions to the rule. What are the two exceptions? Chatos and
20 chin-ups in a row. I saw that.
you
That's 7.
guys.
Whatever
Incredible.
the fuck he is.
Chatos and Pesach, beautiful.
That's
Chatos
insane.
and Pesach, those are the two exceptions to that rule. So remember again, this concept follows us through all of Zvachim. Similarly again, so remember we're dealing over here now with Chatas Sa'ol. So Chatas Sa'ol, Shemalka Shalom Lishma. If you have a Chatas Sa'ol, the Malika was done Shalom Lishma. Or Mitzvah Dama Shalom Lishma. Or again, the blood application was done Shalom Lishma. Or Lishma Shalom Lishma. Which means Lishma Shalom Lishma. You have proper Kavanah by part of it, erroneous Kavanah by another part of it. Oh, Shalom Lishma, Lishma. This is again, I will say, depending on the order in which you have the mindset. Shalom Lishma, Lishma. What's the halacha? Puzzle. No matter what, if you have a Shalom Lishma intention, sometime during the Chatas Sa'ol, ultimately the carbon is invalid. That's the way it works by a Chatas. Ola Sa'ol, I remember again now we're jumping back. That's by a Chatas. What about by Ola Sa'ol? If you have a Shalom Lishma intention by Ola Sa'ol, the carbon is still kasha. However, the vat should also l'baylim l'shem chola. So again, I said this is Kabbalah 101. If by a non-chatas offering you have Kabbalah shalom lishma Kabbalah, the carbon itself is still effective, but does not count towards your obligation. Echad chatas sa'ol ve'echad ola sa'ol. Whether it's a chatas sa'ol or an ola sa'ol. Shemokam, where you did Malika, you should mitzvah staman, and you went ahead and you did mitzvah, which is the squeezing out of the blood. Le'echol davar shadak le'echol ulahakir davar shadak ulahakir chutzlin komo possibly in Bokharis. What they see now, going to transition to a different topic. By both chatas and ola sa'ol, if you did some part of the avodah, and when doing it, you had in mind to go ahead and consume the carbon chutzlin komo outside of its permitted time, or to burn outside of its permitted place, or to burn part of the carbon outside of its permitted place, what we call chutzlin komo. What's halacha? Hustle ve'in Bokharis. The most said that is general halachos of chutzlin komo we've seen many times before. Chutz is mano. What happens if during some part of chatas sa'ol or ola sa'ol you have in mind to do some part of the avodah or to eat some part of the carbon outside of the permitted time? Then what is that called? What is that called?
This idea.
They go, the chayav and Allah kares, and ultimately again your chayav kares. Incredible. Odovan shiyakri hamakri mitzvah. I will say that. Remember again, it's back to also Pigel 101. A carbon only becomes Pigel if what? The matter. Remember again, I will say it's been a little while since we've had this. The matter is the permitter. If the permitter, as long as the permitter itself, right, which is the avodah, which is the part of the service that ultimately renders the carbon effective. As long as the matter itself was offered, then ultimately again the carbon can become pigel. If the matter was not offered, pigel status cannot set in. So the Gemara says, let's give examples of this. So what's an example where the permitter was done in the right way? Mala Ushtika. So let's say the Koi did Malika. Malika Ushtika means, let's say, you didn't have any specific Kavanah. I must remember again, one of the things we've seen by Kavanos is that sounds strange, but don't apply this anywhere else in life. The no Kavanah is good Kavanah. Right? Remember again, Chazal wasn't talking that you don't have that explicit intent for Kavanah. Rather, again, it's more like negative intent ultimately undermines Kavanah. So, for example, let's say you did Malika, really means you do weaken silence, which for our purposes actually means that you just didn't have any specific intent. So Malach Shishkika, Umitza Hadam Chutzliz Mano, and ultimately again he had in mind the blood application outside of the right time.
But it was because I had seen clips online.
Or for that matter, again, you had in mind
They
to
did
do
without the
malika,
laugh track.
right, with an intention outside of the time, umitzad dam b'shtika, and you did mitzui without any kavana, or shemalak umitza hadam chutz lizmano, or you did both malika and mitzah with an intention for chutz lizmano. So we'll say all of these are examples. Zehu shekarat hamatir kimitzvaso. This is an example ultimately again where the emitter was offered correctly and the carbon would become pigel. Why are also happening over here? Because in all of these cases, halacha l'maisa, there is an intent ultimately again for chutz lizmano and no contravening or contradicting intent like that. This is every single point, therefore the carbon becomes pigel. Case son, lo karat hamatir kimitzvaso. We'll say what's an example of where the matzah was not offered up in the right way? For example, malach chutz b'nkomo. When the kohen did malika, he had in mind to do it outside the permitted area. Mitzah hadam chutz lizmano, and then he went ahead and he did mitzui outside of the permitted time. Oh, shemalach chutz lizmano, or he did malika ultimately. Or you did malika ultimately again outside of the permitted time. Umitza adam chutz b'nkomo, and he did had kavanah for mitzvah outside of the permitted time. Oh, shemalach umitza adam chutz b'nkomo, or he had in mind ultimately again to do malika and mitzvah outside of the permitted area. So we'll say so again. So on top of Samachay 65a, hata so shemalku shalom b'shma umitza adam chutz b'nkomo. Or for example, like Tatasol, he did malika ultimately against Shalom Lishma, and he had in mind for the Mitzui, but for the Ephraim, he chutz lizmano, O Shemala chutz lizmano, umitza damo Shalom Lishma. Or he did malika outside of the Kavana outside of the permitted time, and Mitzui Shalom Lishma, O Shema umitza adam Shalom Lishma. Or he did malika and mitzah shalom b'shma. All of these are examples. Zel shalom karab hamatik mitzah. So let's remember again a little bit of chazara by pigel. Remember, in order for a cover to become pigel, two things have to happen. Number one, the matir, the permitter has to be offered, and what else? There can't be any other negative intent other than pigel. So remember again, if you mix in any other invalidating intent with a machshava of pigel, then what happens? Then what happens? The carbon is hustle, but doesn't become pigel. Carbon only becomes pigel if pigel is the only disqualifying intent that you have. If you mix in anything else in there, a chutz l'nkomo, a shalom lishma, ultimately the carbon will be hustle, but not pigel, and therefore no kiyud kares. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so there's no carbon like this also. Lechol kizayis, this is another example. Lechol kizayis b'chutz. Kizayis the most. Let's say again, you have in mind. Each one kizayis is the carbon of chutz outside of the permitted time, and one kizayis the machar, outside of the permitted place, and one kizayis the machar tomorrow outside of the permitted time, or kizayis b'chutz, or kizayis the machar, kizayis b'chutz, or kichat kizayis b'chutz, kichat kizayis the machar, or ultimately again a half a kizayis outside of the permitted area. And half a kizayis outside of the time. Kichatzi zayis l'machar, or half a kizayis tomorrow outside of the time. Kichatzi zayis l'chutz. In all of these cases, hustle the ain vol cards. Also, same thing. In order for a carbon to become pigel, number one, first of all, you have to have in mind about its status, right? Because halacha l'maisa, half a kizayis don't combine. Someone has to be a kizayis. And number two, halacha l'maisa, you only have one disqualifying intent. The moment you mix in something else into the machshava, the thoughts over here, the carbon can still be possible, but it cannot be incredible. This says as follows. This is the rule. In machshavas hazman, chadla l'machshavas hamakom. So said ultimately again, if the machshava about chutz lishmano comes before machshavas hamakom, ultimately again a machshava of eating if you have a machshava to eat the cover or to do some type of avoda outside of the permitted time, and that machshava precedes the machshava to go ahead and consume the cover and do part of avoda outside of the permitted place, the carbon ultimately is pigel. The Hayavin Allah colors, and ultimately again, you will be highest colors. Again, I will say, so Rabbi really says, even if you have another machshava soul, or right, an erroneous mindset, as long as your machshava for chutz lizmano is first, that can make the carbon. We saw this before. The machshava samakom kadol machshava shazman kadol ve'imbo karis. But ultimately, again, if your machshava for going out and consuming or burning part of the carbon outside the permitted place comes before doing it or doing some type of the avodah outside the permitted time, the carbon is possible, but ultimately, again, it is no karis.
First touchdown,
Anytime
TD live
זה
bets
possible
on your
because
team
some
scores
sort of
on score.
select
And don't forget, DraftKings has your back with early exit. If your player goes down in the first half, you still get paid
the
in
moment you have
cash.
some
With
other
DraftKings, you're
erroneous
protected
mindset
through the entire first
mixed
half.
into the
Why
sacrificial
bet anywhere
service
else?
is the moment
New
ultimately
customers bet
again
just
that
$5
the
if
carbon
your bet
can no
wins. You
longer
get
become
$200
legal,
of bonus
it
bets
can only
instantly.
become a hustle,
Download the
and
DraftKings
it isn't
Sportsbook app
value. You know, it's
and
like
use the code Rogan. That's
things that
code
have
Rogan. Bet
begun,
$5 and win $200 in bonus bets if your bet
sometimes
wins.
just to see
In
different
partnership
phrases
with
and different
DraftKings,
ways
the
of
crown
different
is
parts.
yours.
Struck me yesterday a little bit that the phrase. Go back to this moment. Rabbi Yehuda, Zach 12. Machshavas hazman, chadma v'machshavas hamakom, higel v'chayim alav kares. Very friends, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda like this, just like literally halacha. Rabbi says, if your machshava of chutz lizmano, of going ahead and eating the carbon, or doing some part of the avodah, outside of the committed time, comes before machshavas hamakom, outside of the permitted machshava for outside of the permitted area. Rabbi Yehuda says it's still legal. Right? So halacha, Rabbi Yehuda is saying is, even if you have mixed in there another disqualifying mindset, as long as the machshava for pigel comes first, ultimately the carbon is going to be the carbon is going to be pigel. So it says you have a lot like in life. So there's kind of like two things that occupy our mind a lot. Like the things that we constantly think about. Number one is the machshavas hazman. Machshavas hazman ultimately is contemplation of our future. Like what do I want to do in life? Where do I want to go? What do I want to accomplish? Life goes by so quickly. And by the time we wake up and we realize that we'd like to do something with our lives, ultimately, again, so much of it is behind us. It's like I mentioned, it's a little while ago, the Piaget's that I seen his opening for Tzad B'Seirus, right, which is his diary. He opens essentially the Piaget's and says that by the time we know what we want to do in life, life is over. Right? The Piaget's says if only the Baruch would give us two lifetimes. In the first lifetime, I would figure out what I want to do when I grow up, and then in the second lifetime, I would actually do it. But ultimately, since the Piaget's doesn't work that way, by the time I figure out what I want to do in life, Piaget's says so much of life is already in the rearview mirror. So it's machshavas hazman. Zman represents ultimately again what do I want to do with my future, what do I want to do with my life. But there's also machshavas hamakom. Machshavas hamakom means a focus and the maximization of where I am right now. Because in life there's this tension. On one hand, you could be fully focused on the future to the exclusion of the present. Right? And so a person says, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. All this time spent on planning the future, while fundamentally missing out on the maximization of the present. So there's machshavas hazman, which is machshava about what the future is going to be, and machshavas hamakom. Here's where I am. I'm literally here right now. And what am I doing to maximize my present? Rabbi Yehuda says something amazing. Rabbi Yehuda says, if you live a life where machshavas hazman is always kadma v'machshavas hamakom. If you're living a life where all you're doing is always focusing on the future and what's going to be, and you fail to focus on the maximization of the present, that Yehuda says, that's perhaps the greatest sin of all. It's important to plan for your future. But there's something interesting about planning for your future, which is, right, no matter how much you plan, it is going to be dramatically different than anything you imagine. Hopefully better, but certainly different. So people who spend their entire lives planning for their future, but don't focus on the maximization of their present, that Yehuda says, that's the greatest sin of all. Because at the end of the day, the only thing you really control in life
That's
is
20
right
years
now.
ago. Yeah, that's
Is this
nothing.
moment. What you
That's like
do with
that.
this moment
Time
in
just
front of
flies
you right
by.
now,
Also,
that
you're
is the
sitting by
only thing in life you absolutely unequivocally control.
Yeah, exactly.
You control
How old are you
your
now?
makom.
I just turned 30.
You control the present
So
moment.
think of that. Yeah.
And failure to
That's 20
maximize
years
that
difference. You to me is
because
20
you're
years.
planning some type of
But me to
unknown
like a
future,
dead guy
and
is
who
20
says
years.
perhaps the greatest ever person. Pickle the Ishbal colors.
So
You have to plan for your future, but at the end
consciously
of the
thinking
day, more
about that.
important than planning for your
Don't
future,
let it
just
get
as
away
important
from
as planning for your future,
That's the thing.
is maximization of the present moment.
Don't let it get
Incredible.
away from
Lechol kichatzi zayis, v'hakikatz finish up the Mishnah.
fucking insane.
To eat
Incredible.
a half a kizayis, and ultimately against the burn half a kizayis, kosher, shlomo says, so that's like that's talking about over here. Let's see, two different machshavas, right? The machshava to eat half a kizayis now and half a kizayis tomorrow, right? So, or chutz b'mkomo, chutz b'zmano. Ultimately, as the Gemara says, that's kosher. That doesn't impact the carbon. Why? Should have either back Torah instead. But ultimately, again, so this is let's say a person has in mind to eat half of his eyes tomorrow and to burn half of his eyes tomorrow. So on one hand, both machshavas ultimately are for what? Are for chutz b'zmano. But because they're each on half of his eyes ultimately doesn't combine to see the evil. Incredible. That was a Mishnah, right? That has a lot of information. So the Gemara says as follows. Turn up on. Where do we go? Turn up on. So we'll say the Pasuk over here. Yeah, so what I want to point out is just a little bit of the confusing part. A little bit of the confusing part. But a little bit of the confusing part just stylistically is that although the Mishnah began with a conversation about Ola Sa'ol, remember, this Mishnah goes to Ola and Hakshah. I'll just point out, by the way, you'll notice if looking in the Mishnayos and Zvach, this one over here is about 3 or 4 different. So again, it's always interesting to see like how Mishnayos are picking up in Mishnayos, similar in Gemara. Often multiple Mishnayos become one conversation. But anyway, so when you see it as separate Mishnayos, they're a lot more topical. But here it's one Shalom of Mishnah. Beautiful Shalom of Mishnah. So the Gemara says, "I'll start on this Kiva." And we'll say this pasuk where the Gemara is quoting is by Ola Sa'ol. So the pasuk is the Kiva Kohen Elam Mizbeach. Bring to the pasuk. The Kohen will bring the Ola Sa'ol to the Mizbeach. Malach Esro Shol. Literally, he'll do Malika to his head. The Hekri on Mizbeach. He'll burn it on Mizbeach. The inside Damo Al Mizbeach. You will go ahead and apply the blood, apply the blood on the wall of the Mizbeach. So remember again, this is Ola Sa'ol. Ola Sa'ol is telling us, remember again, Kohen comes up the ramp, hangs a right, comes to the southeast corner, goes on the Solday, does Malika on the Solday. So here we go. So what is the pasuk teaching? The Mishnah, since the tells us that when you bring an Ola Sa'ol, you can bring from Torah or B'nai Yonah, which means again, pigeons or turtle doves. You might have thought like this. I'm also interestingly enough, it phrases it in the plural. Yaakov HaMishnah Koflo Yukos Mishneh Phrasing. You might have thought that whenever you bring an Ola Sa'ol, it's a minimum, it's a 2-bird minimum. 2-bird minimum for Ola Sa'ol. Since it's phrased in the plural, Hamalama the Hikri Bo. Therefore, the pasuk phrases it in the singular. No, you shall sacrifice it, which tells us that even a singular bird could be offered up as a carbon. Yavi Elam Mizbeach, which shall be brought to the Mizbeach, not Hamalama. Not right? Not Kohen. Let's say, why does the pasuk have to say the Kohen? Let's say now, once it says it's being done by the Mizbeach, then what? Who else is doing it? Obviously, it's going to be the Kohen. So you might look to this. So my Kohen, HaKohen. The Kohen, he tells the Kohen has to do it. He wants to learn it. Okay, Shiyakol. I would put it so I love you. Umar then some Shakavalo itself. I'll look Kavalo Kohen. They will say an animal sacrifice. Remember again, we'll say animal Kavalos where they offer supper in the north. Right? So we'll say remember again, north. Yet Halacha Labaisa, again, even though there is a stuffle requirement, it does not require a Kohen. Why doesn't it require a Kohen? Shiva's Sheva Zah. Even a non-Kohen can go ahead and do the Avodah. Only Shalom Kabbalah Tzahor, so a bird which does not have a northern requirement, usually for a Kohen, perhaps should not require a Kohen either. The Torah says no, it has to be done by a Kohen. So this is very interesting. As much as you say Shita Kshera Bizarre, it's only the Shita of a regular animal carbon that is cut by non-Kohen. But Allah Lamaisa,
the right thing. But
bird offering must be done by the Kohen, which I will say
is
is actually not in Kiddush anyway, because the truth is, when you sell, couldn't be ultra into this area where the carbon being shafted anyway. But okay, has to be done by the Kohen. You're going to look at the second. I meant, but maybe the leaf is done with a knife. So the Gemara says, the dinner, the Kabbalah Umma in Shlita, Shelo Kabbalah Kohen, Kabbalah Kli. So Shlita, which doesn't require a Kohen, yeah, she does require utensil, a knife. Malika should Kabbalah Kohen and within Kabbalah Kli. So Malika, which does require a Kohen, should certainly require a knife. Kabbalah Kohen Ummala. Therefore, the Pasha yes requires a Kohen, but doesn't require a knife. Requires Malika done by hand. I'm going to be a Kiva. If you sell out a knife card, does that part of the God in his back and murder does that for? I don't understand. What's the Havamina? The non-Kohen would be shefting the bird, right? What's the Havamina for that? After all, again, the bird offering has to be done by the Mizbeach. How can a non-Kohen come to the Mizbeach? Ella, Makala, Kohen, so therefore the Kiva says different. Why does the Torah say Kohen? Listen to this. Shetehi Malika Ba'asmo Shal Kohen. That the Malika itself must be done by the Kohen himself, which means like the Mosai, what does it mean? By the Kohen's body and not by a knife. So instead, Rabbi Akiva understands that Malika is done by hand and not by knife through the word HaKohen. Fascinating. Y'all you mechanic amount of master. So I'm going to put them in the done. And once he says Malika, but really what it means is the blood application. I want to put that the blood application to be done. The amount of master. Again, about say remember again, above the foot second, below the foot second. Remember again, the red line that bisects them is there. I'm going to thought it doesn't matter where you do the blood application. You can do it wherever you want. Come along out and Mama can hit you. Therefore, the pastor said you do Malika and Hakar burning. Mahakar Rosham is there. Just like the burning of the birds. Is done on the top of the Mizbeach. After Malika Baroshim is there. So the burn application is done on top. Now, remember, it's not literal because, remember, burning is done actually on top. When it says on the top of the Mizbeach for the blood application, what does it mean? On the upper part of the Mizbeach, above the red line, above the foot, a sikra. So the Gemara says, Umalak, you do Malika, or it's done from the back of the neck of the bird. From you're saying from the back of the neck, maybe not, maybe it's from the front, maybe it's from the actual front of the neck, but they know. It says over here, and it says over there, the Malika. Over there, it's also from the back of the neck. At first white line, I'm currently more oil. Also over here, it's from the back of the neck. You will say, you might bring out some contrast. You do Malika only on one cinch, right? Only the side is further in tight, and the rest remains attached. Constantly, by all that off, we say the same thing. I've time always been therefore, the pasuk said you shall do Malika and burn it. Not Torah, just like by all that stuff. Just like ultimately again, you burn the head and the body separately by all that soul. Malika so too when it comes to all that soul, the Malika totally severs. Incredible. How do you know that by all the body and the head are burned separately? When the thing you shall burn it, that's referring to the burning of the body of the Ola. So we'll say we're 65A, 4 wide line. Because I have to go on the hot Mary and time they extract this thing. So when it says you burn it on this death, what is that referring to? That is referring ultimately again to the burning of the head. So you see over here that the head and the body are burned separately. I will say that we saw that in the Mishnah, right? That the head is burned earlier on, and the body itself is only burned later. The Nimsa Gamo, Kula Kemisbeach. So ultimately, again, you shall apply the blood, right, of the bird onto the wall of the Mizbeach. So the Gemara says, below Akira HaKadesh, below Akira HaKadesh. Ultimately, to tell us that the blood application of the bird is on the wall of the Mizbeach, and not on the wall of the rest, nor on the wall of the Hechal. The Nimsa Zeh, and which part of the wall of the Mizbeach is this done? Once again, this refers to the part of the wall of the Mizbeach above the line that put that secret. Oh, and the Akira HaKadesh, maybe it's below the red line. When it comes to animal sacrifice, a chatos is done above Sikra, and all is done below. So the matter, inshallah, the matter survives. Where again, we've already established that the matter solve the blood application to the Sikra. So the older can do the matter to the Sikra. Kamala, Obama, we look for the new sun double. Much of the Salah Daika, the Akha Shishia, Ozuma, there was an interesting enough. The order of the Pasuk is very strange. The Pasuk itself says, you would burn the offering. And then you do the blood application. Obviously, it doesn't make any sense. How can you do a blood application after the bird is already dead? You might say, still be possible to burn the offering and then go back and apply the blood. Allah is the deepest that was. Mahatara Barosh on the chair, Just like Hakara, just like the burning is done on the top of the chair, so to the blood application is done on the top of the chair. As we said before, remember again, burning is quite literally done on the top of the chair. When it comes to the blood application being done on top, what is that referring to? Ultimately, again, it's referring to the area above the red line. So say how was it done? All of the cabbage, who kind of a soul. So here it is. You go up the red, this is cut again out by all the soul. You come up the red,
just like there's guys like that.
and go right. Follow the turns of this Kazakhs, going to the Soviet, going to the ledge, come to the southeast corner. How you move as well something will our talk, and ultimately again the coin holding the burning is saying about the USA demonstrated, like you saw the pictures. How Malika was done, the focus close to everybody else, one hand, two hands, like you do Malika from the back of the neck, now again, this is talking about all our soul. You sever both the windpipe and the esophagus, sever the head from the body, and the max and the dama are carried there. And you do the blood application on the wall of the neck. Now, let's say that, just to understand something. So remember, because all of this is happening on the Soviet, the Sikra, the red line, is below the Soviet. Right? So by definition, the coin is only standing on the ledge, which is above the red line. He's applying the blood on the wall of the Mizbeach over here above the red line. Okay, so it says, in my saw, actually become out of cameras there. So it's therefore again, just to understand, so the coin is quite literally again, standing on the ledge, and applying the blood on the wall of the Mizbeach right in front of me, which is above the red line. That's interesting enough. The red line was actually one amma below the solar, and therefore the Gemara says over here, even if the coin did the blood application down, and he did the blood application below him, it would still be kosher. Right? Why? Because even one amma up to one amma below him is still above the red line. Very interesting. So what's interesting enough, and the Herald of Yaakov say that the entire avodah was done ultimately again the Rosh Hashanah. Rashi says Rosh Hashanah. The Ba'ina Deik Dividim Sadamo. She is so big to Shira Hasamach Monacham Askara. So one says in sort of the Herald of Yaakov disagree. But according to Tanakama, right? So remember again. The blood application of the bird offering has to be done above the foot of Sikra. But they have become a hold that even if the coin dabs it on the staff below the Soviet, as long as it's within one amma below the Soviet, you're good. Because the foot of Sikra was one amma below the Soviet. So as long as it's applied below the Soviet, you're fine. But the defender of Rothschild disagree. They say no. It has to be, the blood application has to be done on the wall of the staff above the Soviet. What's the fundamental difference? My bad, I was trying to do this. You're not getting about can you make a fire on the Soviet? Again, I will say, the halakha is like this, because we call ourselves juxtaposing, blood application to burning, we learn from that just geographically, the blood application and the burning is happening in the same space, so we close other. So therefore, the shaila is, can you go ahead and actually kindle a fire on the Soviet? Not a good idea, but not a good idea, but can you do it? Tanakama says yes. Therefore, you need a blood application with the amma below the Soviet, because ultimately the blood application was going to still be juxtaposed close to each other. And the I love the saying though, you can't make a fire on the Soviet and fire only on the top of it. Or, in order for the blood application to be next to the fire itself, the blood application has to be on the wall of the above the Soviet and not below. Fascinating. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Follow the goat. The Hesias Marasa, so now cleaning again in the abode of the bird cover. Sarabana, the Hesias Marasa, Vinosasa, Zuzeka. So when the pastor said you shall remove the crop with its feathers, so Zepek is another word for crop. You might have thought that maybe like you go ahead and make a cut in the bird with a knife and remove the crop like that. Have a little bit of sauce on it because of the feathers. No thoughts and no seam. Take the feathers together with it. Abi Yosef and Kana Omer. No drop and no tail. Could you also take out the gizzard along with the other parts of the bird. So the Gemara says, the being that Yishmael Kana ben Otsasa, the note says Shalom, Kodra the Sakin to Minarva. So this is very interesting. Kana Yishmael says, what we do is we make a little bit of an incision in the bird, almost like a window-like opening, so as to allow us to go ahead and go in and grab out these parts of the bird, grabbing the crop that comes out together with the gizzard, that then brings out the intestines, and the feathers, surrounding feathers come out with it as well. On the days, she's a little video. So it's remember again, by Ola Sa'ot, what do? You tear the bird in half. You tear the bird in half, but you do not totally separate the two parts. The Shisa and the Shisa Alabiyad. When the Kohen tears the bird into two, this is ultimately being done by hand. So the Gemara says, "But Omer, Vayishaseh Keshes Sagdi." So it's interesting enough what's the raya for this. The raya for this ultimately again is from Shishon. Right now, when Shishon tore apart the animal, ultimately again he tore it apart by hand. So much of Vayishaseh. So the Shishon means carrying something apart by hand. So to the Kohen almost tears the bird into two, again not separating the two pieces by hand. Incredible. So it's a below Yisrael Sambo, below Yisrael Sambo. What's this number again? The Mishnah then went on to say as follows: as much as we outline all of the different parts of the avodah of Chakasot and Ola Sa'ot, like an animal carbon, as long as you did Tzrika, right? As long as by a bird it's Mitzah. As long as you did the blood application, ultimately again you're good to go. And if you omitted any of the other subsequent parts, Halacha L'maisa, the carbon is still affected. So the Gemara says, Masika the local Lazim descendant. However, Shamati Shemat given the Chakasot. So Rothschild says, I heard ultimately again Shemat listen now in this context ultimately means separating the head from the body. I heard that we do separate the head of the body from the Chakasot. Now listen, never again. In our Mishnah, in yesterday's Mishnah, we saw by Chakasot you only separate one of the simanim and leave the head connected. By Ola Sa'ot, we're severing both simanim. Now the Gemara says, by the way, there is another interesting. The Rothschild Shimon says, I heard Shemat given the Chakasot. The Rothschild Shimon holds that you sever the head even by Chakasot. So the Gemara says, what is the practical difference between these two? The fundamental distinction ultimately in between them is mitzvah b'chakasot ma'akim. In other words, the squeezing out of the blood from the chakasot is that ma'akim. Is that process ma'akim? If you take a look, actually, let's see. Tanakh Savar, mitzvah chakasot ma'akim. Squeezing out of the blood by chakasot is actually ma'akim. The Chayban, the mitzvah dam ma'akim, ma'isa ola b'chakasot. Since ultimately again, mitzvah dam is going to be ma'akim, so therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, if you end up separating the head, that becomes an act ultimately again of ola sa'ot by chakasot. And therefore, again, it would be possible. Lots of Shim's already holds mitzvah chakasot lo ma'akim. That ultimately again, mitzvah chakasot not ma'akim, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the it's considered to be that taking off of the head, that additional amount taking off the head, shouldn't be cutting away flesh of the bird, and therefore again does not render the carbon particle. Rabbi says, no, my whole case is something else very interesting. Shihiyah, singing Shini Ba'ola Sa'ot for the night. Shabbat is very quickly. By Shita, by Hikbo Shita. One of the interesting things that Shita is what we call Shihiyah literally means waiting or delaying. You know, you're taking an animal for dinner. Now look, you have to cut both, so we have to cut them quickly. Because let's say you cut the activities, and then you
knocked his
to go
fucking
ahead
thing
and
over.
cut the
Just like,
windpipe. What's the concern?
no,
The animal
yeah,
rides.
that's
It
a lot
rides
back
the
there.
second sin,
But
but not as a result of cutting, as a result of the animal's movement. It actually renders an animal a treifa. So this shita, one of the most important pieces is quickness, quickheit, right? Quickheit, right? Yeah, it has to be right. It's alacrity, right? Jesus, right? You have to do it very quickly. See, the focus over here is Shia b'Shim Shim ba'Olah Sa'ol. What happens by Olah Sa'ol if you delay cutting the second sin?
It was like the first time I ever did.
He knows that she is not a big deal. And therefore, the Abagab Shia Ka'avid Ma'isa Olah B'Chatas. And therefore, Allah Ka'avid Ma'isa. So even if the first was Ma'ati, he ended up doing a Ma'isa Olah by a Chatas over to make it possible. The Lord of Shimon Sabah Ma'ati, it is Ma'ati, the Kavid Shia B'Chatas Pasha Ba'almo. Ultimately, again, even though he isn't shot, even though he does delay, it's just considered to be halacha l'maisa, mechatei basar, just cutting away flesh, and ultimately, again, and therefore it's mechatei basar ba'amar, and therefore, again, does not invalidate. Abaye says, rov basar ma'ashi u'zemein. Abaye says, no, we'll stop over there for today. Sorry, I'm learning over quickly this last piece. Again, we'll see Abaye's interpretation, ultimately, again, of this machlokes, close out the sugya, and in Yetz Hashem, again, see the Rambam Malok L'maisa tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. Wow, what a daf. What a daf.
After a show, and I was standing next to him, and I was like,
All right, because
it's funny, you guys sound just the same as you do on podcasts. I listen to you guys podcasts.
I know.
Who the fuck are you? Yeah, it's not.
You're not going to see birds. They're just birds now.
How can you?
Now,
You have to go through it. If you don't go through it, you're not going to be comfortable. You got to be weirded out. And you're like, no way around it. You want them to be your friend. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? You want them to like you. They have no idea who you are. You're like standing next to them. Yeah. And then it gets, there's levels of weirdness. Like sometimes I'll be, here talking to someone, I'm like, that's fucking Quentin Tarantino. Like, how weird is this? Sitting here talking to Quentin Tarantino. There's certain guys that never stop being weird. Yeah. It's like always stays a little weird because they're so famous. Yeah. Mine's always athletes. It's always an athlete that I didn't think was going to make me feel that way. That's interesting.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin.
I can't even talk. It's fucking recent. It's crazy.
Okay, good morning, one second. We're going to begin a new week together. Thank you for Richter for giving shir over the last couple of days. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our commentary sponsors for the month of Teshuvah. About the Stephen Perry Zim, for dedicating all the transactions this month for loving memory of Steve's father, William C. and Chaim Zichron Lebracha. And our Dafyomi sponsors are Alan Sarah Steinberg and discuss health for Shulamis, Hana Bas Susha, for enduring and continued refuah shalom. We hope that we can recall all the Israel have a complete and enduring refuah and all the Neshama staff and the families in the Chama and merit to continue to child the soul's levels upon all the cloud Israel. Plus, we got us speaking with a lot to do today. Today's daf is $64. We are kicking off on Samach Dalet Amud Aleph at the two dots, 3 lines down from the top. Shlosha Dvarim. So let's remember again, the Mishnah said, this was the Mishnah on the top of Samach Amud Aleph 3a. So the Mishnah spoke about the idea that there are 3 things. Shlosha Dvarim Haisa Osechem Mishameshes Milamato Shlosha Milamalo. There are 3 things on the southwest corner that were done. Southwest corner is there. 3 things that were done above the Chut HaSikra, 3 things that were done above the red line, 3 things that were done below the red line. So the Mishnah said, Milamata Chachas Ha'of. Hagashas Shigari Hadam. So again, below the red line was Chatas Ha'of, the bird Chatas. Hagashas, which means the meaning of the Mincha, the meats of the Mincha, and Shigari Hadam, and spilling out of the leftover blood. And above the Chut HaSikra, above the red line, Nisuch Hayayin wine libation, Nayin wine libation, Va'olas Ha'of, and the bird Ola. Okay, so now we're picking up on this. And let's remember again, we're see that the southwest corner. Let's remember again, that's this corner over here, right? Southwest corner. Good.
Yeah, it's
So
great.
now the Gemara says as follows: Shloshim Devarim.
Finds ways to
Chata Sa'ol Hadam. It's not just going through these three. So Chata Sa'ol, that was in yesterday's daf. Hagashos. How do we know about the bringing of the leftover, not the leftover, but the knitza of the mincha? The ksiv, the yisha al fnei mizbeach. Shiyari hadam, leftover blood. The ksiv, there's kol hadam hapar yishbo al yisol hamizbeach. Okay, so the Gemara therefore quotes these three psukim ultimately again highlighting these three items. Next, Mila Ma'alot, Yisro Chamayim, V'hayayin, V'ola Sa'ol, Kishirabim, Suppose it's a couple of instructions over there. Now remember, the next three items were offered up above, or as you say, were done on the upper part of the southwest corner. And what was that? Niso Hamayim, which was the pouring of the water. So again, I'm sure we're going to cover this in Mishnah. And Niso Hamayim, of course, is done on a very unique and specific type of water libation, only done once a year. Niso Hamayim is a wine libation which accompanies many kabanos. And Ola Sa'ol, the bird Ola. Again, I was going to speak more about the bird Ola. We started already the bird Ola since last Mishnah. We're going to the next Mishnah as well. Ola Sa'ol Kishirabim Mizrach. Now, this last part is very interesting. When is the Ola Sa'ol offered up on the southwest corner? So the lesson of the Mishnah is Kishirabim Mizrach, which means ultimately, again, when there's too much stuff going on in the southeast corner, we move things over to the southwest corner. So just to understand, just to appreciate this just a moment. Right, so remember again, Mishnah says that we're doing Ola Sa'ol in the southwest corner. When do we do ultimately again Ola Sa'ol in the southwest corner? When there's too much going on in the southeast corner. So which is interesting. So in other words, it sounds like normally you'd want to be doing Ola Sa'ol by the southeast corner, but if it's too crowded, ultimately we'll move it over to the southwest corner. Says the Gemara, my time. Why teach that? So in other words, why just to follow this? Why do you say L'chatchila Ola Sa'ol, the bird Ola, should be done in the southeast corner? Right? Because remember, the fact that the Mishnah says that we do Ola Sa'ol in the southwest corner, when there's too much happening in the southeast corner, indicates to us that the ideal location for Sa'ol is southeast corner. So why is that? Why is this the ideal location? So this is very interesting. My time. So Yochanan says, it makes Shekrova in base Hadashan. Ultimately, again, because it's much closer to the base Hadashan. So as I say now, interesting enough now, what does that mean exactly? The base Hadashan. Remember again, I will say one of the first avodas that was done in the base Hamikdash every single morning was something called Trumas Hadashan. So what would happen? So if you take a look, by the way, at Rashi for just a moment, in the base Hadashan, it's Rashi in the about 5 lines up from before it gets wide. I should say 5 lines up before the intermediate wide lines. And in the base Hadashan, Makom Shenos Ben Sham B'Choboket Trumas Hadashan Shekasim Bo somewhat Isa Hamizbeach. Behu, the Mizracho Shel Kadesh, Sivkal Morad Mutza, the Hishbut Osa El Isa Hamizbeach Kima, Al Makom Hadashan. Okay, so let's now watch this. First thing the Kohen would do every single morning is he would come up, follow my point over here. He would come up on the Mizbeach, right? And what he would do is he would take ash. We're gonna go a few months to as before. So let's just do the general layout. Listen, I apologize. Not everybody can see this. He comes up from the scale. He's gonna take ash. After he takes ash, he comes back down the ramp and he deposits it right here. This is called the base Hadashan. This is where he takes it out. He's only taking some of the residual ash. He's putting it over here on the base Hadashan. Now, what does that do with anything? Because the Torah says that when the Kohen dismembers the bird Ola, he takes, we're going to see the feathers and the crop, and he throws it by the base Hadashan. Okay? So now again, so remember first thing in the morning, coming up the ramp, taking some ash, coming back down, and putting it in this area over here, which you can see is in the southeast. Really like the east side of the Mizbeach, southeast orientation. And then the Torah says when you set the bird Ola, you will take the sacrificial parts and you will throw it by the base Hadashan. So because of that, Gemara says, because anyway, the bird parts have to be thrown by the base Hadeshen, it makes sense that where would the bird Ola normally be done? Southeast, because that's much closer. Obviously, if there's a lot going on in the southeast, he'll move over to the southwest. But because the bird parts have to end up over here, it makes more sense for them to be in the southeast corner, not in the southwest corner. Okay, that's now let's see it inside. So the Gemara says, here we go. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. So it's a very beautiful Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. See how strong Kohanim are. Why? Because obviously the lightest part of the bird. Now again, remember, we're going to see like a bird, sacrificial parts of the bird are the mora and the notza. The mora is the crop. The crop of Osei, by the way, is like it's a pouch. It's a digestive pouch of a bird. What a bird does is, a bird is able to store food. What it's able to do is ingest a tremendous amount of food, and then it digests it gradually. So the crop is like the stomach, but it's not down here, it's up here. Right, where the bird is able to store everything and then digest it gradually. So the lightest part of the bird is the more sun feathers. So those are the parts that are thrown by the base Hadeshen. And sometimes the Kohen has to throw it more than 30 amas. And I remember again, it takes more strength to throw a light item far than it does to take a heavier item, right? Because it's hard. If something is light, it's hard to throw a distance. So the Gemara says, see how strong the Kohanim are, because the Kohanim sometimes have to throw the mora and the notza, the crop and the feathers of the bird, more than 30 amas. Now, where do you get that from? So watch this. It's not. Listen, there's not only Machzor Shokes, that's all of the Rothschild. So it's actually a very beautiful Gemara. Actually, the Gemara is coming over here from the second Yuma and the second coming. So what would happen is the first thing in the morning, the Kohen would go ahead and he would walk up to the ramp with a Machzor Shokes. Literally, a Machzor is really like a shovel. Really means like a pan, like a hand shovel made of silver. He would go to the top of the Mizbeach. He would move the coals to two sides. And he would take from the hottest coals, or from the hottest ashes, and he would then come back down to the floor. We'll show you what just happened over here. The Gemara over here is describing ultimately again the Trumas Hadeshen. So watch what the Gemara just described. I'm going to show it to you here. He would come up the ramp, and what would he do? He would come to the ash pile, and he would move the ashes on the side, and he would take some of the hottest ashes. That's this making with his shovel. He would come back down the ramp. Now, if you look at the Lashon of the Mishnah, it says then he would turn northward. Why does it say turn northward? Because when it comes down the ramp, then where is he going? North. Remember again, he's running facing north, he's down. He would go north on the eastern side of the Mizbeach. And remember again, we know where he's going. He's going over here to this place called the base Hadeshen. And what would happen? The idea of the Machzor on top is suffering. He would go, he would chase towards the north to hold it from the Zachar Shaltebek, and he would come to the eastern side of the ramp. What at Ke'eser Amos. He would walk approximately 10 amos. So 10 amos, just so you understand. So here's the base Hadeshen. Here's the reason they would deposit the ash. He would come up the ramp. Now turn northward, going in the northern direction on the eastern side of the ramp. Walk 10 amos down. And he would go ahead and he would place the coals, like the ashes, then down on the floor of the base of the Dutch, approximately 3 fucking away from the Mizbeach. That's the distance of it. 3 fucking away from the Mizbeach. Makom shenotzi morah, the notza, the rishon from the Mizbeach havnin, the hamenorah. And I both said, just to understand, so what was the positive here in this case, Hadeshen? So the positive here is the morning ash, right? The morning ash was coming on top of the Mizbeach. There were also other ashes. Remember, every morning the Kohen would also go into the Heichal, right? going to the Heichal. He would clean up
shocking for
the
sure.
Mizbeach
And still,
HaKoros,
like,
like
most
the incense
clever,
altar, which also had ash.
you know, he's very
He would
clever.
clean up the menorah, which would also have ash. He would bring these items out, walk around the Mizbeach, come deposit it over here. So in this place, the base Hadasha, which was on what called the southeastern side of the Mizbeach, in a northward orientation, he would deposit the ash from the top of it, some of the ash from the top of the Mizbeach, ash from the Mizbeach, close to the incense altar, ash from the menorah, and not only that, what else would he place there? Furthermore, and that's where Makom Shenotzin Morah denotes up. That's also where he would place, again, the part of the bird that was discarded, right? The crop and the feathers of the bird. Of the bird Ola. So the Gemara says, like Ola Saul. That's what he deposits, right? But also, this is the menorah. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says sometimes, so you can see the strength of the coin, because what did he have to do? Sometimes the coin would have to throw it 30 amos. Now, when would he have to throw it 30 amos? When would that be required? Because what he's thinking about it. If, remember again, there was too much going on in the southeastern corner. Where would the Ola be done? Where would the bird Ola be done? Southwest. So Rashi does the math, so we don't have to do it. We just take his word for it. So it's the diagonal. Now, the Gemara says it's 30 amos. I must say, in reality, it's actually more than 30 amos. It's actually 32 amos from here to here. So we'll get to that in just a moment. But the point where the Gemara is making is that sometimes the Kohen would have to go ahead and throw the crop and the feathers from here all the way to here. So see again how strong the Kohanim must have been to be able to throw it again from the southwestern corner all the way to the base Hadashen. As he says, the Gemara, one second. Honey, stay with plus. Honey, stay with plus in the Hadashen. So second, but it's actually more than 30. It's more than 30. So why does the Gemara say it's 30? Which in reality it's actually 31. So which was Makom Gabi no Chashuv. You're right. In other words, the Gemara is not counting the actual space that the coin himself occupied. So when you look at the amount of space between the coin himself and the base Hadashen, that would have been 30 amos. Incredible. So let's say, so again, the takeaway from here is just understand this procedurally. We're focusing on the bird offering. Salok Lamais, again, bird offering, ideally done southeast corner. If there's too much happening here, it goes to the southwest corner. Understand that after Shita or Malika, which we'll discuss, the crop and the feathers were placed on the base Hadashen, which is this deposit, right? This deposit area over here on the southeast side of the Mizbeach, situated 10 amos forward from the edge of the ramp, 3 amos from the side of the Mizbeach. What was placed here? Trumas Hadashen from the morning ash from the Mizbeach, ash from the interior Mizbeach, ash from the interior menorah, and the top and the feathers are the bird Ola. Incredible. Let's go back there. Kala Ola Mizbeach. Okay, so next. Now remember, in general, the Mishnah said like this. The Mishnah established another rule. The Mishnah said in general, whenever you go up in the Mizbeach, like whenever the Kohen goes in the Mizbeach, so what happens? Kala Ola Mizbeach, Ola's got a yamin. Supposed to remember again, how does the Mizbeach work? So in general, remember again, what's our rule? Mishnah said, what's the rule? Whenever you go somewhere, or like whenever you're turning somewhere, you always turn right. So remember again, you come up the ramp, which that means whenever you're coming up the ramp, you would go and you would turn right. You would turn right. So remember again, depending on what the avoda was, depends on whether or not you're standing on the ground of the base of the church or you're taking a sobit, that ledge. But normally what you would do is you would come up this ramp, call it angle right, start with the southeastern corner, and make his way around. The Mishnah then says there were 3 exceptions to this rule. What were the 3 exceptions to this rule? With the exception ultimately again that the Kohen is coming up to do these 3 things. What are the 3 things that we're referring to? Miso Hamayim, like wine, water, or I should say, Miso Hayayim, wine libations, water libation, and Olas Hol. Those are the 3 exceptions. Now let's say that why? What happens with those 3? All 3 of those things are done on the southwest corner. So what would happen is, this is very interesting. This is the only time this would happen in the base of the Kohen would come up, right up to the southwest corner, do his thing, Nisuch Hamayim, Nisuch Hayayin Ola. So all write that down. There was no hakafa. There was no circling of death. Come up to the southwest corner, do what you have to do, come right back down afterwards. He says the Gemara. My time. Why is that? Why is that exactly? That he would not do the circling of the mizbeach. He would just do his thing and come right back down afterwards. So by the libation, that they should not become smoky. Right? In other words, that the issue over here is that both the water and the wine could absorb some of the smoke smell of it, right? And therefore it goes to smoke flavor. And apparently that would go ahead and be validated. So all that's all So all is that you take the bird, right, and you do the entire like hakaf and circle the mizbeach, the bird itself could die from smoke inhalation, which is fascinating, right? Tells you just apparently the amount of smoke that was I guess where that could go, right? But when I worried about the bird, right? But bird need the bird to die from the lung, not from smoke inhalation. Also, to me, comes to us. 1 second. When the queen comes to circle the mizbeach, from where does he begin? Mikaren Romis Mizrachis. So again, general, whenever you go to the mizbeach, you start from the southwest corner. After the southwest corner, then Mizrachis Sichonis. You go to ultimately the northeast corner. Then Sichonis Ma'aravis, northwest corner. And then Ma'arav is below the southeast corner. So that's even described this entire time. Start again from southeast and make your way around counterclockwise. Now listen to this. In no scene mode, now let me give you a little bit of context over here. This is actually a very beautiful Gemara. So look at Rashi. Rashi is 4 lines up from the bottom. Follow the Hakif. Rashi says, Mishnah in the Sefes comes. The Gemara is quoting the Mishnah from the Sefes. What does the Mishnah say? That the Kohen Gadol, She'eno Kasher, She'eno Kishar Kohanim, L'Zachok L'Gatayis La'avoda Achas Elo, Only the Kohen the whole Chafik, in some sense. So let's listen to this. Kohen Gadol Makim Chilik Rosh. Amar Olu Zu'ani Makrid, his man Shumat Zosov, Mizay Where it works, some of the back of Kohanim, is that there was a price, there was a lottery, right? Because there's a lot of Kohanim, and again, there's a finite amount of avodah to be done. Now, one man always had the right to exercise prerogative to do the avodah, and that was the Kohen Gadol. So Kohen Gadol could roll into the Beis HaMikdash and he could say, I'm doing this, and that's prerogative to do so, which is pretty incredible. So now, that's where this Gemara is picking up. So let's say Kohen rolls in, and he says, I'm going to offer up this Ola. So the way that the Mishnah makes it sound like over here is that what happens? Kohen Gadol comes up, and again, he does his hakaf. He comes up, turns to right, starts with the southeast corner, and then makes his way counterclockwise. And when he gets to the southwest corner, that's where he does the wine libation. Southwest corner wine libation. Now, when you read this Mishnah, it makes it sound like he's carrying the wine with him as he goes around the mizbeach. That obviously contradicts what we just said before, because before we just said, where's wine libation done? Here also said this clear. Where's wine libation done? Southwest corner. But wine libation is being kept to the rule. Where does he go? He comes up from his mizbeach. Where does he go? Right to the southwest corner. Why? You don't want the wine absorbing any smoke smell as he goes around. So that contradicts what we just said before. Here we're saying, go up to the southwest corner, do your thing, go back down. Here it sounds like he's going around his death, holding the wine, and then does that to the southwest corner. To which the Gemara says, last time, or Rabbi Yochanan, so let's say on the day 64b, Rabbi Yochanan, wow, that looks longer this morning than it did last night. All right, so what happened? So Rabbi Yochanan said, Hakafa B'Regel. So no, what it means is like this: the Kohen Gadol would in fact circle the mizbeach, but he was not holding the wine. Rather, what would happen? They would give him the wine when he reached the southwest corner. It's interesting enough. So he did the hakafa. Right? He walked around the mizbeach, but not with the wine. They would hand him the wine. Stopped when he reached the southwest corner. Take a look at Rashi.
top dog
Rashi
smokes.
says over a cup of B'ayal, Ve'in hayayin biyado. Ultimately, again, the wine was not in his hand. Well, the mitzvah ba'alma. And so listen, so I understand. So he's coming up to do a wine libation, and the wine libation has to be done in the southwest corner. So why is he walking around the home is there? What's going on up here? So Rashi says it's a mitzvah. Only yamin umakipin v'zela hakli ol raficha makip.
Like the worst thing.
ובא למקום שמכניסים שם ונוסטים לו יאיר ונאסי, אבל שאר כהנים שזוכה בנסקים בבייס לא זוכה לעבודה אחרת, עולה והיין בידו. So it's interesting enough, this was apparently unique by the Kohen Gadol. Because since the Kohen Gadol could do whatever he wanted when he came into the Beis Hamikdash, he could even be doing multiple avodos, which means that he could be going up to on his back to do multiple things. For other Kohanim, generally again, you were only designated one avodah. So therefore, again, if you were the Kohen doing the wine libations, ultimately again, you would come up the ramp, come to the southwest corner, do your libation, and you were done. Kohen Gadol, who himself may be coming up for other things, would come up, start at the southeast corner, make his way around, but again, would not carry the wine with him as he made his rounds around his back, but ultimately, again, would only receive wine when he got to the southwest corner. So again, I want to point out there's no contradiction. So that's which the Mishnah said, which is that halacha l'maaseh, so wine libation was done in the southwest corner, and again, the Kohen would come right up to the southwest corner, would not walk around his back, do the libation, and come right back down. Amarava, only exception to this rule, Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol, Amarava Geshanami Diktani, no stimo yayin lenasi. And again, it was in fact, if you look at the Lashon of the Mishnah, the Mishnah was, they would give the Kohen Gadol the wine through the libation, which indicates to us that even as he was walking around in his Mizbeach, he would not be holding the wine with him, but rather would only receive the wine when he reached the southwest corner. Incredible. So again, I love Daniel and Tanya, no stimo yayin lenasi, below kakani omer lo nasi. Again, I want to say that's Lashon Mishnah. Lashon Mishnah is they would give him, ultimately, they would give him the wine to do the libation when he got to the southwest corner. Shemamina, again, I want to say, therefore, Allah just understand, so just to reinforce this point, wine libation done on the southwest corner, but as opposed to other things which were done at the southwest corner, where the Kohen would arrive there by aiming the right and going counterclockwise on his back, for the wine libation would come right up on the side of him there, come right to the southwest corner through the libation. Why? We don't want the wine to absorb any of the flavor. The yard in derech small. That was in general, whenever you would come up to this derech, so this is the rule that we say before, what would you do? You would hang a right. Right? So the Kohen would come up to this derech, and again, you would hang a right. And then he was down on the left side of his Mizbeach. Good. The Gemara says, Olden Derech small. Olden Derech Mizrach, the Olden Derech Marib. And against when they would come up on the eastern side, right, and come down the west. Remember again, coming up on this side of the Mizrach, which is towards the east, and then come down on the western side of the Mizbeach. Good. With the exception of the Kohen who was coming up with these three things. Again, what are the three things? Nisoch Hayayin, wine libations, Nisoch Hamayim, water libations, and Obas Ha'ov. That for these people, the Olden Derech Marib, the Yarden Derech Marib, they would come up on the western side and go down the western side. So remember again, this is the western side of the Mizbeach. Right, they come up on the western side, do your thing at the southwest corner, and then come down on the western side. Olden Derech Yamin, the Yarden Derech Yamin. They would go up on the right side and go down on the right side. So the Gemara says, I understand. Derech Yamin, what do you mean they go up on the right side? The Gemara says it's contradictory. They're not going up on the right side, they're going up on the left side of the derech, right? Remember again on both sides. We're seeing over here about the Kohen's left and right. So therefore, again, remember, if you tell me they're going up on the western side of the Mizbeach, this is the Kohen's left, not the Kohen's right. So what's going on over here? Amravina, honey, I'm sorry, good. Derek small. Amravina, honey, small. Ravina says that, I'm sorry, it's changing. It means it goes up on the left side and comes down on the left side. Rava, no, my Yamin the Mizbeah. When it says right is referring to the right of the Mizbeah. It's nice, small the Gavra. When it says, so this is a bit confusing. When it says the right, it's referring ultimately again to the right of the Mizbeah. Now listen now why? Because this is very interesting. From the Mizbeah's perspective, the Mizbeah faces south. Because the Mizbeah is facing south, so therefore we look at it from this direction, from literally again north facing south, which means that this is considered to be the right side. For the Kohen going up, like ascending in there, this is considered to be the left side. From a Mizbeach orientation, like you look at the Mizbeach oriented southward, then this is the right. You look at from the Kohen's perspective going up, this is the left. That's why I call it the left and the right. To which the Gemara says, come on. Oh, no, direct quote, right? Benisni o edi mizbeach o edi gavra. Why are you going here? Why put it or choose an orientation? Choose an orientation. Either look at it from the orientation of the mizbeach or look at it from the orientation of the Kohen. But for God's sake, don't do it both because that's incredibly confusing. To which the Gemara says, Kasha, you're right. That is a little bit confusing. We're not sure why exactly the Gemara chose to phrase it that way. Okay, but I will say, but again, bottom line for us to take away because we're getting some good solid carbonic information over here. So remember again, in general, the Mishnah told us the rule was when you go up to the Mizbeach, you always hang the right, and you make your way around counterclockwise in the back, end up by the southwest corner. 3 exceptions: Nisuch Hamayim, Nisuch Hayayim, Olas Ha'of. So we are afraid that if you go ahead and you do this, it's going to get smoke logged or smoke scented. Therefore, what does the Kohen do? Come right up on what we'll call either the western side, or we're just going to keep it simple, or the left side from the Kohen's orientation, the left side of the Mizbeach. Do Nisuch Hamayim, Nisuch Hayayim, Olas Ha'of on the southwest corner. Come back down and be done. Now, listen, I have one more piece of information. For Olas Ha'of, remember again, the more in the notes up, the crop and the feathers were placed where? Beis Hadeshen, right? Now remember again, that's why ideally, where was the Olas Ha'of done? Southeast corner. Only if there's too much going on over here, you move to the southwest corner, and then the Kohen would literally again throw the crop and the feathers over to here. What else is going on in the Beis Hadeshen? Ash from here in the morning to Beis Hadeshen, ash from Mizbeach HaTorah, Mizbeach HaZav, ash from the menorah, all placed on the same place. Beautiful. Okay, we'll say next. That up until now was Olas Ha'of, the bird Olas. Now we're transitioning to another bird offering, Chatas Ha'of, a bird Chatas. So you want to ask, bird Chatas. Kate Salayanas, how was the Chatas Ha'of done? So the Gemara says, listen to this. Parentheses for now. So remember again, bird karbanos were not shafted. Instead, what happened with bird karbanos? They had malika done. Now again, we'll discuss the process for malika in just a little bit. So hayamolik. So listen to the last. Hayamolik and shami mular. So literally again, he would do malika on its head, from the back of its neck. So we'll say again, we'll get into the exact process of malika, but the idea was the bird was slaughtered from the back of its neck, not from the front. But you do not go ahead and totally remove the head from its neck. Now, what does this mean? If you look at Rashi, this is first Rashi in the Mishnah. Rashi in Mishnah Ve'eno Ma'avyo Harosh Min Agof Ela Siman Ata Levado Mole. Did it say Ba Umalak Es Rosho Mimul Arpon? So both say so. According to Rashi, what this means is as follows. Generally, both say by sheep or instead of sheep of an animal, you have to shaft 2 simanim. Right, the windpipe and the esophagus. According to Rashi, by malika, you only have to cut one of them. You only have to cut one. Right, so that's what it means when it says, mabdo means you do not sever both simanim rather only one of them. They know mouthfeel. Okay, so therefore, say what this means is one of the either the windpipe or the esophagus is severed, which means the head is still attached. That is still attached. Again, we'll get into the story. The umaza nidama al mizbeach, and again, we sprinkle from the blood of the bird onto the mizbeach itself. So remember again, we saw already that is opposed to an animal sacrifice, where after shechita, blood is collected in a kli sharis, a process we call kabbalah, and then the blood is taken from the kli and sprinkled on the mizbeach. By a bird offering, the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the bird itself. So that's when you're actually taking the bird and sprinkling the blood on the mizbeach. First white line on 64b. And you go ahead and you sprinkle the blood on the wall of the mizbeach. And what's it, by the way, which also sounds like over here, that where is the bird, where is Chatas all taking place? What's taking place? It sounds like it's taking place on the ground, right? On the ground, because remember again, where is the blood being placed? On the wall of the vessel. Just hold on to all this information. Okay, so again, no Kabbalah, no receiving the blood in the kli. Instead, again, the blood is actually sprinkled from the back of the bird itself. So ultimately, again, any residual blood. So after the blood applications take place, any residual blood ultimately again is placed on the base of the mizbeach yisod. And the only part of the bird offering that actually goes on the mizbeach is what? Is the blood. There's no other sacrificial part. So remember again, this stands in contradistinction to what? To the Olas hole, where again the crop and the feathers were placed on the base hadeshen. By Chatas hole, the only thing that is placed in his back is the blood. And then what happens to the rest of the bird? Belongs to the Kohanim. Right, the Kohanim get to eat it. They get to have it. Everything else goes to them, which I will say, by the way, is actually quite interesting, because it sounds like the Kohanim can eat the bird, right? Even though what? Right? It was interesting. There wasn't a shechit. I mean, it is a shechit. It's a malika, but it's fascinating. You're able to eat the bird even from a malika. Again, we're going to talk about all this. Just keep it in mind. Something about let's analyze this. So the pasuk says. So again, what's interesting about the bird offering, about the bird chatos, is that halacha l'maisa there's no kabbalah in a kli. Instead, what's happening over here is that the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the oak itself. So how does this work? You hold onto the head and to the body of the bird, and ultimately sprinkle from the blood on the actual wall of the mizbeach. Below al kira kedesh, but ultimately again not on the wall of the lamb. Below al kir echal, not on the wall of the Beis Hamikdash structure of the building. Below al kir ulam, not on the wall of the antechamber. So again, what the highlighting over here is there's a very specific placement of the blood on the actual wall of the mizbeach. The Ezah, and which part of the wall of the mizbeach is done? This is the lower part of the wall, which once again, remember, it means under the chota, under the red line. I says the Gemara, maybe the blood application is done on an upper part of the wall above the chota sikra. Gemara says, no, we didn't know, it's a kabachol, so when it comes to an animal offering, where the blood application for an ova is done below, and for a chatas is done above. All so for an oath, where the blood application is done above, or the more so ultimately again, a chatas blood application should also be done above. Therefore, the pasuk said that the residual blood will be placed by the base of the mizbeach. Here, so place it on a part of the wall. Place it on a part of the wall where the residual blood ultimately easily flows down to the base. The A's goes that, and which part of the wall does that refer to? This refers to the lower part of the wall. Meaning below the red line. The Gemara says, so there's two blood applications. Maybe you do one application above the red line and one blood application below. So the Gemara says, does the pasuk say Yamsa? It shall be placed 3 months. It means the both sides it shall like gradually flow down. The Mela Mashma, that you should place the blood on a part of the wall of the Mizbeach that it can easily and just gradually flow down to the base. What does that refer to? The lower part of the wall below the red line. Incredible. So what is about to do? It's very exciting. So this about to be says this house. Keep milking chata salt. So let's say I watch this. How do we do Malika? So the Gemara says, okay, so now, okay, so then okay, you do very often. But take a look on the WhatsApp chat. Only 4 days. Don't check anything else. Right? If you go to the document, I sent out a bunch of pictures. Okay, so if you take a look, this is interesting. It might be a little bit easier to illustrate this with the pictures. I put in also there are a couple of the Chuma Sadeshan. So we'll say, so now I want to point out also the issue I want to say at the outset, which is there is a fundamental focus about how Malika was done. Was Malika a one-handed process or a two-handed process? Tosfos is of the opinion that it was one-handed. That is actually the last image that you have on the chat that I sent you is actually Tosfos. Like the bottom image left hand where you see Malika is being done with one hand, that's Tosfos. The majority of opinions actually hold that halacha l'maaseh Malika was a two-handed process. So that's, again, you're looking at this image. That's obviously totally unhelpful. But it's the color image that I put out. And you can see over here what's happening. And also you can see that, we're going to go through it now in the Gemara, but you can see how the bird itself was acting. So let's go through this now in the Gemara. So first of all, you would take the bird in your hand, and ultimately, again, you would hold its wings in between your two fingers. Now, essentially, what you can see over here is that the wings were positioned between the index finger and the middle finger. So what you would do is you would immobilize the wings. And then you would hold, ultimately, again, you would hold the feet of the bird between your pinky and ring finger. Right? So you're immobilizing the wings between index and middle finger, and then ultimately again holding the feet between again ring finger and pinky. Okay. Omosach savara alocha godlo, and then also you can see over here. You would bend the bird's head forward using your thumb, between your thumb and your index finger, like that's the image over here. So remember again, this image I'm showing you, this is not like Tosfos, right? And then you would take your other hand, thumbnail, and Dumalito. As we said before, again, by Kratos, you also, because remember, the Mishnah is talking over here about Kratos, so you would go ahead and you would sever only one of the symbols. You stop the pitch of the windpipe, not both, right? You would sever one of them. Alternatively, from the bar, the oak is up of the stairs also, the stairs are right also, Mosech Savaro Arocha Stairs also. And by the way, if you look at the other image, right, the other image is there are two different ways potentially that you could go ahead and hold the bird. So, for example, if you go ahead and you take a look at the last image, you can see again on both sides the bird is held in different ways, kind of like, but in the first image, the bird is held in the inside of the hand. In the second image, if you'll notice again, the head is bent back towards the back of the hand. So the point that Gemara is making over here is there's two different positions for Malika. So I want to point out something very interesting before we even go on. The Rambam passes, let me just read this to you. So the Rambam passes, the Rambam says, Kiz ochis chatas al kishas Malika, ochis shtirak leben shtez bosav, ushtek avav shtez bosav, umosik tzavar al rochav shtez bosav, umolek. First of all, the Rambam goes with the first image that we saw, which is most, I say, really, that first image is really, according to the Rambam, the most authoritative one, which is, again, remember, you're holding again, wings immobilized between the index finger and middle finger, feet immobilized between ring finger and pinky, thumb pushing the head forward, right? And therefore Malika done with your other hand. Now I want to point out what the Rambam says. Then Shina va'achaz b'chol makom sheva. This is actually quite fascinating. It doesn't actually matter who holds the bird, as long as Malika was done appropriately, meaning with the thumbnail, back of the neck, severing one of the simanim, you're good to go. It's interesting. That's why, again, how you actually end up holding the bird in order to immobilize it and check it really is discretionary. As long as it's held immobilized, and ultimately, again, one of the simanim are severed. The Gemara says, Zu avoda kasha shel mikdash. This was one of the hardest avodas in the Beis Hamikdash. Which also, by the way, if you look at this, especially according to Tosfos, if this is done with one hand, that is a tremendous amount of dexterity. But the truth is, even if it's done with two hands, it's a tremendous amount of dexterity. That's just a lot going on over here. So therefore, the Gemara says this was one of the hardest avodas in the Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says, now I should say, it says, Zu avoda kasha shel mikdash. Actually, the Gemara is, this was the hardest avoda in the Beis Hamikdash. To which the Gemara says, really? Va'ita kmitza v'chakina. 1 second, hold up. There's kmitza. Let's say, remember again, what's kmitza? Kmitza is right by the mincha. The Kohen takes his 3 middle fingers, right, and he has to go ahead and scoop out. Then what does he have to do? He has to shave off anything extra that's extending with the finger and with the thumb. Now, say to yourself, that doesn't sound so hard, but it is. Why? Because I want to say, when you have to be careful, especially certain minchas, which will have solid matter, when he shaves it off, he has to make sure that it's only shaving off the excess and not removing anything that is lodged within his fingers. There can't be any space within his fingers. So that also requires a tremendous amount of dexterity. Furthermore, there's chafina. I will say, what's chafina? Chafina is on Yom Kippur. Remember again, there was a tremendous amount of the Kohen had to do when he had to take a larger shovel of Kedores, empty into a smaller shovel of Kedores, and he can't spill anything. So there's a tremendous amount of balance and dexterity that goes into that as well. You must understand why saying Malik is the hardest. Mitzah, Chafina, these sound difficult as well. Elahima, the word is you're right. Elahima, Avoda Kasha, Avoda Kasha Shibim. You're right. And we didn't mean to say it's the hardest. Rather, what did we mean to say? What did we mean to say? It's of the most complicated. Right? It's of the hardest avodas done in the Beis Hamikdash. It's not that for the heart. But also, here's what we'll say. Halacha l'maaseh, it turns out that he learned a very important piece of information. Number one, by Chatas Ha'or, ultimately, again, the halacha was that the animal, the bird itself, is killed by Malika. How was Malika done? Thumbnail to the back of the neck. The Gemara gives two machlokes, Tosfos, and the rest of them are partial. Malika done with one hand, Malika done with two hands. Right? It doesn't really matter. As long as ultimately, again, the bird is killed from the back of the neck, one of the simanim is severed. Now, again, we're going to see about the head and the rest of the body. That's going to be the next Mishnah. And ultimately, again, no Kabbalah done in a separate thing. Rather, these are done directly from the blood of the animal itself, to which the Gemara says this is one of the hardest avodos done in the Beis Hamikdash. The Gemara says it's going to say something absolutely beautiful in the Beis Hamikdash. It's interesting. So the second of the Rebbe, says something incredibly beautiful. He says, what is this mean? The Gemara says this was one of the hardest avodas done in the Beis Hamikdash. I want to read you something absolutely magnificent. He says, listen to this. He says, Makshavos Adam Hema. Listen to this lashon. Kiyam Nigrash Hashati Lo Yuchal. We'll say one of the hardest things in life to control are our thoughts. Sometimes a person's thoughts are like a turbulent sea. And sometimes the hardest thing in life is I can't control what I think. Like thoughts come into my mind, and I don't have any control. And listen, this is my simple because like stuff happens, I see things, I observe, experience things, and thoughts like flood my mind, and I can't control what I think. We'll do that right. Bala. I don't know. You may not have control over what you initially think, but you absolutely have control about what you allow to remain in your heart and what you constantly continue to think about going forward. So in other words, you might not have control over instantaneous stuff, the stuff that pops into my head just like random. But what I allow to remain in my heart and what I allow to remain in my consciousness, that I absolutely have control over. And says that that is something beautiful. Goes over here again. So what happens? What happens by the Chata Sa'ov? What do? You do Malika. The Rebbe say, what does Malika represent? Malika is a severing of the head from the body, from the heart. Malika represents the process by which we are able to go ahead and sever, make a distinction between the thoughts that just pop into our head and the things we allow to remain inside of our hearts. Sometimes you can't decide, like you don't get to choose what just fills your head instantaneously. I feel a loss, a desire, jealousy, different kinds of things that just pop into my head. Sometimes I really can't control those things. What I absolutely do control is what do I allow to occupy permanent real estate and permanent place in my heart and in my life. Malika is an art form. Sometimes you have to sever the head from the heart. It says the Gemara that is one of the hardest avodas to do. Not just in the Beis Hamikdash, but ultimately again in life as well. You can't always choose what pops into your head, but you absolutely always have a choice to what occupies permanent space in your heart and in your spiritual consciousness. Not easy, but one of the hardest avodas to do. So we stop over here for today. What a Gemara. What a Gemara. More. We're not finished. We're not finished. More things to be tomorrow.
Process included Fulton, even though the later issue about
all right, everyone, have a great day.
corrected by a new post 2024 head count. The issue of unsigned voting tapes was
Oh,
not
sorry, Sebby, I
corrected
didn't see a message until
by a new
now.
post
I will go ahead and look instead of tomorrow. My apologies.
Yeah, what does that mean? That's what's confusing. Was there 315 weird votes or not? Because that is the main right wing. I bet if you went on True Social and asked them how did they steal the election, they fucking. I bet you can't get banned from it.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin.
You'd have to, but you'd have to look crazy liberal. Or if you said, I believe that there's two
Like
genders.
okay, good morning. Listen, great to begin a new week together. Thank you for Richter for giving cheer over the last couple of days. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this one year. We thank our commentator sponsors for the month of Teshuvah. Above with Told Stephen Tarizin to dedicate all the instructions this month in loving memory of Steve's father, William Steve Ben Chaim Zichron Lebracha. And our film sponsors are Alan Sarah Steinberg, and it's supposed to continue health for Shulamis Chana Bas Susha, and for enduring and continued refuah shalem with hope. And she together with Kol Chodesh will have a complete and enduring refuah. They're all been a Shama Shtab Rali, the families in the Chama, and the marriage of the Torah will continue to shower the solos upon all the clouds of Israel. But with that, let us begin with the last of today. Today's daf is Samech Daf 64. We are picking up on Samech Daf Amud Aleph at the two dots, 3 lines down from the top. Shlosha Dvarim. So let's remember again, the Mishnah said, this was the Mishnah on the top of Samech Gimel Amud Aleph 63a. So the Mishnah spoke about the idea that there are 3 things. Shlosha Dvarim Haisa, Osekan Mishameshes, Milamato, Shlosha Milamalo. There are 3 things on the southwest corner that were done. Southwest corner, there 3 things that were done above the Chut HaSikra, 3 things that were done above the red line, 3 things that were done below the red line. So the Mishnah said, Milamata, Chatas Ha'of, Hagasha Shiyari Hadam. So again, below the red line was Chatas Ha'of, the birth. Hagasha, which means the meaning of the minchah, treats of the minchah, and Shiyari Hadam, and the spilling out of the leftover blood. Umilamalon, and above the Chut HaSikra, above the red line, Nisuch Hayayin, wine libation, Mayim, wine libation, Va'od Ola Sa'ov, and the bird Ola. Okay, so now, let's remember again, we're still figure out the southwest corner. Just remember again, that's this corner over here, right? Southwest corner. Good. So now that's how social divided. That's all Hagam. Just going through these three. Sakata Sauf, that was in yesterday's daf. Hagashos. How do we know about the bringing of the leftover, not the leftover, but the mitzvah of the Ksiv, the Al Pinan Mizbeach. We already have that leftover blood, the Ksiv, there's Kol Hagam Hapar Yishbo, Al Yisol HaMizbeach. Okay, so we want to therefore quote these speaks between ultimately again highlighting these three items. Next, Mila Ma'alot, Yisol HaMayim, V'Hayayin, V'Ova Ha'ov, Tishirab Mizbeach. Suppose it's a couple of these terms over here. Now remember, the next three items were offered up above, or I should say were done on the upper part of the southwest corner. And what was that? Nisach Hamayim, which was the pouring of the water. So again, I'm sure we're going to cover this in Mishnah. The Nisach Hamayim, of course, is done on Sukkot, a very unique and specific type of libation, only done once a year. Nisach Hamayim is a wine libation which accompanies many kabanos. And Olas Ha'ol, the bird Olah. Now, again, we're speaking more about the bird off. We started already the bird off in the last one, so we're into the next Mishnah as well. Now, this last part is very interesting. When is the Olas Ha'of offered up on the southwest corner? So the Lashon of the Mishnah is Tishiraba Mizrach, which means ultimately, again, when there's too much stuff going on in the southeast corner, we move things over to the southwest corner. So just to understand, just to appreciate this for just a moment. Right, so remember again, Mishnah says that we're doing Olas Ha'of in the southwest corner. When do we do ultimately again Olas Ha'of in the southwest corner? When there's too much going on in the southeast corner. So which is interesting. So in other words, normally it sounds like normally you'd want to be doing Olas Ha'of by the southeast corner. But if it's too crowded, ultimately we'll move it over to the southwest corner. Says the Gemara, my time. Why is that? In other words, why? Just to follow this. Why do you say that Olas Ha'of, the bird Olah, should be done in the southeast corner? Right? Because remember, when the fact that the Mishnah says that we do Olas Ha'of in the southwest corner, when there's too much happening in the southeast corner, would indicate to us that the ideal location for Olas Ha'of is southeast corner. So why is that? Why is this the ideal location? So this is very interesting. My time. So Yochanan says, it means the Tova Midas Hadashan. Ultimately, again, because it's much closer to the base Hadashan. So it says, interesting enough now, what does that mean exactly? So base Hadashan, remember again, I will say one of the first avodas that was done in the Beis Hamikdash every single morning was something called Shumas Hadashin. So what would happen? So if you take a look by the way at Rashi, just a moment, Beis Hadashin is Rashi in the about 5 lines up before it gets wide. Say 5 lines before the intermediate wide. So in the Beis Hadashin, Makom Shenos Nisham B'Choboker Shumas Hadashin Shekasav Bo B'Samo Itza HaMizbeach V'hu B'Mizracho Shel Kadesh Ksiv Gal Mora B'Notza B'Hishlik Osa El Itza HaMizbeach B'Nor on the Kom Hadashin. Okay, so what's in our watches? First thing according to do every single morning, so you would come up, follow my points over here. He would come up on the Mizbeach, right? And what he would do is he would take ash. We're gonna go through more three lessons as well. First, just do general layout. I know what's that. Not everybody can see this. He comes up in the back. He's gonna take ash. After he takes ash, he comes back down the ramp and he deposits it right here. This is called the base Hadashin. This is where he's taking out. He's only taking some of the residual ash. He's putting it over here on the base Hadashin. Now, what does that do with anything? Because the Torah says that when the Kohen dismembers the bird Olah, he takes the one to see the feathers and the top, and he throws it by the base Hadashin. Okay? So now, again, so the first thing in the morning is coming up the ramp, taking some ash, coming back down, and putting it in this area over here, which you can see is in the southeast. really like the east side of the Mizbeach, southeast orientation. Good. And then the Torah says that if you set the bird olah, you will take the sacrificial parts and you will throw it by the Beis Hadash. So because of that, the Gemara says, because anyway, the bird parts have to be thrown by the Beis Hadash, it makes sense that where would the bird olah normally be done? Southeast. Because that's much closer. Obviously, if there's a lot going on in the southeast, it'll move over to the southwest. But because the bird parts have to end up over here, it makes more sense for them to be in the southeast corner, not in the southwest corner. Okay, that's not now. Let's see it inside. So the Gemara says, "Here we go. I'm gonna be open. So what's the very beautiful? I'm gonna be open on Bo'ulei Kamabol Chashal Kohanim. See how strong Kohanim are. Why? She'in lecha kal ba'os yoser mimora v'nosa. Obviously, the lightest part of the bird. Now, again, remember, we're going to see like a bird, the sacrificial parts of the bird are the mora and the nosa. The mora is the crop. The crop of osei, by the way, is like it's a pouch. It's a digestive pouch of a bird. What a bird does is, a bird is able to store food. What it's able to do is ingest a tremendous amount of food, and then it digests it gradually. So the crop is like the stomach, but it's not down here. Right? Where the bird is able to store everything and then digest it gradually. So the lightest part of the bird is the morah and the notes on the feathers. So those are the parts that are thrown by the Beis Hadash. Listen to this. Shakoin Sarkon Yoser. And sometimes the Kohen has to throw it more than 30 amas. And I remember again, it takes more strength to throw a light item far than it does to take a heavy item, right? Because it's hard. Something is light, but hard to throw a distance. So the Gemara says, see how strong the Kohanim are, because the Kohanim sometimes have to throw the mora and the notes, or the crop and the feathers of the bird more than 30 amas. Now, where do you get that from? So watch this. It's not. Listen to this. Not on Machta Shokesef, but all of the Rothschild. This is actually a very beautiful Gemara. Rashi, the Gemara is going over here from the Seches Yuma and the Seches Tamid. So what happens the first thing in the morning? The Kohen would go ahead and he would walk up to the ramp with a Machta Shokesef. Literally, a Machta is really like a shovel. Really like a pan shovel made of silver. But all of the roads from his back, he goes to the top of his back. Upinas hagichalim ilach ve'ilach. He would move the coals to the two sides. And he would take from the hottest coals, or from the hottest ashes, the Yorik Yikia L'Ritzvah. He would then come back down to the floor. Machzir Panav Klape Soften, Baholech L'Mizrach Oshaket. What's his finish here? What just happened over here? The Gemara over here is describing ultimately again the Shumas Hadasha. Okay, so watch what the Gemara just said. I'm going to show it to you anyway. He would come up to rest, and what would he do? He would come to the ash pile, and he would move the ashes on the side, and he would take from the hottest ashes, that's just taking with the shovel. He would come back down the ramp. Now, if you look at the Lashon of the Mishnah, it says then he would turn northward. Why does it say turn northward? Because when he comes down the ramp, then where is he going? North. Remember again, his right is north, he's down. He would go north on the eastern side of the Mizbeach. And remember again, we know where he's going. He's going over here to this place called the Beis Hadash. And what would happen? The year of the Maxim itself, and he would face towards the north, the whole way from the Mizbeach, and he would come to the eastern side of the ramp. What else? So Esther Amos. You walk approximately 10 amos. So let's say 10 amos to the stairs. So here's the Beis Hadash. Here's where you deposit the ash. You would come up the ramp. You would come up the ramp. Now turn northward, go in the northern direction on the eastern side of the ramp. Walk 10 amos down. Sabra said you come Rabbi Aritzvah. Rock off in that Kadesh. Moshe Fahid. And you would go ahead and you would place the coals, like the ashes, then down on the floor of the Beis Hadash, approximately 3 tefachim away from the Mizbeach. That's the distance of it. 3 tefachim away from the Mizbeach. Makom Sinoskin Morah, the Nosa, the Mizbeach Hasidimi, the Hamanora. And I both say, just understand, what was the context positive here in this base hadashan. So what's positive here is the morning ash, right? The morning ash that comes on top of the mizbeach. There were also other ash. Remember, both sides. Every morning, the Kohen would also go into the heichal, right? He's going to the heichal. He would clean out the mizbeach at the Torah, right? The incense altar, which also had ash. He would clean out the menorah, which would also have ash. He would bring these items out, walk on the mizbeach, come to the house, over here. So in this place called the Beis Hadashan, which was on what called the southeastern side of the Mizbeach, in a northward orientation, he would deposit the ash from the top of it, some of the ash from the top of the Mizbeach, ash from the Mizbeach, first the incense altar, ash from the menorah, and not only that, what else did he place there? Furthermore, and that's where Malcolm Shinoski Morah denotes up. That's also where he would place, again, the parts of the bird that were discarded, right? The top and the feathers of the bird Ola. So the Gemara says, like Ola's health. That's what the deposit, right? So the nose of Bishop Yakini Bamnora. So it's interesting enough, the Gemara says sometimes, so you can see the strength of the coin, because what did he have to do? Sometimes the coin would have to throw it 30 ounces. Now, when would he have to throw it 30 ounces? When would that be required? Because what's the thing about it? If, remember, again, there was too much going on in the southeastern corner. Where would the Ola be done? Where would the bird Ola be done? Southwest. So Rashi does the math, so we don't have to do it. We can take his word for it. So as I said, you take the diagonal of here, now, the Gemara says it's 30 amas. I will say, in reality, it's actually more than 30 amas. It's actually 32 amas from here to here. So we'll get to this in a moment. The point of the Gemara is that sometimes the Kohen would have to go ahead and throw the crop and the feathers from here all the way to here. So see again how strong the Kohanim must have been to be able to throw it again from the southwestern corner all the way to the base Hadashan. As it says the Gemara, 1 second. Hani statement plus. Hani statement plus in the Chad. So second, it's actually more than 30. It's more than 30. So why did the Gemara say it's 30? To which in reality it's actually 31. To which was Malcolm Gadi no Chash. You're right. In other words, the Gemara is not counting the actual space that the coin himself occupied. When you look at the amount of space between the coin himself and the base Hadashan, that would have been 30 ounces. Incredible. So let's say, so again, the takeaway from here is just understand this procedurally. We're focusing on the bird offerings. So I'm also again, bird offering ideally done southeast corner. If there's too much happening here, it goes to the southwest corner. Understand that after Shkita or Malika, which we'll discuss, the crop and the feathers were placed on the base Hadashan, which is this deposit, right? This deposit area over here on the southeast side of the Mizbeach, situated 10 amos forward from the edge of the ramp, 3 amos from the side of the Mizbeach. What was placed here? Shumas Hadashan from the morning ash from the Mizbeach, ash from the interior Mizbeach, ash from the interior menorah, and the crop and the feathers of the bird Ola. Incredible. Let's go back there. Kala Olam was asked. What's next? Now remember, in general, the Mishnah said like this. Mishnah espoused another rule. The Mishnah said in general, whenever you go up in the Mizbeach, whenever the Kohen goes in the Mizbeach, so what happens? Kala Olam Mizbeach, Olam Derech Yavin. Supposed to remember again, how does the Mizbeach work? So in general, remember again, what's our rule? Mishnah said, what's the rule? Whenever you go somewhere, or like whenever you're turning somewhere, you always turn right. So remember again, you come up the ramp. What that means is, whenever you're coming up the ramp, you would go and you would turn right. You would turn right. So remember again, the coin, depending on what the avoda was, depends on whether or not you're standing on the ground of the base image or you're taking a sobek, that ledge. But normally what you do is come up this ramp, call you an angle right, start with the southeastern corner, and make his way around. The Mishnah then says there were 3 exceptions to this rule. What were the 3 exceptions to this rule? With the exception ultimately again that the Kohen is coming up to do these 3 things. What are the things that we're referring to? Miso Hamayim, right? Water, or Miso Hayayim, wine libations, water libation, and Olas Hol. Those are the 3 exceptions. Now let's say that why? What happens with those 3? All 3 of those things are done on the southwest corner. So what would happen is, this is very interesting. This is the only time this would happen is like this. Corey would come up, right up to the southwest corner, do his thing. Yisuf Hamayim, Yisuf Dain Ol Asa'ol, come right back down. There was no hakafa. There was no circling of there. Come up to the southwest corner, do what you have to do, come right back down afterwards. Says the Gemara. My type, why is that? Why is that exactly? That he would not do the circling of the deck. He would just do his thing and come right back down afterwards. It's very so by the libation, that they should not become smoky. Right? In other words, that the issue over here is that both the water and the wine could absorb some of the smoke smell of smoke, right? And therefore it doesn't smoke flavor. And then apparently that would go ahead and invalidate. And what the Ola Sa'ol is that you take the bird, right, and you do the entire like cup and circle the chaos, the bird itself could die from smoke inhalation, which is fascinating, by the way. It tells you just apparently the amount of smoke that was, I guess you weren't worried about the color, right, but the mice were worried about the bird, right, about the bird smoke inhalation, and therefore, obviously, the bird need the bird to die from malika, not from smoke inhalation. Also, for me, comes to Arshon, but 1 second, for a minute, I'll just catch on. When the queen comes to circle the Mizbeach, from where does he begin? His parent, the Romius Mizrachis. So again, in general, whenever you go up to the Mizbeach, you start from the southwest corner. After the southwest corner, then Mizrachis is a bonus. You go, it's ultimately the northeast corner. Then, bonus Ma'arav is northwest corner, and then Ma'arav is the Romius, southeast corner. So that's even this entire time. You start again from southeast and make your way around counterclockwise. Now listen to this. In Nosin mode, Yayin and Anasim. Now let me give you a little bit of context over here, because it's actually a very beautiful Gemara. If you look at Rashi, Rashi is 4 lines up from the bottom. Rashi says, Mishnahi in the Sefes Tamid. The Gemara is quoting the Mishnah from the Sefes. What does the Mishnah say? Gabi Kohen Gadol, She'ino Kasher, She'ino Kishar Shahanim, V'zachos L'Bethayin La'avoda Achot Elo, Ovi V'kol V'chol Kapit. In some sense, let's listen to this. Kohen Gadol Machri Chilis Rosh. Amar Olos of Amar Olos Zu'ani Machri. His man Shematz was okay. Let me tell you that. The way it worked, generally by Kohanim, is that there was a price, there was a lot of them, right? Because there was a lot of Kohanim, and again, there's a finite amount of avodah to be done. Now, one man always had the right to exercise prerogative to do the avodah, and that was the Kohen Gadol. So Kohen Gadol could roll into the Beis HaMikdash, and he could say, I'm doing this. I'm doing this, and that's his prerogative to do so, which is pretty incredible. So now, that's where this Gemara is picking up. So let's say Kohen rolls in, and he says, I'm going to offer up this Ola. So the way that the Mishnah makes it sound like over here is that what happens, Kohen Gadol comes up, and again, he does the up. He comes up, hangs the right, starts at the southeast corner, and then makes his way counterclockwise. And when he gets to the southwest corner, that's where he does the wine libation. Southwest corner wine libation. Now, when you read this Mishnah, it makes it sound like he's carrying the wine with him as he goes around in his back. Now, that obviously contradicts what we just said before, because before we just said, where's wine libation done? Let's get this clear. Where's wine libation done? Southwest corner. But wine libation is the exception to the rule. Where does he go? He comes up from his back, and where does he go? Right to the southwest corner. Why? We don't want the wine absorbing any smoke smell as he goes up. So that contradicts what we just said before. Here we're saying, go up to the southwest corner, do your thing, go back down. Here it sounds like he's going around in his back, holding the wine, and then does that to the southwest corner. Which the Gemara says, the nose will lie. Last time, Rabbi Yochanan said, let's say, on the day 64b, Rabbi Yochanan, that was longer this morning than it did last night. All right, so what happened? So Rabbi Yochanan said, Hakafa Beregel. Hakafa Beregel. So no, what it means is like this. The Kohen Gadol would in fact circle the Mizbeach, but he was not holding the wine. Rather, what would happen? They would give him the wine when he reached the southwest corner. It's interesting enough. So he did the Hakafa. He did, like he walked around the Mizbeach, but not with the wine. They would hand him the wine. That's when he reached the southwest corner. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Ve'in hayayin biyado. Ultimately, again, the wine was not in his hand. Or the mitzvah of the alma. And so, one second. So, I understand. So, he's coming up to do a wine libation, and the wine libation has to be done at the southwest corner. So, why is he walking around the whole mizbeach? What's going on up here? So, Rashi says it's a mitzvah. Only Mishakala, only Yamin, Makifin, is only Bichach, Makif. בעל המקום שנכניס משם ונוסעים לו יאיר ונעשה אבל שאר כהנים שזוכה ונסחים בטייס לא זוכה לעבור לאחרס או לבעיין בידו. So interestingly enough, this was apparently unique by the Kohen Gadol. Because since the Kohen Gadol would do whatever he wanted, King's tradition it does, he could even be doing multiple odos, which means that he could be going up to on his bed to do multiple things. For other Kohanim, generally, again, you were only designated in one avodah. So therefore, again, if you were the Kohen doing wine libations, ultimately, again, you would come up the ramp, come to the southwest corner, do your libation, and you were done. Kohen Gadol, who himself may be coming up for other things, would come up, start at the southeast corner, make his way around, but again would not carry the wine with him as he made his rounds around his bath, but ultimately again would only receive the wine when he got to the southwest corner. So again, I want to point out there's no contradiction. So that's just which the Mishnah said, which is that so wine libation was done in the southwest corner, and again, the Kohen would come right up to the southwest corner, would not walk around his bath, do the libation, and come right back down. Amarava, only exception to this rule, Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol, Amarava, Zekinani, Diktani, no steam or yayin renasi. And again, it was in fact, we looked lush in the Mishnah. The Mishnah was, they would give the Kohen Gadol the wine to do the libation. Which indicates to us that even as he was walking around in his bath, he would not be holding the wine with him, but rather would only receive the wine when he reached the southwest corner. Incredible. So again, Rav Daniel telling no stingol yayin renase, but lo katoni omer lo nase. That's what's the mission. Those mitzvahs they would give him ultimately they would give him the wine to do the libation when he got to the southwest corner. Shmamina. The Gemara says, therefore, Allah just to understand, so just reinforce this point. Wine libation done on the south corner, but as opposed to other things which were done at the southwest corner, when the Kohen would arrive there by again aiming the right and going counterclockwise on the Mizbeach, for the wine libation, the Kohen would come right up on the side of the Mizbeach, come right to the southwest corner, do the libation. Why? You don't want the wine to absorb any of the smoke flavor. The owner of the yard in Derech Smoke. It was in general, whenever you would come up to the Mizbeach, so what would you do as you do what I said before, what would you do? You would hang a right. Right, so the Kohen would come up in Mizbeach, and again, he would hang a right, and then he would come down on the left side of the Mizbeach. Good. So the Gemara says, Olden Derech Derech Smoke. Olden Derech Mizrach, Yard in Derech Marav. And guess when they would come up on the eastern side, right, and come down on the west. Remember again, you're coming up on this side of the Mizbeach, which is towards the east, and then come down on the western side of the Mizbeach. With the exception of the Kohen who was coming up with these three things. Again, what are the three things? Misoch hayayin, wine libations, misoch hamayim, water libations, and obas haof. That for these people, Sha'olin Derech Marav, the Yorkin Derech Marav, they would come up on the western side and go down the western side. So Moses says, remember again, this is the western side of the Mizbeach. Right, they come up on the western side, do your thing at the southwest corner, and then come down on the western side. Only Derech Yamin, the Yorkin Derech Yamin. They would go up one side and go down on the right side. Says, I understand. What do you mean they go up on the right side? It says contradictory. They're not going up on the right side, they're going up on the left side. Right? Remember again, both sides. We're swinging over to the Cohen's left and right. So therefore, again, remember, if you tell me they're going up on the western side of the Mizbeach, this is the Cohen's left, not the Cohen's right. So what's going on over here? I'm Honey's, I'm sorry, good. That's small. Rabina, honey, small. Rabina says that, I'm sorry, change it means it goes up on the left side and comes down the left side. Rabbi Amar, no, my Yamin the Mizbeach. When it says right is referring to the right of the Mizbeach. My small the Gavra. When it's supposed to say, okay, this is a bit confusing. When it says the right, it's referring ultimately again to the right of the Mizbeach. I will say now why. Because this is very interesting. From the Mizbeach's perspective, the Mizbeach faces south. Because the Mizbeach is facing south, so therefore when you look at it from this direction, from literally again north facing south, which means that this is considered to be the right side. For the Cohen going up, like ascending there, this is considered to be the left side. So from the Mizbeach orientation, right? If you look at the Mizbeach oriented southward, then this is the right. Look at from the Cohen's perspective going up, this is the left. That's why I call it the left and the right. To which the Gemara says, come on, that's right? So Nisni, O Edi the Mizbeach, O Edi the Gafra. Why am I going to why put it or choose an orientation? Choose an orientation. Either look at it from the orientation of the Mizbeach or look at the picture of the Kohen. But for God's sake, don't do it both because that's incredibly confusing. Which the Gemara says, Kasha. You're right, right? That is a little bit confusing. We're not sure why exactly the Gemara chose to phrase it that way. Okay, so I won't say, but again, bottom line for us, the question is we're getting some good, solid, combined information over here. Again, in general, they told us to rule one, when you go up to the staff, you always hang the right, and you make your way around counterclockwise in the staff, ends up by the southwest corner. 3 exceptions, Niso Hamayim, Niso Hayayim, Ola Sa'of, where we are afraid that if you go ahead and you do this, it's going to get smoke logged, the smoke scented, therefore, what they're going to do, come right up on what we'll call either the western side, which is simple, or the left side, in the Cohen's orientation, the left side of the Mizbeach, do Niso Hayayin Ola Sa'of on the southwest corner, come back down and be done. Now, once again, one more piece of information for Ola Sa'of. Remember again, the more in the notes up, the crop and the feathers were placed where? Beis Hadashen, right? And remember again, that's why ideally, where was the Ola Sa'of done? The southeast corner. Only if there's too many on over here do you move to the southwest corner, and then the Kohen would literally begin to throw the crop and the feathers over to here. What else is going on in the Beis Hadashen? Ash from here in the morning to Beis Hadashen. Ash from the Mizbeach HaGedolah, Mizbeach HaZah, ash from the menorah, all placed on the same place. Beautiful. Okay, but so next. That up until now was Ola Sa'of, the bird Ola. Now we're transitioning to another bird offering, Chatas Sa'of. Or bird Chatas. So we went, well, bird Chatas. It's a higher analysis. So how was the Chatas Sa'of done? So the Gemara says, listen to this. Hayamolek, good parentheses now. Hayamolek es Rothschild, Yimul Arpach, Ve'yomadno. So let's remember again, bird Kabbalos were not shefted. Instead, what happened with bird Kabbalos? They had Malika. Now again, we'll discuss the context from Malika in just a little bit. So Hayamolek, so listen to the Rush. Hayamolek es Roshami Mulasa. So literally again, he would do Malika on its head, Yimul Arpach, from the back of its neck. So I'll say again, we'll get into the exact process of Malika, but the idea was the bird was slaughtered from the back of its neck, not from the front. But you do not go ahead and totally remove the head from its neck. Now, what does this mean? If you look at Rashi, this is first Rashi in the Mishnah, Rashi in the Ve'eno Ma'avyo, Arosh min Agof Elasim Eka Levado, Molech, Yiditzit, Ba, Umalak Es Roshol, Yimul Arpon. So according to Rashi, what this means is as follows. Generally, both like a sheet or as a sheet of an animal, you have to check 2 simon, right? The windpipe and the esophagus. According to Rashi, by Malika, you only have to cut of one of them. You only have to cut one. Right, so that's what it says. Mavdo means you do not sever both simanim, rather only one of them. Mavdo, okay. So therefore, you're about to say what this means is one of the either the windpipe or the esophagus is severed, which means the head is still attached. That is still attached. Again, we'll get into this more. The umazah yidama al-krem, and again, you sprinkle from the blood of the bird onto the mizbeach itself. So let's remember again, we saw this already. That is opposed to an animal sacrifice, where after shechita, blood is collected in a kli sharis process we call kabbalah, and then the blood is taken from the kli and sprinkled on the mizbeach. By a bird offering, the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the bird itself. So that's why you're actually taking the bird and sprinkling the blood on the mizbeach. First white line on 64b. And you go ahead and sprinkle the blood on the wall of the mizbeach. And listen, that way, which also sounds like over here that where is the bird? Where is Kakash taking place? Where is it taking place? It sounds like it's taking place on the ground. Right on the ground, because remember again, where is the blood being placed? Here on the wall of the death. Just hold on to all this information. Okay, so again, no kapala, no receiving the blood in the kli. Instead, again, the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the bird itself. So ultimately, any residual blood, after the blood application takes place, any residual blood ultimately again is placed on the base. Actually, so and the only part of the burnt offering that actually goes on the mizbeach of Osai is what? Is the blood. There's no other sacrificial parts. Remember again, this stands in constant distinction to what? To the Ola Sa'of, where again the crop and the feathers were placed in the base Hadeshen. By Chata Sa'of, the only thing that is placed on his back is the blood. And then what happens to the rest of the bird? Belongs to the Kohanim. That's Kohanim get to eat it. We get to have it. Everything else goes to Kohanim. Which I will say, by the way, it's actually quite interesting because it sounds like the Kohanim could eat the bird, right? Even though what? Right? It was interesting. There wasn't a sheep. I mean, it is a sheep. It's a malika. But it's fascinating. They're able to eat the bird even from a malika. Okay, we're going to talk about all this. Keep it in mind. Something about it. Let's analyze this. Moses in the Pasuk says, so again, what's interesting about the bird offering, about the bird chatos, is that halacha l'maisa there's no kabbalah in it. Instead, what's happening over here is that the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the oak itself. How does this work? You hold onto the head and to the body of the bird. And ultimately you sprinkle from the blood on the actual wall of the mizbeach. Below al kir hakedesh, but ultimately again not on the wall of the lamb. Below al kir heichal, not on the wall of the base, I mean the structure of the building. Below al kir ulam, not on the wall of the antechamber. So what's this again? But what's highlighting over here is there's a very specific placement of the blood on the actual wall of the mizbeach. And which part of the wall of the mizbeach is this done? This is the lower part of the wall. Once again, remember, it means under the chota sikra, under the red line. I says the Gemara. Making after the blood application is done on the upper part of the wall above the chota sikra. So it comes to an animal offering where the blood application for an olah is done below and for a chatos is done above. So for an oath where the blood application is done above, or the more so ultimately again the chatos blood application should also be done above. Therefore, the pasuk said that the residual blood will be placed by the base of the mizbeach. Here, so place it on a part of the wall. Place it on a part of the wall where the residual blood ultimately easily flows down to the base. The Ezozeh, and which part of the wall is that referred to? This refers to the lower part of the wall. meaning below the foot, below the red line. The Gemara says, in this two blood applications, maybe you do one application above the red line and one blood application below. So the Gemara says, does the pasuk say Yamset shall be placed 3 months, which means the Lord said it shall like gradually flow down. In a Mela Mashma, that you should place the blood on a part of the wall of the Mizbeach that it can easily and just gradually flow down to the base. What does that refer to? The lower part of the wall below the red wall. Incredible. Torah is about it. Everyone is very excited. So this right there says this house. Kitzad Mokin Chata Sal. So let's say now watch this. How do we do Malika? So the Gemara says, okay, so now, in case I don't say you do very often, but take a look on the WhatsApp chat. Only for this. Don't check anything else. Right? If you go to the document when I sent out last night a bunch of pictures. So as I said, if you take a look, this is interesting. It might be a little bit easier to illustrate this with the pictures. So first I put in here also a couple of the Shumas Adesha. So now I want to point out also the issues I want to say at the outset, which is there is a fundamental machlokas about how Malika was done. Was Malika a one-handed process or a two-handed process? Tosfos is of the opinion that it was one-handed. That is actually the last image that you have on the chat that I sent you is actually Tosfos. Like the bottom image left hand where you see Malika being done with one hand, that's Tosfos. The majority of the opinions actually hold that halach l'maaseh Malika was a two-handed process. So that's, again, if you're looking at this image, right? It's the color image that I put out. And you can see over here what's happening. And also you can see that, we're going to go through it now in the Gemara, but you can see how the bird itself was actually out. So let's go through this now in the Gemara. Okay, so first of all, so you take the bird in your hand, and ultimately, again, you would hold its wings in between your two fingers. Now, essentially, what you can see over here is that the wings were positioned between the index finger and the middle finger. So what you would do is you would immobilize the wings. Which take raglav, which gets both up. And you would hold, ultimately, again, you would hold the feet of the bird between your pinky and ring finger, right? So you're immobilizing the wings between index and middle finger, and then ultimately again holding the feet between again ring finger and pinky. Okay. Omosach savara alocha godlo, and then also you can see over here you would bend the bird's head forward using your thumb between your thumb and your index finger, like that's the image over here. Umoka. So remember again. This image I'm showing you, this is not like Tosfos, right? And then you would take your other hand, thumbnail, and do Malika. As we said before, again, by Chata Sa'ol, you also, because remember, the Mishnah is talking about Chatos, so you go ahead and you would sever only one of the simon. You would stop because of the windpipe, not both, right? You would sever one of them. Umolka. And that's Nisatana. Alternatively, Sifra Miladar, ואוכיס ככה בשתי אצבעות, בשתי רגליים בשתי אצבעות, ומוסך צווארו ארוך בשתי אצבעות. And by the way, if you look at the other image, right, the other image is, there are two different ways potentially you can go ahead and hold the bird. So for example, if you go ahead and you take a look at the last image, so you can see again on both sides, the bird is held a different way, kind of like, but in the first image, the bird is held, we'll call it like in the inside of the hand. In the second image, if you'll notice again, the head is bent back towards the back of the hand. So the point that Gemara is making over here is there's two different positionings for Malika. Umole. So I want to point out something very interesting, just before we even go on. The Rambam asking, let me just read this to you. So the Rambam asking, I'm just please say, okay, Chatas of the Chash Malika, okay, Shtirak Levin Shans Bosel, or Shtirak Levin Shans Bosel, Umosik Savar Al-Rochab Shans Bosel, Umole. So first of all, the Rambam holds the first image that we saw, which is again, so really that first image is really, according to the Rambam, the most authoritative one, which is, again, remember, you're holding again wings immobilized between the index finger and middle finger, feet immobilized between ring finger and pinky, thumb pushing the head forward. Right? And therefore, Malika done with your other hand. Now, I want to point out what the Rambam says. This is actually quite fascinating. Halacha just as both sides, it doesn't actually matter how you hold the bird. As long as Malika was done appropriately, meaning with the thumbnail, back of the neck, severing one of the simanim, you're good to go. This is interesting. That's why, again, how you actually end up holding the bird in order to immobilize it and check it really is discretionary. As long as it's held, immobilized, and ultimately, again, one of the simanim are severed. The Gemara says, Avoda Kasha Shel Mikdash. This was one of the hardest avodas in the Beis Hamikdash. Which also, by the way, if you look at this, especially according to Tosis, if this is done with one hand, that is a tremendous amount of dexterity. But the truth is, even if it's done with two hands, it's a tremendous amount of dexterity. That's just a lot going on over here. So therefore, the Gemara says this was one of the hardest avodas in the Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says, now I should say, it says, Zu avodas kasha shel Mikdash. Actually, the Gemara is, this was the hardest avodah in the Beis Hamikdash. To which the Gemara says, really? One second, hold up. There's Kmitza. The Bible says, remember again, what's Kmitza? Kmitza is right beside the Mikvah. The Kohen takes his 3 middle fingers, and he has to go ahead and scoop out. And then what does he have to do? He has to shave off anything extra that's extending with his finger and with his thumb. And I say to yourself, that doesn't sound so hard, but it is. Why? Because also what he has to be careful with, especially certain minchas which had solid matter. When he shaves it off, he has to make sure that he's only shaving off the excess and not removing anything that is lodged within his fingers. There can't be any space within his fingers. So that also requires a tremendous amount of dexterity. Furthermore, there's chafina. The Bible says, what's chafina? Chafina is on Yom Kippur. Remember again, there was a tremendous amount of balancing that the Kohen had to do when he had to take a larger shovel of Kedores, empty into a smaller shovel of Kedores, and he can't spill anything. So there's a tremendous amount of balance and dexterity that goes into that as well. So you must understand why seeing the leak is the hardest. Mitzah, Hasina, these sound difficult as well. Ela'ima, the word is you're right. Ela'ima, zu avoda kasha, me avodas kasha shibim. The word says you're right. We didn't mean to say it's the hardest. Rather, what did we mean to say? What did we mean to say? It's of the most complicated, right? It's of the hardest avodas done in the Beis Hamikdash. Stopped after the hardest, but ultimately, there's the verse that halacha l'maisa. It turns out that you learned a very important piece of information on it. Number one. By Chatas ultimately, again, the halacha was that the animal, the bird itself, is killed by Malika. How was Malika done? Thumbnail to the back of the neck. The Gemara gives two machlokas, Tosis, and the rest of them are partial. Malika done with one hand, Malika done with two hands. Right? But it doesn't really matter. As long as ultimately, again, the bird is killed from the back of the neck, one of the simanim is severed. Now, again, we're going to see about the head and the rest of the body. That's going to be the next mission. And ultimately, again, no kabbalah in a separate key. Rabbi is done directly from the blood of the animal itself, which the Gemara says this is one of the hardest avodos done in the Beis Hamikdash. The Gemara says the Beis Hamikdash is absolutely beautiful and amazing. It's interesting. So the second Shavuot says something incredibly beautiful. He says, what is this meaning? The Gemara says this was one of the hardest avodas done in the Beis Hamikdash. I want to read to you something absolutely magnificent. So listen to this. He says, Makshavos Adam Hema. Listen to this Russian. Kiyam Migrash Shakas Loyim. I will say one of the hardest things in life to control are our thoughts. Sometimes a person's thoughts are like a turbulent sea. And sometimes the hardest thing in life is I can't control what I think. Like thoughts pop into my mind and I don't have any control. I must say, this is my Sivakoyom, because like stuff happens, I see things, I observe things, I experience things, and thoughts like flood my mind and I can't control what I think. We'll get that right. Follow. You may not have control over what you initially think, but you ask control about what you allow to remain and what constantly continue to think about going forward. In other words, you might not have control over instantaneous stuff, the stuff that pops into my head just like randomly. But what I allow to remain in my heart and what I allow to remain in my consciousness, that I absolutely have control over. And says that is something beautiful. Quotes over here again. What happens? We'll say, what happens by the Chatas Sa'ov? What do? You do Malika. And we'll say, what does Malika represent? Malika is a severing of the head from the body, from the heart. Malika represents the process by which we are able to go ahead and sever, make a distinction between the thoughts that just pop into our head and the things we allow to remain inside of our hearts. Sometimes you can't decide, right? You don't get to choose what just fills your head instantaneously. I feel a loss, a desire, jealousy, and different kinds of things that just pop into my head. Sometimes I really can't control those things. What I absolutely do control is what do I allow to occupy permanent real estate and permanent place in my heart and in my life. Malika is an art form. Sometimes you have to sever the head from the heart. It says the Gemara that is one of the hardest avodas to do. Not just in the days of Mikdash, but ultimately again in life as well. You can't always what pops into your head, but you absolutely always have a choice. It occupies permanent space in your heart and in your spiritual consciousness. Not easy. It's one of the hardest avodas for us. Those that stop over for today, Shkach, what a Gemara. What a Gemara. More, we're not finished. We're not finished. More teaching from tomorrow.
So it's just like if you just full step. Yes. But it's everybody's step as well.
All right, Kevin, have a great day, everyone.
So what is it like? If you're shooting a card with a fucking musket at 80 yards, you know how retarded that is? If you're doing a draw, it's a short guy, you're fucked.
Oh, sorry, Zebby, I didn't see your message until now. I will go ahead and work this better for tomorrow. My apologies.
10 paces.
This is the first guy. It also says he was the first Union officer in line combat.
It's dark. He was trying to wear cool clothes and got shot.
Yeah, my first thought is how would a law student in Chicago have read about these guys fighting in Africa?
It was a dark
newspaper article.
Yeah. He probably was like way too into looking good and not really thinking about the war part of it. Just and all of a sudden, First Manassas comes around. We're gonna whip them. Watch out, they have guns too. Yeah. There's some good last quotes from Gettysburg. They're from just the Civil War. They're hilarious. Because this guy's talking like that back to like, I just remember one from Gettysburg where a guy's last quote was like, "What are you guys ducking for? They couldn't hit an elephant from that distance. They get shot in the head." Who said that to? He said that to like a transcriber. All of his boys were ducking.
All right, it looks like good morning. Let us begin.
An elephant from this distance. It's a tough last.
Okay, good morning. A great source partnership to begin a new week together. Thank you for giving share over the last couple of days. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Just wanted to thank our common sponsors for the month of Teshvan. Our brother Stephen Tarizin dedicating all the showings for this month to loving memory of Steve's father, William C. Very kind to come to Rafa. And our Dachshund sponsors are Alan Sarah Steinberg and his host continued up. Shmalis Hana Bas Susha, for enduring and continuing to Shalom. We hope as we together call colleagues will have a complete and enduring report and all the Neshama staff and the families in the Kama and marriage should continue to shower the soul of Phobos upon all the cloud Israel. So with that, let us begin the last week today. Today's dot is Samach $64. We are kicking off on Samach Amud Aleph at 2 dots. 3 lines down from the top. Shusha Dvarim. So let's remember again, the Mishnah said, this was the Mishnah on the top of Samach Amud Aleph 63a. So the Mishnah spoke about the idea that there are 3 things. Shusha Dvarim Sham Haisa, Osakam Shameshas, Milamato, Shlosham Milamato. There are three things on the southwest corner that were done. I say southwest corner is there. Three things were done. Above the Chush HaSikra, three things that were done above the red line, three things that were done below the red line. So the Rashi Mishnah said Milamata, Kata Oath. Hagashat Shiari Hadam. So again, below the red line was Chatas Oath, the bird Chatas. Hagashat, which means the meaning of the Nipah, the meats of the Nipah, and Shiari Hadam, and the spilling out of the leftover blood. And Miramalan, and above the Chotasik, above the red line, Niso Hayayin wine libation, Mayim wine libation, Va'ola Sa'oth, and the bird Ola. Okay, so now you want to pick up on it. So let's remember again, if you get out the southwest corner, just remember again that this corner over here, like southwest corner. Good. So now the Gemara says as follows. Social divine. Kata Sal Adam. It's not just going through these streets. So Kata Sal, that was in yesterday's that. Hagashas. How do we know about the bringing of the leftovers? Not the leftovers. The meats of the Ritva. The shot of them there. She already had the leftover blood. There's called Hadam Hatai Yishbo. You sold him there. Okay, we want to quote these three psukim openly again, highlighting these three items. Next, Milamalo, Niso Hamayin, Vahayayin, Va'ova Sa'ov, Kishirab Mizrach. So what's a couple of things over here. Now remember, the next three items were offered up above. What actually was done on the upper part of the southwest corner. And what was Niso Hamayin, which was the pouring of the water. So again, I'm sure that it's covered this in Mishnah. The Niso Hamayin, of course, is done on sukkahs, a very unique and specific type of water libation, only done once a year. Niso Hamayin is a wine libation which accompanies many kavanos. And Ola Sa'oth, the bird Ola. And we're going to speak more about the bird Ola. We started already with the bird Ola in the last Mishnah. The next Mishnah is Ola Sa'oth Kishirab Mizrach. Now this last part is very interesting. When is the Ola Sa'oth offered up on the southwest corner? So the Lashon of the Mishnah is Kishiraba Mizrach, which means ultimately again when there's too much stuff going on in the southeast corner, we move things over to the southwest corner. So just to understand, just a moment. Right, so remember again, Mishnah says that we're doing Olas open the southwest corner. When do we do ultimately again Olas open the southwest corner? When there's too much going on in the southeast corner. So which is interesting. So it sounds like normally you'd want to be doing Olas off by the southeast corner, but if it's too crowded, ultimately we'll move it over to the southwest corner. So that's my timer. Why is that? In other words, why, just to follow this, why do we say L'chatchila, Ola Sa'oth, the bird Ola, should be done in the southeast corner? Right? Because remember, from the fact that the Mishnah says that we do Ola Sa'oth in the southwest corner, when there's too much happening in the southeast corner, would indicate to us that the ideal location for Ola Sa'oth is southeast corner. So why is that? Why the ideal location? So this is very interesting. My timer. So Yochanan says, if you should Kropa, Nimis Hadesha. Only because it's much closer to the base Hadesha. So it says, now, interestingly enough, now, what does that mean exactly? So base Hadesha, remember, I want to say one of the first avodas that was done in the base every single morning was something called Shumash Hadesha. So what would happen? So what's that? So if you take a look at it, it's actually the base Hadesha. It's actually in the about 5 lines up from the point it gets wide. I should say 5 lines up for the intermediate wide line. And the base Hadesha, Makom Shenos Nisham B'Chovot Shumas Hadesha, Shekasel Bo, Shesamo Yitzach HaMizbeach. במזרח של קדש, סיכן מורב נוצה, ויש לפעוצה אל עצם המזבח כולו, על מקום הדשן. Okay, so now watch this. First thing the Kohen would do every single morning is he would come up, follow my point over here, he would come up on the Mizbeach, right? And what he would do is, he would take ash. We're gonna go be more throughout this one first to see general layout. I know we'll say, he comes up to his desk, he's gonna take ash. Ash takes ash. comes back down the ramp and he deposits it right here. This is called the base hadasha. This is what you're taking out. He's only taking some of the residual ash. And he's putting it over here on the base hadasha. Now, what does that do with anything? Because the Torah says that when the Kohen dismembers the bird olah, he thinks we're going to see the feathers and the crop, and he throws it by the base hadasha. Okay, so now again, so remember, first thing in the morning is coming up the ramp, taking some ash, coming back down and putting it in this area over here, which you can see is in the southeast, like the east side of the southeast orientation. Good, and then it only says that because the bird olah, you will take the sacrificial parts and you will throw it by the base hadasha. So because of that, because anyway, the bird parts have to be thrown by the base hadasha, it makes sense that wherever the bird olah will be done, southeast. Because that's much closer. Obviously, if there's a lot going on in the southeast, it'll move over to the southwest. But because the bird parts have to end up over here, it makes more sense for it to be in the southeast corner, not in the southwest corner. Okay, now let's see it inside. So the Gemara says, here we go. I'm going to be open on. So let's see very beautiful Gemara. I'm going to be open on. Bo'ulei kama gadol kol chol kohanim. See how strong kohanim are. Why? She'im lecha kal ba'ofos yosem mola v'notza. So they also obviously the lightest part of the bird. Now you remember, we're going to see that a bird, the sacrificial parts of the bird are the mola and the notza. The mola is the crop. The crop of osei, by the way, is like it's a pouch. It's a digestive pouch of a bird. What a bird does is, a bird is able to store food, but it's able to ingest a tremendous amount of food, and then it digests it gradually. So the top is like the stomach, but it's not down here, it's up here. Right? Where the bird is able to store everything and then digest it gradually. So the lightest part of the bird is the more on the notes on the feathers. So those are the parts that are by the base hadasha. Famin, listen to it. Famin, Shakon, Shakon, Yosher, Boshimama. Sometimes the Kohen has to throw it more than 30 ounces. I remember again, it takes more strength to throw a light item far than it does to take a heavier item, right? It's hard, something is light, so it's hard to throw a distance. So the Gemara says, see how strong the Kohanim are, because the Kohanim sometimes have to throw the mola and the nose of the crop and the feathers of the bird more than 30 ounces. Now, where do you get that from? So watch this. It's not. Listen to this. Not from Nachta Shokasha, for all of the Rothschild. So it's a very beautiful Gemara. Rashi was going over here from the second Yuma and the second place. Just what would happen is the first thing in the morning, the Kohen would go ahead and he would walk up to the ramp with a machta shokasa. Really, a machta is really like a shovel. Really like a pan shovel made of silver. But all of the lotion was there. He wrote to the top of was there. Ukinas hagicholem ila ve'ila. He would move the coals to two sides. This min ha'ma'acholas ha'knemis. And he would take from the hottest coals, or from the hottest ashes, the yori yidiyah l'ritzvah. He would then come back down to the floor. Ma'ana plate soften, but hold it when the Rothschild shoket. What's it going to say what just happened over here? The Gemara over here is describing ultimately again the Shumas Hadasha. Okay, so watch what the Gemara just said. I'm going to show it to you here. You would come up to the ramp, and what would he do? He would come to the ash pile, and he would move the ashes on the side, and he would take from the hottest ashes, that's what he's taking with the shovel. He would come back down the ramp. Now, if you look at the introduction of the Mishnah, the Mishnah says, then he would turn northward. Why did he say northward? Because he was talking about the north is going north. Remember again, the orientation north is down. He would go north on the eastern side of the Mishayach. And then you know where he's going over there to the street called the base Hadasha. And what would happen? The Europe said not sit on a property soften. You would face towards the north, but when you got Rothschild Kevesh, you would come to the eastern side of the ramp. What I get, Amos. You walk approximately 10 hours. That's supposed to 10 hours. Just you understand. So here's the base hydration. Here's the because if you ash off the ramp, he'll come off the ramp. Now turn in the northward, go in the northern direction on the eastern side of the ramp. Walk 10 amas down. Sabra said, you come about the spot. Rock off in that heaven. No shut fucking. And he would go ahead and he would place the coals, like the ashes, then down on the floor of the base of the Dutch, approximately 3 fucking away from the Mizbeach. That's the distance of it. 3 fucking away from the Mizbeach. Makom shenostim morah, v'notza, v'yishon hamizbeach ha'pnimi, v'hamenola. And I also just understand what was the positive here in this base hydration? So the positive here is the morning ash, right? The morning ash that comes from top of the Mizbeach. There were also other ashes. Remember, I was like, every morning, the Kohen would also go into the Heichal, right? Go into the Heichal. He would clean out the Mizbeach HaKetoras, like the incense altar, which also had ash. He would clean out the menorah, which would also have ash. He would bring these items out, walk around the Mizbeach, come deposit it over here. So in this place, Beis Hadashen, which was on what called the southeastern side of the Mizbeach, in a northward orientation, he would deposit the ash from the top of it, some of the ash from the top of the Mizbeach, ash from the Mizbeach, first the incense altar, ash from the menorah. And what else would he place there? Furthermore, and that's what Makom shenostim morah v'notza. That's also he would place again the parts of the bird that were discarded, right? The crop and the feathers of the bird olah. So the Gemara says, like olah self. That's what he deposits, right? Shebenoza v'yishon v'yachnim v'amenorah. So interestingly enough, the Gemara says sometimes, so you can see the strength of the coin, because what did he have to do? Sometimes the coin would have to throw it 30 amas. Now, when would he have to throw it 30 amas? When would that be required? As long as you think about it. If, remember, again, the first one are in the southeastern corner. Where would the olah be done? Where would the bird olah be done? Southwest. So Rashi does the math. So it says, if you pick the diagonal over there, it's now, Gemara says it's 30 amas. I want to say in reality, it's actually more than 30 amas. It's actually 32 amas. From here to here. We'll get to that in just a moment. But the point that he's making is that sometimes the Kohen would have to go ahead and throw the crop and the feathers from here all the way to here. So see again how strong the Kohanim must have been to be able to throw it again from the southwestern corner all the way to the base Hadash. So says the Gemara, one second. Honey stated plus so seconds. But it's actually more than 30. It's more than 30. So why does the Gemara say it's 30? So in reality, it's actually 31. So it's Makom Gadu no Chashish, right? In other words, the Gemara is not counting the actual space that the coin itself occupies. When you look at the amount of space between the coin itself and the base hydration, that would have been 30 ounces. Incredible. So let's say, so again, the takeaway from here is just mentioned this procedurally. We're focusing on the bird offerings. South offerings, again, bird offerings are really done southeast corner. If this is what's happening here, it goes to the southwest corner. And after Shkita or Malika, which we'll discuss, the crop and the feathers were placed on the base Hadashen, which is this deposit, that is the deposit area over here on the southeast side of the Mizbeach, situated 10 amos forward from the edge of the ramp, 3 amos from the side of the Mizbeach. What was placed here? Trumas Hadashen from the morning ash from the Mizbeach, ash from the interior Mizbeach, ash from the interior menorah, and the crop and the feathers of the bird olah. Incredible, incredible. Let's go back to Kol Olim Mizbeach. What's it next? Now remember, in general, the Mishnah said like this. Mishnah established another rule. The Mishnah said in general, whenever you go up in the Mizbeach, whenever the coin goes in the Mizbeach, so what happens? Kol Olim Mizbeach, Olim Derek Yavin. So remember again, how does the Mizbeach work? So in general, remember again, what's our rule? Mishnah said, what's the rule? Whenever you go somewhere, or whenever you're turning somewhere, you always turn right. So remember again, you come up the ramp. What that means is whenever you're coming up the ramp, you would go and you would turn right. You would turn right. So again, the court, depending on what the avoda was, depends on whether or not you're standing on the ground of the base of Mikdash or you're taking a sobek that ledge. But normally what you would do is you would come up this ramp, call it angle right, start with the southeastern corner, and make his way around. The Mishnah then says there were three exceptions to this rule. What were the three exceptions to this rule? With the exception ultimately again for the Kohen who's coming up to do these three things. What are the three things that we're referring to? Hamayim, like wine, water, or I should say, wine libations, water libations, and Olas Hal. Those are the three exceptions. Now we'll say now why? What happens with those three? All three of those things are done on the southwest corner. So what would happen is, this is very interesting. This is the only time this would happen in this English. Cohen would come up, right up to the southwest corner, do his thing, Nisu Chamayim, Nisu Chayayin, Olas Hal, come right back down. There was no cut-off. There was no circling of that. Come up to the southwest corner, do what you have to do, come right back down afterwards. So says the Gemara, my time, why is that? Why is that exactly? That he would not do the circling of the Mizbeach, he would just do his thing and come right back down afterwards. So by the libations, that they should not become smoky. Right? In other words, that the issue over here is that both the water and the wine could absorb some of the smoke smell or some of the spice, and therefore I got some smoke flavor. And apparently that would go ahead and validate them. And what we're talking about the Olas Hal is that you take the bird, right, and you do the entire like hakaf, and you circle them with the bird itself could die from smoke inhalation, which is fascinating, by the way. It tells you just apparently the amount of smoke that was there. I mean, I guess you weren't worried about the Kohen, right? But when I saw it about the bird, right, smoke inhalation, and therefore, obviously, the bird needs the bird to die from malika, not from smoke inhalation. Also, for me, couple of options. But 1 second, for me, I'll leave the cash on. When the Kohen comes to circle them back from where does he begin? We carry the Romis Mizrahi. So again, in general, whenever you go to Mizbeach, you start from the southwest corner. After the southwest corner, then Mizrahi is the bonus. You go to ultimately the northeast corner. Then bonus Ma'arav is northwest corner, and then Ma'arav is below the southeast corner. So we'll say, so that's what we've been describing this entire time. You start again from southeast and make your way around counterclockwise. Now listen to this. In Nosen Lo, Yain and Anas, and let me give you a little bit of context over here. It's actually a very beautiful thing. If you look at Rashi is 4 lines up from the bottom. Bottom of Rashi says, Mishnah in the Sefes Hamid. He was quoting a Mishnah from the Sefes Hamid. What does the Mishnah say? That the Kohen Gadol, She'eno Kasher, She'eno Tzishat Kohanim, L'Zachos L'Betayis La'avoda Achas Elo, only the goal of the couple in some sense. Let's listen to this. Amar always on stories. Amar always do I naked. Is maximum supposed to get that. Point was shown by Kohanim is that there is a pious, there was a lot of, right? Because there's a lot of Kohanim. Again, it's a finite amount of avoda to be done. Now, one man always had the right to exercise prerogative to do the avoda, and that was the Kohen Gadol. So the Kohen Gadol could roll into the base and make that say, I'm doing this, and that's his prerogative to do so, which is pretty incredible. So now that's where this Gemara is picking up. So let's say Kohen rolls in, and he says, I'm going to offer up this Olah. So both say, so the way that the Mishnah makes it sound like over here is that what happens? Kohen Gadol comes up, and again, he does his accomplice. He comes up, hangs the right, starts with the southeast corner, and then makes his way counterclockwise. And when it gets to the southwest corner, that's where he does the wine libation. Southwest corner wine libation. Now, when this Mishnah makes it sound like he's carrying the wine with him as he goes around the Mizbeach. Now that obviously contradicts what we just said before. Before we just said, where's wine libation done? Let's get this clear. Where's wine libation done? Southwest corner. But wine libation is the exception to the rule. Where does he go? He comes up from Mizbeach. Where does he go? Right to the southwest corner. Why? Why?
So get in
We
there.
don't want the wine absorbing any smoke smell as he goes around. So it contradicts what we said before. Because here we're saying, go up to the southwest corner, do your thing, go back down. Here it sounds like he's going around his back, holding the wine, and then goes back to the southwest corner. To which the Gemara says, "There's a lot of nothing." Last time Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan said, we'll say other days, 64b. Rabbi Yochanan, wow. That was longer this morning than it did last night. All right, so what happened? So Rabbi Yochanan says, "Hakafa b'regel." Hakafa b'regel. So no, what it means is like this: the Kohen Gadol would in fact circle the mizbeach, but he was not holding the wine. Rather, what would happen? He would dip in the wine when he reached the southwest corner. It's interesting, he did the hakafa, he did, but he walked around in his back, but not with the wine. He would hand him the wine just when he reached the southwest corner. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, ultimately, again, the wine was not in his hand, it was from the alma. And so, one second, so what I don't understand, so he's coming up to do a wine libation, and the wine libation has to be done at the southwest corner, so why is he walking around the whole back? What's going on? So Rashi says it's a mitzvah. Only young and umakifin, Zela Akti, all of these are makif, ובעל שמכניס משם בנוסים ויין ונאסם, אבל שתקו הנים שזוקה בנספים בטייס, לא זוקה לעבור לאחרס, או לבעיין ידו. So it's interestingly enough, this was apparently unique by the Kohen Gadol. Because since the Kohen Gadol could do whatever he wanted when he finished the Beis Mikdash, he could even be doing multiple avodos, which means that he could be going up on his back to do multiple things. So other Kohanim, generally again, you were only designated in one avodah. So therefore, again, if you were the Kohen doing the wine libations, ultimately again, you would come up the ramp, come to the southwest corner, do your libation, and you were done. Kohen Gadol, who himself may be coming up for other things, would come up, start at the southeast corner, make his way around, but again, would not carry the wine with him as he made his rounds around his back, but ultimately again would only receive the wine when he got to the southwest corner. So again, point out there's no contradiction. So that's which the Mishnah said, which is that so wine libation was done in the southwest corner, and again the Kohen would come right up to the southwest corner, would not walk around his back, do the libation, and come right back down. Only says in this rule, Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Gitani, no skin or yayin or nothing. And we're going to look, in fact, he looks lush in the Mishnah. The Mishnah was, they would give the Kohen Gadol the wine in the libation, which indicates to us that even as he was walking around in his back, he would not be holding the wine with him, but rather would only receive the wine when he reached the southwest corner. Incredible. So again, I love the time, no yayin nase, but those katani over nase. Again, we'll say that's what's a mission. Ultimately, I did keep getting the wine to use the libation when he got to the southwest corner. Funny enough, here about says, just understand. So just reinforce this point. Wine libation done on the southwest corner. But as opposed to other things which were done at the southwest corner, when the Kohen would arrive there by again turning the right and going counterclockwise on his back, so the wine libation Kohen would come right up on the side of his back, come right to the southwest corner, do the libation. Why? You don't want the wine to absorb any of the smoke flavor. Call the owner of his back, holding that the origin that's small. It was in general, whenever he would come up in his back, so like the rule that we said about what he would hang the right. As the Kohen would come up to his back, and again he would hang the right, and then he would come down on the left side of his back. Good. So now it says, Open Jackson, we argue that it's small. Open Jackson, we argue that it's not. And guess when he would come up on the eastern side, right, and come down the west. Remember again, you're coming up on this side of the back, which is still the east, and then come down on the western side of the mizbeach. Good. With the exception of the Kohen who is coming up for these three things. And what are the three things? Miso Hayani, wine libations, Miso Hamayim, water libations, and Ovas Ha'ov. That And these people, Sha'olin Derech Ma'alev, the Yarding Derech Ma'alev, they would come up on the western side and go down the western side. So let's say, again, this is the western side of the Mizbeach. They come up on the western side, do your thing at the southwest corner, and then come down on the western side. Olin Derech Yamin, the Yarding Derech Yamin. They would go up on the right side and go down on the right side. So the Gemara says, I understand. Derech Yamin, what do you mean they go up on the right side? Well, it's contradictory. They're not going up on the right side, they're going up on the left side of the Mizbeach, right? Remember, they're both sides. We're seeing over to the cone is left and right. Okay, remember, if you tell me they're going up on the western side of the Mizbeach, this is the cone's left. And that's the cone's right. So what's going on over here? I'm sorry, good. Derech Yamin, Derech Small. Rabina, honey small. Rabina says, yes, I'm sorry, change it. It means he goes up on the left side and comes down the left side. Rabbi Amar, no, my Yamin in this day. When it says right is referring to the right of the Mizbeach, the my small the Gafra. So what's this? Okay, this is confusing. When it says the right, it's referring ultimately again to the right of the Mizbeach. Now listen why? Because this is very interesting. From the Mizbeach's perspective, the Mizbeach faces south. Because the Mizbeach is facing south,